Shadow Slave, Chapter 801-801, Distinguished Guests. 1021 words. 5 of them sat inside the sleek PTV, watching as the streets of the city flew by. Sunny was not the only one who had donned an extravagant suit. Kai was wearing an even more stylish attire, radiating so much grace and elegance that the interior of the moving vehicle seemed almost electrified. Cassie had chosen a simple, but flattering gown of soft colors. Her bracelets and jewelry were picked to match the silver half-mask that she wore like a crown. The familiar blue-green cloak was draped around her shoulders. She was holding the quiet dancer by the scabbard, as if it was a cane. Effie wore a white tunic with tasteful gold accents. There was a golden laurel resting on her head, with similar bracelets and anklets accentuating its sheen. With her olive skin and toned physique, she looked like an ancient goddess. The huntress seemed to be enjoying herself as she sipped champagne from a tall glass. Neffis chose to wear a more practical attire, which was nevertheless equally splendid. Her nightly suit consisted of black trousers, a black doublet with silver embroidery, and a pristine white cape. The simple band of the crown of dawn accentuated the steely gray of her striking eyes. Her hands, clad in white gloves, rested calmly on her knees. All of Sunny's worries about how pompous he looked in his expensive suit disappeared. Compared to the others, he looked almost underdressed. Was there really any time to worry about appearances, anyway? Looking at the members of the cohort, he hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Are you ready?" Neffis glanced at him, then turned back to the window. Quote. "It's just a ball." He stared at her for a moment, then grinned. Then, he laughed. "Oh, indeed, indeed." Soon, the PTV left public streets and entered the road that led to the stronghold of the Valor clan. Although their main seat of power was situated in the Dream Realm, safely protected by the great walls of the legendary Bastion, the family obviously maintained several prominent properties in the waking world. This one resembled a hybrid between an embassy and a sprawling fortress. The complex took enough area in the center of the city to be considered a separate district and encompassed a multitude of buildings, most of them just a few stories high. More floors, of course, were situated underground, where the bulk of activity took place. The purpose of the buildings ranged from serving as residences for the members of the clan and retainers to training centers for the household troops, research facilities dedicated to various applications of spelltech, and everything in between. Just like Neffis had said, a legacy clan was not just a handful of people united by a bloodline. It was a large organization that, in the case of Clan Valor, included thousands upon thousands of people from all walks of life. The fortress also housed vaults where the sleeping pods of those awakened who either belonged to or served the great clan were located, so security measures were nothing short of exaggerated. Sunny himself could see and feel plenty of sentries, both mundane and possessing greater powers. Judging by a slight frown that appeared on Kai's face, there were plenty more that he had failed to notice. The complex was fully prepared to face any kind of attack, be it a manifestation of a nightmare gate or a sudden assault perpetrated by the forces of rival clans. On one hand, that made Sunny feel safe. On the other hand, escaping this stronghold would not be easy. Let's hope I won't need to. Other than that, the aesthetics of the complex were very pleasing to the eye. There were plenty of trees and grass around, with architecture that did a great job of hiding the utilitarian and militaristic design of the sprawling fortress. In fact, if Sunny did not know any better, he would have thought that he was in the middle of a blissful garden district that was meant for people to relax in peace and tranquility. Living here must have been very nice. Chances were, he would have an opportunity to experience that life rather soon. Yeah, as if that would happen. Sunny glanced at Neffis and then turned away, his face darkening. A few minutes later, their PTV approached the center of the complex, where a grand structure stood, illuminated by bright spotlights. He felt a bit of awe when he noticed that it was built of stone blocks similar to those that Bastion itself consisted of. This hinted at the fact that the stones were brought to the waking world from the dream realm. Considering that only powerful masters and saints could transport matter between two worlds, the cost of the Great Hall was nothing short of astronomical. He could hardly imagine a more impressive and effective proclamation of wealth and power. The great clans really knew how to set the stage. The walls of the hall were decorated by vermilion banners that stretched from its roof to the very ground, each bearing the image of an anvil pierced by a sword. A red carpet led from the grand stairs to the road where a row of similarly luxurious PTVs were parked, slowly moving as their distinguished passengers disembarked. Neat rows of uniformed honor guards stood at the sides of the red carpet, forming a living corridor through which the guests had to walk before they reached the entrance. Everything about them screamed of discipline and power. These soldiers alone were enough to protect people invited to the ball from most dangers. Not that the guests needed any protection. Although there were a few high-ranking mundane humans among them, most were either promising awakened or masters. There were even saints here, which made Sunny feel rather uncomfortable. If there was one group of people in the city he really wouldn't want to provoke, it was those attending the ball. Sunny felt like a little fish being thrown in a tank full of hungry sharks. He could probably fight off or at least escape from any one of these sharks. But all of them together? Still, I'm not without sharp teeth myself. Finally, their PTV reached the vermilion carpet. Sunny waited for the door to open, then sighed and stepped outside. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave, Chapter 802-802, Feast of Deceit. 1049 words. Neffis walked forward with her usual impassive confidence. It was as though the magnificence of the towering hall, the rows of armor-clad honor guards, and the distinguished guests surrounding them did not deserve her attention, let alone apprehension. Her face was still and inscrutable, and her eyes were cold and focused. As the rest of the cohort followed behind her, Sunny couldn't help but feel uneasy. Right now, he was especially frustrated at his lacking ability to read her moods. He just hoped that Changing Star was not going to try and assassinate the members of the Valor clan as soon as she saw them. No way, she wouldn't. Right, their arrival caused a bit of a stir. Many eyes were suddenly directed at the 4 members of the cohort, but it was nothing compared to how many people were staring at Neffis, either openly or in secret. She did not pay them any attention, so Sunny looked straight ahead and pretended to not care, either. Of course, he was tensely studying everything and everyone around them through his shadow. Somehow, he felt as if he had returned to the Red Colosseum. Sunny almost expected the people surrounding them to start chanting, "Glory!" At any second. Of course, that did not happen. The cohort walked up the stairs and entered the grand hall, where they were led to massive doors that were carved of familiar wood. As the doors opened into a vast chamber full of exquisitely dressed people, a loud voice announced, Lady Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. Ascended Song of the Fallen. Ascended Raised by Wolves. Ascended Nightingale. Ascended Sunless. For a moment, every conversation in the hall paused. Everyone turned to look at the new arrivals. Sunny frowned. The amount of pressure that crashed into him was enough to make a mundane person kneel. It was not that the guests were consciously exerting it, just the side effect of so many powerful people being gathered in one place. Just at first glance, he identified nearly 100 masters and a handful of saints in the crowd, with each of the latter basically glowing like a beacon of power in the sea of people, surrounded by a small island of empty space. A very large chunk of humanity's defensive capabilities were gathered in this hall. If Sunny was pressured, then Neffys must have felt as if a mountain landed on her. And yet, she did not bat an eye. A wave of whispers rose, barely audible in the harmonious hum of relaxing music. It's her. What? Changing Star is here. Look, look, it's the heiress of Immortal Flame. Even among the absolute elites, Neff's status was immense enough to create a commotion. The other 4 members got a lot of attention, too, as the brightest stars of the younger generation have awakened. Both their SS designations and the rapid speed of their ascension made them noteworthy people. Subjected to hundreds of gazes, Neffys nodded curtly and walked toward the tables that offered drinks and refreshments. As she did, the arrival of another guest was announced, causing the excitement of the crowd to subside a little. Sunny felt incredibly awkward. So, what do we do now? Kai simply smiled. We don't have to do anything, really, before the host arrives and commences the ball. Usually we would use this time to walk around and socialize, but in this case, there is no need. Everyone will come to us. So, just enjoy yourself, smile, and answer politely if someone addresses you. Sunny shifted his shoulders. That is terrible advice. How was he supposed to enjoy himself and smile, knowing what was at stake? As for being polite, politeness often required a person to lie. What was he supposed to do if someone asked him a question that demanded a rude answer? Luckily, he had nothing to fear. Very soon, a stream of people started to approach them, somehow making it seem as if they all just happened to walk by. However, all their attention was concentrated on Neffys. Barely anyone spared a moment to chat with the other members of the cohort, and even then, Sunny was the last in line. Which suited him fine. Lady Changing Star, it is an honor to meet you. You made us all proud, young lady. I was actually friends with your grandfather. I once fought a battle side by side with your parents. The memory of their valiance was forever etched into my heart. Everyone wanted to if not become friends, then to at least establish a connection with the daughter of the hallowed clan that seemed to be rising from the ashes. Neffys remained calm, conversing with the great and powerful people that approached her in a neutral but slightly stifled tone. Sunny could feel the flames burning in her soul growing hotter and hotter, however. She was filled with masterfully suppressed rage. Well, he would be, too. All these well-wishers could not wait to share the tales of how highly they valued and admired her parents and grandfather. And yet, they had been perfectly fine to do nothing when the Immortal Flame clan needed help. None of them had raised a hand to help Neffys when she was young, weak, and being hunted by the assassins of the hidden rulers of the awakened society. It was only now that she had become ascended, and an absolutely outstanding one at that they remembered past friendships and tried to ingratiate themselves to her. Their smiles and pretty words were worthless. Their friendship was worthless. This was all just a big charade. Sunny observed the elites with a bit of bewilderment. Were they all such shameless liars, or did they actually believe their own lies? In any case, this feast of deceit was nothing short of delectable. If only it was not so amateurish. After a while, he suddenly felt a cold shiver running down his spine. Turning his head slightly, Sunny noticed a familiar face. An exquisitely beautiful woman in a dazzling dress the color of red wine was approaching them. She was graceful and elegant, with a supple figure and full, scarlet lips. Her most striking feature, however, was her skin. It was gray like stormy clouds, smooth like silk, and devoid of any imperfections. The woman smiled, revealing perfectly even, pearly teeth. Lady Neffys, I am so glad to see you again. Changing Star looked at her and lingered for a moment. Then, she said, Sishin, I am glad to see you, as well. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 803-803, Friendly Reminder. 1074 words. Sishin, the former lieutenant of the Bright Lord Gunlog and leader of the Handmaidens, was standing in front of them with a calm smile. Sunny had not seen her after the tumultuous escape from the Forgotten Shore, where she had held the line as the commander of the second defense bulwark of the Dreamer Army. He had thought that becoming a master would make him less susceptible to her presence, but it did not. Her striking beauty, her exotic looks, and the aura of mystery that surrounded Sishin were just as compelling as ever. The knowledge of how frightening her true nature was also made it impossible for him to remain unaffected. Not to mention the most important fact of all. Sishin was one of the adopted daughters of Ki Song, the ruler of the Great Song clan and one of the 3 sovereigns. If anything, knowing more about her background only made Sunny pay the beautiful woman extra attention. What the hell is she doing here? Sishin, meanwhile, looked at the other members of the cohort and said with a small, but seemingly sincere smile. Athena, Kai, Cassia, Sunless. It is good to see you doing well, too. Effie gave her a long look, then shrugged. Likewise, how have you and your girls been? After the return from the Forgotten Shore, half of the members of the former Dreamer Army had decided to follow Cassie and became known as the Firekeepers. Of the remaining half, most had chosen a different path, either remaining independent like Sunny and Aiko or joining various legacy clans. All the surviving handmaidens, however, had followed Sishin back to Song. Just like that, the great clan had not only received its lost daughter back, but also earned the utmost loyalty of a dozen extremely promising recruits. Come to think of it, that might have been one of the reasons why Valor wanted to gain the allegiance of the Firekeepers so badly. A group of exceptional and supremely battle-hardened awakened might not have been able to change the balance of power between the 2 great clans immediately, but in a few years, when the survivors of the Dreamer Army started becoming masters or maybe even saints, eventually, that could easily change. Sishin responded in a serious tone. We are doing well. My clan embraced us with open arms. After reuniting with my sisters, I was also able to bring a lot of value to the Song family with my unique knowledge and experience. The long years I had spent on the Forgotten Shore were not for naught. She had been stuck in that hell for far longer than any of them. In fact, Sunny did not know how many years Sishin had spent in the Dark City, exactly, but it might have been as high as 9 or 10. Being able to survive and hold on to power for so long spoke a lot about how resourceful and dangerous the daughter of Ki Song was, especially considering that, in the end, she was the only one of the old guard who had managed to escape. No wonder the great clan was so eager to get her back. Sishin looked at them and smiled. Of course, we have yet to achieve the same measure of success as the 5 of you. Reaching ascension so soon after becoming awakened is no small feat. You have my respect. Her smile paled a little. Quote. I will be going away to challenge my own second nightmare in a few days, as a matter of fact. This ball is the last opportunity I have to experience the wonders of the waking world before that. She looked around wistfully and sighed. So, she is also in a hurry to become a master, huh? Sunny stared at the gray-skinned beauty with a bit of apprehension. Sishin was already scary enough as an awakened. How much more powerful would she become after ascending? Kai offered the former leader of handmaidens a reassuring smile. I am sure that you and your cohort will do fine. The second nightmare is a terrible challenge, but people who survive the Forgotten Shore are suited to face its dangers more than anyone else. You will triumph. Before Sishin could answer, Nephis finally spoke. Looking at the daughter of Song impassively, she said in her usual even tone. I have to admit, I am surprised to see you here. Sishin lingered for a moment. Oh, you must have heard about the recent disharmony between Song and Valor. Do not pay it too much attention, Lady Nephis. Despite our disagreements, it is still important to present a united front. I am here to keep up appearances. Changing Star thought for a moment, then nodded. I understand, you are here to send a message. However, I find it curious that a junior member like you was chosen above more senior representatives of the great clan Song. One can't help but wonder what message exactly such a choice is intended to deliver. Sishin's smile widened a little. Well, it is not my place to question the decisions of the elders. In any case, I am very happy that I got the chance to see you all again. While we were never truly friends, I value what you have done for me and my wards, as well as what we went through together, a great deal. Her pearly teeth glistened in the bright light of exquisite chandeliers, suddenly seeming much sharper. I hope that we will be able to deepen that bond one day. Of course, whether or not it blossoms into a real friendship depends on our decisions. Sunny sighed. Ah, Sishin looked at them one last time. Strangely, her gaze lingered on him for a few extra moments. Then, she politely excused herself and left to mingle with other guests of the ball. So that's what it was all about. Her meaning was more than clear. Clan Song decided to not go as far as making an earnest effort to spoil the negotiations with Valor and try to recruit the members of the cohort and the Firekeepers into its ranks instead. However, they did issue a warning, make the right decision if you know what's good for you. Stay away from our rivals, or else. That threat might have been packaged into an exquisitely beautiful cover, but the underlying message remained quite clear. Looking at the back of Sishin as she was walking away, Sunny shook his head. Did I somehow end up involved in politics? By the spell, I did, didn't I? Curses, why can't a guy just grow stronger than everyone in the world and unreasonably rich in peace? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 804-804, Whispering Blade. 1046 words. A few minutes later, the atmosphere in the Great Hall suddenly changed. The hum of voices grew quiet, and many of the guests shifted, turning to a particular spot. As Sunny watched, a tall figure appeared on a wide balcony above them. The man was strong and severe, with a sharp face and even sharper, cold eyes. His black hair was touched by silver at the temples. He was wearing an elegant attire that somehow looked like a suit of impregnable armor despite being made of nothing but black fabric. His vermilion cloak moved slightly, as if touched by invisible wind. As soon as the man appeared, Sunny felt a considerable pressure descending on the hall. The dignified stranger radiated so much power and authority that it was hard not to admire him, or fear him. He was a saint, without a doubt. What was more, his features looked slightly like that of Mordred and Morgan. For a moment, Sunny thought that he was looking at Anvil of Valor himself, but no, that could not be. Although the familial likeness was there, it was not too pronounced. The mythical sovereign was also not supposed to be able to enter the waking world easily, let alone openly show himself in public. That would just go against everything that the sovereigns did to remain in the shadows. This must be Saint Matic of Valor, also known as Whispering Blade. Saint Matic was one of Anvil's siblings and the nominal leader of the great clan Valor. Of course, Sunny knew who truly called the shots, but the status of this powerful man was by no means for show. Whispering Blade was a legendary warrior and one of humanity's most formidable champions in his own right. As the guests quieted down, Saint Matic looked at them from above with his steely blue eyes and then smiled slightly. Instantly, the pressure receded, making the mundane humans in the crowd sigh with relief. Morgan's uncle spoke, his strong voice easily reaching into every corner of the great hall. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome to the annual ball of the great clan Valor. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all under our roof once again. In the past year, many things have happened. Some of our brothers and sisters are not with us anymore. A somber silence settled over the hall. Every year brought a lot of death to awaken. Even masters were not spared from that fate. This year, in particular, had dealt a heavy blow to humanity. Even though few knew of what had really happened, the absence of Saint Cormac was clearly felt by many. Transcendents were so exceedingly rare that the loss of even one of them echoed across the world. As the guests turned somber, Whispering Blade's smile suddenly widened, dispelling the solemn mood. Quote. Despite that, it pleases me to see many new faces among you. Humanity has grown stronger yet again. New heroes rose to carry the torch for those who had fallen in battle. With champions like these, our world has nothing to fear. Despite it all, we persevere. But more than that, we rise. Nothing can stop our ascension. He looked at the guests, and then sighed. Well, those of you who know me also know that I am not one for long speeches. To be honest, this one was actually written by my beloved wife, who is far more eloquent and wise than me. Not to mention pleasant to look at. A wave of polite chuckles spread through the crowd. Saint Matic smiled once again. Today is not a day for sorrow. Today is a day for joy. And so, let the ball commence. As soon as he said that, the space in the middle of the hall was cleared, and the musicians started to play a magnificent and emotional composition. Whispering Blade danced the first dance himself, accompanied by a beautiful, mature woman. Moving with elegance and grace, they both looked breathtakingly splendid. Soon, other pairs joined them. Sunny observed the dance with a bit of interest. He had not known what to really expect from this ball, but to his relief, it was nothing like the awkward and almost comical sight that he had witnessed in the nightclub a few weeks ago. The dancers were much more purposeful and elaborate in their movements. Both partners had to move in synchronicity to not disturb the flow of the dance, following the music with surprising skill. The gracefulness of their steps, the exquisite attires, the radiant physical beauty common among the awakened, the luxurious decorations of the great hall, all of it made the ball look rather dazzling. He was also able to appreciate the ceremony due to his familiarity with shadow dance. Of course, his battle style was not a literal dance, however, it was derived from one. In fact, every battle style had something in common with dancing, since both had to do with motion, coordination, agility, and rhythm. So, even if Sunny was never taught how to dance, he was able to quickly learn the basics from just observing those who were better versed in it. He could have even joined the dancers, if he wanted to. Of course, he didn't. Sunny noticed that it was customary for men to invite the women to dance. As he watched, many handsome and distinguished guests offered their hands to their beautiful counterparts and led them to the center of the hall. More than a few burning gazes landed on Neffy's, but were quickly doused by her cold, unapproachable expression. Fortunately or unfortunately, the other members of the cohort were caught in the cone of silence that surrounded her, so no one approached them either. After some time, Kai invited Cassie to dance, while Effie wandered away in the direction of the tables that were barely standing, burdened by the weight of various delicacies. Sunny, meanwhile, grew bored. Damn, how long do we have to wait? Are these negotiations going to start, or what? Eventually, he glanced at Neffy's, then left her and walked away in search of a bathroom. A few minutes later, he was washing his hands in front of a mirror. Looking at his pale reflection, Sunny lingered for a few moments and then said, "I know that you were there. Stop hiding. Nothing happened for a few seconds. ... Then, his reflection suddenly offered him a pleasant smile. Oh, how did you know? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report." Shadow Slave. Chapter 805-805, Conversation with a Mirror. 1083 words. When his reflection suddenly spoke, Sunny flinched and jumped back. A startled expression appeared on his face. He stared at the mirror with wide eyes, then cursed and remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, Sunny uttered through gritted teeth, "I did not know. I just developed the habit of saying random rubbish to mirrors in case something like this happens." "Who knew that this time you would actually turn up?" Mordred, who disturbingly wore his face, blinked a couple of times, then laughed. "So it was a bluff. Goodness, I can't believe I fell for this trick." Sunny's reflection shook its head. Sunny himself, who felt incredibly troubled by the sight of his own likeness being inhabited by the Prince of Nothing, sucked in a breath of air and then hissed. "What are you even doing here? Have you entirely lost your mind? This is the stronghold of Clan Valor." Mordred shrugged. "Why, can't I visit my own clan's ball?" Sunny suppressed the desire to palm his face. "Not if you want to live." But then again, why would he care if Mordred lived or died? Actually, it would have been wonderful if the troublesome mirror wraith was caught and either destroyed or imprisoned again by his mighty family. Sunny would have one less headache if they did. Unless Mordred decided to trade away his secrets, of course. Damnation. The Prince of Nothing, meanwhile, waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, don't worry so much, Sunless. I am not here to do anything. I just wanted to take a peek at the festivities. No one will notice." Judging by his confident smile, Mordred was sufficiently certain of that statement. This probably meant that he had acquired at least one potent anti-divination tool. Well, the mere fact that the great and mighty Clan Valor had failed to track him down, yet, already hinted at that possibility. If not for Sunny's random shot in the dark, no one would indeed have noticed the transient reflection. Mordred looked at him and lingered for a few moments. Then, he said in a pensive tone, "You know, Sunless, for someone who keeps denying his ties with the great clans, you sure brush sides with them a lot." Sunny was so outraged that he lost the gift of speech for a second. "And whose fault is that, you bastard? If you didn't involve me in your mess, I would have been living happily ever after somewhere else." "Well, probably." Mordred awkwardly coughed. Then, he regained his composure and said with a bit of reproach, "I already apologized, didn't I? In any case, complications or not, you should choose your friends carefully, Sunless." Sunny glared at the reflection for a bit. "Am I having a déjà vu? I swear I just had this exact conversation with someone else a few minutes ago." "You did not steal Seishan's body by any chance, did you?" Mordred tilted his head a little. "I don't think so." Who was Seishan?" Sunny opened his mouth, then frowned. "No, he wouldn't have. The damned lunatic was already being hunted by one great clan. Killing an heiress of another would do him no good. An acquaintance of mine. Never mind about her." Mordred smiled. "If you say so, I must say, you do have a lot of interesting acquaintances." A curious expression appeared on the reflection's face. "That changing star is rather fascinating. To think that the Immortal Flame clan was able to return to a semblance of its former glory. And with the help of a young dreamspawn, no less. Maybe I should take her body, instead. What do you think, Sunless? Should I?" He was obviously probing to get a reaction out of Sunny, but luck was not on his side. Sunny simply shrugged and said indifferently, "Be my guest." It seemed as if he was absolutely disinterested in whether Mordred would kill and replace Neffys or not. Of course, he wasn't, not really. He just thought that the Prince of Nothing would dearly regret trying to consume Changing Star's soul. Not only was she a tyrant, which would make battling her a nightmare, he also suspected that her soul possessed its own formidable defenses. Neffys had already hinted that the lineage of Sun God strengthened it somehow. But that only accounted for the quantity of her force. There was also the quality. Sunny had a hunch that Mordred would be burning himself alive if he tried to invade her radiant soul sea. Wouldn't that be a sight to see? He glanced at his reflection, then said coldly, "Is this all you wanted to say? Because if that's it, I have a ball to return to." Then, Sunny scoffed and added, "And by the way, didn't you give a very pompous speech about how I should pray to never meet you again the last time we saw each other? Kind of presumptuous of you to then go ahead and place yourself straight in my sights. In a bathroom, of all places." Mordred's smile paled a little. I did not forget about that, Sunless. Truth be told, I am still very peeved about what you have done. Come to think of it, maybe I should do something to lessen my frustration." Say, which of your friends do you value the least? Sunny's fist slammed in the mirror, shattering it. Mordred laughed, staring at him from the shards. His face, Sunny's face, became distorted by the cracks. Oh, Sunless, so passionate. Sunny stared at the broken mirror for a few moments, then said through gritted teeth. I value all my friends, you bastard. Affection is not something you can assign a numerical value to, and then compare which number is bigger. Well, you wouldn't know, I guess. Not only do you care about no one has most likely ever cared about you, either. He took a step forward and stared directly at his reflection. You like to talk big, Mordred, and make it seem as if I should be afraid of you. But that is true the other way around, too. I can be scary when I want to, too. Think long, and think hard, before making me your enemy, or you will learn to fear the shadows. Mordred stopped laughing and looked at him silently for a few long moments. His smile slowly disappeared. After a few moments of silence, the Prince of Nothing sighed. We understand each other, then. Let's not become enemies, Sunless. Crushing you won't bring me any joy. With that, he disappeared, as if he had never been there. The reflection still looked the same, but the alien presence seemed to be gone from it. All that remained was a broken, distorted, angry image of Sunny. He grimaced, and then turned away. We'll see who crushes whom, bastard. If time comes, share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 806-806, A Dance of Light and Shadow. 989 words. After returning to the dancing hall, Sunny saw it in a new light. His perception had shifted, making everything seem darker and more dangerous. He had already been apprehensive about the crowd of guests, but now, every one of them looked like a potential threat. Mordred might have said that he was not planning to do anything and had just come to take a look, but could the banished prince be trusted? As far as Sunny was concerned, the lunatic could have been on his way to publicly assassinate one of his relatives, or slaughter as many as he could, right now. Much worse, he could be hiding inside of anyone. Every guest was a potential host. Every mundane human, every awakened, every master, none of them were beyond suspicion. Even saints were not off the list, perhaps. Sunny suppressed a groan. Curse it all. There were two carriers of divine aspects in the world that had made it their life's goal to destroy the great clan Valor at all costs. And now, both of them were in this building. Even if nothing happened, the threat alone made him itchy. The great hall where dozens of beautiful pairs danced suddenly did not look as splendid. Turning around, Sunny looked at Neffes, lingered for a few moments, and then walked in her direction with steady steps. As he came close, he offered her a hand and asked, Shall we dance? Neff looked at him in confusion for a couple of seconds, then shrugged and placed her hand in his. Together, they walked to the middle of the hall. Sunny put his second hand on her waist, while she put hers on his shoulder. Suddenly, they were extremely close to each other. Sunny's heart skipped a beat. It was in moments like this one that he missed having to. Without wasting any time, Sunny led Neff into a dance. It wasn't too hard, he just had to listen to the music and repeat what the other dancers were doing. With his proficiency in shadow dance, understanding the logic and cadence of their movements was incredibly easy for him. Although Sunny was dancing for the first time in his life, he looked more comfortable and adept at it than most of the guests. Changing Star seemed like a natural, too. Perhaps it was due to her own combat mastery, or perhaps she had received lessons as an heiress of a legacy clan. In any case, almost instantly after they started the dance, the pair caught a lot of admiring stares. Sunny did not care, he had much bigger problems on his mind. Trying to not let her closeness affect him too much and failing at it, he waited for a bit and gathered his thoughts. Finally, Sunny said, his voice drowned by the music and the hum of the great hall. I've been meaning to ask. The time to hide his head in the sand was over. Neffy silently raised an eyebrow, prompting him to continue. Quote. What, exactly, are you planning to do today? You know that Valor won't take no for an answer. They want to have all of us, but if that is not possible, they'll only settle for getting at least one. That way, they'll be assured that the rest of us won't join a rival faction. So, which one of us is going to become a retainer of the great clan Valor? Changing Star lingered for a while, allowing him to lead her in the dance. Her hand rested easily on his shoulder. After a few steps, she suddenly asked, You don't really understand, do you? Sunny did not frown, but his eyes suddenly became darker. I don't. What is it that you think I don't understand? A somber expression slowly appeared on her face. Valor and Song are not rival factions, Sunny. They're war camps. As they spun under the light of beautiful chandeliers, she leaned even closer and said, I've studied the facts for a long time after returning to the waking world. The ripples caused by the death of Saint Cormac, the subtle machinations that happen in the darkness, the growing imbalance of power between Bastion and Ravenheart, even the timing of Seishan challenging the second nightmare. It all paints a clear picture. A slight scowl appeared on Sunny's face. What are you trying to say? Neffy sighed. I am trying to make you see that the conflict between the great clans has grown into something more than mere disagreement. They are at war, or rather, they will be soon. Sunny felt her hand growing tense in his own. War. Wait, what does a war between great clans even look like? Changing Star shook her head. Something like that has never happened before. So, who knows? 3 things are certain, however. It will be hidden, it will be bloody, it will claim the lives of many people. He suddenly felt cold. Damned legacies, Antarctica is about to fall, and they choose that exact moment to lunge at each other's throats. Bastards. Sunny remained silent for several steps, and then looked at Neffys intently. Alright, but what does it have to do with us? She suddenly gripped his shoulder tighter and met his gaze. Cold, dangerous white sparks were dancing in her eyes. Don't you see? It has everything to do with us. Sunny stopped himself from snarling. I don't. Neffys, whether the great clans are embroiled into a secret war or not does not change anything. You are still too small and weak to openly oppose them. Please, tell me that you understand that. You were the one who said that these people are too strong. That their power is too absolute. Changing Star stared at him for a while, her face turning impassive. After a few moments of silence, she said, I remember, I understand. She looked down, and then added, which is why the answer to your question might not be what you want to hear, Sunny. You asked me which one of us will become a member of the great clan. Neffys raised her head and looked him straight in the eyes. Then, she said evenly, It's me. I will join Valor. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 807 to 807, From Within. 1024 words. When Sunny heard what Nefis had to say, he almost stepped on her foot. His rhythm was broken, making it difficult to remain in the flow of the dance. He narrowly avoided stumbling, regained his composure, and threw a burning gaze at her. What? Her expression did not change. You heard me. Sunny opened his mouth, lingered for a moment, then simply turned around and pulled her by the hand. Despite the fact that many people stared at this sudden turn of events, he cut through the dancing guests, forcing Nef to follow. They left the middle of the great hall, then disappeared from the central chamber entirely. Finding himself in a corridor that ran along the length of the dancing hall, Sunny walked swiftly, searching for an empty room. Eventually, he had to settle for a kitchen of sorts. Several chefs and their assistants were busy preparing more refreshments for the guests of the ball, or rather, they had been. Even before Sunny entered the room, the shadows inside suddenly moved and grew darker, startling the kitchen staff. Throwing a heavy glance at them, he said in an even voice. Leave. The chefs stared at the two masters in confusion for a couple of moments, then silently backed away and left through a different door, their faces pale. Sunny and Nefis were left alone. He waited for a bit, then let go of her hand and outstretched his own. A strange flute carved of emerald bone appeared in it from a swirl of sparks. Sunny brought it to his lips and blew into the hole. Surprisingly, no sound came out of the flute. Instead, it seemed to have absorbed all sounds, enveloping them in a cone of silence. Now, no one would have been able to listen in on their conversations. Sunny's shadows also kept watch outside the kitchen, just to make sure. Finally, he turned to Nefis and snarled. You, join Valor. What the hell? Changing Star sighed, then took a step back and leaned on the wall. Then, she spoke in her usual calm, steady voice. Why are you so surprised? Sunny stared at her in stunned silence. Then, he shook his head. What about your great goals? After all the crazy stunts you pulled, after all that talk about wishing to bring the three ghouls to their knees and destroy them, you are just going to join them. Nef's eyes grew somber. My plans did not change, Sunny. He frowned. So you are going to destroy Valor, but you are also going to become one of their own. Don't you see the contradiction? She looked at him intensely, then said with boiling, but suppressed emotion in her voice. There is no contradiction. On the contrary, this is the only way I can advance my goals. Nefis took a step forward and pierced him with a searing gaze. The sovereigns are, indeed, too strong. Their power is, indeed, too fearsome. And I am truly too weak to contend with them, for now. However, they will fall by my hand, in the end. Did you hope that 2 years of being lost in the dream realm would have dulled my resolve? Did you think that I would give up? Sunny shook his head with a dark expression. Changing Star smiled. No, my resolve was only made sharper. I spent so many days, so many nights thinking about how to move forward and bring these old monsters down. It was not too hard to realize that if my own strength is not enough, I have to borrow it from someone else. Whose strength should I borrow, then? Ah, but that is so obvious. If the sovereigns are so powerful, why would I not use their own power to destroy them? Sunny blinked slowly. So, divide and conquer. This is your great plan. Nefis shrugged. They are already divided. I have to thank you for that, by the way. Although the conflict between Valor and Song had been brewing for a long time, the sudden appearance of the Dreamer army made it worse. But most of all, the death of Saint Cormac and the return of the banished Prince of War was what finally made it intolerable for the great clans. He scowled. What does Mordred have to do with any of this? Changing Star smiled darkly. He is in the same position as me. Which means that he will do the same thing as me. He would have sought out a way to use one of the sovereigns against the other, too. Sunny's eyes widened. Mordred had a vendetta against his two fathers, both the one who had spawned him and the one who had raised him. That left only. Don't tell me, is that lunatic going to join forces with the Song clan? Nefis nodded with satisfaction. I would be surprised if he did not already. And if I can come to that conclusion, then that means that Valor knows, as well. Why do you think the strife between the two great clans has suddenly grown so dire? Valor has fewer saints. Thanks to Sishan, Valor has fewer promising awakened seeds. And now, one of their most formidable creations has joined hands with the adversary. How do you think they'll react? Sunny looked at her grimly. Quote. Not well. Changing Star lingered for a few moments, then nodded. But that is what puts me in a unique position. Yes, I am small and weak. Yes, my individual strength is more or less insignificant. However, because of how disadvantaged the great clan Valor is, they desperately need me. My value in this situation is disproportionate to what it would have been otherwise. Which is why they are ready to put aside their desire to see me dead, and are willing to embrace me instead. Sunny scoffed. That is all great, but why would you want to embrace them, too? Wouldn't it be better to stay away and watch as the two great clans maul each other, then swoop in and finish off the weakened victor? Nefis shook her head. No matter how much one of the great clans weakens, its armor would still be too strong and impenetrable for me to break through it. He raised an eyebrow. So, what? Changing Star looked at him, cold white flames dancing in her eyes. So I won't try to. Instead, I'm going to bypass the armor and attack them from within. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 808 to 808, A long-awaited conversation. 1207 words. Sunny grimaced. What Nefis had said made sense, as much as the word, sense, could be applied to her. Changing Star wanted to destroy the nightmare spell, and the sovereigns were in her way. Just like Gunlog, the ruthless tyrant of the Bright Castle, they had seemingly given up on pursuing liberation from the spell, and instead settled for the great power that it had already bestowed upon them. What was worse, they were holding others back from rising high enough to threaten their position, at least that was how it looked from below. Perhaps the sovereigns had other reasons for their despotism and inaction, but Sunny had no way of knowing if they did. Not that it mattered to Nefis. To her, they were simply an obstacle that had to be destroyed. Her personal desire to avenge the immortal Flame clan and bring retribution to those who had betrayed her father only made the task sweeter. However, her enemies were much too strong. She would only be able to challenge them if she became supreme herself, but the path to supremacy was guarded by the very people she needed to destroy. Faced with this dead end, she had decided to use the sovereign's own power to vanquish them. She also wanted to infiltrate the ranks of her enemy and put herself in the position to attack one of the great clans from within when the time came. Sunny let out a heavy sigh. So, let me get this straight. You are going to join Clan Valor, fight for them until Clan Song is destroyed to earn Anvil's trust, then turn your blade against him. Nefis lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. More or less. Why? He rubbed his face. This is a terrible plan. There are more holes in this plan than in Swiss cheese, whoever Sui is. Who says that Valor will win this war? Who says that Anvil will ever treat you as anything but a latent threat? Do you think that he is a fool? Surely, he knows how much you have to hate his guts. Changing Star looked at him calmly. I do. I say who wins. I say whether he trusts me or not. It all depends on me, does it not? If I want the Great Song clan to fall, I have to make sure that it falls. If I want to win Anvil's favor, I have to make sure that he favors me. I am not a passive observer in this, Sunny. I have agency to shape the future into what I want it to be, or at least try to. Sure, the chances of success are poor. But when were the odds ever on our side? Sunny scoffed, then shook his head. I'll give you that. Our luck was always terrible. However, there is a difference between being thrown into overwhelming danger against your will and deciding to put yourself at risk of your own volition. Unlike before, we don't have to be underdogs. You are choosing this. Nefis shook her head, as well. That is where you are wrong, Sunny. Do you really think that I have any choice? Do you think that I can turn back now? That the sovereigns will ever let me be? No, it is too late for that. It is as you said, Valor are determined to have their pound of flesh. All I can choose is where they sink their teeth. He glared at her for a few moments, then spat. Aren't you forgetting something? Looking at him, Changing Star frowned. What? Sunny took a step forward. Me, you are forgetting me. I have a say in this too, goddammit. She remained silent for a while. Eventually, Nefis said, I am not forcing you to do anything. You don't have to follow me to Valor if you don't wish to. A crooked smile appeared on his face. Oh, great, but is this really true? There is a certain bond between us, after all. I am only free to do as I wish until you decide otherwise. Who knows if your mood will change one day? Nef stared at him for a few long seconds. Then, she sighed and crossed her arms. Ah, so this is what it's all about. Sunny gritted his teeth, then said slowly. Since we are talking about it, let's talk. This conversation was a long time coming. So, Nefis, tell me, what are you going to do with your power over me? Her face remained impassive. Nef looked at him coldly for a moment, and then said. Nothing. I will never order you to do something for me, ever again. Sunny was already opening his mouth to retort before she finished speaking, but then froze. He stood still for a few moments, then let out a long breath. Well, good, because if you ever tried, one of us would have died. That is not a threat, just a fact. Suddenly, white sparks ignited in Changing Star's eyes. She leaned forward slightly and said, her voice full of barely suppressed emotion. And do you know why? Suddenly feeling a sense of unease, Sunny frowned. No, I can't say that I do. Why? She took a step forward and stopped in front of him, almost as close as they had been during their dance. Her face was still, but her eyes were full of searing flame. Because I don't need anyone to follow me against their will. I don't need a magical collar to make people serve me. I don't need slaves. That is not enough for me, Sunny. Why should I settle for submission when I can have loyalty? People who will follow me, serve me, and obey me will do so because that is their most ardent desire. They will do so with a smile. If I ever want to make you mine, Sunny, you will become mine, not because you were forced to, but because you would want to. That is also a fact. He stared at her for a few moments, startled by the sudden intensity of her words. Then, a stubborn expression appeared on his face. Aren't you too full of yourself? Who do you think you are, to decide what I want? Nefis looked at him, then turned away and sighed. I am the person who knows you best in the world, Sunny. 2 worlds, even. She lingered for a few moments, and then added quietly. As I said, I will never force you to do anything. But whether you like it or not, our fates are intertwined. And that bond has nothing to do with your innate ability. In truth, they were entangled the moment we met, in front of the academy gates. We just did not know it yet. You can't escape it. Can't escape fate. Sunny looked at Nefis for a long time, and then smiled darkly. Watch me. With that, he dismissed the bone flute, turned around, and left the kitchen. Entering the corridor, Sunny walked away. His nostrils were flaring, and his face was contorted by an expression of anger. As he walked, he took out his communicator and dialed a familiar number. After some time, a female voice resounded from the speaker. Sunny, what a nice surprise. It's good to hear from you. He hesitated for a few moments, and then took a deep breath. Then, Sunny smiled and answered in a friendly tone. Master Jet, hey, I have a question for you. He paused for a second, and then asked. How cold is it in Antarctica? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 809-809, True Strength. 1,239 words. Sunny was riled and angry. Once again, talking to Nefis made him lose his sense of balance. However, the decision he made was not an emotional one. He had enough composure to keep a clear head even while being affected by seething feelings. Years of battles and dire conflicts had taught him how to keep a cool head. So, his choice was cold and calculated. 2 things had become clear during the conversation. The first one was very simple. Nefis intended to join the great clan Valor, while Sunny didn't want to have anything to do with it. It was one thing to become a retainer of a powerful and prosperous clan in order to make use of its vast knowledge, arsenal, and resources. Despite his strong desire to remain independent, Sunny had entertained the idea himself. However, it was a completely different thing to join an embattled clan that was on the verge of entering a destructive and bloody war against a similarly fearsome adversary. To add insult to injury, Valor was on the losing end of the equation. Their enemy, the great clan Song, held all the advantages. And even worse than that was the idea of joining a warring faction with conscious plans of betraying it further down the line. Neffy's was more than willing to eventually face not one, but both great clans in battle. She had her goals and conviction, but Sunny just wanted to be left alone. He saw no reason to follow her into the dragon's maw. More than that, with her joining Valor, the initial condition that had forced him into the damned negotiations in the first place was resolved. Since Valor was willing to settle for recruiting just one member of the cohort, and Changing Star was willing to play the role of the recruit, then why the hell would he follow suit? In short, despite all the contradictory feelings raging in Sunny's heart, the situation was rather straightforward. There was no compelling reason for him to enter into service of the Great Clan, but there was a convenient opportunity for him to take a step back and walk away. He would be a fool not to use it. Of course, in reality, things were a bit more complicated. What Changing Star had said might have angered him, but she was not wrong. Their fates did, indeed, seem to be intertwined. From being born in the same year to receiving divine and complementing aspects, from meeting at the gates of the academy to being sent to the same small patch of the forgotten shore, whether by coincidence or not, their connection went far beyond the tether of the shadow bond. Sunny had a strong suspicion that his intrinsic attribute, fate, had a lot to do with placing Neffy's in his path. And as much as Sunny wished to defy fate, he was not arrogant enough to think that he was ready to break its chains just yet. He could already see how, no matter what he did, he would not be able to escape colliding against Changing Star again. She had been right when she said that escaping the notice of the great clans entirely was impossible for them, more so for her, but also true for Sunny. With his meteoric rise, his special strategic asset designation, and his connection to both Neffy's and Mordred, not to mention Shadow God and Weaver, coming into contact with the sovereigns and their domains was just a matter of time. Even if Neff joined Valor and Sunny did not, they would most likely meet again soon enough. The question, then, was more about the nature of their future relationship than whether it would exist or not. So, what could Sunny do to shape it into something that had a semblance of corresponding to his desires? Perhaps the most important revelation that had resulted from their conversation was the nature of Neff's intentions toward Sunny and her power over him. Sunny had spent several weeks burying his head in the sand and avoiding this pivotal discussion. As the result, those weeks had been, perhaps, some of the nicest in his life. However, his actions had also caused everything to blow up in his face in the end. Neffy's had said in no uncertain terms that she had no intention of ever issuing another order to him. Not because of any moral consideration, but simply because it was beneath her. Changing Star had no need for an unwilling slave. She disdained the idea of forcing anyone to obey her. Instead, she planned to have people follow her of their own free will. Instead of enslaving anyone, she preferred to have people enslave and bind themselves by their desire to serve her. Neff had told him that she would never force him to do anything. But she also seemed to be certain that he would follow her willingly, in the end. And that, to Sunny, was the core problem of the dynamic between them. He believed that Neffy's valued him. She even respected him, but despite all that, she still saw him as a follower. And a follower could never be an equal. Damn it, worst of all, her stance was not baseless. Sunny couldn't help but think back to his conversation with Effie. The Huntress had told him once that he would never be stronger than Changing Star, because Changing Star had something that he lacked. Conviction. Sunny had been tempted to dismiss her well-meant, but biting remark. However, he could not dismiss the fact that despite all his desperate attempts, despite him almost killing himself several times to catch up to Neffy's, there was still a noticeable gap in power and accomplishment between them. He did not think that he lacked determination. Gods knew that very few people have pushed themselves as hard, and endured as much, as he had. But his last conversation with Changing Star had finally given Sunny an inkling of what it was exactly that he lacked. As far as Sunny saw it, his determination was no less intense than Neff's. However, all his goals were internal. All he did was react to things. He did not strive to reach anything, instead, he only strived to avoid and get away from things. Get away from danger, from poverty, from fate itself. He had always been reactive. Neff, on the contrary, had always been active. She had always pursued a goal that was larger than herself. As the result, her conviction pushed her forward like an external force, while Sunny was stuck trying to pull himself up with nothing propelling him forward. That was why he was destined to always lag behind. Selfish desire to attain material wealth and live free would never be able to push him as hard and as far as Changing Star's insane and unattainable dream was pushing her. At least that was his current thinking. Maybe it was all senseless crap. In any case, Sunny was determined to try and find an equally powerful motivation. Either it would help him, or it would not. However, no matter what happened, he was not satisfied being seen as a valued follower instead of an equal. He was still determined to grow stronger, much stronger, and if conviction was what it took to speed up his progress, he was willing to give it a try. Where was one supposed to find conviction, though? Well, Sunny was pretty sure that attempting to save hundreds of millions of people in Antarctica was a good place to start. That was where he was going to go in search of true strength. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 810 to 810, Secret Gift. 1,526 words. A couple of days later, Sunny was staring at his living room with a strange expression on his face. Everything had already been settled. He was leaving on another long expedition, this time, in the waking world instead of the dream realm. Somehow, it promised to be even more of a nightmare. Well, whatever, high matters of fate and conviction aside, Antarctica was still a perfect place for him to grow stronger. Now that Sunny was a master, it was not as easy for him to gather shadow fragments. Only fallen nightmare creatures and those more powerful would do. Finding swarms of them was a task in and of itself, and the southern quadrant that was about to be devoured by an endless horde of abominations offered a perfect opportunity. Not only would he be able to work toward becoming a tyrant, test his mettle, and sharpen his skill, there would also be plenty of soul shards for him to collect, which he needed to continue practicing weaving. So, Sunny was supposed to be gathering his things and preparing to leave. The thing was, that he had already done that before the ball, just in case he would have to run away in haste. Sunny had prepared so thoroughly that he could just walk out of the door and disappear right now. Huh, weird, he sighed and then checked the refrigerator again, just to make sure that he did not leave anything that could spoil there. Nope, all clean. His communicator vibrated, then displayed a notification. The title of a network article appeared in view. Breaking news. A young hero is adopted by the brother-in-arms of her late father. Changing Star joins hands with the great clan Valor. The corner of his mouth twitched. At that moment, the door opened, letting in Effie and Kai. The two looked around, noticing the condition of the house. A few moments later, the huntress shook her head. Damn, you are really leaving. Sunny closed the refrigerator, then walked over and patted her on the shoulder. I am. Effie stared at him for a couple of moments, then sighed. And you're still not going to tell us where? He smiled. Ah, I'm not at liberty to say. Don't worry, though, you'll probably learn in about a month. She blinked. What's that supposed to mean? Sunny waved a hand. It just means that you'll know soon. Effie remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged with irritation. Well, alright, be that way, then. Sunny hesitated for a bit. Finally, he asked, what about you, and, the others? This time, it was Kai who answered. You must have already seen the news. It hasn't been officially announced yet, but a thing like that is hard to keep secret. Neffy's is being adopted by Clan Valor. Cassie and the Firekeepers will follow her as retainers. As for Effie and I, well, to be honest, we haven't decided yet. Sunny glanced at his friends with a somber expression. What are you guys thinking? Effie leaned on the wall and grimaced. Ah, I don't know. I was always thinking about becoming a master, but weirdly, I never really thought about what I would do after. Those pompous Valor folks rub me the wrong way, but they do have a lot to offer. Plus, pretty much everyone I know is with them now. Kai smiled weakly. I am even more lost. I didn't even have thoughts of becoming a master. Now that I am, I want to do some good, I guess. It's just hard to determine what is the best way to do it. Sunny lingered for a few moments. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Well, don't be in a rush to make a decision. Wait for April, at least. It was February right now. By April, the collapse of Antarctica would be slowly starting, and the government would have already announced voluntary mobilization. Sunny had wanted to tell his friends about the approaching disaster, but Master Jet insisted on keeping it confidential for now. He was not sure that Effie and Kai would want to go there, anyway. The two of them, meanwhile, glanced at each other. Then, Kai cautiously asked, does it have anything to do with your sudden departure? Sunny nodded. It does. Don't ask anything else, though, or you'll put me in an awkward position. Neither of them did, respecting his request. A strange silence settled between them. Finally, Sunny scoffed. What are you guys doing? It's not like we're saying goodbye. I'm still anchored at the ivory tower, you fools. I can always hop in the dream realm and meet you there. Kai scratched the back of his head. Oh, yeah, true. I didn't think about that. Sunny shook his head. Same goes for Neffys and Cassie, since they're not planning to move to Bastion yet. We might not be an active cohort anymore, but we're still a big, dysfunctional family of sorts. I can guarantee that you won't miss me. In fact, you'll probably wish that I appeared in front of your faces less often. He grinned and then gestured to the door. In any case, thanks for dropping by, but now I really have to go. I'm on a bit of a schedule. He walked them outside, then watched as they boarded a PTV and left. There were no emotional goodbyes, since what he had said was true. They would all be seeing each other in the dream realm often, no matter where they were in the waking world. So, that meant that he had one last thing to do. Sunny sealed the house by inputting a security code into the lock panel, looked at it one last time, and walked to one of the neighboring buildings. He took out his communicator, sent a short message, and then waited for a bit. A minute later, a slightly surprised teenage girl walked out onto the porch, wearing cozy home clothes. Sunny, why are you here? We're not supposed to have a lesson today. He smiled, and then pointed to the backpack that hung from his shoulder. Hey, Rain, I just came by to say that I'll be going away again. This time, it might take a bit longer for me to return. Her expression subtly changed. Oh, she remained silent for a while, then asked in a guarded, tentative voice. Is it going to be dangerous again? Sunny shrugged with a carefree expression. Dangerous? Well, I guess. I'm pretty certain that I can handle it, though. I'm a pretty tough guy. So, don't worry, he sighed, and then added. Plus, I am staying in the real world this time. You can message me whenever. The network connection is going to be patchy where I'm going, so I might not be able to answer immediately. I will eventually, though. That's a promise. Finally, she relaxed a little. Really, that's great. He nodded. After hesitating for a few moments, Sunny took a step closer and said. Quote. You are going to turn 16 in a couple of months, Rain. That means that you have to be ready. You might be chosen by the spell, or you might not. In any case, I think that you are sufficiently prepared. He fell silent for a bit, and then added. I taught you as much as I could. The rest depends on you. Keep practicing with your sword. Keep sharpening your mind, as well. Most importantly, keep working on your mentality. Rain looked at him and nodded seriously. I will. She did not notice that something strange had happened in the spot where their shadows intersected. A massive, dark silhouette that resembled a Stygian serpent flowed from Sunny's shadow, then hid itself in hers. Sunny had invoked one of Soul Serpent's abilities. Grace of Shadows ability description. The master of the Soul Serpent can grace another with the trust and companionship of their shadow guide. One should be careful whom they bestow with their grace. Entrusting others with the loyalty of shadows is the same as sharing one's soul, and thus should not be offered lightly. He could not give Rain any memories. Neither could he give her any echoes. Rain did not possess an aspect or a soul core to encompass them. She certainly did not possess a shadow core to receive one of his shadows. But Serpent was different. Grace of Shadows allowed it to accompany anyone who had a shadow, including a mundane human. So, Sunny transferred Serpent to Rain and commanded it to hide itself unless the girl was in mortal danger. With the help of an ascended devil, she would be able to survive anything. Sunny knew that by providing Rain with his handicap, he might have been stunting her own growth. But he did not care. His sister did not have to grow strong, or die. He was more than capable of being strong for the both of them. Looking at her, he smiled. Well, anyway, don't be a stranger. If you need advice, just message me. You're my only student, after all, so if you suddenly die, my reputation will be ruined. No one will ever hire me as a tutor again. Rain glared at him for a moment, then scoffed. Why would I die? I'm too smart for that. You, however, make sure not to die yourself. I won't be able to brag that my tutor is a master if you're dead. Sunny grinned, then waved at her and turned away. It was time to leave the city where he had grown up, both for the first time and once again. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 811 to 811, Train Ride. 1057 words. Sunny had never thought that he would leave the city one day. He had barely ever thought that there was anything beyond the city, actually. More than that, for him, the city proper itself had always seemed like an alien land. His whole world used to start and end with the outskirts. Tens of millions of people who lived in the outskirts had a very special relationship with the wilderness beyond. They spent their lives much closer to it than real citizens, and were not separated from it by the tall barrier walls that encompassed powerful air filters. On one hand, it made them more attuned to the existence of the outside. On the other hand, they associated the outside with death, disease, and starvation on a much more visceral level. To them, the wilderness meant death in a very practical sense of the word, as opposed to distant and purely theoretical. That was why Sunny felt very weird as he stared at the train that was supposed to take him to the rendezvous point where Master Jet was supposed to meet him. The long-range transcontinental train did not look anything like the light Intracity one Sunny was familiar with. It resembled a massive, heavily armored metal beast that stretched for hundreds and hundreds of meters, its long body composed of various bulky segments. There were passenger carriages, massive cargo carriages, various utility carriages, and even a mobile repair and fabrication unit capable of restoring damaged sections of the railway should the train encounter any hindrances on the way. Rows of large-caliber turret, automated cannons, and gun emplacements rose from the roof, manned by the railroad technicians and security officers. It was a fearsome, moving fortress. Anything less would not have been reliably safe, considering that the government rarely paid attention to the nightmare gates that opened away from population centers. Sunny studied the train curiously for a while, then went ahead and found the carriage he was assigned to. As a master, he was entitled to ride in the lavishly furnished car meant for high-ranking citizens, government officials, and members of legacy clans. He also got a whole cabin to himself. The cabin was comparable in size to his room at the academy, but much better stocked and equipped. Sunny threw his backpack on a shelf and sat down near the window, enjoying the softness of an expensive-looking armchair. A strange expression appeared on his face. Well, as far as wars go, this one is weirdly opulent so far. Of course, he was sure that these luxurious conditions would not last long. No one had bothered him until the train started to move, slowly at first, then faster and faster. Soon, the familiar sights of the city and the outskirts flew by, and the great metal beast finally escaped into the wilderness. Sunny felt a solemn mood overcome his senses. Despite spending years of his life in the much more wild and untouched reaches of the dream realm, he somehow felt as if he was stepping outside human civilization for the first time. He held his breath as the various human-built structures disappeared behind. However, the actual landscape of his world did not make any impression on him. It was just sort of boring. The wild expanse of the northern quadrant mostly looked like a desolate, empty place. It was almost entirely made out of mud and snow. Whatever flora still clung to life in the barren soil looked sickly and dull. The sky was heavy and gray, and the air was slightly hazy. Apart from occasional skeletal carcasses of dead nightmare creatures or rusty wrecks left behind from the times of human wars, there was nothing much to look at. Sunny sighed. What a waste. The waking world was not entirely uninhabitable, but it was certainly inhospitable to the species that had once populated its every corner. Maybe Effie had been right, back when they spoke in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City. He stared through the window for some time, then stood up and walked to a narrow bed, deciding to go to sleep early. This was probably going to be his last opportunity to rest well for a long, long time. It would have been a shame to let the opportunity go. Burying his face in a soft pillow, Sunny closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. At some point during the night, he was awakened by strange vibrations spreading through the frame of the train. Looking up, he saw pale flashes of light outside the window and heard distant, muffled pounding. The turrets on the locomotive and front carriages of the train were firing. Since none of his shadows, which were standing watch, seemed alarmed, Sunny sighed, turned on his other side, and closed his eyes again. Soon, he was back to sleep. He dreamt of ice and darkness. In the morning, the train was moving forward as if nothing had happened. Sunny had expected as much, so he wasn't surprised. After freshening up in the small bathroom attached to the cabin, he walked over to the dining car and had a scrumptious breakfast. The cooking could not compete with the instructor's cafeteria at the academy, of course, but it was decent enough. As he ate, Sunny studied the other people present in the carriage. Most of them were government officers and had a military bearing. A few of them were awakened, and gave him respectful nods. Even though nothing about Sunny revealed that he was a master, they were able to sense it. Most of these people were probably traveling south for the same reason that he was. They were going to Antarctica, as well, so the mood in the dining car was somber. No one talked very much, and those who did kept their voices low. Sunny doubted that all the participants of the massive operation knew the full scope of the disaster that was approaching the southern quadrant. In fact, he was willing to bet that very few were as well informed as he was. More than that, none of them probably had as much battle experience as he had. If they understood the real horror of what was about to come, they wouldn't be so calm. He did not really know how to feel about that. The next morning, the armored train finally reached its destination. Sunny disembarked from the lavish carriage and froze for a moment, staring at the endless gray expanse of restless waves. In front of him was the sea. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 812 to 812, Naval Convoy. 972 words. As Sunny already knew, water was the optimal way of transporting cargo and people across vast distances. Human civilization had always made use of this property to its benefit. The earliest paths of trade and cultural exchange, and therefore progress, were situated along great rivers and later shifted to seas and oceans. That had led to many prominent civilization centers being situated along various coasts. However, humanity had regretted that fact dearly when the water slowly crawled forward and devoured all those beautiful, important cities. Even worse, once the nightmare spell appeared, seas and ocean became infested by terrifying nightmare creatures. For that reason, very few populous settlements were situated near water. The further inland they were, the better. Humans still needed to make use of the convenience that only the ocean could provide, though. For that reason, there were many fortified ports in each quadrant. Sunny was looking at one such port. Even after experiencing the dread and grandeur of the forgotten shore in the Chained Isles, he could not help but feel a bit of awe. The port itself looked like an unassailable fortress, with tall walls rising from the water and various fortifications protruding far into the bleak waves. Colossal cannons were aimed at the horizon, ready to bring down hell on anything that would dare to approach the crowded harbor. Various spell-tech defensive measures brimmed with energy. He had no doubt that even more were hidden underwater. Much more impressive than the port itself, however, were the ships. Sunny froze when he saw them. Around 40 metal leviathans were anchored along the shore, each more than a kilometer long and as tall as a castle. Their hulls bore such thick and heavy armor that it seemed strange for these mountains of steel to stay afloat. Some seemed shiny and new, but most bore deep, giant, ugly scars. Many armor plates were bent and corroded, while some were deformed by some unknown titanic blows. Each ship possessed a plethora of armaments, ranging from heavy artillery cannons to rapid-fire anti-air guns and snub-nosed mortars. Rows of rockets, missiles, and torpedoes could be seen in the hidden nests. The main cannons seemed especially fearsome, most of them resembling oversized railguns that stretched the whole lengths of the vessels. Each of the railguns was capable of propelling a heavy kinetic round with such ferocious speed that barely any human structure would have been able to survive the impact. Maybe not even a whole district would. The ships rested on the water like slumbering giants. Looking at them, Sunny couldn't help but shiver. Humanity was accustomed to regarding the Awakened as their most deadly weapon, so it was easy to forget how mighty and destructive mundane people could be with the help of the right technology. Sadly, the technology grew less and less reliable against nightmare creatures of higher ranks. Fallen abominations could more or less shrug off the most devastating of bombardments, while corrupted ones were capable of surviving nuclear blasts. Science couldn't explain the principles at work in these instances, but plenty of empirical evidence had been gathered, to ruinous results, during the early days of the nightmare spell. So, despite how impressive the 40 steel leviathans looked, Sunny knew that the ships alone were not enough to brave the ocean. Unless they were complemented by awakened fighters and guided by a Nightwalker navigator, even these floating juggernauts weren't capable of surviving the journey to a different quadrant. Still, Sunny couldn't help but admire the silent majesty of them. One thing is certain, that train is nothing, as it turns out. As he stared at the fleet, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Hey, Sunny, welcome to our small port. He turned his head slowly. Master Jet had not changed much. She was still the same, confident, beautiful, with raven black hair and cold, icy blue eyes. Her usual uniform was gone, though, replaced by a deep blue military trench coat. There was a satisfied smile on her lips. The crowd of people parted as she walked closer and glanced at the anchored ships. Impressive, aren't they? Sunny lingered for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, now that I see them, I am starting to understand how we are going to evacuate 800 million people from Antarctica. Soul Reaper shook her head. Don't be so sure, this is just one of the several convoys that is going to sail to the southern quadrant. They are going to deliver the first evacuation army to Antarctica, load up a few millions of refugees and sail back. If everything goes well, by the time the ships return, the mobilization would have already started. The fleets will bring us reinforcements, take more civilians aboard, and repeat the process as many times as it takes. She sighed. Of course, there's more or less zero chance that everything will go well. Even if it is, it will take us at least a year to gather everyone, if we are still alive by then. Who knows, maybe we will be all overwhelmed and devoured by abominations in the first few months. Sunny glanced sideways at her, his expression bleak. Quote. You really know how to raise morale, you know. Master Jet grinned. Ah, don't be so serious. In any case, I am really glad that you decided to join the party, Sunny. I really need someone who I can trust by my side. Don't get me wrong, my other subordinates are all honorable and accomplished warriors, but they're not you. He blinked a couple of times. I didn't know I was so special. She looked at him, then shrugged and started walking away, prompting Sunny to follow. It takes a certain kind of person to face the very depths of despair, and still continue to fight. You are one such person, Sunny. Soul Reaper glanced at him, then added in a voice that was devoid of any humor. Quote. And we will all experience a lot of despair in the coming months. I have a feeling. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 813 to 813, First Evacuation Army. 1017 words. Master Jet led him to an armored military PTV that stood a few meters away from the crowded platform. It seemed that vehicle access to this part of the station was heavily restricted, but she paid it no attention. Apparently, her rank and status trumped some of the rules. The PTV itself was very different from the civilian models Sunny was accustomed to, as well as the heavier police cruiser he had ridden on occasion in the past. It was much more robust and angular, weighted down by several layers of composite armor, and entirely grounded. Even if the vehicle possessed limited levitation ability, it was perfectly capable of traversing natural terrain on its own. As they entered the cabin, towering humanoid loader robots moved in to unload cargo from the train, piloted by servicemen who could be seen in the open cockpits. The crude exoskeleton platforms were devoid of armor and failed to reach the smoothness of motion, scale, and sophistication of their military siblings, but were more than enough to perform various labor-intensive utility tasks. The PTV roared to life, startling Sunny. It seemed that the distinctions from civilian models were even more pronounced below the surface. The systems propelling the vehicle forward were entirely different, producing much more noise and vibrations but also raw power. The PTV shot forward, narrowly avoiding several barriers before reaching the primitive cement road that led to the port. As they came closer and closer to the naval fortress, Sunny was able to study the swarm of activity boiling all around it. Currently, the port became a staging ground for a much greater force than it was designed to accommodate. Thousands upon thousands of government servants and soldiers were busy with frantic preparations for the approaching deployment. Numerous recently assembled prefab buildings stood in neat squares, some meant to provide the personnel of the First Evacuation Army with a temporary place to live, some serving as storage depots, production hubs, training facilities, field hospitals, and so on. A lot of heavy machinery was constantly moving between these squares, either transporting cargo or participating in the disassembly of various structures. Despite the impressive scope of the military camp, its makeshift and transient nature was apparent to the naked eye. The army was already busy deconstructing many of the buildings in order to move their components to the holds of the 40 battleships. Thousands of humans swarmed the camp like ants. Sunny saw a lot of non-combatant servicemen hurrying to accomplish their tasks, as well as plenty of soldiers busy with training exercises and drills. Some of them were awakened, but most were mundane humans. There were all types of specialist units in view: engineering corps, mechanized infantry that moved around in fearsome exoskeleton armor suits, artillery vehicle operators, and many more that Sunny could not name. He even saw several mobile war platforms that resembled giant cyclops forged of metal, ranging from 6 to 10 meters in height. These humanoid robots and their pilots left an especially strong impression on him. They were nothing like the primitive loaders he had seen a few minutes ago. Even though Sunny knew that these machines were built and operated by humans, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was looking at hulking nightmare creatures. Slowly, the scale and scope of the upcoming operation started to dawn on him. Sure, he had known the approximate numbers for a long time, but knowing and seeing were two different things. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Quote. You said that there would be several such convoys. Master Jet nodded as she easily controlled the PTV. Yes, 4, for now. 2 will sail from the northern quadrant, 1 from both the eastern and the western. Each will transport around 100,000 soldiers to Antarctica in the coming month. That will also include around 20,000 awakened, and 50 or so masters. She paused, and then added, if the mobilization goes well, we will eventually have at least 60,000 awakened and anywhere between 100 and 300 masters participating in the evacuation efforts. Sunny took a deep breath. These numbers, while the amount of mundane humans being sent to Antarctica was much more immense, it was the latter two that gave him pause. 60,000 might not have seemed like much, but it meant that a quarter of all awakened in the world was going to be concentrated on one continent, and that was without even counting those who had already been based in the southern quadrant. The number of masters was even more unbelievable. 300 was more than a half of all ascended alive today. The government was truly pulling out all the stops. Such might. But was it going to be enough? Sending so many awakened to war would also inevitably leave the other 3 quadrants with less protection, and their inhabitants more exposed to the vagaries of the nightmare spell. The pressure on the existing infrastructure was bound to increase dramatically after the flood of refugees reached the strongholds of humanity, too. It is all such a mess. Looking at the thousands of people moving around the temporary camp, Sunny couldn't help but wonder how many of them would be coming back. He had no choice but to wonder if he himself would survive, as well. Even though the members of the 1st Evacuation Army seemed trained and disciplined, he could see hints of fear and uncertainty hidden deep in their eyes. These people might have been dedicated and professional soldiers, but none of them had ever faced the kind of threat they were going to throw themselves against soon. Funnily enough, Sunny, despite his young age and lack of a service record, had come much closer to this kind of warfare and was much better prepared to withstand its horrors than most members of this hastily assembled army. Finally, he felt something that he had not felt even once since learning about the approaching disaster. The weight of responsibility slowly settled on his shoulders. Sunny sighed, and then mentally shook it off. What nonsense is this? He looked at Master Jet, lingered for a moment, and then asked. So, when do I get a dapper uniform? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 814 to 814, Special Company. 987 words. Once they entered the confines of the port fortress, the human traffic lessened to a considerable degree. However, there were still plenty of people around, all moving with determined haste. Master Jet parked the PTV near a blocky, low building and opened the hatch to exit. Breathing in the cold winter air, she closed her eyes for a moment and then let out a long sigh. After that, Soul Reaper glanced at him with a grin. Actually, you arrived just on time. The officer roster of our company is more or less full as of a few days ago, so we were about to hold our first briefing. It was supposed to start half an hour ago, but I postponed to come grab you from the train station. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Oh, Master Jet nodded. Everyone more or less only knows as much as you do, so I'll bring all of you up to speed in one go. Granted, the rest had more time to prepare, not to mention the fact that they have been with the government for years. Don't let those old dogs intimidate you, though. Sunny smiled. Do I look like someone who is easily intimidated? She glanced at him and laughed. You do, actually. That is one of your advantages, as far as I'm concerned. Being underestimated is always a boon. She walked forward at a brisk pace and said without looking back. The paperwork can wait for later. We'll get you settled and processed after the briefing. Usually, you would not have been allowed anywhere near the classified information without proper clearance and documentation, but these days proper procedure has taken a backseat to efficiency. Plus, there are very few people who can resist my charm. Sunny hurried to keep up with Master Jet as they entered the low building. After cutting through several checkpoints without anyone daring to look directly at Soul Reaper, let alone say something about the apparent civilian she was dragging into the guts of the military bunker with her, he understood that her status and reputation truly trampled procedure, at least to a large extent. Not only mundane humans, but even Awakened treated her with fearful respect. Even an occasional master they walked past seemed to give her face. He hesitated, then asked with curiosity, "Can I ask, what, exactly, is your official title in the First Army?" Master Jet glanced at him, then smiled. "Why, I am now Colonel Jet, Senior Officer of the 1st Awakened Irregular Company of the Northern Quadrant Corps of the Evacuation Army." Kind of a mouthful, huh? Sunny blinked a couple of times, then reached into his memory of the government force organization and hierarchy. He had studied the topic a bit before leaving the city. Wait, aren't companies supposed to be commanded by captains? Colonel is 3 or 4 ranks above that. It's just one step away from being a general. Soul Reaper nodded. Usually, you would be right. However, titles and authority become messy when Awakened are involved. As a rule of thumb, Awakened are 1 rank above what they would have been as mundane soldiers. That's just for normal ones, though. As irregulars, we will exist somewhat outside the army hierarchy, so our status was bumped up to reflect that. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Outside the hierarchy, what? He hesitated, then said in a subdued tone. I am not sure what irregulars mean. She flashed him a smile. You will be in a few minutes. Together, they entered an elevator that brought them deep underground. Master Jet led him through winding corridors of the military bunker and then pressed the palm of her hand against a complicated biometric lock to open a thick alloy door. Sunny found himself in a spacious chamber that housed a large, round table. 5 individuals were already seated around it, quietly waiting for the start of the briefing. When Master Jet entered, they all stood up and saluted her. It was then that Sunny realized that all of them were ascended. 3 of them were men, while the other 2 were women. The oldest master seemed to be nearing his 50s, while the youngest was only slightly older than Soul Reaper. All of them wore serious expressions on their faces and looked at her with somber respect. She waved a hand. At ease. We are all ascended here. There's no need for ceremony. The masters hesitated for a few moments, then relaxed and sat down. Master Jet unbuttoned her navy blue trench coat, then threw it on the backrest of an empty chair. Sunny let out a heavy sigh, then made sure to look somewhere else. His cheek suddenly started to burn, for no apparent reason. As it turned out, his new superior had dismissed her usual uniform in favor of a tight-fitting black bodysuit. In fact, all the masters present in the room were wearing one. It made sense. People like Sunny and them had no need of army-issued armor. They would all be using their memories in the field. A bodysuit like that could easily fit under any type of enchanted armor, so wearing it instead of a uniform was not only more convenient but also practical. That didn't make it easy on Sunny, though. There were very few places he could rest his eyes on without potentially getting into trouble. It was pure torture. Master Jet sat down, prompting him to do the same. As much as Sunny was flustered by the black bodysuits, the rest of the Ascended were similarly confused by his civilian clothes and age. Finally, one of them glanced at Soul Reaper and asked, "Excuse me, ma'am, who is this young man? Is he your new adjutant?" She glanced at them, remained silent for a moment, and then smiled. Gods, no, this young man is Master Sunless, the latest and final addition to the command structure of the First Irregular Company. He is not only one of the youngest humans in history to reach the rank of an Ascended, but also has a kill count higher than most of you combined. So, give him a warm welcome, I guess. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 815 to 815, First Irregular Company. 1003 words. The 5 Ascended were surprised by such a colorful description, but quickly got over their shock. No one seemed to have doubts about Sunny's credentials, and for a simple reason, there were no weak masters. Every person who had chosen to challenge the second nightmare and survived was an elite by definition. So, his rank was the only proof of competence he needed to be accepted by them. That was not to say that these government officers felt threatened by Sunny's accomplishments. All of them were experienced, battle-tested fighters. Specialists. They had well-deserved confidence in their own capabilities. Master Jet looked at them and smiled. Since we have already started, let's get introductions out of the way. Some of you may know each other, while others are relatively new faces. She went down the line, introducing each of the Ascended that were going to serve as the backbone of the First Irregular Company. The oldest among them was a muscular man that seemed to be in his late 40s or early 50s. Of course, as an Ascended, he looked incredibly well for his age. Master Randall was mature and grizzled, with gray hair and a full beard that perfectly suited his chiseled, masculine face. The black bodysuit lay snug against his well-pronounced muscles. Everything about the man told that he was a seasoned, consummate soldier. His presence was solid and steady. Master Randall might have not fought side by side with the members of the first generation when the spell had appeared, but due to his age, he most likely witnessed its descent as a child. His well of experience was of great benefit to the company. In fact, one would have expected him to be in charge instead of Soul Reaper. However, even if the man had any thoughts about that matter, he did not let them show. The gorgeous woman sitting next to him stood out among the group of masters due to her good-natured, friendly demeanor. Ascended Jessie looked almost like the opposite of Master Jet. She had straw blonde hair, a healthy tan, sparkling blue eyes, and radiated a strange feeling of warmth. Coincidentally, she was the closest to Soul Reaper in terms of age. No one would have called the beautiful blonde soft, though. Her tall, slender body brimmed with energy and barely suppressed strength. The relaxed attitude hit a sharp and cutting edge. This master seemed to be not only enthusiastic about life, but also about combat and the carnage of battle. She was a formidable warrior, without a doubt. So were the others. The third woman among the officers of the company was called Ascended Winter. She was in her late 30s and seemed to be the most calm of the group. Her curly hair was dark brown and tied into a simple ponytail. Sunny didn't know what color her eyes were because, strangely, the woman wore a pair of polarized sunglasses even though they were all currently deep underground. She sat on her chair in a pose so relaxed that it almost seemed inappropriate for this important meeting. Her beautiful face was aloof and nonchalant. The sleeves of her bodysuit were rolled up, revealing toned forearms and a solid tattoo that turned one of them completely black. If not for the fact that Master Winter had stood up to salute Soul Reaper when they entered, Sunny would have thought that she was fast asleep. The man next to her seemed to have the same tattoo, hinting that they were, or had been, members of the same unit in the past. He was of the same age as his female colleague, with honest eyes and a gallant bearing. There was dark stubble on his handsome face, and black circles under his eyes. Ascended Dale seemed like a steady, stalwart warrior. Sunny did not know for sure, but felt that the man's aspect had at least some relation to defense and protection. He sensed that if Master Dale decided to stand his ground, very few things in the world would have been able to move him. The last officer of the First Irregular Company was slightly older and stood in stark contrast to Master Dale. His cold eyes, an expressive face, and chilling gaze all expressed one thing. Ascended Davis was a killer. He seemed like the most offense-oriented master of the bunch, but that quality was not without subtlety. On the contrary, it seemed to be shrewd, quiet, and absolutely deadly. Sunny suspected that Davis was what he himself had once wished to be, the kind of fighter who utilized cunning and stealth to destroy the enemy with one surgical strike, thus avoiding the trouble of having to withstand retaliation. Together with Sunny and Jet, the 5 masters were going to lead the First Irregular Company. Coincidentally, just like Soul Reaper, each of the 5 Ascended had a nickname. Masters Randall, Jesse, Winter, Dale, and Davis were also known as Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride. Sunny was the only person without one, which made him feel slightly jealous. Well, I can always go by Mongrel. He blinked. What? No, that's a terrible nickname, and an even worse idea. Who said that he even needed a nickname? He was perfectly fine being called Sunny, anyway. After the initial introductions were complete, Master Jet glanced at them again and said, "We will get to know each other's aspects and combat capabilities later. It is not too important for now, anyway, since I expect all of you to act independently of the rest more often than not. Now, let's get down to business. Today, I will bring you up to speed about the projected composition of the first irregular company, our purpose, and guiding military doctrine. She pressed something on her communicator, and a large projection appeared in the middle of the table. Sunny studied the large archipelago with a prominent landmass in the east. Master Jet lingered for a moment, and then continued. But to do that, you will have to understand the general shape of the upcoming operation. As all of you already know, this is Antarctica. She gestured at the projection. All Antarctica is divided into 3 parts. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 816 to 816, 3 phases. 1045 words. Master Jet gestured to the projection. All of Antarctica is divided into 3 parts. West Antarctica, East Antarctica, and the Antarctic Center. West Antarctica was mostly submerged in water and consisted of a scattering of islands, some of them small, some of them large. East Antarctica was one large landmass that was peppered by numerous lakes, with a prominent mountain chain in the middle of it. The Antarctic Center was a long, narrow landmass that rested between the two, occupied almost entirely by tall mountains. Soul Reaper continued. West Antarctica is mostly devoid of human population, so it presents little interest to us. The Antarctic Center is an administrative and technological hub of the quadrant, while East Antarctica is the largest and most densely populated region of the continent. She paused for a moment, and then added somberly. The first evacuation army is going to set sail in 2 weeks. We will reach Antarctica 2, maybe 3 weeks after that. By that time, the chain of nightmares would already be starting. Local garrisons are already experiencing an increased number of manifesting gates, but the number will explode by the end of March. After that, it will only keep growing. Master Jet stared at the projection for a bit, and then said calmly. No matter how many soldiers we send, we won't be able to contain the flood of nightmare creatures that enter through these gates. This is something that had never happened in history before. Even the great wars that the first generation fought pale in comparison to the chain of nightmares. Don't forget that almost all abominations back then were of the dormant rank. We aren't that lucky, she sighed, then leaned back and crossed her arms. According to our scientists and diviners, the mass of gates is going to be of the 2nd category and 3rd categories. That means awakened, fallen, and even corrupted nightmare creatures, in numbers greater than anything we have seen. Of course, something even worse can happen. So, we are not going to try and contain them. The faces of the master slowly grew dim. Noticing it, Soul Reaper shook her head. There are better ways to achieve our objective. Once the army makes landfall, it will split into 3 parts, with each part pursuing a distinct objective during the first phase of the operation. One of the objectives is to turn a small number of select cities into fortified evacuation centers that can withstand the siege of nightmare creatures for months, or even years ahead. Master Jet pointed at several points on the map, then continued. The second objective is to relocate all external human population to these centers, where they will wait for their turn to board the ships. Neither the relocation nor the wait are going to be a short process. Finally, the third objective is to establish and maintain the evacuation corridors for the relocating citizens. Once everyone is safely behind the established perimeter of siege strongholds, the first phase of the operation will be considered to be complete. Sunny tentatively raised a hand. Yes, he glanced at other masters with a dubious expression, then asked. Why are we waiting for the disaster to strike before starting to evacuate people? Wouldn't it be easier to get at least some of them out right now? Soul Reaper gave him a rueful smile. That is because everyone was convinced that the event won't happen for at least a few more years. Our level of preparation is wholly inadequate, and there are no established means to start the evacuation prematurely. In short, the government was caught with its pants down. The deployment of the first army is a messy and slapdash affair, which means that a lot more soldiers are going to die as the result. Make no mistake, though, this is the best we can do, considering the situation. Sunny sighed, then nodded in understanding. Master Jet glanced at him and continued. After the first phase of the operation is complete, the second one will commence. By then, the second evacuation army should be already fully formed and arrive to reinforce the depleted first army. This phase is simple, which is not to say easy. We will pull back all our forces to the siege capitals and hold them for as long as it takes to evacuate every civilian. After that, the third phase will result in a complete exodus of humans from Antarctica and the consequent heavy continental bombardment. The southern quadrant will cease to exist. She took a poignant pause, then smiled darkly. That is the gist of the operation in broad strokes. Now, for details, as you must have already surmised from the name of our company, it is going to play a special role throughout all 3 phases of the evacuation. The first irregular company will not be tied to any existing battalion, regiment, or division. We will not be supporting or leading any of the grunt soldiers. Instead, we will act as elite irregulars. Soul Reaper leaned forward and looked at them with her icy blue eyes. Each of you will be in charge of a cohort of some of the best awakened warriors in the government employ. The cohorts will act semi-independently and respond to any overwhelming obstacle that threatens to slow down the evacuation. Whenever the mundane soldiers or their awakened counterparts encounter a problem that they can't handle, we will be sent to resolve the situation through any means necessary. The room suddenly became very cold, and so did Master Jet's expression. What it means is that we will be thrown into the most dire, bloody, and hopeless flashpoints of the entire operation on a consistent basis. Unlike regular soldiers who will most likely have time to rest and recover between battles, we will be enduring a constant succession of rapid combat deployments until the evacuation is completed, or until we all die. That is why the first irregular company was not only allocated 7 Ascended, but also why these Ascended are the absolute best we have. Each of you is an elite among elites. Make that count. She studied the faces of her subordinates, and then raised an eyebrow. Any questions? Master Winter suddenly raised a hand, revealing that she was not, in fact, asleep. When she spoke, her voice was unexpectedly relaxed. What's our logistics situation? Is there going to be food, or are we going to spend months chewing on monster meat? You know, like usual. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 817 to 817, Captain Sunless. 972 words. The briefing lasted for a while longer. The 7 Ascended of the First Irregular Company had a lot of things to discuss, and while a few nuances went over Sunny's head, he slowly gained a better understanding of the upcoming ordeal. That said, each of them had way too much to do before the naval convoy left for the southern quadrant, so wasting precious time on long conversations was not in anyone's interest. Eventually, the 5 masters left, leaving Sunny and Jet alone in the meeting room. There was a grim expression on his face. Sunny sighed, then glanced at his superior. I am not going to lie, all of this seems a bit overwhelming. Soul Reaper smiled and shook her head dismissively. Don't be too concerned, you already have the necessary experience and qualifications to make things work. It is not like the others are better prepared to deal with something of that scope. Above all, we will need the ability to swiftly learn and adapt. That is how we will survive this unprecedented mess of a disaster. He looked at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. Well, when Master Jet put it like that, yes, it made sense to say that he was qualified to face the challenges of the Chain of Nightmares. The other irregulars might have been older and more experienced, but no one had ever lived through something like that. In the absence of relevant experience, adaptability was arguably more important. In that regard, his young age and flexible mindset could even be called an advantage. Plus, Sunny had always excelled at being able to adapt to anything. Soul Reaper stood up and beckoned as she headed for the exit. Come on, let's get you settled. They moved to a different level of the bunker, where some sort of administrative center had been hastily established in recent weeks. The military admins were even busier than the soldiers above ground. An atmosphere of feverish, barely contained chaos hung in the air as hundreds of officers tried to juggle tens of thousands of issues as they prepared the army for departure. Maybe because of this haste, or maybe because of Master Jet's presence, the paperwork did not take long. To Sunny's astonishment, it took less than half an hour for him to officially become a government agent and an officer of the 1st Evacuation Army. He was issued the rank of a captain, along with all the status and privileges of one. Sunny couldn't help but blink a couple of times. Captain Sunless, damn, it has a nice ring to it. Without wasting any time, they moved to another level, where Sunny was issued with a basic set of gear corresponding to his rank. Among other things, he also received the ubiquitous black bodysuit. His communicator was already of a high-grade government model, so it simply received an extensive software upgrade. As they waited for all the routine procedures to be performed, Sunny and Master Jet quietly discussed business. So, what exactly happens now? She looked at him for a few moments. Well, you will have to do a lot of things to get ready for Antarctica. Don't worry too much and take it one step at a time. Soul Reaper paused. First things first, in the next few days, you will have to make several important decisions. Don't rush and really think matters through before committing to a choice. However, don't wait too long, either. The longer you take, the less time you'll have to accomplish other tasks. She gestured to his communicator. All the necessary features and permissions have already been added to your comm. Your credentials should have been added into the system, as well, so you can access the data through it. Sunny checked the new features added to the operating system of his communicator and nodded. So what exactly are these decisions? Master Jet smiled. First of all, you are an officer of an elite combat unit now. The members of the 1st Irregular Company are entitled to receive a fair share of rare equipment and precious resources that the government has to offer. That said, each cohort is unique and has special demands. To make sure that you and your soldiers are outfitted with not only great tools, but also ones that suit them best, a very generous amount of contribution points has been added to your personal balance. She gestured to one of the symbols on the screen of his communicator. Your cohort will be provided with a basic set of assets, but on top of that, you will be able to customize them or acquire additional equipment yourself. You can peruse what the logistics and supply has to offer through that interface, as well as claim whatever you choose. Of course, the inventory available to the 1st Irregular Company is much more robust and exclusive than what mundane units have access to. Soul Reaper sighed wistfully. What you settle on is at your discretion. You can decide to upgrade your personal gear with powerful tools, memories, or even echoes. You can choose to equip your soldiers with better equipment instead. You can assign most points to comprehensively upgrade the technical assets provided to your cohort. Hell, you can even convert all the contribution points into credits and transfer them to your personal account. Not that I would advise doing something like that, of course. Sunny's eyes glistened. If there was one thing he loved, it was receiving free stuff. Even if most of the contribution points would go into strengthening his cohort, it was still a great opportunity to soothe his greed. He was sure that the government had a lot of amazing stuff in its coffers. The decision to enlist was already starting to look much more appealing. There was one problem, however. He gave Master Jet a curious look. I can't really fine-tune gear and equipment to the needs of my cohort if I don't have a cohort though. Right, she nodded. Indeed, actually, that is the second set of decisions. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 818 to 818. Irregulars, assemble. 1196 words. Master Jet pointed at another new symbol on the screen of his communicator. The process is basically the same. You can shop for members of the cohort through your comm. Well, not really. Contribution points have nothing to do with the selection, of course. There is a pool of elite awakened fighters that have been transferred to this port. The 1st Irregular Company has priority right to recruit 42 of them, 6 per cohort. As the youngest captain, you get the first pick. Sunny stared at the screen, deep in thought. So, the first thing he had to do was to pick 6 awakened that would become his soldiers during the Antarctica campaign. He had no doubt that each of them was an elite warrior among the government forces, but being a good fighter was not enough. Creating a strong cohort was no small feat. Its members not only had to be able to pull their own weight, but also meet a long list of needs that a combat unit possessed. This was especially true for the 7 cohorts that were going to comprise the 1st Irregular Company, since each of them was expected to operate independently. In a sense, this approach was more familiar to him. Awakened serving a large force were able to specialize within the confines of their units. One cohort could do especially well in melee combat, but lacked the means of dealing damage from range. Another cohort could specialize in attacking exclusively from distance. By working together, these different units were able to shore up each other's weaknesses and allow the soldiers to express their greatest strengths. An independent cohort was very different. Although it could possess a specialization, it had to be well-rounded and excel in various aspects by necessity. This is how most cohorts in the dream realm functioned, and what Sunny was familiar with. In any case, choosing 6 awakened that could fulfill a multitude of roles while synergizing with each other was a daunting task. There was a lot of factors he would have to consider, and after that, he had to assume command of these strangers and lead them into battle after battle. Their survival was his responsibility. Their deaths, should any of his soldiers fall, would be on his conscience, too. Sunny let out a long sigh, then looked at Master Jet. Any advice? She lingered for a few moments, then nodded. No matter how good these elites are, you will still be the core element and the deadliest weapon of the cohort. Don't neglect variability, but choose those whose aspects complement yours. Sunny smiled. Ah, that won't be a problem. I might not excel in any one thing, but at the same time, I am sort of a jack of all trades. While my aspect leans toward utility, I can do a bit of everything. That leaves me at a disadvantage in some situations, but it also means that I can work well with a great variety of awakened. Anyone can benefit from having me by their side, and vice versa. Master Jet thought for a few moments. Versatility is a strength in and of itself. Since you are not limited by a narrow focus, the best course of action would be to assemble a well-balanced group of fighters that can respond to any situation with a high level of effectiveness. That will actually make my job a bit easier, since I'll be able to send your cohort to solve a wider variety of problems. She lingered for a bit, and then added, if there is one piece of advice I can give, it's to not neglect utility in favor of direct combat strength. Antarctica, no matter how prepared we think we are, it is going to test us in ways that no one expects. Things will go wrong, and then go from bad to worse. Mobility, survival, mental resilience, all these things and plenty others might turn out to be much more important than we think. It is also going to be a long, cruel, and punishing campaign. Keep that in mind. Sunny sighed. Long, cruel, and punishing, that was basically the description of most of his experiences with the nightmare spell. That was nothing new. He stared at his communicator for a bit, then asked, what about after I've assembled the cohort? Most of these soldiers are probably older than me. They are also devoted government servants, while I am somewhat of a hired mercenary. I doubt that they will be happy to be under command of someone like me, instead of one of the other distinguished masters. Soul Reaper shook her head. You are not exactly correct. Sure, you are younger than the other captains of our company. Some might see it as a weakness, but at the same time, it's a sign of excellence and greater potential. After all, none of us managed to ascend before turning 20. I am considered somewhat of a prodigy, and you beat my record by 5 years. So, I don't expect these soldiers to show reluctance to respect your command. She paused, then added in a serious tone. However, there is a great difference between being able to issue orders and being able to inspire confidence. There is no easy method to make your soldiers follow you, not simply obey you. You will have to find a way to win their loyalty on your own, Sunny. Master Jet smiled. However, I don't think that it will be too hard. Once we reach Antarctica, things will fall into place. Lead them to victory, keep them alive, and they'll learn to trust you. Sunny thought for a bit, then nodded. Actions spoke louder than words. He might face some resistance at the start, but battle would swiftly resolve everything. Either he would win his soldiers over, or all 7 of them would die. In any case, the problem was going to disappear. Soul Reaper briefly gripped his shoulder, and then said, anyway, I don't think you should worry about these matters yet. You have plenty of other issues to solve. No matter how professional and prepared these guys are, forming a strong cohort takes more than simply assembling all its members together. You will all have to learn how to fight side by side and leverage your unique powers to form good synergy. Well, I don't have to tell you. You're not a novice. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I have some experience with that. She sighed. Do remember that you will only have 3, maybe 4 weeks left to prepare. That is not nearly enough time to deepen the cooperation level of the cohort, but do as much as you can. There will be proper training facilities aboard the ships, so don't stop working until we make landfall. Sunny looked at her with a serious expression. I won't. Master Jet nodded, then waved a hand. Well, I bet you have enough to think about. I'll leave you to it, then. Don't take too much time deciding on who you want to recruit. The sooner you settle that, the sooner you can start bringing your cohort to shape and spending those sweet contribution points. He smiled and looked as she turned around and disappeared into one of the corridors of the underground bunker. Then, Sunny lowered his gaze and studied the screen of his communicator. He had a lot to think about, indeed. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 819 to 819, Alloy Beast. 1103 words. The room provided to Sunny was a far cry from the luxurious cabin he had enjoyed on the train. It was small, Spartan, and lacked windows due to being located deep underground. The designers of the military bunker did not even install a false one, so the walls lacked the lifelike projections of the outside. Not that Sunny cared about such things. In fact, he quite liked the solid nature of his temporary quarters. Perhaps things would have been different if he did not possess the ability to escape to the surface with the help of Shadow Step, but since he did, the fear of being buried under countless tons of stone and soil was not bothering him too much. The room reminded him of his hidden lair in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, which was a pleasant bonus. Sitting on a narrow bed, Sunny sighed and projected the screen of his communicator on the opposite wall. Leaning back, he then got lost in thought for a few minutes. In the next day or so, he would have to make a lot of important decisions. There were a lot of things to consider. While the task seemed daunting, he was rather excited to start. It's like playing a game, only without checkpoints and real human lives at stake. Including mine. So, I guess nothing like a game, actually. The first thing he did was acquaint himself with the default set of assets provided to his future cohort by the government. This generous and highly optimized array of premium gear and equipment included everything to cover the basic needs of his unit during their deployment in Antarctica, from thermo-regulated outerwear to priceless spelltech medical kits and beyond. The centerpiece of the set was, without a doubt, an advanced all-terrain personnel carrier that was going to serve as the mobile home of his cohort in the future. This heavily armored transport vehicle resembled an angular, high-tech mix between a turtle and a rhinoceros. Of course, Sunny only knew what a rhinoceros was because he had looked up the extinct beast after learning that the APC was colloquially known as rhino. It was hard to believe that the massive thing was an actual animal and not a strange nightmare creature. Despite its prodigious size and thick armor, the rhino armored personnel carrier was capable of moving with immense speed across various terrains. It could even climb mountains without too much problem, provided that the driver knew what they were doing. The advanced variant provided to the cohorts of the first irregular company was additionally modified with even more robust armor, inordinately powerful engines, enhanced internals, and a sophisticated command and communication suite. Of course, there was always room for improvement. In fact, the interface offered Sunny a lot of opportunities to enhance the APC much further. These additional augmentations were going to cost him a lot of contribution points, however. Still, he was inclined to believe that they would be worth it. The armored vehicle was not only going to be responsible for keeping his cohort mobile, it would also serve as the logistical core of their deployment. Its importance was already apparent due to the fact that the default set of assets provided by the government was based on its carrying capacity. The logistics and supply officers in charge of compiling this array of gear were not familiar with the covetous coffer, of course. Thanks to his loyal toothy chest, Sunny would be able to more or less double his cohort's storage space. That alone gave him a lot of flexibility as far as spending contribution points on additional equipment was concerned. The tech is important, however, it is also unreliable. Gates were known to mess with technology in various ways. The military vehicle certainly included several measures to minimize that effect, but it would still be prudent of him to beef this aspect up. After all, no one knew what would happen if dozens, or even hundreds of gates came to exist in the area around the APC at the same time. That was something for Sunny to think about later, however. Now that he knew what he was dealing with, he had a clearer picture of what kind of awakened he wanted to recruit. Closing one interface and opening another, he rubbed his temples and sighed. That is not going to be easy. Soon enough, hundreds of concise dossiers were in front of him, each containing the personnel file of one of the best awakened soldiers stationed in the port. Most of them were going to be assigned to other units, while 42 would become members of the elite first irregular company. 6 of them would be his own subordinates. For a while, Sunny was paralyzed by all the choices. Each dossier contained the description of the awakened's aspect and abilities, their service record, and psychological profile, as well as of additional skills and specializations that the soldier might have mastered and other information. His task was to pick 6 warriors who would not only comprise a well-rounded cohort and complement his own powers, but also work well with each other both in terms of compatibility and interpersonal compatibility. The former was already hard enough, but the latter gave him a headache. Luckily, very few people working for the government possessed contrarian and antisocial personalities. People who chose the life of service were predisposed to having a certain level of agreeableness by definition. Unlike Sunny, he was contrarian and antisocial enough to balance out their agreeableness all by himself. One thing that the files did not include, regretfully, was detailed information about the flaws of these elite soldiers. Not even the government servants were comfortable sharing something like that with their employer. Each file only mentioned how severe the flaw had been judged to be through passive observation, and sometimes an approximate evaluation of its specific effects. Which was a shame. A serious enough flaw could derail any battle plan. Just out of curiosity, Sunny looked up the dossiers of the other ascended captains, Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride, as well. Their files were also there, although in a much more redacted version. Reading what little was left unredacted, he couldn't help but whistle. Single quote ... Impressive. Master Jet's personal file was even more obscure. Pretty much everything except for her name and rank was blacked out. His own dossier was rather short and mostly consisted of question marks. Either the government truly knew so little about him, or simply chose not to show how well they were informed. Well, at least they got my height right. Sunny closed the file and shook his head. He could not allow himself to delay the task any further. He was in for a long and sleepless night. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 820 to 820, Importance of Utility. 1,261 words. Sunny knew what he needed, more or less. A couple of frontline fighters, a couple of ranged specialists, someone to provide utility. A healer, ideally, although even among these elites, there were too few. Fortunately, Sunny himself possessed a wide range of versatile abilities that could cover many needs of the cohort. He was able to fight up close or at range. He could scout or flank the enemies by using Shadow Step. He could use Shadow Manifestation to accomplish a multitude of tasks. Still, covering all the basics was not enough. The Antarctica campaign was promising to be long and grueling, maybe even unbearable. He had no doubt that they would face all kinds of nightmare creatures, from landbound to aerial to aquatic. Some of them were going to try and kill them with brutal force, some would employ more insidious means. To ensure the best chances of survival, the cohort had to be strong, balanced, and capable of accomplishing more than the sum of its parts would suggest. They had to be able to work together and respond to all kinds of threats. Even with several hundred candidates, he was not sure how possible it was to build something as formidable as his own cohort had been, both on the Forgotten Shore and the Chained Isles. First things first, although some would have been tempted to go for offensive powerhouses first, Sunny made a different opinion. He filtered the dossiers, allowing only those of awakened with utility aspects to remain. Master Jet had been right. Although pure combat strength was immensely important, a war was often lost or won off the battlefield. As far as Sunny was concerned, utility was just as vital. His own experience confirmed it. Back on the Forgotten Shore, fighters like Nephes and Castor had shone so bright that everyone paid them all the attention. People like Sunny and Cassie remained more or less unnoticed. However, they had contributed as much, if not more, to the cohort's survival. Yes, those with pure combat aspects played a larger role in direct confrontations with the nightmare creatures. But it was only because Sunny had scouted ahead that they had been able to avoid battling swarms of abominations that would have overwhelmed them in an instant. Cassie's uncanny intuition and affinity to revelation had saved them too many times to count. It had helped the cohort avoid lethal dangers that often could not be seen, let alone slain with a blade. Not paying enough attention to utility would have been a grave mistake. More than that, this choice would allow Sunny to handpick other members of the cohort to suit the ensuing situation. The first decision would widen and define the cohort's foundation, making the rest easier to make. He spent a lot of time reading through dozens of dossiers. There were all kinds of talented awakened that possessed incredible abilities. Eventually, Sunny narrowed the selection to just 3 of the most interesting candidates. A mature and experienced awakened caught his eye due to the ability to move and shape Earth as if it was a liquid, and then swiftly turn it back to solid state. With his help, the cohort would be able to literally shape the battlefield to stack the odds in their favor. While that ability was too slow and weak to deal direct damage, Sunny could imagine building all types of funnels, defensive walls, and trenches with the man's help. Hell, in certain situations, they would even be able to turn the ground into quicksand, trapping multiple abominations or at least reducing the mobility of the enemy. Their own mobility was also an issue. No matter how versatile the rhino was, there would be situations, without a doubt, where its incredible all-terrain maneuverability would fail. The ability to create a road was going to come in extremely handy at that time. Another government elite seemed even more useful. This tall and athletic man was capable of creating stable short-distance spatial rifts. Basically, he could allow the fighters of the cohort to teleport around the battlefield with impunity. Sunny did not have to think long to understand how incredible this ability was. He had used Shadow Step to vanquish his foes numerous times, and granting the same advantage to the whole cohort was an indescribably potent tool. Hell, he didn't even have to send people through this rift. Throwing a spell-tech grenade or a manifestation of a sorceress aspect ability would wreak havoc among the enemies just as well. The third candidate was a young woman with mousy hair and an unassuming face. Her ability seemed less potent than that of the two men, but could also be quite useful in the right situations. Just like Cassie, the young woman possessed an affinity to revelations, albeit a much lesser one. While she couldn't compete with Song of the Fallen in the broadness of application, the narrow focus of her aspect was capable of producing more palpable results. The young woman was able to perceive weaknesses and vulnerabilities of living creatures, as well as share visual perception among several people. She, too, could comprehensively enhance the cohort's battle effectiveness, although in a less direct way. Sunny spent a long time staring at the three dossiers. Which one should he choose? Each held incredible value in his eyes. He was even tempted to claim all three. But no, while Sunny was not blind to the importance of utility, he needed powerful fighters to make use of it. Without offensive strength, the cohort would be simply unable to act on the provided opportunities. Plus, his own aspect already leaned toward utility. Eventually, he dismissed the dossiers of the two men and left only the image of the meek young woman with mousy hair on the wall. Awakened Kim, the more Sunny stared at her portrait, the more he was sure of his choice. Yes, the first candidate could shape the battlefield to their advantage. But Sunny was able to achieve a bit of that himself with the help of shadow manifestation. Yes, the second candidate could provide an indescribable tactical flexibility to the cohort. However, the short range and the stationary nature of the spatial rifts was not easy to exploit in the chaotic and unpredictable mayhem of combat. Awakened Kim, on the other hand, could provide a powerful boost to any offensive action. Her ability synergized with the widest variety of aspects, including Sunny's own. More than that, unlike the other two soldiers, her power scaled with the threat. Being able to create a wall of stone was useless if the enemy could turn stone to dust. Being able to attack an abomination from the flank would accomplish nothing if the abomination was of a high enough rank to become immune to awakened weapons. Being able to see the vulnerabilities of the enemy, however, would be a boon for the cohort no matter how powerful of an enemy they faced. In fact, the more dire their foe, the more important Awakened Kim's ability could become. There was also another, much simpler reason why Sunny decided to choose the third candidate. The young woman could share visual perception between multiple people. Antarctica, meanwhile, enjoyed an uninterrupted night that lasted for several months. What it meant was that the first irregular company would be fighting in near-complete darkness for at least 4 months after arriving into the southern quadrant. While this problem could be somewhat solved with technology, there was a better and more reliable solution. Sunny could see in the dark, and with Awakened Kim's help, his soldiers would share in this ability too. He looked at the dossier one last time and nodded. Good, this young woman was going to be the first cornerstone of his cohort. Share to your friends. 12. Shares. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 821 to 821. Offense Pillars. 1047 words. Now that Sunny knew what kind of logistical and combat support his cohort would be able to enjoy, thanks to him, Awakened Kim, and the heavily armored Rhino, he had a tentative understanding of what direction he had to follow. In the next several hours, he carefully studied hundreds of dossiers, slowly narrowing the list of potential candidates. By the time the night was drawing to a close, he was more or less ready to make the final selection. Of course, ideally, Sunny would have preferred to meet the recruits face to face and put them through a gauntlet to get to know their characters, styles, and limits better. But in the current situation, being able to study their personnel files was already good enough. He had chosen several important traits that most, or better yet each, of the candidates had to possess. First of all, Sunny decided to favor sustainability and lasting battlefield presence over pure might and burst damage potential. Sure, many of the elite government soldiers possessed awesome aspect abilities that could deliver truly fearsome results in a short span of time. However, these awakened also burned through essence with a frightening speed. The Antarctica campaign promised to be a marathon, or rather, a marathon stacked on top of a marathon, stacked on top of a marathon, stacked on top of a marathon. Longevity was king. He vastly preferred fighting side by side with people who could maintain their peak battle state for long stretches of time, even if their immediate combat performance was not as impressive. Secondly, he deliberately paid more attention to fighters who implemented higher than usual amounts of finesse, calculation, and cunning in their approach to combat. Not only were such people better at conserving their energy, but they also suited his own inclinations very well. Additionally, fighters like these were bound to make better use of Awakened Kim's ability to recognize vulnerabilities of the enemy. The third and last trait he sought out was mental fortitude. No government elite was a slouch in terms of determination and resilience, but some stood out among all others. Most of them were those awakened who had gone through crushing defeats, but were nevertheless able to pick themselves up and grow stronger for it. Sunny was more or less certain that he had endured more torment and hopelessness than even the other ascended captains of the first irregular company. As such, he had a better idea of how ruthless and punishing the long campaign in the southern quadrant could turn out to be. So, even if it meant settling for someone with less power or talent, he was determined to pick the most dogged and tenacious of the awakened elites. In the end, 6 dossiers remained projected on the wall of his small room. Awakened Kim had been his first choice. This young woman was the cornerstone of the cohort due to her valuable aspect, which allowed her to reveal the weaknesses of the enemy and share visual perception among herself and her allies. Additionally, she was a certified technician who could look after the cohort's armored personnel carrier and perform field repairs if need be. His second choice was a charismatic man in his late 20s. Awakened Bell had a lean figure, athletic build, and blonde hair. His expression on the portrait attached to the dossier was laid back and slightly carefree. Bell was a talented swordsman who excelled in offense and agility. His aspect made him especially deadly. The young swordsman was able to turn his body intangible and phase through solid matter. Despite the fact that he couldn't maintain this state for long, even a second was enough to avoid an enemy attack if used at the right moment. His second ability allowed him to infuse his weapon with unnatural sharpness and cut through most obstacles. Although the second ability devoured soul essence with terrible speed, Awakened Bell was incredibly proficient in using both of them in precise, short bursts. He only needed a fraction of a second to dodge a strike or deliver a killing blow, so there was no need to maintain them for more than that. As the result, he was able to last much longer on the battlefield than the description of his aspect would suggest. Bell was going to be one of the two pillars of Sunny's melee vanguard. The second pillar was a man named Dorn. Looking at his portrait, Sunny couldn't help but grimace. No, this is just ridiculous. Awakened Dorn was a giant of a man. He was easily taller than Effie, and possessed robust musculature to boot. Just one look at him would have made most people feel small and feeble. The only consolation that Sunny could find was that this powerhouse would be fighting on his side. Dorn's weapon of choice was a hammer, and not a traditional war hammer, which, despite its usual portrayal in popular media, was actually a relatively light and elegant weapon. No, Awakened Dorn preferred to fight with something that could only be described as an enchanted version of a sledgehammer. This heavy two-handed implement of destruction was able to crush flesh, bone, stone, and steel with equal ease. All that would have made one think that the man was a straightforward and single-minded brawler with a penchant for solving problems through brute force, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Instead, the man possessed a serious, sedate attitude and deeply intelligent eyes. His aspect could be described in 3 words: push and pull. Awakened Dorn was able to manipulate gravity, or at least something that resembled gravity, to empower his strikes with crushing weight and throw his enemies off balance. By combining these two effects in a precise and calculated manner, he was able to make use of both to vastly elevate the potency of his attacks. No matter how strong and enduring Dorn's body was, no one would have been able to wildly swing his heavy weapon around for too long. That was why he preferred to conserve his stamina and kill the enemy with one crushing, deliberate, well-timed, and devious strike. In short, despite his ridiculous size, Awakened Dorn was a man after Sunny's own heart. Together, Bell and Dorn were going to be the core of the cohort's battle formation. However, there was another person whom Sunny intended to add to the melee vanguard. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 822 to 822, Shadow Cohort. 1050 words. The third member of the melee vanguard was, perhaps, the second most important person in the cohort, after Sunny himself, of course. He had agonized over that choice a lot, but eventually settled on a handsome and chivalrous man named Quentin. Awakened Quentin preferred wearing full plate armor and wielding a sword and a shield. Unlike Bell and Dorn, he was not going to be serving as an offensive powerhouse. He was going to become the defensive bulwark of the melee vanguard, which was not to say that he wasn't a deadly fighter in his own right, of course. Quentin's aspect centered around restoration and corrosion. In battle, he was able to continuously repair his shield and his armor no matter what kind of damage they received. There were limits to this ability, of course, but as long as his memories weren't outright destroyed, they would eventually regain their original shape. He was also able to apply a corrosive property to his weapons. The corrosion was not very potent, but as long as enough of his attacks landed, the enemy was bound to eventually succumb under the weight of accumulating decay. This was a slow, but insidious and impactful ability. However, it was the first one that made Awakened Quentin so valuable. That was because he was not limited to restoring only memories. Quentin's restoration was near universal and could repair various things, including human flesh. He was a healer. Of course, as far as these rare specialists went, he wasn't the most powerful. His ability was comparatively slow and limited. Quentin could not even hope to compete with someone like Nephis or Elias in terms of speed and efficiency, and even among other healers whose dossiers were available to Sunny, his restorative power did not stand out. But after thinking about it for a long time, Sunny still decided to go with Quentin. He did not want to employ a more potent healer if that meant that the healer would not be able to fend for themselves in a furious fight. Even though his final choice was somewhat mediocre in terms of healing wounds, the chivalrous man was a more well-rounded and versatile combatant. Sunny was inspired to make that choice by his memories of Shim, the firekeeper healer who had eventually inherited the leadership over Cassie's personal cohort. Despite his lack of a combat aspect, Shim always fought on the front line and supported his companions with his blade, his shield, and his steady presence. Plus, Quentin was also a trained combat medic who possessed deep knowledge of modern medicine. He could even use his ability to help repair the rhino should Kim be unable to do it through mundane means. Overall, Sunny was happy with his decision. With 4 members of the cohort already chosen, only 2 spots remained. Knowing that he would have to strengthen the ability of his soldiers to attack the enemies from distance and fight against flying abominations, Sunny spent a lot of time searching for a suitable ranged specialist. In the end, his attention was drawn to the dossier of a woman named Samara. Awakened Samara was tall, beautiful, and aloof. She possessed a very interesting aspect, though. Samara was capable of infusing material objects with soul essence, as well as converting soul energy into kinetic energy or heat. What it meant was that she could turn soul essence into charged explosives. In a sense, Awakened Samara was the opposite of Master Jet. While Soul Reaper was able to deal soul damage with physical weapons, she could deal physical damage with soul essence. She was also very inventive in the applications of her aspect. Samara was probably the only Awakened Sunny knew of who actively utilized modern firearms. By infusing her ammunition with charged essence, she effectively made them analogous to enchanted weapons. Nightmare creatures of higher ranks were more or less immune to mundane armaments, but susceptible to memories and even unarmed attacks of Awakened. In Samara's hands, however, any weapon turned into an Awakened weapon. What a fascinating ability. As an added bonus, she was also a capable spelltech engineer and technician. Since the APC the cohort would be using was chock full of advanced spelltech, that was going to come in handy. The last member of the cohort Sunny had chosen was called Awakened Luster. Staring at the man's dossier, Sunny couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What a weird name. He shook his head, and then sighed. Well, maybe his mother had a poetic soul, too. The young man was not a very distinguished fighter, that was comparatively, of course, since all the elite government soldiers were solid combatants. His talent and usefulness lay mainly in his unique aspect. Although Sunny had not wanted to recruit more utility specialists, he couldn't help but change his stance after reading what young Lester was capable of. This guy was nothing short of a soul healer, or an essence battery, in more crude terms. His first ability allowed him to enhance the regeneration rate of soul essence, both his own and that of his allies. His second ability allowed him to transfer his essence to others. Sunny did not even have to think to know how vital such an aspect was going to be in the coming months. Sure, by choosing Lester, he would be sacrificing the opportunity to recruit another battle powerhouse, but the trade-off was worth it, in his opinion. In other circumstances, Sunny would have been reluctant to make this decision, but Lester's abilities synergized simply too well with that of awakened Samara, not to mention serving as a force multiplier for every other member of the cohort. Additionally, the young man was, apparently, an ace pilot. With him in control of the Rhino, Sunny did not have to worry that the APC would fall off a cliff or get stuck in mud. Or be turned into an alloy pancake by a random titan that happened to walk by. So, the choice was clear. Awakened Lester would be the last member of his cohort. Sunny moved slightly and looked at the 6 dossiers one last time. Kim, Belle, Dorn, Quentin, Samara, Lester. These 6 people were going to be his soldiers. He lingered for a moment, then let out a small sigh and marked the dossiers with his personal identification code. Soon, the bureaucracy of the 1st Evacuation Army would approve the recruitment request. And then, he would finally meet his new subordinates face to face. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 823 to 823, 6 Awakened. 1076 words. Awakened Lester was in a strange mood. On one hand, his life and career were going better than ever. Not only had he managed to become a member of the Special Forces, he also received a chance to participate in the most exciting operation of the last several decades. His status, citizenship rank, and even salary were now higher than he had ever hoped. It was hard to imagine that a guy like him managed to climb so far without being a legacy or even possessing a combat aspect. It was certainly better than working in a boring spelltech research facility, which he had been considering before joining the government army. Plus, he was surrounded by tons of pretty girls every day. There were thousands of them in the port fortress, and even more in the greater encampment beyond. With his dashing uniform, reputation of a valiant elite, and irresistible personality, many of them paid Lester special attention. Overall, things were great. On the other hand, the world seemed to be falling apart. The exciting operation he was so enthused about could very well become his last. What a bummer. Sitting on a broken panel of a discarded prefab building, Lester watched the swarm activity in the camp below and sipped his coffee. That was another thing. Once they shipped to the southern quadrant, luxuries like coffee would probably become scarce. He would have to go back to synthetic substitutes, or even worse, drink something as disgusting as tea. The horror. Lester grimaced, then glanced at the plain-looking young woman sitting next to him. What do you think, Kimmy? Are we going to receive our assignments today? Awakened Kim hesitated for a bit, then said in an awkward tone. I don't know. Lester shook his head. Kimmy was the strangest person he had ever met. This timid girl was the only awakened he knew, who somehow managed to not look hot. As far as he was concerned, that was a bizarre accomplishment. Every awakened was hot, that was just common knowledge. Everyone except for Kimmy. She single-handedly destroyed Lester's whole worldview. He just did not know what to make of that fact. Belle, who was perching on the same prefab panel, looked at them and flashed a smile. I think we will. Lester felt a rush of excitement. Oh, do you know something? The blonde daredevil leaned forward, then said in a hushed tone. I heard from my pal in logistics that Soul Reaper finalized the command structure of her unit yesterday. That means they'll start recruiting today. After that is done, the other elite units will be free to pick out the rest of us. Hell yeah, Lester grinned, remained silent for a bit, and then sighed wistfully. I know that the chances are slim, but wouldn't it be great to be picked by Soul Reaper's unit? Just imagine, Ascended Jet, she's such a bah. Before he had the chance to finish his sentence, their communicators suddenly received a notification. The strange part of it was that all 3 lit up simultaneously. Kimmy was the first to read the message. Her eyes widened. Seeing her reaction, Lester felt his heart sinking. Kimmy, what is it? She lingered for a moment, and then showed him the screen. First a regular company. We've been assigned to Soul Reaper's unit. It's actually her. Lester, Kimmy, and Belle left their observation spot and headed toward the training facility where they had been ordered to gather by the end of the hour. They were a strange trio. Sure, each was considered an elite, but in usual circumstances, a combat specialist like Belle would not have been keeping company with 2 younger support operators. Unless they were members of his cohort, of course, which neither Lester nor Kimmy were. The Antarctica campaign, however, had changed a lot of things. While troop movements in the waking world were happening on a massive scale, something similar, but less noticeable, was currently happening in the Dream Realm. The awakened assigned to the 1st Evacuation Army were hastily relocating to larger and better protected citadels, so that a sudden attack of nightmare creatures could not disrupt their deployment in Antarctica. Some were going to government citadels, while some were going to impregnable legacy strongholds like Bastion or Ravenheart. All across the Dream Realm, thousands of awakened were participating in this quiet exodus. Lester, Kimmy, and Belle had just happened to reside in the same general area of the Dream Realm. The awakened serving the government banded together to brave the wilderness and reach Bastion, forming a large caravan that only grew bigger as it passed various citadels. Eventually, a couple hundred awakened all traveled together while their physical bodies were being relocated to various ports, locked inside the sleeping pods. It was a weird thing. Lester had fallen asleep in one place, but woke up thousands of kilometers south of it. In any case, in the month that it had taken him to reach Bastion on foot, he and the 2 other elite specialists traveling with the caravan had become somewhat close. They were not really friends, but at least knew each other. That could not be said about the other 3 awakened they met after reaching the reinforced prefab building. Lester's face grew a little dim when he realized that 2 of them were dudes. The third one, however, wow, the tall, gorgeous redhead was a real bombshell. Sure, she seemed unapproachable and older than him by a good decade, but that only added to her charm. Belle lightly tapped the young man on the shoulder. Get your head out of the gutter, fool. Lester blinked a couple of times, then looked at the swordsman with a sheepish smile. Oh, sorry. Kimmy glanced at the two of them with confusion and said quietly. I think I know her. That is Awakened Samara. When I trained to receive the technician certificate, she taught the Spelltech introduction class to us. She squirmed a little, then approached the tall woman and forced out a small smile. Instructor Samara, it is so nice to see you again. The aloof beauty glanced at the meek young woman and nodded. Quote. You can call me Sam. We are colleagues now. Kimmy froze for a moment. Yes, I will, Instructor Samara. Instructor Sam. She blushed a little, and then gestured at her two companions. These are Awakened Belle and Awakened Lester. We traveled to Bastion together. Samara looked at the two men, then said in an emotionless tone. These are Awakened Quentin and Awakened Dorn. We just met. The 6 elites studied each other for some time. Eventually, Belle scratched the back of his head and asked. Does anyone know who our commanding officer is? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 824 to 824, Mysterious Master. 964 words. Nobody was sure who exactly the Ascended in charge of their new cohort was. Nevertheless, after briefly getting acquainted, the 6 Awakened couldn't help but wonder. Quentin, the handsome warrior with a gallant demeanor, seemed thoughtful. Master Sunless, I don't think I have ever heard of him. There is no Ascended of that name among those who had been with the government for a long time, that I am sure of. He lingered for a moment, and then added with slight reluctance. I did hear a few rumors, though. Lester looked at him with a lively smile. Come on, then, don't leave us hanging. Quentin sighed, clearly uncomfortable to be participating in something that could be amounted to gossip. Eventually, however, his curiosity won over decorum. Well, it's not much. I just heard that Master Jed deliberately postponed the formation for the first irregular company to give this gentleman enough time to arrive. And that she personally recruited him. Lester blinked a couple of times. If Soul Reaper had gone out of her way to make sure that the guy joined her unit, then he had to be a beast. Bell confirmed his suspicion. I actually heard that Ascended Sunless is a real monster. A demon of a fighter with a wild, bloodthirsty streak. Apparently, he killed 400 awakened abominations, as a sleeper. Some even say that he hunted down an ancient fallen devil before awakening. A strange silence settled in the training gymnasium. Lester scoffed. Yeah, right, that's impossible. Samara, who had remained mostly silent before that, suddenly spoke. My information is different. From what I've been told, he is a distinguished explorer and academic researcher. His published works are supposed to be available in the government database. They are very extensive exploration reports about dangerous regions of the dream realm and the nightmare creatures populating them. That sounded more believable. Explorers of the dream realm might not have been the most renowned fighters, but they had to be capable to survive its wild expanse. It would make sense if Soul Reaper wanted to recruit a knowledgeable academic, since the other captains of the first irregular company already covered the combat prowess in spades. Vandal, Mustang, Queen, Knight, and Pride were legends among the government soldiers. Their renown only paled in comparison to the dreaded Soul Reaper herself. Kimmy suddenly moved and said in a faltering voice. I heard that he is utterly mad. Some say that he actually comes from the Forgotten Shore, where he lived completely alone in the Dark City for a long time. They even say the Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan once said that he was the only person she was afraid to fight. I mean, it's ridiculous, of course. Her voice gradually grew quieter and then trailed off. After a short and somewhat awkward pause, the giant man, Dorn, spoke in a steady tone. Those are all just rumors. I only know that Ascended Sunless is relatively young, however, we don't need to guess. There is a lot that we can assume just from who he chose as the members of his cohort. Lester craned his neck and looked at the intimidating strongman. Yeah, like what? Dorn shrugged. Well, for one, our composition is quite telling. We have 2 offensive fighters, a healer, a ranged specialist, and 2 support specialists. The cohort seems to be well-rounded, but it lacks means to fulfill several key roles. We don't have a reliable scout, and our defense is comparatively subpar. He paused for a moment, and then added. That suggests that Ascended Sunless is a utility specialist with a scouting ability. Alternatively, he might be a defense-oriented fighter or simply a believer in an offense-centered military doctrine. He might also possess a powerful echo that can serve as a defensive bulwark. Dorn thought for a bit. What is especially interesting to me is that he deliberately chose Awakened with higher than usual mental resilience. He also neglected direct combat efficiency in favor of aspects that possess sufficient longevity. The presence of Awakened Luster only confirms the fact that our commanding officer puts a lot of value in sustainability. All of that tells me that he has a very mature outlook on combat that is in direct contradiction to his young age. Luster followed along, surprised that he had not come to these conclusions himself. The big guy is wicked smart. He cleared his throat, then said, well, he is a master. Everyone says that the second nightmare is the game changer. Who knows what kind of crap he experienced there. Stuff like that can make a person mature real fast. Well said. Luster nodded, pleased to receive a bit of praise, but then almost jumped. Wait, who said that? At some point, a 7th person had somehow appeared in the gymnasium without being noticed by any of them. He was of small stature, with flawless ivory skin, black hair, and unfathomable dark eyes. The guy was extremely young, and looked like a porcelain doll. In fact, he was kind of cute, in a strange, unsettling sort of way. Luster frowned. Who's that shorty? Then, realizing who was in front of him, he froze. The new arrival smiled. Good morning, Awakened. I am Master Sunless. You can call me Captain Sunless, or simply Captain. From today forward, I will be your commanding officer. He remained silent for a few moments. Then, his pleasant smile slowly turned strangely ominous. Captain Sunless stared directly at the 6 of them and added, yes, I killed 400 awakened abominations and hunted down a fallen devil as a sleeper. Yes, I am a distinguished explorer and researcher whose published works are well known in academic circles. And yes, I indeed come from the Forgotten Shore, where I lived in the Dark City completely alone and went, slightly, mad. The frightening smile grew a little wider. But all of that is in the past. I am utterly sane now. I am not deranged at all. You truly have nothing to worry about. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 825 to 825. Under Pressure. 1,140 words. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur. Sunny had so much to do that there was no time to concentrate on any one thing for too long. The first evacuation army camp around him was in a similar state, becoming increasingly more hectic and busy as the date of the naval convoy's departure approached. Luckily, he was more than familiar with having to act fast while enduring immense pressure. The first thing Sunny did after introducing himself to the members of his cohort was briefly reiterate the key objectives of the upcoming campaign, as well as share several pieces of information about the hardships they would most likely have to endure in the intended role of the first irregular company that his soldiers had not been privy to before. After Sunny finished his briefing, the mood in the empty gymnasium turned somewhat grim. Not wishing to let the six awaken stew in their apprehension, he immediately transitioned to the next stage of getting to know his subordinates. Summoning the cruel sight, Sunny smiled pleasantly and asked them to attack him, one at a time. He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by dueling each of the cohort members right off the bat. First of all, Sunny knew that he had to win their respect. No matter what Master Jet had said, these experienced soldiers were not going to put their trust in him easily. He was young, small, and a complete stranger. Although forging a real bond would take more time and effort, a simple demonstration of strength was a good start. Secondly, he needed to understand their powers and techniques better. A simple duel was the best way to do that. Sunny had an additional advantage in that regard, since his mastery of shadow dance allowed him to learn much faster, and peer much deeper than almost anyone else. In the next 30 minutes or so, he ruthlessly demolished each of his subordinates without even breaking a sweat. Although all of them were very good at what they did, his power and skill were simply too domineering. The only ones who gave Sunny a bit of a problem were Dorn and Samara. The former's aspect was very insidious when used with sufficient foresight, while Sunny was strong enough to shake off the force of the big man's aspect, even he had to improvise when subjected to it at exactly the worst and most inconvenient moment. Samara presented a different challenge. Although her preferred method of combat centered around infusing bullets with charged soul essence, she was perfectly capable of simply forming her essence into projectiles without a tangible medium. Even if these soul darts weren't as fast or far-reaching, fighting her meant being subjected to a constant barrage of explosive energy. It was a good thing that the gymnasium was built with Awakened in mind. Otherwise, the whole structure might have collapsed. In any case, neither of them managed to really slow Sunny down. Of course, he took care to exert just enough strength to defeat the members of the cohort in a decisive fashion but not wound them. After the 6 duels were finished, he had a much better understanding of what his subordinates were capable of. Not only had Sunny been able to grasp the core tenets of their battle techniques, he was also very satisfied with adding 6 nuanced, polished styles to his mental library. Knowing what to expect from the 6 awakened not only allowed him to form a tentative vision of how the cohort would perform in battle and how to command it to achieve the best result, but also helped him come up with an optimized training plan that would turn them into a semblance of a cohesive fighting force in a short amount of time. Sadly, 4 weeks was not nearly enough time to turn 7 relative strangers into a truly coordinated battle unit. The insight he had received due to Shadow Dance helped substantially accelerate the process, but the progress was still insufficient. Hopefully, they would reach at least the minimal threshold of mutual understanding by the time the naval convoy reached Antarctica. After coming up with the plan, Sunny did not linger before putting it in motion. To his amusement, the training facility assigned to the cohort happened to include 7 dreamscape pods. These were different from the one he had back home, however. Instead of being connected to the public selection of arenas, it was integrated into a closed network operated by the government. It was also centered around battles with simulated nightmare creatures, as opposed to personal duels. Sunny was even able to tune the battle scenarios to fit his goals and personal preferences to a certain extent. At first, he was very enthusiastic about this novel method of training, but then grew slightly disappointed with it. Dreamscape was simply incapable of simulating the true madness and dread of the nightmare creatures. The illusory monsters they fought were strong and threatening, but lacked the spark of life and the perverse intelligence that made the real deal so deadly. Illusions were simply incapable of pressuring the cohort enough. So, Sunny found something else to really pressure his people: himself. After the first few days, he allocated significant time to battles where all 6 had to contain a single target, their captain. While Sunny looked much less frightening than a nightmare creature, his subordinates quickly learned that he was infinitely more terrible. After an especially intense clash, the 6 awakened crawled out of the dreamscape pods and wandered off to grab a bite and rest for a bit. Soon, several of them gathered in the staff kitchen attached to the gymnasium. Luster was rubbing the shoulder he had bruised in one of the real-world training sessions as he groaned. Devil, he is a devil. Sunny, who sat comfortably in his luxurious memory chair on the other side of the building, studying a topographical map of Antarctica, looked up from the screen of his communicator and grinned. That guy is closer to the truth than he thinks. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Samara glanced at Luster with disapproval and shook her head. Unexpectedly, Kim decided to support the young man. Actually, our captain, he might really not be a human. I think. The aloof beauty looked at her with confusion. Exposed to so much attention, Kim shifted uncomfortably. All humans share common weaknesses. Temple, inner thigh where the artery is close to the skin, and so on. But Captain Sunless, he does not. It's like his skull is indestructible, and he doesn't bleed. Luster's eyes widened. See, I am telling you, guys, he is a nightmare creature in disguise. We will all die before even reaching Antarctica. Samara stared at him for a few moments, and then said nonchalantly. You know that he's probably listening, right? Luster flinched and almost fell off his chair. On the other side of the building, Sunny put a hand over his mouth to stifle a wicked laugh. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 826 to 826, Shopping Spree. 1,074 words. While the intense and arduous training slowly taught the members of the cohort how to fight together, Sunny had several other time-sensitive tasks to complete. Keeping up with all these concurrent responsibilities really tested his mental capacity, but there was no other choice than to simply grit his teeth and do it. Probably the most important of the tasks facing him was to allocate his contribution points and acquire various assets to strengthen the cohort. However, that was not a straightforward issue. After several days of studying how his subordinates fought and getting acquainted with their memory arsenals, he was finally ready to make some decisions. To do so, he chose a moment when the three members of the melee vanguard, Belle, Dorn, and Quentin, were busy in the Dreamscape pods and called his other three subordinates over. After all three of them were specialists in various support fields that had to do with the cohort's equipment. Kim was a technician, Samara was a capable spelltech engineer, while Well, Luster was supposed to be an ace pilot. That wasn't really useful in this situation, but what was Sunny supposed to do? Leave the poor guy to sulk all alone in a corner? After consulting with Kim and Samara, he gained a lot of insight into what would be the best way to spend the contribution points. The Rhino might have seemed like a simple transport vehicle, but it was really so much more. Sunny did not know a lot about war and strategy, but he knew that mobility was one of the most important factors when determining the impact a combat unit could make. That was especially so for the cohorts of the 1st Irregular Company, which were supposed to be elite rapid response units that had to constantly travel between various flashpoints to provide support to the ground troops. So, upgrading their APC was of paramount importance. The question was which aspects of the Rhino had to be upgraded the most. In the end, Sunny settled on several major upgrades. They were not what he had expected to pick before consulting with a pair of tech specialists. Instead of adding more armor to the Rhino's hull or incorporating a powerful cannon to its forward section, most of the improvements ended up being hidden from sight. The Rhino received a comprehensive overhaul that replaced its already formidable power reactor with a much more potent alternative, which in turn demanded the whole energy transmission system to be torn out and replaced with a more robust one. Among other things, this upgrade vastly improved the logistics of the cohort, since the new Spelltech reactor did not need mundane fuel and could be charged by Luster instead. The guy turned out to be useful for something, after all. The second major upgrade, unexpectedly, centered entirely around the command and communication suite situated in the rear of the vehicle. Sunny had not paid it much attention before, but after receiving input from Kim, he understood how important it was to get his hands on a better system. With all the gates opening in Antarctica, communicating with other units in the command HQ of the evacuation army was going to quickly turn into hell. Being able to maintain a stable connection was even more important for the irregulars, since the cohorts were meant to act semi-independently while being coordinated by Master Jet from a distance. Luckily, the upgraded reactor was capable of supplying a lot of juice to the communication suite, so Sunny could easily replace it with a much more advanced and powerful system that, hopefully, would have no problem punching through the massive interference. The added external antennas, both the comically tall telescopic one and the more modest parabolic one, could be retracted and hidden beneath the armor at any moment. The third upgrade was the most esoteric and abstruse. It involved extremely advanced spelltech applications which Sunny did not really understand, so he simply told Samara to choose the best option. It had to do with shielding and insulating the core systems of the APC from the detrimental effects that the nightmare gates produced. Everyone knew that gates messed with technology and electronics in weird ways, but very few people understood how and why. Considering the nature of the chain of nightmares, Sunny had to make sure that the Rhino would not simply stall and die in the middle of nowhere for no apparent reason. So, even though it cost him a painful amount of contribution points, he chose to acquire the most expensive set of countermeasures available. Sunny did not shed a tear only because his subordinates were watching. Before letting the specialists go, he made another acquisition. Knowing what Samara was capable of with the right armament, he decided to enhance her combat performance by getting his hands on the most powerful mundane weapon available to the members of the 1st Evacuation Army. As the result, the cohort became entitled to receive an incredibly powerful, by the standards of mundane soldiers, of course, mechanized rifle. The thing was made of incredibly tough alloy and included various dampening materials to make its internals more resistant to concussive damage. It was as tall as Samara herself, and possessed a long, fearsome barrel. Sunny initially thought that the rifle was a railgun, but was corrected and found out that it was actually a different type of a mass driver known as a coil gun, or Gauss rifle. He had heard all those words before, but had no idea what the difference was. Not that it mattered, all he needed to know was that the rifle was incredibly powerful and capable of propelling solid slugs forward with stunning speed. It could also fire them in two modes, subsonic and supersonic, which could be useful if the cohort ever wanted to remain discreet. Technically, the rifle was too heavy and powerful to be wielded by a human. It was meant to be utilized by a soldier encased in a full exoskeleton armor suit, or even serve as a light weapon for the smaller humanoid war platforms. But as an awakened, Samara was just strong enough to manage. After making this acquisition, Sunny let the three specialists go and rubbed his palms together. Then, he went forward and spent his remaining contribution points on miscellaneous items, and, more importantly, better memories for his soldiers. As a mad grin appeared on Sunny's face, his eyes shone with greedy light. Staring at his communicator, he couldn't help but laugh. Ungrateful brats, Daddy brought you gifts, hee. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 827 to 827, Daunting Task. 1,240 words. Sunny spent a lot of time considering what was the best use of the contribution points allocated to him by the army as far as memories were concerned. He had no doubt that the cohort was going to encounter hordes of nightmare creatures in Antarctica. Hopefully, he and his soldiers would survive, which also meant that they would receive a lot of memories and eventually even echoes throughout the campaign. Still, most of those abominations were going to be either dormant or awakened. How powerful of a memory could killing such a creature bring? Additionally, any boon received in battle was bound to be arbitrary. Even if it possessed considerable power, who was to say that this power was going to fit the members of the cohort well? So, now was his best and only chance to get his hands on potent memories that perfectly suited his soldiers and himself. However, nothing was ever simple. Despite the fact that the government had been extremely generous, outfitting 6 awakened, let alone a master, was not cheap. If Sunny had not spent the lion's share of contribution points on upgrading the Rhino, he might have been able to acquire a good amount of powerful tools. As it stood, he was desperately short on funds. This was why he had to make several painful decisions. Firstly, he gave up on getting something that he himself could use and chose to concentrate on the needs of his subordinates. That really leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Sunny let out a mournful sigh. There was just no denying it, his personal arsenal was already a bit too outstanding. He had to console himself by remembering that his 6 soldiers were, in a sense, an extension of this arsenal. They were meant to become his most powerful weapons. So, empowering them was the same as empowering himself. Secondly, purchasing echoes were also out of the question. Although there were plenty to choose from, the cost was just too high. Sunny might have considered getting one if he could turn it into a shadow, but he already knew that he had to possess the corresponding shadow in his soul seed to transform an echo. So, his main goal was to enhance the equipment of his soldiers in a meaningful way. Sadly, even that was mostly out of his reach now. That was if Sunny did not cheat, of course. But why wouldn't I? An ominous smile appeared on his face. Sunny was in a unique position to get most of what he wanted while spending a vastly smaller amount of contribution points than anyone else would have had to shell out. After all, he was an aspiring sorcerer. Purchasing dozens of powerful memories might have been out of his reach, but with some luck, he would not need to. Requesting a powerful ascended sword for Bell would consume a considerable chunk of his remaining contribution points, for example. But purchasing a dormant weapon with a suitable enchantment would not. All he had to do was study its weave, and then transplant the enchantment on the swordsman's current blade. In other words, Sunny planned to treat the memories he purchased as building blocks of powerful tools, as opposed to tools themselves. That way, he could get much more value from the contribution points in his possession. The only disadvantage of this approach was that it would immensely burden Sunny in the coming weeks. Nevertheless, he was willing to try. Even if not all of his attempts of transplanting weaves were going to succeed, he was confident that a sufficient amount would, if he chose the right ingredients, of course. Sunny studied the vast list of available memories for a while, then sighed and left the gymnasium. He had to inspect the goods personally. Sometimes, it was easy to forget that most awakened did not enjoy his ability to peer into the very essence of memories and receive a handy description of what each enchantment was supposed to do from the spell. That was something that consuming a drop of ichor that had fallen from Weaver's eye gifted him, and while there surely were aspects that allowed a select number of people to do something similar, most awakened simply had to rely on vague feeling and experimentation to unlock the full potential of their memories. It took some convincing to make happen, but eventually, Sunny was allowed into the main armory of the army encampment. There, he found several dozen of awakened busy with paperwork instead of thousands of memories resting on the shelves, waiting to be allocated to various units. The logistics of the whole system were a true nightmare, since memories could only be transferred in person. As the result, each was assigned to an awakened supply officer who served as a walking arsenal and was supposed to personally deliver the chosen memory to the recipient when requested. Sunny would have looked like a complete fool if he demanded each of these officers to manifest their entire inventories for his perusal, not to mention that such a thing would take forever to complete. Luckily, he had narrowed his selection to a comparatively short list of memories that were both cheap and had great potential. Now, he just had to take a look at them to make sure that the weaves were suitable and easy enough to copy. Sunny had a lot of goals, ranging from comparatively simple to achieve to those that required a great effort on his part and could end in failure. For example, there was a dormant memory that came in the shape of a straight razor. Its only enchantment, according to the description in the government database, made it extremely sharp. Trying to hack and slash nightmare creatures with a tiny blade was a recipe for disaster, but what if he could imbue Bell's sword with the same unnatural sharpness? There was a cloak that had no other purpose than to make its wearer weigh less by a couple of kilograms. In and of itself, the enchantment was not too useful, but what if he applied it to Dorn's unwieldy sledgehammer? Better yet, what if he managed to transplant the Feather of Truth enchantment of the Mantle of the Underworld to it? Even though Sunny still had trouble working with complex weaves of ascended memories, he felt that he had a solid chance of success. What if he could purchase 6 cheap charms, and enhance each of them with resistance to cold that the memory of ice provided? Thankfully, he could spend his contribution points to receive soul shards required for these manipulations as well. Of course, the task was daunting and complicated. Not only did Sunny have to collect all the necessary ingredients, spend a lot of time and essence to create countless strings of essence, study the new weaves, and actually succeed in replicating them, he also had to take other factors into account. The difference between passive and active enchantments, the capacity of the memories being changed, the rate at which his awakened soldiers would have to expend their limited reserves of essence to maintain the more powerful effects, the synergy between them, all of these concerns were enough to drive a person mad. Not to mention that he only had several weeks to achieve this ambitious goal while simultaneously overseeing the training of the cohort and performing other important tasks. He would probably improve his nascent mastery of sorcery, at least. Staring at the confused supply officers, Sunny rubbed his face and groaned. So much to do, damn, is being a captain always so stressful? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 828 to 828, The Call. 1,188 words. Several days later, Sunny was sitting in the mess hall of the military bunker, consuming a generous portion of food without too much enthusiasm. A couple of other captains of the 1st Irregular Company, as well as Master Jet herself, ate with a bit more appetite. Sunny did not look too good. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his whole presence was subdued and listless, a telling sign that someone was running low on essence. At some point, Winter gave him a dubious look and asked, "What's up with you? You look like you're about to topple over." Sunny waved a hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'm just tired because of all the stuff I have to do before we depart. Being an army officer is not a breeze, as it turns out. Who could have thought? The woman stared at him for a few moments, then grinned. Oh, right, I forgot that this is your first command posting. You have yet to discover the wonders of delegation. Master Randall shook his head. There are many things that can't be delegated. Plus, you have to know what your subordinates can handle to assign them tasks. I think that you are doing fine, kid. Sunny wanted to retort that he was not a kid, but thought better of it after glancing at the grizzled veteran. Vandal was almost old enough to be his grandfather. If anyone had the right to regard him as a junior, it was Master Randall. Winter shrugged. That's true. I am actually impressed by the cohort you've managed to form. It is unexpectedly well-rounded, although I am surprised by several of the choices you made. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Really? Why? She leaned back and looked at him. Well, Sunny assumed that she was looking at him. In truth, the laid-back beauty could have been staring at anything from behind her old-fashioned sunglasses. Don't get me wrong, each of us has tried to create a cohort that can remain effective in all kinds of situations. But we have our biases, nevertheless, so every cohort except yours tends to lean toward a certain specialization. Take pride, for example. That slippery bastard recruited all the stealthy creeps from the roster. Sunny stared at her without amusement. Quote. You do know that I am a creep myself, right? Then, he froze for a moment. Wait, that didn't come out right. What I meant to say was that I specialize in stealth, as well. Winter snorted. Really, you don't really look like a backstabber. Sunny crossed his arms and looked at her with a smirk. Well, obviously, if I go around looking like a backstabber, people would be on guard against being stabbed in the back, wouldn't they? That just defeats the purpose. Master Randall let out a gruff chuckle. He makes a good point. Sunny nodded, then let out a heavy sigh. To tell you the truth, I did my fair share of backstabbing in the past, which really helped me survive. But mostly I tend to find myself in situations where I'm surrounded on all sides. Stealth is a powerful tool, but it can only get you so far. So, a well-rounded cohort is the best choice, in my opinion. Luckily, my aspect is versatile enough to support all kinds of compositions. He lingered for a bit, then asked with curiosity, what do other cohorts specialize in? I've been too busy to keep up with what you guys are doing. Winter took a bite out of her sandwich, chewed it slowly, and shrugged. Ah, the usual. Davis went with the stealthy approach. Venerable Vandal here is all about melee carnage, so is Mustang, with the added emphasis on speed and finesse. I am more of a ranged superiority gal. Dale is a bit like you, but with a slant toward robust defense. As for our courageous leader, she looked at Master Jet and smiled. Quote. Actually, I have no idea. Her cohort is weird. Soul Reaper gave them a nonchalant glance. It's not that weird. I just pick people who can enhance my own battle performance in various ways. We are meant to wipe out the enemy by channeling our deadliest weapon, me, in the most efficient way. She remained silent for a few seconds. In any case, there are only several days left before we have to board the ships. Once we do, most of our decision power will be gone. Any additional preparations we'll be able to make at sea are going to be limited to a specific direction. So, now is your last chance to account for things you might have missed. The captains looked at each other with somber expressions. After a long pause, Sunny asked, any suggestions? Master Jet thought for a bit. You are not too familiar with how gates affect us, are you? He shrugged. I know the basics, I guess. Randall shook his head. That is not really enough. For us government officers, a big part of our duty has to do with containing the nightmare gates, so we know them the best. You are a master, so you must have experienced the call at least once. Correct. Sunny cautiously nodded. He had indeed experienced the strange pull that both gates and seeds exerted on Awakened. It felt like the nightmare was calling to him. The grizzled veteran continued with a scowl. Well, the call does not just affect the mind. It exerts a very substantial influence on reality, as well. Namely, it can mess with your tether in the dream realm anchor. Sunny scratched the back of his head. He knew about that strange anomaly, of course. He had just never encountered it himself. How severe is the interference? The older master lingered for a second. Not too severe, but it grows worse the closer you get to the gate. In the immediate area around it, the call overrides both the tether and the anchor. What it means is that if you decide to jump into the dream realm near an active gate, you will be pulled toward its seat instead of your citadel. Same goes for the awakened who fall asleep in the vicinity. He paused, and then added, actually, we often make use of that property. If a gate manifests in a populated area and needs to be closed quickly, we can dispatch a cohort of challengers to the seed through the call. A saint might help out and bring them there immediately, or they can wait until the first wave of nightmare creatures is cleared and take a nap, although that is more dangerous, since the challengers will have to search for each other in the seed in a potentially hostile region of the dream realm. Master Jet sighed. That is not important right now. Usually, it is not too difficult to avoid being displaced by the call. All Awakened have to do is maintain a bit of distance between themselves and the gate. However, her expression darkened. With how many gates are expected to manifest during the chain of nightmares, who knows what the situation will be. We'll have to keep the potential danger in mind and manage the sleep schedule of our soldiers, lest they are whisked away. I advise each of you to stock up on stimulants, at least. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking. Eventually, he tiredly rubbed his face and said in a somber tone. Quote. I'll take that into account. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 829 to 829, Battle Scars. 1,180 words. On the second to last day before the departure of the first evacuation army, Sunny and his cohort had nothing much to do. The gymnasium they used had actually been dismantled the previous night, so it was impossible for them to continue training. Of course, Sunny could have come up with an inventive way to put his soldiers through more grief, but he eventually decided against it. Instead, he gathered them on the wall of the port fortress for an improvised picnic. Leaving the northern quadrant was a big occasion, especially considering that they were going to war. This was probably going to be their last chance to relax and enjoy themselves in complete safety, so it would have been a shame to miss it. The cohort enjoyed a lavish meal consisting of various tasty dishes Sunny had commandeered from the officers' mess hall. There were even beverages that were technically prohibited by army regulations, even though they had very limited effect on Awakened. The 7 of them watched as heavy containers were being loaded on the massive ships in wistful silence. Well, at least 6 of them did. Luster, meanwhile, was secretly ogling Samara. After a few moments of silence, the tall woman suddenly said in an even tone. What are you staring at? The young man flinched and awkwardly looked away. That's a wicked scar you have. How did you get it, Sam? Samara, indeed, had a prominent scar that stretched all the way from her shoulder to her forearm. Since the sleeves of her bodysuit were currently rolled up, a part of it was on display. She briefly glanced down at her arm, then shrugged. When I was around your age, there was a gate that opened on top of an unfinished city barrier. As one of the closest Awakened to the site, I was among the first responders. We held the nightmare creatures off while the construction crews were evacuating. Anyway, there was an explosion, and I was thrown over the edge. Luckily, my arm got caught on some scaffolds. It hurt like hell, but at least I didn't fall all the way down to the ground and turn into a puddle. Luster blinked a couple of times, then grinned. That's nothing. I actually had my entire right arm bitten off once. A giant stone worm somehow tunneled under the citadel I was anchored in, and then emerged from underground, swallowing the gateway in one go. Those of us who survived had to fight it off, but then got stuck on the pieces of rubble, surrounded by a swarm of smaller worms. He paled a little, smaller compared to the first one, of course. Each was at least 10 meters long, actually. The only good thing about the bastards was that they could only move through soil, so we were safe as long as we remained on top of big chunks of stone. We did so for a couple of weeks. But when our food and water were gone, we had to make a run for it. I killed an entire worm myself, but not before the damn thing gobbled up my arm. Lester was fortunate that he had lost his limb in the dream realm. Although it must have caused a lot of damage to his physical body, he had not been crippled for life. The young man looked around and gave Belly a cocky smile. What about you? What's the worst you've been hurt? Huh? The swordsman thought for a bit. Well, I guess it was a few years back. I was stationed at a remote research outpost, all the way out there in the wilderness. We had a gate open nearby, and the entire facility ended up being overrun. I was pretty much the only one to survive, but the nightmare creatures were on my heels. I had no means to contact the HQ, as well, and the nearest human settlement was half 1,000 kilometers away. An amused smile appeared on his face. It took me about a month to reach it on foot. The pursuing abominations were easy enough to deal with, but the air, suffice it to say, by the end of it, I was constantly coughing out chunks of my lungs. That was the worst I have been hurt. Luckily, a kind ascended healer lent a hand to help me recover. A disturbed silence settled over the cohort. A few moments later, Dorn suddenly snorted. That reminds me of my solstice. The very first nightmare creature I stumbled upon managed to thoroughly crush both of my legs. I had to drag myself through the mud for 2 entire weeks of slow, painful crawling to get to the nearest citadel. That was many years ago, of course, but no abomination has managed to do such a number on me ever since. Since everyone seemed in the mood to boast about their battle scars, Quentin hesitated for a bit and then decided to share a story, as well. I was captured by a nightmare creature that looked like a giant spider once. It put me in an impenetrable cocoon and filled it with digestive fluid, to turn me into an easily consumable slushy, as spiders do. The problem was, I was able to heal myself a little bit faster than the acid was dissolving me. Still, after several weeks of that, my patience grew really thin. Kim looked at him in horror. How did you escape? The gallant man smiled. Well, while the acid was slowly corroding my body, I was slowly corroding the cocoon. It gave out before I did, fortunately. However, I failed to avenge the other victims and kill the spider. It is still out there, somewhere. I hope we'll meet again, one day. Kim looked down, and then sighed. I was actually never hurt too badly. There was this one time when my entire cohort contracted a strange plague, though. It was a really tortuous disease, and it quickly spread to the entire citadel. Many people died in agony. Eventually, we found out that the plague was a manifestation of a bizarre terror. Once we did, a saint of the great clan Song arrived, and somehow managed to destroy it. I, as well as those who were still alive, were spared. Lester patted the young woman on the shoulder. You did well, Kimmy. Then, he looked at Sunny, hesitated for a few moments, and cautiously asked. What about you, Captain? Have you ever been hurt real bad? Sunny scratched the back of his head. Oh, let me think. I had my ribcage crushed once, I guess. I was also disemboweled, poisoned, burned, and drowned. One time, I was even burned and drowned at the same time. Lester blinked. How could anyone be burned and drowned at the same time? Sunny gave him a lively smile. Easy, you just need to be drowned in molten metal. But the very worst physical wound I have ever received, has to be getting beheaded, I guess. That one really stung. Honestly, I do not recommend getting decapitated, if you can avoid it. It's really not worth it, in most cases. The 6 awakened were staring at him with strange expressions. Sunny cleared his throat. What? It truly isn't. Trust me, I should know. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 830 to 830, Departure. 1,115 words. The next day, the exodus of the first evacuation army from the northern quadrant finally started. Sunny and the other captains observed the mass of humans, machinery, and cargo containers flowing into the seemingly bottomless cargo holds of the 40 metal leviathans from the tall walls of the port fortress. None of the 6 spoke, consumed by somber thoughts. Master Jet remained silent, as well. Behind them, the large encampment that had been bustling with activity just a few days ago was completely dismantled and gone. In front of them was the endless gray expanse of the sea and an uncertain future. Even though only a quarter of the entire evacuation contingent was sailing south from this port today, the scope of it all was truly immense. Looking at the fearsome ships and the flood of soldiers boarding them, Sunny couldn't help but feel a bit of awe. It was easy to believe that nothing would be able to stop such a tremendous force. However, he knew better. After a while, Master Jet sighed. All right, it's time for us to go. Regroup with your cohorts and proceed to your assigned ships. You know what to do if the convoy encounters a disaster on the way. Try your best to survive. Should the flagship go down and I with it, follow the chain of command. Vandal is going to assume leadership over the company in my absence. Master Randall glanced darkly at her and grimaced. Hopefully, I won't need to. Even though the convoy was going to be guided by the emissaries of the House of Night, it was not a given that all ships would reach Antarctica. Naval navigation was always dangerous, and most of the awakened and ascended of the First Army were all but useless in aquatic combat. Including Sunny. Glancing at his colleagues one last time, he stepped through the shadows and appeared near a crowded dock. It was not hard to find the members of his cohort, since most people gave them a bit of space out of respect. Walking up to them, he put on a confident mask and asked in a relaxed tone. Are you ready? Everyone nodded, except for Lester, who suddenly seemed concerned. Actually, I've never been on a ship. I won't get seasick, right? Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then shrugged. You are an awakened, are you not? Awakened are supposed to be resilient to such things. So, we'll see, I guess. Lester's face dropped. He lingered for a few moments and sighed. Somehow, I feel like you don't like me very much, Captain. Sunny did not respond. However, Belle suddenly patted the young man on the shoulder. Well, I, for one, am very happy that you're with us. Luster beamed. Really? The swordsman gave him a friendly smile and nodded. Sure, people like you are very valuable to have around. I mean, one look at you, and it's clear that you are going to die first. Which, therefore, means that it won't be me. I feel better already. The young man glowered at him and scoffed. Don't joke like that, it's not funny. Bell blinked a couple of times. Quote. I wasn't joking. Meanwhile, Sunny shook his head and turned away to hide a smile. Enough talking, let's go. Together, they entered the long pier and moved toward the distant ship. The mass of people parted to let them through and then closed behind them like water. It felt a little surreal. Soon, the solid steel mass of the battleship obscured the sky. Feeling its thick shadow embrace him, Sunny suddenly felt a little calmer. He glanced at the gray waves below, sighed, and stepped on the wide linkspan connecting the pier to the massive vessel. A few seconds later, the dark maw of the cargo hold swallowed him and his people. Once aboard the ship, the cohort split to perform several tasks. Kim, Luster, and Samara went to check on the supplies allocated to the cohort, including the modified rhino which had already been stored in a special cradle in one of the lesser cargo holds of the giant vessel for some time. Since they had had no access to it prior to today, there was a multitude of checks and diagnostics they had to run. Bell, Dorn, and Quentin followed one of the ship's logistical officers to secure the living quarters for the cohort and get the lay of the land, while Sunny wandered off to the upper deck. There, he walked close to the edge and leaned on the tall handrail, looking down at the distant surface of the water. Images of the forgotten shore and the dark sea rose from the depths of his memory, making him shiver. As Sunny waited for the fleet to depart, his shadows explored the battleship. Even if he would not be too useful should a swarm of nightmare creatures or some colossal horror of the depths attack the convoy once in transit, he was still determined to memorize every nook and cranny of this giant steel coffin, just in case. The prospect of handing his life into the hands of strangers did not appeal to Sunny, to say the least, but he did not have a lot of choice. For the next 2 to 3 weeks, the crew of the battleship and the nightwalkers in charge of the convoy were going to decide whether all of them lived or died. Curses. Sunny was suddenly very unhappy with the fact that he did not acquire any powerful swimming-related memories. Even if they could only give him an illusion of being safe, it would have been still better than nothing. Maybe I should make it a priority once we reach Antarctica. I doubt that this is the last time I have to traverse vast amounts of water. Come to think of it, isn't it strange that I, of all people, have neglected seafaring so much? After spending so much time trying to escape the dark sea, even a complete fool would have learned to respect water. But maybe that was the reason. On the forgotten shore, Sunny had grown very accustomed to equating depths to death. He had never considered the sea as anything else because of that. Slowly, the last stragglers of the first evacuation army boarded the metal leviathans. The gates of the cargo holds were closed, the hatches were fastened. Massive chains rattled as the anchors were raised. The whole battleship beneath him vibrated as its mighty reactors came to life. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, the convoy started to move. 40 mountains of alloy and steel sailed forward, their bows cutting the waves like giant blades. Thousands of people moved in their metal bellies, breathing life into the iron beasts. Sunny looked as the port fortress slowly grew smaller and smaller. Soon, the shore became veiled in a murky haze. The first evacuation army had left the northern quadrant. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 831 to 831, Master Knave. 1003 words. After a while, nothing surrounded the convoy but the vast expanse of rolling waves. The 40 colossal vessels moved in a narrow formation, with the fearsome flagship serving as the arrowhead of the expeditionary fleet. Hundreds of formidable cannons were aimed in all directions, their fields of fire overlapping to create a lethal exclusionary zone around the procession. Nevertheless, Sunny was not reassured. He stared at the undulating surface below for some time, a dark expression never leaving his face. Despite the grandiose magnitude of their passage, the convoy moved with a surprising measure of quietness. If not for the sound of water being displaced by the mighty bows and splashing against the alloy armor, Sunny could have closed his eyes and imagined that there were no other ships around him. Wasn't it strange that he had felt much more comfortable aboard flying ships than these far more reliable seafaring vessels? He sighed, then activated his communicator and accessed the Maritime Safety Procedures Manual provided to each member of the First Army. In the past weeks, everyone had to study the sizable document and run a few exhausting drills to familiarize themselves with the strange rules of proper naval conduct. Sunny had a better memory than most, so he practically learned the manual by heart. While its general structure was rather easy to understand and explained what passengers of the ships had to do if a ship or fleet-wide alert was issued, there were a lot of strange and seemingly esoteric rules included as well. For example, the manual had passages like, if you start to experience recurring nightmares or experience persistent auditory hallucinations, report to the nearest Navy officer immediately, or, in case of alert level being raised to condition black, cease all activity and motion, do not produce any sounds, disturbances, or vibrations, do not summon memories and above all else do not actively circulate soul essence, and so on. There were several alert levels, differentiated by their color. Condition black was among the highest and most dire, inferior only to condition red, which meant that the whole fleet had to prepare for an all-out battle. However, there were plenty of regulations that fell outside these established routines. Even though Sunny had no idea what most of these rules were supposed to prevent from happening, he felt a little bit calmer knowing them. Ships move between the quadrants all the time. Hell, there are even some that constantly travel between West Antarctica and South America. There's no reason to worry too much. He sighed, then shook his head dejectedly and decided to leave the upper deck. Whether Sunny liked it or not, he was going to have to spend the next several weeks at sea. Letting paranoia get the best of him would not do anyone any good. There was a lot for him to accomplish, still, from checking up on the Rhino to finding out what kind of facilities would be available to the cohort during this dangerous cruise, and implementing changes to the training plan. Not to mention the fact that he had to continue upgrading and augmenting the memories of his soldiers. As he walked toward the nearest hatch, Sunny suddenly spotted a lone figure standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast expanse of water as he himself had been just a minute ago. The man was tall and wore a midnight blue coat that moved slightly in the wind. Beneath it was a black bodysuit much like the one Sunny was wearing, but also slightly different. It was made out of a strange material and looked much more like a wetsuit than a garment meant to be worn under armor. Although the stranger stood some distance away, Sunny could somehow feel his presence all the way near the hatch. It was subdued, deep, and mysterious, tantalizing, even. Sunny had no doubt that he was looking at another master. He hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged and decided to approach the unfamiliar ascendant. As he did, the man turned around and glanced at Sunny with a wary gaze. He was around 30 years old, handsome, and with eyes of an unusual, beautiful indigo color. Strangely enough, his black hair also seemed to possess slight accents of dark blue, at least when exposed to direct sunlight. This close, the feeling of mystifying depth radiating from the stranger was more pronounced, as if most of him was hidden from sight. Sunny already had an idea of who he was looking at. He thought for a bit, and then simply said, "Good day, I am Ascended Sunless of the First Awakened Irregular Company." The man lingered for a moment, studying him. His indigo eyes seemed to be searching for something. Then, unexpectedly, a wide smile appeared on his handsome face. "Ah, I am Ascended Knave, of the House of Night." He stared at Sunny with a strange expression for a few moments, and then suddenly blurted out, "Are you crazy?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. Knave, meanwhile, laughed and waved his hand in the air a couple of times. Sorry, I didn't, it's just that my daughter is your biggest fan." Single quote. What? Utterly flabbergasted, Sunny stared at the scion of the famed great clan Knight while trying his best to appear calm and composed. Eventually, he shifted slightly and forced out a question. "How old is your daughter, if I may ask?" Knave smiled. "She's 5, A Song of Light and Darkness is her favorite movie, she must have watched it 100 times. The censored version, of course. She just adores your character. You're her idol." "Ah, I really do apologize, Master Sunless. Please forgive my lack of decorum. I just got excited." The scion of the House of Night remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly produced a piece of synthetic paper and a pen from somewhere and offered them to Sunny. Sunny looked down with a deadpan expression and raised an eyebrow. What am I supposed to do with these?" Master Knave stared at him for a long, awkward moment. Can I get an autograph? Please, to earn some points with my daughter. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 832 to 832, Heirs of the Storm. 1101 words. Sunny knew how to write, of course. That said, he certainly did not have a lot of experience writing by hand, let alone had a signature, simply because people at large, and especially those in the outskirts, almost never used paper and pens to relay information. Why would they, if everything was usually stored digitally? However, he was in a better position than most. Out there in the dream realm, many long-abandoned traditions had found a new life, so Sunny managed to scribble down his name on the piece of synthetic paper with at least some semblance of finesse. Handing it back to Master Knave of Night, he smiled awkwardly. "Here, I hope your daughter likes it." The scion of the great clan received the piece of paper with gratitude and hid it in the pocket of his coat. "Thank you very much, I am away a lot, so this will go a long way. Next time I see her, she will probably already be 6, and terribly peeved that I've been gone for so long. Coming back with a present is bound to help." He looked at Sunny with genuine mirth. Then, a knowing spark gleamed in his strange indigo eyes. Knave gestured at the ocean and asked, "You are not too comfortable on water, are you?" Sunny lingered for a moment, then scoffed. "You must have seen the movie yourself. Is it really a surprise that I have a complicated relationship with the sea?" The handsome master smiled. "Oh, yes, I haven't thought about that, sorry. Still, at least you are familiar with it. Most people just don't understand." He did not have to say what exactly it was that people failed to understand. For a moment, the two men shared a strange feeling of closeness. Both had known the unfathomable dread of the depths, which was a rare thing these days. Sunny sighed, then studied the massive silhouettes of the iron ships for a few moments, and asked, "So, what are our chances of making it to Antarctica alive?" Knave laughed. "Well, I wouldn't worry too much if I were you. Sure, anything can happen. But this convoy is as safe as we can make it." He pointed to the especially fearsome dreadnought that moved in front of the fleet. "There is a saint of the House of Night aboard the flagship. There are several Nightwalkers such as I spread around the other ships. There are also at least one cohort of experienced awakened warriors of my clan on each vessel. We know what we are doing, so, very few things can threaten the fleet. It will reach Antarctica, have no doubt." The scion of the great clan lingered for a moment, then added in a more somber tone. "We will have to make the journey many times, bringing the refugees away and returning with reinforcements for the government army. Each of the 4 fleets was made to be nearly indestructible. Still, that doesn't mean that our passengers can relax. Keep your wits about you, Master Sunless, and do remember the rules formulated in the safety manual. We put them there for a reason." Sunny looked at the handsome man and smiled. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I have already memorized the whole thing, more or less. I may be lacking in many regards, but being unreasonably paranoid is not one of them." Knave smiled. "That is a truly remarkable trait to have. I wish more people were that unreasonable." Sunny chatted with the Nightwalker for a few more minutes before taking his leave. Master Knave had turned out to be unexpectedly friendly and pleasant to be around. He was not at all like the arrogant representatives of the other great legacy clans. By the end of their talk, Sunny felt a lot better about his current circumstances. He had also grown a bit fascinated with the House of Night. The third great clan had always been a mystery to him. Nightwalkers did not enjoy the patronage of a sovereign, but wielded an irreplaceable power. That unique advantage had carved a place for them at the very top of human hierarchy. But what was that advantage, exactly? After meeting a scion of the great clan Knight in person, Sunny all but confirmed his suspicion. The feeling Knave gave him was somewhat similar to what he had experienced twice before, one time in the shrine at the 4th level of the Ebony Tower, the other time in the Great Hall of the Night Temple. Both were dedicated to Storm God, the deity of depths, oceans, darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster. The aspects of the goddess of the black skies were all eerily related to the role the House of Night played in human society, and Sunny did not think that it was a coincidence. His previous guess seemed to have been correct. It was all but certain now that the founder of the Great Clan, an enigmatic awakened of the first generation known as Nightwalker, had inherited the lineage of Storm God and somehow shared its power with the rest of the House of Night. So, then, all 6 divine lineages are accounted for. House of Night had inherited the lineage of Storm God. Immortal Flame had inherited the lineage of Sun God. Valor had inherited the lineage of War God. Song had most likely inherited the lineage of Beast God. That was clear from what he knew about Sishan, the adopted daughter of Ki Song. Sunny had been meant to inherit the lineage of Shadow God, but it was devoured by Bloodweave. That only left the most elusive of the 6 divinities, Heart God, and the most elusive of the sovereigns, Astarion. Of course, Sunny could be wrong. Kisong might have been the heir of Heart God, instead, while Astarion might have been the heir of Beast God, or lacked a lineage entirely. But what were the chances? That is all great, but what the hell does it all mean? What were divine lineages, exactly? Did they have any purpose except for bestowing their wielders with additional power? Were they just chance remnants of ancient bloodlines, or something that had been left behind for a reason? More importantly, now that one of the 6 divine bloodlines had been hijacked by the forbidden lineage of a meddling demon, how would that affect things? Sunny had no idea. Shaking his head, he descended into the metal depths of the giant battleship and reunited with his shadows, which had been exploring the vessel all that time. One way or another, I will find out later. Right now, however, I should really go and take a look at the rhino. Sunny hastened his steps and scowled. After all the contribution points I sank into it, the damn thing better be good. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 833 to 833, Rhino. 1073 words. The vehicle stable of the battleship took up a whole lesser cargo hold. Calling it lesser, of course, did not do the space justice. It was a vast metal hall filled with all types of heavy machinery and bustling human activity. Feeling the floor sway slightly beneath him, Sunny walked along various cradles, each holding a powerful engine of war, until he reached the one assigned to his cohort. There, he finally saw the rhino. Sunny remained motionless for a while, studying the formidable vehicle. The armored personnel carrier was angular and stocky, with heavy plates of composite alloy armor covering its solid frame. Its design was stout, sleek, and strangely predatory. The whole machine was almost the size of a train car, with 6 mighty wheels supporting its overbearing weight. Each massive wheel was as tall as a human and as tough as the alloy hull of the rhino. A lot of engineering went into making the APC as mobile as possible. Not only were the wheels connected to an extremely robust suspension system, they were also attached to a set of short integrated limbs that could be extended from the frame of the vehicle to raise its profile and maneuverability. The APC also possessed powerful boosters that allowed it to sustain brief bursts of autonomous levitation, hop over short distances, or soften the blow of landing from height. It could even move across water as an amphibious vessel, not that Sunny had any plans to do so. The feature that gave the rhino its peculiar name was a massive steel wedge that was raised slightly above its wide snout. This plow could be lowered down to the ground, turning the APC into a semblance of a heavy siege ram. With this sharp catcher lowered, the alloy beast looked like it was capable of tearing through walls, piles of debris, natural obstacles, and the flesh of the nightmare creatures with equal ease. Sunny studied it with a dark sense of glee. Well, alright, I have to admit, it does look good. He lowered his eyes and looked at Kim and Samara, who were busy inspecting the vehicle. He walked over to his technicians and asked in a neutral tone. So, what's the status? Samara glanced up from the screen of her communicator, where a diagnostic program was displaying the results of a series of complicated tests. She offered him a small smile. Everything seems to be in order, Captain. He's a real beast. Kim affectionately patted the surface of the APC, which had been painted in a gray camouflage pattern. This is a superb machine. Rhino is really fast despite being burdened by heavy armor, highly maneuverable, and has exceedingly durable internals. With the expensive upgrades we procured, he has become nothing short of a beast, indeed. Sunny blinked a couple of times, coming to terms with the fact that his personnel carrier was, apparently, a he. Kim, meanwhile, shifted from foot to foot and said in a tentative tone. Would you like to take a look inside, Captain? Sunny looked at her nonchalantly and shrugged. Sure, of course I want to take a look inside. What kind of question is that? He entered the rhino through an open hatch, climbed a set of steep steps, and found himself in the interior of the massive vehicle. Everything there was Spartan, highly utilitarian, and designed with maximum durability in mind. It was clear that he was inside a military machine, and yet, Sunny couldn't help but feel that he was surrounded by pure luxury. Maybe it was because he knew how much all this seemingly unassuming equipment cost. The front of the rhino was dedicated to a slightly raised pilot's cabin, where Lester was currently studying various control panels and switches with an excited expression. There was enough space in there for a couple of additional seats, as well. The reinforced windshield was long and narrow, but offered almost a panoramic view of the surroundings. Of course, there were plenty of monitors displaying the feeds from various external cameras and sensors, as well. The middle of the vehicle was dedicated to a modest living space. There was a small lounge area where the crew could rest and spend time together, a compact galley, and a partitioned hygiene compartment. 6 sleeping nooks were situated on the opposing walls. Sunny could already imagine the competition for who would get the bottom bunks. Of course, each of these bunks could actually function as a dedicated sleeping pod, should the need arise. Behind the lounge area was a cargo hold that also served as the armory and integrated a high-tech engineering workstation. The engineering compartment itself was situated below the floor and ran the whole length of the vehicle. Finally, the very back of the rhino was taken by the command and communication suite. There was a large holographic table, a powerful console connected to the antennae array of the APC, and a set of monitors that received the same input as the ones in the pilot's cabin. Most importantly, behind all that was an alcove where Sunny's own bed was situated, complete with a privacy partition and a dedicated storage space. The mattress was the very best the first evacuation army could offer. He grinned, imagining how pleasant it would be to sleep on that thing. This is actually better than what I have back home. Such an addition was not simply to please the officers. As an ascended, Sunny possessed an ability that his soldiers lacked. He did not have to travel to the dream realm every time he fell asleep. What it actually meant was that his soldiers were going to be utterly defenseless while they slept. Even if a swarm of nightmare creatures attacked the rhino, they would not wake up. He was the only one who could guard the cohort no matter what happened. A staggered sleeping schedule was supposed to help with this problem to a degree, but Sunny had no illusions about how often he would get the opportunity to properly rest. Which meant that the rare occasions when he did get a chance to take a nap had to be as comfortable and efficient as possible. Sunny walked around the rhino for a bit, trying to suppress a satisfied grin as he studied the layout. Eventually, he approached his personal alcove and sat down on the soft bed. There, he glanced at his shadows and smiled. Not bad, huh? The shadows stared at him silently. A few moments later, the happy one energetically raised both hands, showing him 2 thumbs. Sunny nodded. Yes, indeed, I like it, too. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 834 to 834, Cohesion. 1,185 words. Over the next few days, Sunny slowly grew somewhat accustomed to life aboard a giant, floating metal coffin. Of course, the thought of being separated from the bottomless abyss of dark water by just a few layers of alloy was not too comforting, but at least he did not think about it too much anymore. What helped Sunny the most was the fact that he was simply too busy to entertain frivolous thoughts. His schedule was packed to the limit. There was so much he had to do. Most of his days were still dedicated to trying to improve the level of cooperation between the members of the cohort. Now that they had left the northern quadrant, there was no spacious gymnasium for them to practice in. The dreamscape pods were a thing of the past now, too. Of course, there were some facilities available on the giant battleship, as well as the whole upper deck, but none of it was sufficient to put 6 elite awakened fighters through the paces. Still, there was a lot they could do to learn how to work well together. From low-intensity training to mental exercises and games, anything that could give the members of the cohort a glimpse into how their comrades thought and acted was a step in the right direction. Sunny's insights that he had gained thanks to Shadow Dance helped a lot, as well. Slowly but surely, his soldiers were clicking together and learning how to fight side by side. Belle's swift and mercurial nature, Dorn's solid and calculated approach, Quentin's stalwart persistence, Samara's steadiness and deadly aim, Kim's mastery of sight and quiet competence, Luster's spirit and inexhaustible bravado, guided by Sunny, all of it was slowly melding together. The cohort had not reached the point where they could move as a single organism yet, but at least they were already able to reinforce each other's strengths while simultaneously covering each other's weaknesses. Sunny had gained a deeper understanding of their powers, as well. For example, Belle's ability to sharpen his sword was actually more complicated than he had thought. As it turned out, the actual effect surrounded the blade with an incredibly thin, invisible displacement field instead of actually making the edge sharper. Kimmy could not only share visual perception between several people, but also mix and match it as the situation demanded. She could see the weaknesses of the enemy, but simply channeling her point of view to a fighter in the middle of furious battle would have been too disorienting. Instead, she was able to transfer only the vision of the vulnerabilities, almost like a composite overlay that lighted the chosen spots up. Luster could speed up the soul essence recovery, both for himself and his allies. Strangely enough, the better he knew a person, the more distance he could maintain between himself and the target while channeling the beneficial effect. If there was one flaw to his ability, it was that it did not seem to work on Sunny. As it turned out, Shadow Essence did not react to Luster's presence at all, which was a big disappointment, considering that Sunny had stripped himself of Serpent's support in order to protect Rain. Damnation, why did I even recruit this fool? Despite being upset, Sunny had to reluctantly admit that this was not a big issue. Luster's unique and useful ability would not have had a great effect on him, anyway. The young awakened was not able to dramatically affect the much more potent essence of a master, let alone of an abnormal one who possessed 4 cores. When Sunny was not training his cohort, he was busy modifying their memories. The process was long, arduous, and complicated, but he was steadily making progress. He had imbued Belle's sword with a potent, but passive sharpening effect of the enchanted straight razor. He had somehow managed to transfer the Feather of Truth enchantment of the mantle of the underworld to Dorn's sledgehammer. The latter was an especially incredible achievement, considering that the weave of the onyx armor was one of the most intricate and complicated he had ever seen. Even more impressive were the 6 charms that he had presented to the members of the cohort. Each carried an altered version of the single enchantment of the Memory of Ice, which was supposed to raise their resistance to cold. While the effect was much weaker than that of his personal charm, that was exactly what made this accomplishment so important. It was the first time Sunny succeeded in not only copying an enchantment but also modifying it. Although the Memory of Ice was more powerful, it was an ascended charm that devoured a lot of essence to sustain its effect. The version Sunny imbued into the 6 weaker charms was more modest, but also much less demanding. His awakened soldiers were going to be able to keep it active more or less permanently, unless their reserves were completely drained. If there was one thing that he had failed to do, it was turning Samara's destructive rifle into a memory. Sunny had really wanted to, but no matter how hard he tried, the high-tech weapon was just too intricate, complicated, and contained too many moving parts. There was a limit to what Sunny could achieve. The more complex the structure of the object was, the larger its size and mass, the harder it was to integrate the rudimentary weave into it. Perhaps if he knew more, he would have known how to overcome this limitation. But as things stood, Sunny had to abandon this particular ambition. Oh well, his dreams of turning the rhino into a memory were utterly shattered. It had already been a week after the departure from the northern quadrant. Sunny was currently in his private cabin, sitting on the bed as he stared dejectedly at the heavy rifle. The battleship vibrated subtly around him, but its corridors were enveloped in silence. This far into the night, most members of the First Army were fast asleep. Sunny himself had not slept in a long while. Of course, as an Ascended, he could easily last a week without sleep. The problem was that it was already his 2nd week. Or was it 3rd? With a sigh, he put the heavy rifle aside and threw the unused soul shards into the maw of the covetous coffer. To hell with it, I need some rest. He yawned and put his head on a soft pillow. Suddenly, all the exhaustion of the past weeks descended upon him, making his thoughts slow and sluggish. A few moments later, Sunny was already asleep. And after what felt like a minute, he was rudely awoken by a loud and persistent sound. Irritated, he turned on his other side and tried to dive back into the rejuvenating darkness. Bastards, quiet down, but no matter how hard Sunny tried to continue to sleep, he couldn't. After a while, he sat up and listened to the noise with a resentful expression on his face. He could clearly hear several voices. By the sound of it, they all belonged to young women. And these women were, Sunny gritted his teeth, singing, who the hell sings in the middle of the night? People are trying to sleep here, damn it. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 835 to 835, Siren Song. 1017 words. Sunny sat silently on his bed for a while, irritated by the fact that someone had disturbed his sleep. With singing, no less. Slowly, however, his expression softened. Well, at least they have good voices, yeah. The young women sang beautifully. Their voices flowed and resonated with each other, creating harmonies that made him feel tingly. The song was neither sad nor happy, instead, it made Sunny feel a deep, poignant longing. A wistful sigh escaped from his lips. Maybe I should go introduce myself. Since these beauties were having a party, surely they wouldn't mind some company. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then frowned. Slowly, he looked down and studied his shadows, which were silently trembling. His face darkened. There is just this one problem. How the hell was he able to hear the singing so clearly? His cabin was separated from other neighboring compartments by thick alloy bulkheads. The entrance hatch was securely fastened, isolating him from the rest of the battleship. No sound should have been able to penetrate inside so easily. Suddenly, an old memory surfaced from the depths of his mind. For some reason, Sunny remembered how the members of the cohort had sealed their eyes with wax before traversing the dark river below the hollow mountains. Odysseus. His frown turned into a deep scowl. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then summoned the undying chain. As the lusterless, bleak steel of the slender armor weaved itself from light and encased his body, his thoughts seemed to have turned a little clearer. The chains of longing enchantment provided the wearer with a high amount of protection against mind attacks. However, contrary to his expectation, the beautiful singing was not affected at all. Sunny could still hear it clearly. He still felt moved by the alluring voices. Wait, what language are they singing in? Strangely, Sunny found himself unable to understand the words of the melodious song. Even stranger, he had somehow failed to notice that fact earlier. The words of the unknown language seemed to seep straight into his mind, unobstructed. They echoed and resonated with each other there, making him feel a bit weird. However, their influence was not invasive or harmful. Instead, it was rather pleasant. Sunny blinked. I'm hearing voices. Then, he tilted his head a little. Single quote. Does hearing voices constitute an auditory hallucination? Wasn't there a rule concerning exactly these circumstances in the safety manual? Right, he was supposed to immediately inform the nearest Navy officer in case something like that happened. Sunny sighed, then stood up. No matter how much his heart desired to meet the beautiful singers, there was no way he was going to follow the call of their soothing song. There was already someone who was aggravatingly adept at tugging on his heartstrings. His heart was all but overcrowded. Sunny left the cabin and went to find an officer to report his hallucinations to. After a few steps, his foot suddenly made a splash, as if it landed into a shallow puddle. Looking down, Sunny saw a thin layer of clear water covering the floor of the passage ahead of him. His scowl deepened. It was still night, so the passageways of the colossal battleship were mostly empty. Of course, activity never ceased on a vessel of this size. The crew slept in shifts to make sure that a complete complement of sailors and specialists always tended to its internal systems and manned the posts. One such post was right ahead, behind a corner. There was not a soul around, and the thin layer of water made Sunny feel uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he sent one of his shadows to take a look. To his relief, the security checkpoint seemed in perfect order. A junior officer in a blue uniform was standing near the wall, studying the panel mounted on it, or maybe simply staring at the wall in boredom. Does he not see all that water? Or, was the water a hallucination, as well? Sunny gritted his teeth, then walked forward and approached the security checkpoint. Excuse me. The officer turned around and looked at him without any particular expression. Yes, the man was seemingly in his early 30s, with pale skin and dark, slicked back hair. There was nothing particularly memorable about him, except for how still his face seemed to be. Sunny sighed, and then said awkwardly, the safety manual says to inform the nearest officer if I hear voices. Well, I do, hear them, so. The impassive man suddenly became more lively. A strange gleam appeared in his eyes. Oh, what do you hear? Sunny rubbed his face. Quote. Singing. I hear beautiful singing. The officer stared at him for a few moments, then nodded. I see. In that case, please follow me to the upper deck. Sunny shifted his weight to take a step forward, but then lingered for a moment and leaned slightly to the side instead. Glancing behind the naval officer, he took a short glance at the man's shadow. The shadow appeared exactly how it was supposed to appear. It swayed slightly on the surface of the water, staring at Sunny as shadows often did. Nevertheless, he felt very disturbed, for some reason. His intuition was not exactly ringing an alarm, but it had become strangely alert. Sunny looked back to the officer. Why the upper deck? The man smiled. Please, follow me to the upper deck. Something is wrong. Sunny frowned, trying to understand what was making him uncomfortable. Was it the Navy officer's unblinking stare? Unblinking, yes. The man wearing the uniform of a junior officer had not blinked once since they started talking. Sunny stared at him for a few moments, and then took a tentative step back. Quote. I'd rather not. The polite smile slowly disappeared from the officer's pale face. His dark eyes turned a little hollow. Oh, as Sunny backed away under the man's glossy stare, his communicator suddenly vibrated and let out a sharp sound. The Navy officer did not seem to react to it at all. Sunny, on the other hand, recognized the sound immediately. Crap. In the next moment, the lights in the passageway blinked in a specific pattern and simultaneously went out, submerging it in utter darkness. The battleship vibrated intensely for a split second, and then went still as its reactors were shut down. Absolute silence enveloped the mighty vessel. Condition black had gone into effect. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 836-836, Blackwater. 1,000 words. As the lights went out and the reactors of the colossal vessel grew quiet, Sunny froze. His shadow sense extended outward as he sensed other people doing the same. Condition black meant that the fleet was on the cusp of dire danger. After the alert was issued, every member of the First Army aboard the 40 ships had to cease all activity. They weren't supposed to make any noises or movements. They were not even allowed to agitate their essence in any way. The problem was, the strange Navy officer was still mere meters away from Sunny. He, too, stood motionlessly in the darkness. His head was lowered, so Sunny could not see the man's face. He could only hear his breathing. It sounded wet. Don't do it. Don't. Suddenly, the man's shoulders twitched. Frozen a few steps away, Sunny gritted his teeth. Curse it all. The officer swayed slightly, and then took a step forward. The water covering the floor parted, allowing him to move without making any sound. The air grew colder. A resentful expression appeared on Sunny's face. Don't move, don't make noise, don't circulate essence, don't summon memories. What was he supposed to do? Break the regulations of Condition Black and risk putting the fleet under threat, or remain still and allow the officer, or whatever it was pretending to be one, approach him? Sunny could not summon any weapons or use his stronger aspect abilities. Simply backing away was against the rules. Damnation. The man, meanwhile, took another step. Now, only a couple of meters separated them. Sunny tensed. To hell with this. The moment the bastard tried to make a sudden movement, he would learn not to mess with a master. High alert or not, Sunny was not going to let the creepy thing touch him. The singing voices suddenly grew louder. He even thought that he started to understand the meaning of some of the words of their beautiful song. The man took another step toward Sunny, and suddenly disappeared. For a few moments, he was surrounded by nothing but darkness. Where? And then, the water quietly splashed right behind him. What? His shadows did not see anything. Before Sunny could turn around, something flew through the passageway and collided with an invisible object behind him, producing a blinding flash of light. He was thrown off his feet and landed on the wet floor in a roll. Almost at the same time, the rising voices abruptly disappeared, and the battleship trembled as its reactors came back online. The lamps in the corridor ignited, drowning it in light. Jumping back to his feet as the cruel sight was manifesting itself into reality in his hand, Sunny looked ahead and saw a familiar figure pressing something dark and slithering into the metal bulkhead. Master Knave had lost his midnight blue coat somewhere and was now wearing only his black wetsuit. There was a strange bone knife in his hand. Impaled on that knife was a... Before Sunny could make sense of what the creature looked like, it suddenly lost its shape and turned into a formless mass of black water, which then fell to the floor and formed a puddle. Knave's indigo eyes shone with dark light as he turned his head. Master Sunless, are you all right? Sunny cautiously nodded. What the hell was that thing? The scion of the Great Clan Knight opened his mouth, but before he could answer, the battleship around them shuddered, and a muffled thunder sounded somewhere in the distance. The main railgun was firing. Knave shook his head. No time right now. Check on your cohort. With that, the handsome man seemed to disappear. A moment later, the lamps illuminating the passageway blinked and changed their color to ominous red. Condition red. All-out battle. Sunny flinched, and then hurriedly used his communicator to send his soldiers an order to gather near the rhino. Before he joined them, however, he hesitated for a moment, and then stepped through the shadows, appearing in a secluded spot of the upper deck. It took him a moment to comprehend what was going on. The night was suddenly obliterated by hundreds of bright flashes as hundreds of cannons roared, discharging an endless rain of steel and tungsten rounds into the ocean. A large section of it had changed color at some point, becoming absolutely black. Although the force of the wind had not increased, the black waves seemed taller and more violent than those rolling far away. They reached toward the ships like fingers of an unknown monster. In an especially blinding flash, the main cannon of the flagship of the naval convoy fired, causing countless tons of the black water to be displaced and rise high into the sky like a colossal pillar. A second later, the thunderous roar of its discharge reached Sunny and made him grimace. The scope of the heavy bombardment was truly mind-boggling. However, it did not seem to do much except for slowing down the churning black water a little. As Sunny watched, he noticed human figures diving into the waves from the tall decks of the ships. They were the cohorts of Awakened that the House of Night had stationed on the 40 ships. Although the flagship was situated at a considerable distance from where Sunny stood, he still noticed a lonely figure jumping into the ocean from its towering bow. For some reason, that diver in particular demanded attention. A moment before the figure hit the waves, it shimmered slightly. Then, something massive and ferocious dove under the water. A giant black fin cut the waves before disappearing into the depths. The Saint Guardian of the convoy had joined the battle. Sunny stood among the thunderous roars of the firing cannons and stared at the rolling black waves, awed and dismayed. Slowly, a grim expression appeared on his face. There is no place for me in a battle like this. None at all. What could an ant like him do when it seemed like the heaven itself went to war against the ocean? His eyes gleamed in the darkness. Single quote ... Not yet, at least. With that thought, he swallowed the bitter feeling of powerlessness and disappeared into the shadows, leaving to join his soldiers. Tonight, all they could do was stick together and hope to live until the morning. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 837 to 837, Naval Engagement. 1004 words. The vehicle stable of the battleship was quiet and tense. Hundreds of people were moving with somber haste as they secured various tools and pieces of machinery. Thankfully, most of the vehicles were safely fastened in their cradles. As Sunny stepped out of the shadows, he had to make way for a lumbering loader that thundered past, carrying a half-disassembled bulk of a massive engine. All around them, the colossal vessel was trembling as its cannons continued to fire without stop. Muffled sounds of heavy ordnance sliding into the feeding mechanism spread through the deck. From time to time, an especially loud noise announced that a powerful torpedo or a salvo of ballistic missiles were launched from their nests. Sunny was not the only person who felt a grim sense of powerlessness as the titanic battle continued to unfold in this nameless patch of the deep, dark ocean. While the crews of the battleships and the Awakened serving the House of Night were locked in a furious fight with whatever ancient horror it was that had attacked the convoy, the 100,000 soldiers of the First Army had nothing to do but wait and beg the dead gods for salvation. He was better off than most, at least. Sunny had left one of his shadows on the upper deck to observe the battle. Even though it could only see the turbulent surface of the seething water and not the true confrontation that was taking place deep beneath, there was some relief in knowing what was going on. The rest did not enjoy such a privilege. They could only infer what was happening beyond the metal confines of the vehicle stable by paying attention to the sounds and vibrations spreading through the ship. Occasionally, a loud and startling bang would roll through the massive compartment, indicating that something had collided against the hull of the vessel from the outside. Full of dark thoughts, Sunny walked toward the cradle holding the rhino. Many people threw furtive glances at the passing master, hoping to find comfort and reassurance in his authority. Noticing that, he made an effort to hide his unease and project an image of absolute confidence. It seemed to have worked, calming the people down a little. Poor fools, what can I do that they can't? Reaching the rhino, Sunny saw 4 Awakened standing near it with reserved expressions on their faces. Dorn, Quentin, Kim, Lester. He frowned. Where are Belle and Samara? Quentin straightened a little when he saw his superior approaching. They are in the dream realm, Captain. We have already secured their bodies in the sleeping pods inside the Rhino. Sunny sighed. Well, it was not outside the expectations. In fact, Sunny had lucked out, considering that only 2 of his subordinates had happened to be asleep when the battle started. At least everyone is alive. Sunny had almost expected to find Luster missing. The dolt was exactly the kind of guy to be lured to his death by a vision of young beauties singing sweet songs. He stared at the young man, who shifted uncomfortably under his gaze, and then turned to the Rhino. The armored APC was, theoretically, seaworthy. So, it was going to be their last hope in case the battleship went down. Getting the massive machine out of the vehicle stable was a tall task, of course. In fact, Sunny doubted that it was possible at all. He glanced at the sealed glass doors of the giant compartment, then at the solid alloy bulkheads. Would he be able to tear through the hull of the ship, should the need arise? After thinking for a few moments, Sunny judged that he stood a good chance of breaching the heavy armor of the colossal vessel, provided that he used his most powerful memories and had enough time. However, there was a big difference between creating an opening that a person could squeeze through and one that a vehicle the size of the Rhino could. Things would have been different if Nefis was here. With her flames and the shadows resonating with each other and augmenting Sunny, he could have ripped through the thick armor plates with ease. Better yet, Changing Star could have simply melted a giant hole through the side of the battleship. But she wasn't here. There was also the massive black water outside. Why was he even entertaining these thoughts? Sunny sighed and shook his head. Get comfortable. This will probably take a while. His soldiers obeyed, sitting down on crates or leaning against the side of the Rhino. However, none of the 4 looked particularly at ease. Luster lingered for a moment, and then asked in a cautious tone. Captain, sorry, but what exactly is going on? Sunny shrugged. Something big and scary is trying to take a bite out of the convoy, what else? Don't worry too much, House of Night probably has things under control. I personally saw their saint joining the battle. Despite the precarious situation, Luster's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. Really? Wow, I hope I can see a saint fight, one day. Sunny's face turned bleak as he threw a dark glance at the young man. Be careful what you wish for, fool. If you are ever close enough to see saints fight, then something has definitely gone horribly wrong. Believe me, I should know. Luster opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment, something collided against the hull of the ship again, making him flinch and lose his train of thought. Despite the fact that these loud bangs had been occasionally resounding across the vehicle stable for some time now, each was still extremely jarring. People trapped in the vast compartment could not treat them with indifference, no matter how much they might have wished to. Still, slowly but surely, they were growing accustomed to the startling noise of the collisions. This last one, though, Sunny scowled. The last one was different. He slowly turned around and stared at a certain spot on the opposite wall of the stable. Was Sunny imagining it, or did the bulkhead look a little deformed? Before he could finish the thought, something collided against the ship once again, and the alloy wall visibly bent inward. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 838 to 838. Bang. 1,165 words. Crap. As hundreds of petrified people watched in fear, one of the sections of the giant compartment's outer wall bent slightly. An ugly deformity appeared on it, and as the echo of the loud and jarring bang died down, they heard the sound of water rushing into the narrow gaps between the different layers of the battleship's armored hull. A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. His fingers twitched, and then he turned his head slightly. On your feet, soldiers. Dorn, Quentin, Kim and Luster rose, ready for battle. However, there was a subtle sense of hesitation hiding behind their masks of professionalism and composure. As elites of the government forces, they knew how to fight against nightmare creatures, other awakened, and horrors of all kinds. But how were they supposed to fight the ocean? A moment later, something crashed into the side of the ship with a thunderous bang once again, making the indentation in the bulkhead of the vehicle stable grow more pronounced. People that were closest to it shuddered and backed away. Some turned around and ran. Soon, the space around the damaged section of the wall became completely empty. Everyone in the large compartment had moved as far away from it as they could, pressing against the opposite wall and staring at the massive deformity. A second passed in utter silence, then another. Then, one more. All that could be heard was the sound of rushing water. Someone cursed in a stifled bang. As several people yelped, the wall bent inward even more, its misshapen portion growing in size and reaching slightly deeper into the vehicle stable. A loud, deep groan of contorting metal rolled through the air, reverberating in their very bones. Captain, Kim paled as she stared at the deformed bulkhead. Sunny felt her aspect ability brushing against his mind, and then his perception of the world changed. Everything was largely the same, but the damaged wall became tinted by several subdued colors. It was as if a mad painter had vandalized it with an unsteady brush. Most of the wall remained metal gray, but closer to the massive dent, the armored alloy turned anxious orange and pale red. A small patch of the red was vibrant and vivid, instead. Sunny gritted his. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive strikes crashed into the outer hull, exacerbating the damage and making the wall bend even more. People screamed and tried to get even further away from it, but there was simply nowhere for them to go. Some eyed the exit from the vehicle stable, while some stared at the contorted bulkhead, frozen still. Somehow, it still held. The metal groaned once more, but endured. Nothing happened for a dozen seconds. Then, another blow crashed into the damaged section of the hull, and the wall bent a little more. As it did, a thin crack appeared right where the alloy had been painted vibrant red. A single drop of black water seeped through the crack and rolled down. Hundreds of people watched the drop with horror written on their faces. Before the next strike tore the hull open, however, a tide of shadows suddenly rose and rushed toward the deformed wall as a wave. Converging on the damaged section, the wave splattered across its surface and then somehow solidified, turning into an improvised brace. Sunny grunted, feeling the strain of keeping such a heavy mass of shadows tangible. It was well within his limit, though, if plugging the leak was the only thing he had to do. The problem was that the crushing blows against the dented bulkhead did not stop coming. One after another, they impacted against it, sending tremors running through the entire vehicle stable. Sunny had to keep exerting opposite pressure to keep the wall intact. It was as if he was trying to brace a castle gate as a heavy ram was pounding on it from the other side. Keeping shadows tangible was hard, but forcing them to continuously press forward with that much force was even harder. Clenching his fists, Sunny looked at his subordinates and said in a strained voice. Dorn, help me push the brace against the bulkhead. Quentin, try to use your aspect to repair the cracks. Luster, keep Dorn and Quentin supplied with essence, transfer your own to them if one or both come close to running out. Then, he turned to the rest of the humans gathered in the vehicle stable and barked. What are you staring at? Make yourself useful, fools. Those of you who are awakened with useful aspects, help if you can. Those of you who are mundane, there are literally tons of equipment and handy machinery in this damned compartment. Even a complete idiot can find a way to reinforce the hull with all that gear, so get to work. The people stared at him for a split second. Then, Dorn and Quentin dashed toward the shadow brace. This prompted the others to start moving, as well. Another bang rolled through the spacious compartment, but no one paid it any attention. Now that Sunny broke the veil of fear that had paralyzed the members of the First Army, everyone got busy making sure that the bulkheads held. With the mass of shadows reinforcing the most damaged section, it was not too hard for them to make sure that several smaller dents that soon appeared elsewhere never broke. The immediate crisis passed. The people in the vehicle stable survived. Now, all that remained was to wait and see if they would be able to continue staying alive in the coming hours. They did. After what felt like an eternity of intense and terrifying struggle, the battle outside finally started showing signs of slowing down. Sunny, who was slowly growing concerned about his reserves of essence, let out a sigh of relief. Through his shadow on the upper deck, he could see that the fleet had escaped from the vast blotch of black water that marred the surface of the ocean. The cannons were slowly ceasing their bombardment, and the crews of the battleships had already started evaluating the damage. A giant shape rose from the depths and broke the surface of the water as it jumped into the air. Sunny saw a glimpse of a creature that resembled a monstrous killer whale, with its black and white hide torn and showing many signs of an intense confrontation against an unknown and ferocious enemy. Then, it shimmered and turned into a tiny silhouette of a human, who then tiredly climbed onto the deck of the flagship and disappeared. More human figures emerged from the water and returned aboard the ships of the convoy. Master Knave was among them. The handsome man climbed onto the deck not too far away from where Sunny's shadow was hiding and sat down with an exhausted expression. Drops of water were falling from his black hair. His wetsuit appeared more ragged than it had been when they first met, but the Scion of the House of Night did not seem to bear any serious wounds. Soon, his indigo eyes shined as they reflected the first rays of sunshine that broke through the eastern horizon. A new day had come. The fearsome battle was over. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 839 to 839, Unholy Blood. 1073 words. In the end, none of the 40 colossal ships had been lost. Some received moderate damage to their hulls, but the high compartmentalization and the rugged engineering of the war vessels prevented them from going down. As the fleet escaped the vast blot of black water, it continued moving south without ever slowing down. In fact, the reactors were sent into a controlled overload to enhance the speed of the convoy even further and quickly increase the distance between it and the latent danger. As the battered ships cut the waves, thousands of crewmates were assigned to repair brigades that started patching up the torn sections of the hulls. None of them paid any attention to the fact that the fleet was still in transit, hinting that this precarious type of work was not new to them. The rows of cannons were checked and reloaded. New missiles and torpedoes were slotted into the empty nests. The wounded were moved to infirmaries, and the dead were given burials at sea. Despite the frightening scope of the battle, not too many humans had lost their lives. Things could have been different if the Awakened of the House of Night had not acted so swiftly. A few days later, Sunny was resting in the officer's lounge of the scarred battleship as he chatted with Master Knave. Since there were no other Ascended stationed on the vessel, the two sometimes kept each other company. So, anyway, the giant just whacked the creepy skull with his hammer. Boom, let me tell you, at that moment, I was glad that my pants were already wet. I don't know if that thing died or not, but it did not bother us after that. The Scion of the Great Clan looked at him with an amused expression. The Dark Sea of the Forgotten Shore has to be a great titan then, at least. Sunny shrugged. That is what I think, as well. But who can say for sure? That whole place is weird. He hesitated for a moment, and then asked. Do you think that it is connected to the black water? What is that thing, anyway? Knave's expression dimmed a little. Well, no one really knows. We have stumbled on the black water many times, both in the real world and in the dream realm. It is one of the more prominent hazards in the Stormzia. Some think that it is a type of nightmare creature, some think that it is a powerful terror that had been torn into numerous pieces thousands of years ago. Some even think that is the blood of an ancient, long-dead titan. He shook his head and sighed. In any case, everyone agrees that it is best to avoid it. The black water is not really sentient, so hiding from it is not too hard. It's just that this convoy is too damn large. There are too many souls, too many awakened. Their scent attracted it, as well as all the abominations that dwell within it. Luckily, most of them were not too powerful, this time. The handsome master thought for a bit. I don't think that the black water is the same as the Dark Sea of the Forgotten Shore, though. They seem similar on the surface, but that sea of yours is much more vast and powerful. It is a miracle that you and your friends managed to seal it, as mere sleepers. Sunny glanced at Knave with a somber expression. It was not a miracle. Countless thousands of young men and women had died on the Forgotten Shore across 2 decades to uncover the secrets that eventually allowed us to seal the Dark Sea. Many of them would have been pillars of humanity by now, if they had survived. We just finished what they had started. The First Lord and his cohort, the members of the Dream Army, even Gunlog and his lieutenants. If not for their contributions, Nephies and Sunny would have never been able to lay siege to the Crimson Spire and conquer it. The Scion of the House of Night sighed. Most problems can be solved if you throw enough bodies at them. Hopefully, the Antarctica campaign will be different. It had to be, considering that no amount of bodies would be enough to bury a problem of that magnitude. Sunny grimaced. How long before we reach it, anyway? Knave shifted slightly and smiled. Conditions are good. If all goes well, a week at most. Then, he leaned forward and added. Oh, by the way, I just received the news. The government is going to be announcing the voluntary mobilization in the next couple of days. The second evacuation army will already be starting to form by the time you guys make landfall. Sunny gave him a dubious look. That's great. I doubt that it will arrive to reinforce us anytime soon, though. Things like that take a lot of time, not to mention that the best and the brightest that the government has to offer are already aboard these ships. With the legacy clans remaining on the sidelines, the reinforcements are not going to change much. The Nightwalker shrugged. I wouldn't be so sure that the legacy clans won't join in the fun. Sunny frowned. I've been told that neither Song nor Valor are interested in participating in the campaign. And while you guys are helping out, the House of Night is not going to send its land troops, either. Knave lingered for a moment. My clan is most useful at sea. As for the other two, indeed, they have only sent token forces to the First Army. They are acting reluctant, for now. He shook his head. However, don't let their act fool you. The legacies are definitely going to join the fight. They might not come in the first wave, or even the second, but they will come. Sunny looked at him, unconvinced. What makes you say that? The handsome master simply smiled. Have you ever met a legacy that could resist joining a glorious fight? He leaned back and let out a laugh. Especially when there are countless treasures, advancements, and spoils of all kinds to be made in the fight. Sunny's expression darkened. Legacies were known to pursue power and opportunity, indeed. If the two remaining great clans did really join the Antarctica campaign, the army would be relieved of a large part of its burden. However, with what he knew about the conflict between Song and Valor, would they be joining the struggle against the chain of nightmares to help humanity, or would they be joining it simply because Antarctica could become the most convenient battlefield for their own private war? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 840 to 840, Mobilization. 961 words. As the naval convoy moved closer and closer to Antarctica, Sunny had to accelerate his attempts to weave new and better enchantments into the memories of his soldiers. Although his rudimentary knowledge of sorcery was not nearly enough to create something truly powerful, he did manage to comprehensively upgrade the cohort's arsenal. Even if the modifications he had made were mostly modest, they were all targeted and suited the tasks facing the first irregular company. While Sunny failed to make the memories considerably stronger, he succeeded in tailoring them to the situation and, more importantly, to their users. This was already enough. Now, many of the memories that his subordinates wielded looked rather peculiar to his eyes. If he were to touch them and peer deep inside, he would see strange weaves that combined the usual strings of ethereal light with the lightless threads made of shadow essence. The sight reminded Sunny of himself and Neffy's. And speaking of changing star, a few days before the fleet reached Antarctica, the world was shaken by an emergency announcement transmitted by the government. Of course, the propaganda machine managed to present the approaching cataclysm in an easily digestible and inspiring light. It was almost as if the chain of nightmares was going to be a glorious stage for heroism, valiance, and human triumph, instead of a bloody, unmitigated disaster. However, no matter how hard the government tried, people weren't that easy to fool. Although nothing much changed for the soldiers of the 1st Evacuation Army, Sunny was sure that a wave of panic was spreading through the rest of the world. The population centers of the southern quadrant were, of course, hit the worst. He could not even imagine what the people living there were going through, but other continents had to be consumed by fear, as well. If something like that could happen in Antarctica, then it could happen anywhere else. The infrastructure was bound to come under terrible strain when hundreds of millions of refugees from the besieged continent arrived, if they could even be saved. What if the evacuation failed? How did people living in South America feel, knowing that they would soon be cut off from the rest of humanity? No one was left unaffected by the shocking news. Neffys and the rest of the cohort had to have seen the announcement, as well. Knowing that the next few weeks were going to be extremely turbulent, Sunny retreated into his cabin, spent some time establishing a new tether, and then closed his eyes. It took him several minutes of intense concentration to grasp the elusive sensation of the dream realm anchor. Then, he circulated his essence in a swift, complicated pattern, and disappeared. The cabin was suddenly silent and empty. All that remained was a slight, eerie feeling of coldness that permeated the air. The ivory tower did not change much in the many months since Sunny last visited his current citadel, at least on the outside. Well, what did he expect? The Great Pagoda remained the same for thousands of years, so why would it suddenly change now? The Firekeepers might have made it their home, but they were hardly capable of reshaping the ancient structure. The island itself, however, looked a bit different. To his surprise, Sunny noticed a large garden surrounded by a neat and tidy wooden fence. Inside, various vegetables were growing in the soil. There were also several other structures here and there, all built of wood. Some seemed like they were meant for training, some resembled simple barns. They all looked rather harmonious. That's probably Kaur's and Shakti's handiwork. The two members of Cassie's former cohort had used to be artisans in the Bright Castle. One was an awakened carpenter, the other Keto's disciple with an aspect related to plants. The Ivory Island looked much more inhabited now. More than that, a familiar ship rested on the surface of the lake. Despite thousands of years that had passed since its former captain disappeared, the flying vessel remained much the same. Sunny sighed. He had been rather taken by the Rhino. But now, looking at the graceful lines of the ancient ship's hull, he couldn't help but feel that the armored APC was rather small and shabby. Whatever, it has better plumbing, anyway. That's what really matters. Somewhat vindicated, Sunny allowed himself to enjoy the peace and tranquility of the beautiful island for a few moments and then headed toward the tower. As he did, a thundering voice boomed behind him. Sunny, he slowed down, and then cautiously turned around. Effie was traversing the green meadow with long strides. Her eyes were burning with intense emotion. Uh-oh. A second before the huntress reached him, a swift shadow flew across the grass, and Kai suddenly landed on the ground. The archer seemed concerned. Sunny, Effie growled, interrupting him. What the hell, Sunny? Antarctica, that was your big secret. You up and left, to go to war, without telling us. Sunny stared at them for a few moments, and then cleared his throat. Quote. Actually, it's Captain Sunless to you, citizens. Please maintain some decorum. Effie's eye twitched. Before the huntress did something that one or both of them would regret, Sunny raised his arms. All right. Yeah, I am currently in the southern quadrant. It wasn't my secret to tell, okay. The government is very particular about classified information, you know. He lingered for a moment, and then added. Besides, it's not like you can't join me. The Second Army would be very glad to get its hands on two renowned masters. The life of service is not for the faint of heart, of course, but the benefits are to die for. The huntress stared at him in stunned silence. Finally, she palmed her face and said, Doofus, no, sorry, Captain Doofus, are you really giving us the recruitment speech? Sunny looked her up and down and grinned. Well, not really, however, I do think that the uniform will suit you very much. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 841 to 841, Prudent Decision. 1079 words. For a few moments, there was an awkward silence between the three of them. Eventually, Sunny sighed. Listen, it is what it is. I have my own reasons to join the campaign in the Southern Quadrant. Both of you are smart enough to realize that the picture painted by the government is far removed from the truth. The truth is that Antarctica is going to be a disaster, and no one, not even masters like us, can guarantee their survival. So, you have to decide for yourself. He looked at Effie and Kai with a heavy expression and added. If you decide to join the Second Army, do it for a good reason. Do it for yourself, your desires, your principles. Point is, whatever you do, definitely don't do it for me. Chances are that we won't meet even if you ship to Antarctica. It's a big place, you know. His friend stared at him with unreadable expressions. A few moments later, Kai shook his head with a subtle smile. Thank you very much for caring, Sunny. But you don't have to remind us, really. We both have good heads on our shoulders. We are more than qualified to make prudent decisions. Effie nodded. Exactly. If anyone should be giving sage advice here, it's us. We're older than you, and also, it's pointless, anyway, because we have already enlisted. Sunny blinked. You what? The huntress grinned and patted him on the shoulder. What, did you think that we would miss our chance to fight an apocalyptic horde of nightmare creatures? Dream on, buddy. Both Kai and I were among the first ones to submit our applications to the recruitment bureau. He stared at her for a second, then rubbed his temples. Wait, you did? Why? Effie and Kai glanced at each other and shrugged. The archer was the first one to respond. Because there are hundreds of millions of people that need help. Is this not reason enough? The huntress shook her head. Because I am a warrior. When an enemy invades your home, you don't hide. You go to war and kick the enemy's butt. We humans need to protect what's ours. If we can't even do that much, then we won't be humans for much longer. We'll just be food. Sunny studied their faces, then scratched the back of his head. Well, alright, I guess that makes sense. Welcome aboard, then. With your power and abilities, the Second Army is probably salivating over your applications right now. Chances are, you guys are going to outrank me very soon. Prudent decisions, doubtful. As they walked toward the ivory tower, he shared some details about the operation with them, including the disposition of human forces, the intended phases of the campaign, and his own role as a captain of the first irregular company. As he did, both Effie and Kai grew a little pensive. Yeah, I am not sure that the government can actually pull it off. Even if we maintain control over the evacuation centers, repelling the siege of the nightmare creatures for months won't be easy. It would be a miracle if we hold out for a year. But can the fleets even evacuate everyone in a year? Sunny hesitated for a moment, then tentatively nodded. That is the plan. The ships, they are massive. The naval convoy I'm currently at is carrying 100,000 soldiers, but that is only because most of the space is taken by the war machines, supplies, and all the logistical stuff needed to support a massive army. On its way back, the same convoy can carry millions upon millions of refugees. There are more convoys than that one, too. So, a year is not an unrealistic goal. Actually, it's more than most projections suggest. His face grew darker. However, that is only if the convoys don't meet obstacles of their own. So, who can say? I doubt that these projections will survive colliding against reality. Kai sighed. It seems that the Second Army won't be ready to deploy anytime soon. By the time we arrive in Antarctica, the situation might be entirely out of control. Many things can go wrong in a few months. Sunny shared the same sentiment. For what it's worth, I don't expect the worst to happen before you guys have the chance to experience it personally. The chain of nightmares is going to be ramping up as time goes on, as well. So, you'll have plenty of opportunities to live through the truly terrible parts. They entered the ivory tower, where Hope had once been imprisoned. As always, Sunny felt a subtle shiver run through his body and soul when he saw the great hall where he had faced the ineffable demon. Now, Hope's former prison cell served as the heart of the human citadel. The 7 broken chains lay on the ground, forming the wide borders of the circle that served as the gateway. Myriads of runes glowed softly on their surface. The firekeepers made their home on the upper levels of the great pagoda, so the first level was mostly empty. Only a couple of them were here, busy with chores. Noticing Sunny, they greeted him with excited smiles. Weirdos. Sunny waved at them, then turned to Effie and Kai. By the way, where's Neffy's? Has she arrived? Getting changing star to the ivory tower was a complicated process. She had to travel to the sanctuary of Noctis first, which demanded cooperation from the saint that had replaced Skytide as the person in charge of the chained isles. After that, the firekeepers had to fly their ship all the way from the ebony tower to the surface, pick her up, and return into the depths of the sky below. However, it had not escaped his notice that the flying ship had somehow ended up on the ivory island itself. Had the firekeepers found a way to brave the crushing? Kai nodded. She reached the tower a couple of days ago. It didn't take as long as we thought. With Noctis's help, Cassie had studied the flying ship extensively in the nightmare. I don't know how exactly, but she managed to repair its enchantment circuits enough to move directly between here and the Isles. The process is a bit precarious, but the travel time between here and the sanctuary was cut by several weeks. Sunny lingered for a moment, and then sighed. Well, where can I find her? Effie gave him a long look and gestured back to the gates that they had walked through. She's there, by the lake. Do you want to say hi? Sunny took a deep breath. Yeah, something like that. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 842 to 842, Lessons of the Past. 984 words. Leaving the Great Pagoda, Sunny glanced warily at the bones of Savirax the Ivory Dragon, whom Kai had slain in the nightmare, and slowly headed for the lake. Its surface was calm and clear, as always. Sunlight reflected from the tranquil waters, making it seem like a pool of shimmering silver. Despite the beauty of the heavenly lake, Sunny couldn't help but feel a hint of unease as he approached it. The memory of the furious naval battle was still fresh in his mind, so no body of water felt safe. On the shore, an intricate bench cut from white stone stood, inviting people to rest and enjoy the idyllic view. Currently, it was occupied by a familiar figure. Neffy sat with her legs crossed, staring at the sparkling water with a distant look. When Sunny's shadow fell on her, she lingered for a moment and then looked up. Sunny, he remained silent for a while, then sat on the bench and studied the beautiful lake, as well. How's life treating you? Being adopted into a great clan has to be a weird experience. Neffy's frowned. It's fine. Feels a bit strange to be addressed as sister by Morgan of Valor, I guess. She seems to enjoy my discomfort. Considering who Morgan's other sibling was, she probably put a different meaning into the word, sister. One that entirely lacked affection, most likely. For a moment, Sunny was darkly amused. Never thought I would pity the Princess of War one day, but having both Mordred and Neffys as siblings, damn, her luck must be even worse than mine. If that's even possible. Changing Star let out a heavy sigh and turned slightly to face him. You should have told me, Sunny. He smiled. What, about Antarctica? Oh, that was classified information. I thought that Cassie would have informed you, anyway. She had to have known, right? She studied him for a few moments, then shook her head. If she did, she kept the knowledge to herself. Cassie has changed a lot since the Forgotten Shore. She carries a lot of secrets. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Huh, I guess there's trouble in paradise. I was under the impression that she's utterly loyal to you, like a lost puppy, you know. It's surprising to hear. Changing Star did not respond immediately. After a while, she said, Cassie has her own thoughts and her own desires. She is powerful, too, no less than the rest of us. Brushing her agency aside would be a mistake. Sunny laughed. Of all the people in the world, I would be the last one to underestimate Cassie, don't you think? Neffy simply looked at the lake. Quote. Are you safe? He lingered for a bit, then shrugged. Is anyone safe? I am surrounded by thousands of soldiers, awakened, masters, and even a few saints. Plus, I'm me. Antarctica is no worse than the Forgotten Shore or the Kingdom of Hope. In fact, if anyone is in danger, it's you. Are you safe? Her face grew dark. Neffys gritted her teeth for a moment, and then said with unusual intensity. You don't understand, do you? This is not the first expedition of that kind. Humanity has tried to resist the spell before. The last attempt, the last one took the lives of both my grandfather and my mother. They were powerful, too. They were exceptional and ahead of their time, too. What makes you think that you'll do better than them? Sunny shook his head. Many things have changed in the past 2 decades. Back then, humanity had much less awakened. There were barely any masters around. No saint had even emerged yet, at least officially. Our tech, spell tech, and strategies were much more primitive. We had no experience dealing with something like that. Yes, North America was a disaster, but we learned our lesson there. This campaign, it will be different. It will be better. I will survive it, and grow stronger as a result. Neffys looked at him with a challenge. Says who? He smiled. I do. I say if I die or not. It all depends on me, does it not? Sunny sighed and glanced at the radiant lake. The nightmare creatures don't scare me. The chain of nightmares doesn't scare me, either. If there's one thing that does, however, it's the great clans and their ambitions. Will they really come to Antarctica to start a war of their own? A troubled expression appeared on Changing Star's face. She hesitated before giving him an answer. I don't know. Maybe. It is a perfect opportunity. His own face grew ugly. Why? Why are they doing it now? This is insanity. Our civilization is already on its last leg. Neffys lingered for a while, then sighed. There has to be a logic to their actions, but what is it? I am not sure. All of it is very strange. We are missing something, I think. A key piece of information that can explain everything. The sovereigns, they never do anything without a reason. Sunny scoffed. Is there something you are sure of? She looked at him and said in a serious tone. There is one thing. Changing Star remained silent for a moment, distant flames dancing in her cold gray eyes. When the great clans do come to Antarctica, all of us better be ready. Several days later, Sunny ascended to the upper deck of the colossal battleship and walked over to its bow. The guards stationed here and there on the deck let him pass freely, both because of the 3 stars on the shoulder insignia of his black bodysuit and his close relationship with Knave of House Knight, their direct superior. Stopping in the shadow of a massive cannon turret, Sunny endured the cold winds that pelted him with drops of icy water and looked ahead. In front of him were the towering hulls of other metal leviathans of the naval convoy, which cut the waves as they sailed toward a distant horizon. And out there, on the horizon, a dark line slowly appeared, finally putting an end to the vast expanse of undulating water. Antarctica. After several tumultuous weeks at sea, the fleet had reached its destination. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 843 to 843, Falcon Scott. 1,109 words. Perched precariously on a broken mountain road, the rhino stood still as the members of the cohort cautiously climbed higher. Belle, Dorn, and Lester were hiding 100 steps ahead, just below the crest of the tall hill, while Sunny and Kim were currently on the roof of the armored vehicle. I see them. Samara was tensely studying the screen of her military communicator, which was receiving the video feed from a compact spy drone that she had sent ahead. On it was a small valley. The image was grainy and noisy, sometimes breaking out entirely because of the interference of the nightmare gate exerted on it. Flooding the valley, a swarm of nightmare creatures could be seen. There are hundreds of them. Most are awakened, but there are several fallen abominations, as well. The Gate Guardian has already emerged. It seems to be a devil. Sunny nodded. Correct. There are 274 abominations, of them 242 are awakened, while 32 are fallen. The Guardian is indeed a fallen devil. One of his shadows had snuck much closer to the swarm of nightmare creatures. It wasn't suffering from any interference, either. Sunny, however, maintaining a calm facade, he shivered inwardly. The gate was whispering into his ears, calling to him on a level much deeper than thought or emotion. He had experienced the call before, but now that he was a master, it became so much stronger and harder to resist. Sunny had experienced this change almost instantly after the first evacuation army made landfall in Antarctica. While the other 3 convoys were sent to East Antarctica, the largest and most populated region of the southern quadrant, the one he had traveled with was meant to deliver troops to the Antarctic Center. The Antarctic Center was a long, narrow, mountainous landmass that served as the administrative and industrial center of the continent. As such, it harbored many priority targets that had to be evacuated at all costs. The first several days after the arrival of the army was pure chaos. The large city they entered, Falcon Scott, was in a state of utter havoc. Millions of people had just learned that their entire lives would be uprooted, or maybe even lost. While the local government forces had done their best to maintain order and prepare the civilians for evacuation, that did not amount to much in the end. The situation had been only made worse by all the gates that were opening near and within the city. As one of the Southern Quadrant Awakened had put it used to be that one gate opened every few weeks. Then, it was one every week. Then, several a week. Then, one every day. By the time the evacuation army arrived, the situation was swiftly growing even worse. With so many gates around, every awakened, master, and saint felt their call, some more than others. It wasn't easy for Sunny to adjust to this new, subtly maddening reality. He wouldn't be surprised if the prolonged exposure to the call drove many people insane. But they had not reached that point yet, even if the world seemed to have lost its mind. After spending several days in the panicked chaos consuming Falcon Scott, a large chunk of the Army Corps stayed behind to start converting it into an impregnable fortress. The northernmost city of the Antarctic Center was going to serve as its largest evacuation center, so it had to be converted into a full-fledged siege capital in the coming months. Most of the government forces, however, moved out and started their long march south. Their job was to reach other population centers, establish safe evacuation corridors, and start moving civilians through them to the handful of siege capitals. The first irregular company left with the field army and split up to assist its various divisions. And now, just a day later, Sunny's cohort was going to fight its first battle. The division they were escorting was already engaged in a low-intensity confrontation against a mass of nightmare creatures that had emerged from half a dozen gates at the lower altitudes. To wipe the abominations faster, they needed to flank them, but the most suitable road skirted the mountain slopes and was itself blocked by the 7th gate. Deploying soldiers to fight on such rough terrain was problematic, so the irregulars were sent instead. Standing on the roof of the Rhino, Sunny sighed. "We are in luck." Both Samara and Kim turned and stared at him with inscrutable expressions. After a few moments of dead silence, the latter said in a timid voice, "I am sorry, sir, but how can facing 300 nightmare creatures and a fallen devil be called luck?" He shrugged. "That is what I call a low-threat gate. Do you have a guess why?" Samara frowned. "Because there's no tyrant." Sunny nodded with a smile. "Indeed, sure, there are a lot of abominations, but without a tyrant or a terror to control them, they're just a herd. Things would have been much, much worse if all these creatures could coordinate their attack. Plus, we're smarter. That means that we can stack the odds in our favor." She lingered for a moment. "I think the odds are already in our favor. We have higher ground, and the wind is blowing in the right direction. The nightmare creatures have not caught our scent yet, which means that the element of surprise is on our side." Sunny shook his head. "Don't be fooled. They already know that we're here. Abominations have other ways of sensing human flesh and souls. In fact, they would not have stayed put near the gate unless they were up to something, in the first place. They would have spread around and tried to find something to tear apart and devour." Kim shivered. "Then, what are they waiting for?" He glanced at her with an amused expression. "Isn't it obvious? They're waiting for us to walk into the trap. That fallen devil is much smarter than it looks." Sunny's expression hardened, "Which is why it has to die first." Samara studied the screen of her communicator for a few moments and sighed. "I can probably make the shot from this distance, but we don't have a direct line of fire. The crest of the hill that hides us from sight also protects the enemy from ranged attacks." Sunny's smile turned into a dark grin. "That is true, as far as your rifle goes." A swarm of scarlet sparks shimmered into existence around his hand, and then, a black bow appeared in it, radiating a feeling of devastating strength. Its string was bright red, and there was a small brand of the same color on one of its limbs, in the shape of an anvil pierced by a straight sword. But arrows, unlike bullets, do not have to fly in a straight line. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 844 to 844, Opening Act. 1,215 words. Sunny studied the swarm of abominations that flooded the small valley. These ones didn't seem as dangerous as the primal hunters he had once fought in front of Rain's school. The creatures had bestial bodies, with 4 bony limbs that ended in sharp claws and long, slithering tails. Ridges of jagged spikes rose from their spines, and their maws were full of sharp fangs. Most disturbingly, all except for the fallen ones seemed to have had their eyes violently torn out. Now, only darkness nestled in the empty, gaping holes of their eye sockets. The abominations did not move as if they were blind, though. There was a strange, predatory precision to their subdued motions. The devil was different from the eyeless beasts, though. It resembled them outwardly, but possessed a more humanoid body. The creature stood on its hind legs, while his front limbs resembled human hands. Its eyes were closed, and even seemed sewn shut. Something constantly moved behind the eyelids, giving Sunny the creeps. The powerful abomination towered above its ilk, reaching almost 3 meters in height. 274 nightmare creatures was a lot. Most cohorts of Awakened would not have even considered attacking that many abominations, and quietly retreated instead. "I need to be careful about this." Sunny thought for a few long moments, and then spoke. "Samara, move forward and assume a position higher up the slope, where you'll be able to shoot over the crest of the road. Vanguard, prepare to advance and secure the crest. Kimmy, work your magic." His words reached the melee fighters of the cohort without any problem. Of course, he could have used the usual technological solutions to ensure good communication, but with how unstable tech was near Nightmare Gates, it was always good to have a backup. For that reason, Luster was currently in possession of an extremely ordinary, very unassuming rock, which, nevertheless, was somehow able to speak with their captain's voice. One of Sunny's shadows was following the vanguard, as well, so he had no trouble hearing their responses. As the cohort's ranged specialist hoisted the heavy rifle on her shoulder and jumped down off the Rhino, the melee vanguard crept forward. Quentin served as the center of the formation, with Belle and Dorn flanking him. Luster stayed behind, to cover their backs and prevent any monsters from escaping toward the Rhino. He was confidently wielding a beautifully edged halberd in his hands, which both gave him some range and allowed the young man to support the 3 fighters from the back, should the need arise. Its versatility also gave him a lot of options on how to engage the enemy. During the past weeks, Sunny had done all he could to raise the battle effectiveness of the cohort and enhance the memories of his soldiers. The weapons received most of his attention, but he also augmented their armors by transplanting the tenacious enchantment of the Patient Avenger into their weaves. With its help, the survivability of the cohort had reached a new level. The Patient Avenger itself had been entrusted to Quentin. Sunny also transferred the Blood Blossom to Belle, with much reluctance, of course. With his current strength, the augmentation granted by the morbid charm could not benefit him in any substantial way. It was a different story for the awakened swordsman, however, so the decision, sadly, made too much sense. Each member of the cohort was additionally protected by a charm that gave them slight resistance to cold, which is why they were able to all but ignore the slowly falling snow and the chilling wind that blew through the mountains. Standing near Sunny on the roof of the Rhino, Kim, who was wielding a round buckler, a sharp rapier, and had a snub-nosed automatic carbine slung around her back, concentrated and unleashed her ability. First, she borrowed Sunny's sight. This also allowed her to see what his shadow saw, even though receiving so many different perspectives put an immense strain on her mind. Then, she used her dormant ability to concentrate on the fallen devil and find its weaknesses. Finally, she shared her own perception back to Sunny, allowing him to see where to strike, as well. The shadows did not see color, so to him, the body of the towering abomination became painted in different shades of gray. The lighter areas were the most resilient, while those that were darker were less protected. Strangely enough, a small spot at the very center of the devil's forehead was almost entirely black. That was where Sunny aimed. As he wrapped two shadows around his body and strained his muscles, the black bow bent. Despite possessing an enchantment called Unbending. Because of it, Morgan's warbow required a giant strength to draw, but was also capable of sending arrows very far, and translated devastating force to them. Luckily, Sunny was incredibly strong, even for a master. A ghostly shade appeared on the string of the bow, and then turned into a black arrow with dark fletching and a narrow arrowhead that seemed to have been crafted from a long, sharp piece of obsidian. The shadow arrows were swift, flew without producing any sound, and had an unnatural ability to find cracks in the enemy's armor. Sunny closed his eyes and moved the bow higher. Aiming at an abomination that was more than a kilometer away and was only seen by his shadow was not an easy task, but he had not trained with Kai for nothing. He held his breath, and then corrected his aim by a couple millimeters when the wind suddenly picked up. Lastly, Sunny poured his essence into the bow, instantly emptying one of his 4 cores. The Death Dealer enchantment was a gluttonous one, as far as essence was concerned. But it was worth it. A moment later, Sunny relaxed his fingers, allowing the string to slide off them on its own. The black arrow noiselessly disappeared into the sky, so fast that it was hard to see it at all. It arched above the crest of the road, soared high, and then fell down. The fallen devil might have still dodged if it knew what was coming, but the shadow arrow was so swift and silent that the abomination never stood a chance. A black streak flashed in the air, piercing the center of the gate guardian's forehead with stunning ease and exiting from the back of its head a split second later. The devil's eyes suddenly opened, revealing. Sunny never learned what had been hiding behind the creature's eyelids, because a moment after his shadow arrow disappeared into the ground, the creature's entire skull suddenly deformed and violently exploded. Every bone in its upper body was shattered by the residual force of the impact. The misshapen, headless corpse was thrown back with so much momentum that it killed several nightmare creatures that just happened to stand in the way. Just like that, the fallen devil who guarded the nightmare gate was gone. All members of his cohort froze for a moment, astonished by the ghastly sight. The nightmare creatures seemed to have been stunned by the sudden and gruesome death of their leader, as well. Standing on top of the Rhino, Sunny lowered his bow and smiled with vicious glee. Not a bad start. A second later, the small valley exploded with movements as hundreds of abominations lunged in the direction from which the black arrow had arrived. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 845 to 845, Ranged Specialists. 994 words. You have slain a fallen devil, defiled witness. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. A swarm of fearsome nightmare creatures flowed up the slope of the small mountain valley, rushing toward the crest of the road, where a handful of awakened warriors were preparing to make their stand. The eyeless abominations were moving with ferocious determination, covering many meters with each stride as viscous saliva streamed from their terrifying maws. To their right was the slope of the mountain, while to their left was a canyon that grew deeper and deeper as the road climbed up. Standing at the top of the hill, Quentin, Belle, Dorn, and Lester studied the approaching avalanche of monsters with grim apprehension. Lowering the enchanted sledgehammer off his shoulder, the striker of the melee vanguard glanced at his comrades and spoke in a reserved tone. What do you think? Belle readied his sword and smiled. This is going to be fun. If we survive, I won't have to be embarrassed about sleeping through the last one anymore. Quentin silently shook his head, while Lester, who stood behind the three, closed his eyes for a moment. Crazy bastard, the swordsman simply laughed. At that moment, they heard a subtle electric whine, and then a loud crack of a highly compressed sonic boom. A moment later, the head of a hulking abomination that towered above the rest of the swarm exploded into bloody chunks. The massive carcass toppled over like a marionette that had its strings cut, instantly turning into a lifeless heap of twitching meat. Standing on the roof of the Rhino, Sunny drew his bow and let an arrow fly. Keep aiming for their foreheads, Samara. Take down as many fallen as you can before the enemy reaches the 200 meters mark, then switch to explosive ammunition and concentrate on the front rows of the awakened abominations. We must break their momentum. Hidden between large rocks higher up the slope, the deadly sharpshooter recharged her coil gun as she poured a steady flow of essence into an armor-piercing tungsten slug. Understood. A heartbeat later, the rifle whined again, and another abomination fell to the ground. At the same time, a black arrow pierced the head of an especially frightening creature. This time, the effect was not as drastic, but the eyeless horror was killed just the same. Drawing the unbending warbow once more, Sunny briefly frowned. Too slow. They had barely 24 seconds left before the swarm reached the melee vanguard. That was not nearly enough to kill all the remaining fallen abominations, and then there were the 240 awakened ones left, as well. Sunny and Samara would just have to do their best. Standing by his side, Kim nervously grasped the grip of her carbine and checked its magazine, which was loaded with bullets that seemed to glow slightly in the dim twilight. Each had been charged by Samara prior to the battle. Sadly, the supply of these powerful rounds was limited. The bullets slowly lost their charge as time went by, so the cohort could not hoard them. Black arrows rained from the sky, reaping one life after another. Head after head exploded, turning the cracked asphalt on the mountain road slick with blood. A fearsome nightmare creature fell almost every second as the number of the fallen abominations slowly dwindled. At some point, Samara shifted her aim to the mass of the rabid eyeless beasts. Her eyes shone with ethereal light as a different kind of bullet escaped from the thick barrel of the Gauss rifle with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, a powerful explosion tore through the front row of the rushing swarm. A dozen abominations were instantly ripped apart. Chunks of mangled flesh flew into the air in a cloud of bloody haze. Sharp shards of broken bones pelted the surrounding creatures like shrapnel, wounding and maiming them. Almost instantly after the disfigured corpses fell to the ground, the sound of another thunderous explosion rolled over the mountains, and then another. 2 more bloody rips appeared in the mass of the frenzied abominations. Now that Samara didn't have to aim, her rate of fire increased. However, so did her consumption of soul essence. That's enough. Conserve your essence and switch back to priority targets. Sunny felled another fallen creature and drew the black bow again. However, this time, a different arrow appeared on its string. Instead of wood and metal, it seemed to be made of pure lightning. Just a couple of seconds before the first nightmare creatures reached the crest of the hill, a furious bolt of lightning fell from above. Augmented by the Death Dealer enchantment and 2 of Sunny's shadows, the strike of thunder instantly turned the abomination it hid into a cloud of swiftly dissipating ash. Then, powerful currents of electricity arced to the nearest beasts, spreading through the swarm in a destructive chain reaction. Because the monsters were so close to each other, the lightning spread far and wide. It grew weaker with each jump, but still, the damage it dealt was devastating. Sunny failed to count how many abominations he had killed, but it had to be several dozens, at least. Even more were burned and wounded to various degrees. But he wasn't done yet. A moment after the lightning chain through the swarm, the shadows cast by large rocks suddenly surged forward and shot into the air, turning into long, vicious spikes. The nightmare creatures that had tried to leave the road and climb higher were either pierced or blocked by them, turning the slope of the mountain into a macabre forest of impaled bodies. With the deadly spikes blocking the slope and the deep canyon on the other side, the swarm had no other choice than to attack along the narrow line of the road. Funneled that way and with their momentum broken, the abominations that had jumped over the corpses of their slain kin failed to overwhelm the melee vanguard of the cohort in one fell swoop. As Quentin stepped forward and received the first attack on his shield, the true battle started. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 846 to 846, Melee Vanguard. 1,121 words. In early April, Antarctica was enveloped by eternal twilight. The sun seemed to have frozen in place as it plunged behind the horizon, painting a persistent line of vibrant scarlet in the cold purple sky. Stuck between night and day, the southern quadrant was slowly slipping into the embrace of pure darkness that would last for many months. The behavior of the moon was strange and erratic, as well. It remained in the sky for several weeks, then disappeared without a trace for long stretches of time. The radiant tapestry of Aurora Australis sometimes appeared to keep it company. Sunny had heard that the southern lights were breathtakingly beautiful, but he was yet to witness them himself. In any case, he did not care about heavenly miracles right now. All he cared about was whether his soldiers would be able to see the enemy clearly. Even though the long night had not descended yet, it was already hard enough to discern important details in the dim twilight. For that reason, Kim was currently channeling his vision to the rest of the cohort. The difference it made could be easily seen. Unencumbered by the absence of bright light and without the need to rely on luminescent memories, the melee vanguard moved as confidently as they would have in the middle of the day. Quentin stepped forward and leaned into his shield, meeting the charging abomination without giving any ground. His sword flashed forward, dealing a deep wound to the beast. Already, the edges of the cut started to rot, and the damage was even worse inside, since the blade bit deep. The combat healer flung the convulsing body of the nightmare creature aside and slashed at another one without any hint of hesitation. To his right, Dorn brought his heavy sledgehammer down, turning the head of a snarling abomination into bloody pulp. To his left, Bel's sword shimmered through the air, decapitating another. The road was narrow enough to prevent the swarm from surrounding them, and the slope of the mountain had turned into a killing field because of the bloodthirsty shadow spikes. The enemy could not flank the vanguard, so all the abominations could do was charge forward and up, half a dozen at a time. As the pressure of the mass of nightmare creatures mounted, the 3 fighters turned into an impregnable bastion. Quentin drew most attention and withstood attack after attack, which granted Bel and Dorn a modicum of freedom. They used it well, visiting unabashed slaughter upon the tide of eyeless beasts. The swordsman danced between them, phasing through his enemies and slicing their bodies apart as if they were made from paper. Dorn fought in a more reserved fashion, but his devastating and inescapable attacks were even more fearsome. Luster thrust his halberd forward from time to time, finishing off wounded enemies or preventing them from breaking through the walls of steel created by Quentin, Bel, and Dorn. Streams of foul blood were soon running down the surface of the mountain road. However, not everything went well for the cohort. Despite the unshakable will, ferocity, and deadly skill of the melee vanguard, there were just too many nightmare creatures for them to fight. Each of the abominations was powerful and deadly, as well. Already, a few heavy hits landed on Quentin's armor, sending a net of thin cracks running through the polished breastplate. The healer easily managed to restore its integrity, but how long would he be able to keep up this lethal dance? Bel and Dorn were better off than him, but not by much. For now, one managed to avoid being torn apart due to his elusive aspect, while the other used his strength and calculating mind to avoid danger. Worse still, there were also the fallen abominations to think about. Just then, the first of the lumbering monstrosities finally reached the crest of the hill, ruthlessly throwing several of the lesser creatures into the canyon to clear a path for itself. The fallen lunged forward, opening its maw to bite down on Quentin's shield, and maybe take the healer's entire arm off with it. Before it could, however, a black arrow silently slid into its throat. The abomination twitched and fell down, sliding forward on the asphalt as a river of blood poured out of its mouth. Sunny was already drawing his bow again. Higher up the slope, Samara was calmly sending slug after slug into the attacking swarm. Kim was standing still, concentrating on providing all 6 members of the cohort with a clear view of the battlefield, as well as letting them know where to strike to deal as much damage as possible. Hell, we might actually make it. Sunny had several trump cards saved up in case things went south, but he was reluctant to use them unless necessary. This clash was an important step for the cohort. Up until now, they had only trained together. Being christened by blood in an actual battle would not only show how capable his soldiers were, but also truly bring them together. Sadly, just as he thought that, the situation suddenly and dreadfully changed. As the whole swarm of the eyeless abominations got close to the crest of the hill, the creatures froze for a split second. And then, the long jagged spikes growing from their spines suddenly grew hazy, producing a strange vibration that covered the surrounded area like a dome. Sunny heard a high-pitched ringing that burrowed into his ears like a hot needle, and then, the entire world suddenly spun. Curses! He swayed, almost falling off the rhino's roof. Suddenly, Sunny couldn't tell where was up and where was down, where was left and where was right. Everything around him turned blurry, disorienting, and impossible to tell apart. Through the shadows, he felt Quentin missing a step and being thrown back by a charging abomination. Dorn swung his sledgehammer to cover the falling healer, but Miston was pulled off balance by the inertia of his mighty strike. Belle phased back and staggered, almost tumbling to the ground. Sonic attack! Sunny gritted his teeth and dove through the shadows, disappearing from sight and emerging between the fighters of the melee vanguard a moment later. A flute carved out of emerald bone appeared in his hands. Kicking a nearby beast hard enough to crush its ribs and send the revolting creature flying away, Sunny brought the flute to his lips and blew into it softly. A moment later, a cone of absolute silence enveloped the crest of the hill. Instantly, the world stopped spinning, and he could see clearly again. As Quentin, Dorn, and Belle picked themselves up and readied their weapons with a visible relief, Sunny smiled darkly and stared at the approaching monsters. The cruel sight was already weaving itself into existence, surrounded by swirling fog. Taking a step forward, Sunny gripped the shaft of the somber spear and grinned. Denied. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 847-847, Slaughter. 1084 words. The swarm had lost its leader, the momentum of its charge had been crushed, the secret weapon of the eyeless abominations had been rendered useless, and most importantly of all, scores of them had already lost their lives. But the nightmare creatures still presented a mortal danger to the cohort. There were still enough of them to bury Sunny and his soldiers under a mountain of flesh, claws, and fangs. More than a dozen fallen abominations remained, as well, rushing forward to devour the 7 humans. An ugly smile appeared on Sunny's face. Come get us, then. As the blade of the cruel sight shone with incandescent light, he sliced through the body of a lunging beast and issued a quick command. Vanguard, follow me. He put the shaft of the somber spear in the way of a snarling maw, shifted his weight to throw the enemy to the ground, and struck another abomination with the butt of his weapon. Kim, move forward to the crest of the hill. Samara, get closer and keep pressuring the fallen. As he spun and unleashed a diagonal cut, beheading a disoriented monster, a new memory was already weaving itself into existence. A thin iron chain was soon wrapped around his neck. On it hung a small statuette in the form of a beautiful young woman that held a spear in one hand and a human heart in another. Blood was pouring from a gaping wound on her bared chest. The dying wish seemed to come alive as his essence flowed into it. Death wish enchantment description. Those who witness the wielder of this memory are compelled, friends to be inspired, foes to seek the wielder out. The power of the memory grows the more enemies they give the gift of death, and can be consumed to heal the wielder's wounds. Death charge. 0/1000. Now that Sunny was at the front of the cohort's battle formation, both his soldiers and the nightmare creatures could see him clearly. Well, he wasn't sure if the eyeless abominations could see anything, but they definitely perceived him in some mysterious way. The effect of the transcendent charm could be felt instantly. Behind him, the 4 fighters of the melee vanguard were suddenly reinvigorated. Their movements grew faster, sharper, and more focused. The enemies, on the other hand, became even more frenzied. They lunged at Sunny like rabid beasts, consumed by blind hatred, hunger, and madness. With all this fury mostly concentrated on him and him alone, Quentin, Belle, Dorn, and Lester gained some space to breathe. Which was a good thing, but, crap, this was the first time Sunny used this particular memory, and he was already starting to regret it a little. The pressure of the mad onslaught that the affected nightmare creatures unleashed upon him was no joke. Gritting his teeth, he spun and danced, slaughtering one abomination after another. Guided by him, the vanguard slowly pushed into the swarm, taking a few tentative steps forward. Sunny served as the tip of their formation, turning into a bloody hurricane of radiant silver and bleak steel. Despite his superior strength and speed, another fighter would have been quickly overpowered by the sheer mass and ferocity of the countless nightmare creatures, then brought down to the ground and either crushed or torn apart. Luckily, Sunny was just too slippery and elusive to be surrounded and piled upon. As 3 shadows wrapped themselves around his body, his agility and swiftness reached superhuman heights. More importantly, when even that wasn't enough, he easily stepped through the shadows to avoid being swarmed by the onslaught of frenzied beasts. Empowered by his incredibly high divine affinity, the undying chain effortlessly withstood stray blows that managed to get past his defenses from time to time. The cruel sight sang, harvesting life after life like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Behind him, the melee vanguard fought with murderous resolve and swiftly improving cohesion. Not only were they able to provide Sunny with much-needed support and block the enemies from attacking him from the back, each also killed one abomination after another. Belle's sword sliced through bodies as if not meeting any resistance, Dorn's sledgehammer crushed them like a devastating wrecking ball. Quentin's attacks were not as spectacular, but each abomination wounded by him soon stumbled, convulsed, or simply fell down and died. Even Lester was doing his part, either thrusting his halberd forward like a spear or using its hook to throw the eyeless beasts off balance and make it easier for others to slay them. Samara had abandoned her sniper nest and moved closer to the crest of the hill to dive into the dome of silence created by Sunny. Her new position was not as advantageous, but she still managed to land most of her shots. Although not all of them were able to hit the weak spot on the forehead of the fallen abominations, even those that had not dealt the powerful creature serious wounds. A few eyeless beasts had managed to slip through the defensive line of the melee vanguard back when the swarm first unleashed its sonic attack. They were already hurtling in her direction with nothing slowing them down. As they did, a hail of bullets suddenly struck the abominations from the side, tearing into their bodies. Kim, who was running up the road, aimed her carbine without ever slowing down and unleashed a rain of charged rounds on the nightmare creatures barreling down on Samara. Reaching the last one, she let go of the weapon and allowed it to hang freely from its sling. The young woman sidestepped the lunge of the rabid monstrosity, then delivered a powerful uppercut with her buckler. As its edge connected with the beast's jaw and jerked the eyeless head up, a slender rapier shot forward, piercing the abomination's neck. A moment later, the beast was dead. Not too long after that, Kim reached the crest, fell on one knee, and took up her carbine once again. Now that the melee vanguard advanced slightly down the road, she had a clear line of fire at the swarm. Firing it in short bursts, the young woman joined the mayhem. Suffocating under the constant flood of frenzied monsters, Sunny grinned. Dorn, don't try to kill every abomination, just push them off the cliff when you can. The fall is unlikely to kill them, but we can easily clean up the stragglers later. Luster, disengage and help Samara regain some essence. The rest, continue doing what you're doing. Slaughter them all. The members of the cohort obliged, echoing his last command with battle cries of their own. Slaughter them all. Quote. Slaughter. And so they did. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 848 to 848, Persistent Threat. 1051 words. In the end, the cohort eradicated the swarm of the eyeless nightmare creatures. It was not easy, and there were moments when each of them brushed with death. But eventually, the 7 humans observed the vast killing field with tired expressions, exhausted but alive. Hundreds of cut, crushed, and torn bodies littered the broken asphalt of the mountain road. Blood flowed down the hill, pooling into crimson petals at its base. The carcasses of the fallen abominations towered above the corpses of their lesser ilk like mounds of rotten meat. Looking at the ghastly sight, Sunny felt very happy that the army supplied them with actual food. Right now, he was very reluctant to go back to the familiar diet of only eating monster meat. With a sigh, he turned away and glanced at his ragged band of soldiers. Despite the fact that their battle was over, time was still of the essence. Luster, go inform the army command that the road is secured, then bring the rhino to the crest and park it on the slope. The rest of you, rest while you can. Oh, and also, good work. The members of the cohort looked at each other, lively smiles appearing on their tired faces. We did do all right, didn't we? With that, they walked away from the mass of mangled bodies and sprawled on the ground, steam rising from their blood-covered armors into the cold air. Soon, the rhino arrived, its headlights painting a much more morbid picture of the recent battleground. The soldiers rested and recovered their essence. Since no one was seriously injured, Quentin was in no hurry to tend to the wounded. No one stood guard, as well, since Sunny's shadows could fulfill that role better than any human. Everything seemed to be peaceful and safe, however, he was not fooled. Down in the valley, the ugly rift in the fabric of reality was still pulsing with eerie darkness, silently calling to Sunny. The gate was still open. Although they had defeated the initial wave of nightmare creatures that had emerged from it, more could arrive at any moment. The first wave was usually the most dangerous, but not always. It ordinarily consisted of the abominations that had been close to the seed of nightmare when it bloomed, but as long as the gate remained open, more monsters could wander through it into the real world. In fact, Sunny suspected that nightmare creatures experienced a call that was very similar to the one that Awakened felt. It drew them from the reaches of the dream realm toward the blooming seed. Those that had been near it arrived first, but many more could eventually come. That was why if a gate could not be closed, it had to be contained and constantly monitored by the government forces, at least nearer within the population centers. With time, the number of such containment zones grew, stretching the ability of the government to secure them. So, the cohort was not entirely safe. He stared at the eerie rift for some time, feeling the call slowly eating away at his sanity. Then, Sunny shook his head, walked over to the rhino and sat down in its shadow. He was tired, as well. It was time to sort out the results of the battle. Summoning the runes, he thoughtfully studied them. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Ascended. Class, Devil. Shadow cores, 4/7. Shadow fragments, 777 4/1000. Curses. Despite the scope and ferocity of the recent battle, he had only received 30 or so shadow fragments from it, 4 for killing the Gate Guardian, the rest for slaying the fallen abominations. Since Sunny was ascended now, he gained nothing from slaying nightmare creatures of the dormant and awakened ranks. Becoming a tyrant was not going to be easy. Whatever, he continued to read the runes with a sour expression. Memories. Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Extraordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Darkwing, Moonlight Shard, Mantle of the Underworld, Weaver's Mask, Broken Oath, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Covetous Coffer, Undying Chain, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Morgan's Warbow, Shadow Lantern, Bone Singer, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Dying Wish, Evil Eye. Sunny had learned to weave names into the memories he created after coming back from the nightmare. Shadow Chair was the exquisite wooden chair he had borrowed from Noctis. Sadly, no other item Sunny had tried to bring back to the real world survived. Everything had simply ceased to exist once he returned, to his bitter disappointment. However, the artificial memory remained. The overpriced saddle was the stupidly expensive saddle he had commissioned for Nightmare. The Evil Eye was the new memory he had just received for killing the devil named Defiled Witness. There were also a few awakened memories he had gained, but they seemed only good enough to be fed to his shadows. I'll deal with them later. He turned his attention back to the runes. Echoes, Shadows, Marble Saint, Nightmare, Soul Serpent. Attributes, Fated Flame of Divinity, Master of Shadows, Blood Weave, Bone Weave. Aspect, Shadow Slave. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect abilities, Shadow Control, Shadow Step, Shadow Manifestation. Aspect legacy, Shadow Dance. Flaw, Clear Conscience, Dream Anchor, Tower of Longing. The name of the Soul Serpent was dim and lifeless. Sunny could not dismiss or summon the shadow back after gifting it to Rain, at least not from a distance. He still felt a subtle connection to it, though. He knew that Serpent was alive and well. That's something, at least. They are both alright. With a sigh, Sunny concentrated on his new memory, the Evil Eye. After reading the description, he learned that it was capable of enhancing one's vision, making a person capable of discerning more details, and seeing things clearly from a greater distance. The effect had to be rather powerful since it came from a fallen devil, but he had to decide what to do with it. Sunny could either use it himself, feed it to one of his shadows, or give it to one of his soldiers. Samara and Kim were the best candidates. The awakened sharpshooter would be able to pick off targets from much further away, which was an obvious benefit. The timid seer, however, Sunny was very curious to find out how the augmentation of the Evil Eye would affect her ability to see the vulnerabilities of his enemies. After thinking about it for a bit, he turned his head and said, "Hey, Kimmy, come here for a second. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs." Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 849 to 849, Pincer Maneuver. 1068 words. The evilite seemed to suit Kim's aspect very well. Of course, the cohort was only going to really learn how much it had been improved during their next battle. Which, without a doubt, would follow very soon. But not yet. Sitting on the ground and watching snowflakes dance in the dim sky, Sunny rested and evaluated the performance of his soldiers, and his own, in the clash against the swarm of eyeless beasts. Overall, he was satisfied with the result. Why wouldn't he be, considering that the enemy had been destroyed while none of his subordinates had suffered a serious injury? Everyone had performed well. Belle, Dorn, and Quentin had shown their value as elite combat specialists. Samara had confidently surpassed his already high expectations. Kim had been instrumental to their overall effectiveness and provided adequate support. While Lester's contribution had not seemed that spectacular, his presence actually made all the difference. The young man had also done well enough for himself as a second-line fighter. However, things weren't that simple. A subtle frown appeared on Sunny's face. How troublesome. The relative ease of their victory had been predicated on several factors. Firstly and most importantly, control over the terrain and the proper use of its advantages. Secondly, the immediate elimination of the fallen commander of the swarm. Without the defiled witness, none of the nightmare creatures had possessed fearsome unnatural powers. The vile abilities that devils and abominations of higher classes possessed added an element of unpredictability to every battle. It was that instability that made any kind of strategy and planning unreliable. This time, Sunny had been able to remove the threat and maintain tactical superiority, but what about the next? He doubted that every future battle would be as orderly. Lastly, the cohort had not held back and unleashed its full power to destroy the swarm. Sunny had avoided using his trump cards, but his reserves of essence were now depleted by more than a half. His soldiers were in an even worse situation. It was going to take a couple of days for them to recover, maybe less if Lester was involved. Sunny did not regret going all out, since it allowed him to create a benchmark of what the cohort was capable of. However, he had a nagging suspicion that they would not be allowed the luxury of carelessly burning through their essence in the future. Who knew when the next combat engagement would come? There was no guarantee that the cohort would receive the time they needed to recharge. Conserving essence is going to be a priority, I feel it in my bones. His expression darkened. The more his soldiers were constrained in how to express their powers, the more risks they would have to endure. Turning his head slightly, Sunny threw a calculating glance at Lester. The young man suddenly shivered and looked back. Captain, why are you staring at me? Sunny gave him a reassuring smile, which only made Lester appear more nervous, for some reason. Oh, just thinking about the future. But since we are talking, take Kim and go collect us some soul shards. Don't bother with the fallen abominations, though. Their hides are too tough, so it would be a waste of time to dress them. The army would take care of this. As the officer in charge of the cohort, Sunny was privy to the information about how saturated the soul cores of his subordinates were, not to mention that he could make a rough estimate himself simply by taking a look. Actually, they did not need too many shards. Dorn and Samara had long reached full saturation, while Belle and Quentin were extremely close to it. Only Lester and Kim lagged behind a bit due to their age. The cohort was going to reach its full potential sooner rather than later. As Lester and Kim left, chaperoned by one of his shadows, just in case, Sunny leaned on the hull of the rhino and closed his eyes. After spending years in the deadly and unpredictable expanse of the dream realm, he knew not to miss the rare and precious opportunities to rest. For a while, the small mountain valley was calm and silent. Not too far away, behind the rugged slopes, the bleakness of the twilight sky was being torn apart by orange flashes of heavy artillery fire. The echoes of thunderous explosions reached the valley from time to time, but the mayhem itself remained somewhere in the distance, where the main body of the army division was engaged in a bloody battle against the small horde of nightmare creatures. Soon, however, a low rumbling drew closer, and subtle vibrations spread through the surface of the broken road. Opening one eye, Sunny looked down, where a long column of army vehicles was climbing up the slope. At its front, a squad of war platforms marched, their wide metal feet sending cracks through the asphalt with each step. A few of the smaller ones were holding rifles not unlike the coil gun wielded by Samara. Of course, in their giant hands, the massive rifles looked small and lightweight, like modest sidearms at most. The battalion whose path the cohort had been ordered to secure finally arrived. They were going to follow the road and flank the horde of abominations, finishing the pincer maneuver. This probably meant that Sunny and his soldiers were done with their short respite. Soon, the towering war platforms reached the crest of the hill where Rhino was parked, lingered there for a moment, and continued down into the valley. The army vehicles and members of the mechanized infantry arrived next, accompanied by a good number of awakened. One of them stopped near the spot where the cohort was resting and glanced at the carnage below. His face paled. The man remained silent for a while, then glanced at Belle, who was relaxing on a boulder nearby. You guys killed all these abominations by yourself. The swordsman simply smiled. Sure did. The awakened stared at him incredulously. But there are hundreds of them. Belle blinked a couple of times, then shrugged. So, we're irregulars. The soldier opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Belle, meanwhile, thought for a bit and added. Don't be too impressed. Our captain probably killed half of them. We just stayed back and tried to make ourselves useful. The awakened soldier was clearly impressed. He looked at the swordsman with begrudging respect, remained silent for a few moments, and asked. Quote. Who is your captain? Belle suddenly laughed. Our captain. He is the devil himself. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 850 to 850, Surrounded. 1235 words. At that moment, Samara appeared from the hatch of the Rhino and called out to Sunny. Captain, we are being hailed on the comms. He sighed, then opened his eyes and reluctantly stood up. As the awakened soldier stared at the pale young man with wide eyes, he smiled pleasantly, and then disappeared without a trace, prompting the man to flinch and take a step back. Back inside the APC, Sunny emerged from the shadows, walked over to the communication suite and sat down behind a terminal. At the press of a button, Master Jet's face appeared on the screen. Soul Reaper seemed to be standing in front of a pile of mangled corpses, illuminated by an angry orange glow. Dancing flames reflected in her icy blue eyes, making it seem as if they were glowing. Set against that backdrop, her smile looked rather sinister. Hey, Sunny, I heard that your cohort won its first battle. I guess congratulations are in order. He nodded and studied the carcasses of nightmare creatures behind her. Yeah, you seem to have achieved a victory, as well. What's the situation like with the other divisions? The field army had separated into 7 divisions after reaching the Antarctic Center, or was it brigades? Sunny was still a bit confused about the hierarchy of army units. In any case, one of them had stayed behind in Falcon Scott, while the other 6 had deployed south and were currently on the move. Each consisted of 10 to 15,000 soldiers and was accompanied by 700 awakened or so. Master Jet shrugged. It's not too bad, yet. The irregulars are doing their job as well. For now, everything seems to be going according to plan. What about you? How did your cohort perform? Sunny sighed. Not bad. We mopped up the opposition easily enough. However, we wasted a lot of essence. If the intensity of the conflict picks up, I'm not sure if I can employ the same strategy again. She nodded. It will definitely pick up, so, good thinking. At that moment, something thundered from the dynamics, and the image on the screen became noisy for a few moments. Soul Reaper lowered her communicator and looked somewhere to the side with a resentful expression. She pursed her lips, then said in a neutral tone. Anyway, I have to go. Follow the flanking battalion for now and help them deal with the horde that's blocking your division from advancing south. Don't exert yourself and your soldiers, though. Take it easy and conserve your essence. Sunny smiled. Will do. Master Jet glanced at him briefly and nodded. Good luck, Sunny. He sighed. Good luck to you, too. However, the signal had already cut, turning the screen black. All that remained was his pale reflection. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shook his head and headed toward the exit hatch of the Rhino. Nothing much had changed outside. The sky was still cold, dim, and illuminated by the distant cannonade of human artillery. In the valley below, the army engineers were setting up autonomous observation posts around the active gate and laying explosive charges around it. While humanity could not close every gate, it had learned to diminish their threat in various ways over the years. Encasing them in cement or burying the rift under tons of soil were just a couple of methods to slow down the emerging nightmare creatures at least a little. Another group of support personnel was already cleaning up the road and harvesting the soul shards. Sunny could have made a point about securing his share of the spoils, but it was too much hassle. The results would be tallied and converted to an appropriate amount of contribution points, anyway. Plus, Luster and Kim were already back with their trophies. Stepping out of the APC, Sunny looked at his soldiers. Gather up. As the cohort assembled around him, he pointed to the glimmering crystals. Those with unsaturated cores, share the soul shards among yourself and absorb them. We have 10 minutes to get ready to move out. Our next task is to support the assault on the flank of the bunch of abominations making a ruckus on the other side of the mountain. Only dormant abilities and passive enchantments this time, so don't get too rowdy. Once the threat is eliminated, we can get some sleep. Understood. There were no questions. 10 minutes later, the Rhino joined the column of the army vehicles and rolled forward, in the direction where the flashes of light and the sounds of explosions were coming from. The flanking battalion passed the small valley, climbed high up the slope of the mountain, then crested a narrow pass and came in view of a massive battle below. Around 2,000 nightmare creatures were pressing down on the defensive line of a well-organized human force. The soldiers were not in a hurry to attack and concentrated on keeping the abominations away from themselves. The barrage of explosive shells, squall of slugs unleashed by the towering war platforms and countless soldiers of the mechanized infantry, and several hundred awakened were doing a good job of containing the raging horde. Looking at the chaotic battlefield from above, Sunny grimaced. At this distance, the 6 nightmare gates that had disgorged the horde were already whispering into his ears. This is going to get old really fast, isn't it? The army command soon sent them a packet of information, marking down priority targets in the mass of abominations and transferring other important data. As the battalion formed to start the assault on the flank of the enemy force, Sunny studied it all and then pointed at an especially ugly monstrosity. That will be our target. We must take this gate guardian down. You guys help me clear the path to the big bastard, then stay back. Sure, Master Jet had told him to take it easy, but Sunny was not going to miss a chance to earn a few shadow fragments. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust, making the members of the cohort shift uncomfortably. Soon, the preparations were done, and the flanking force attacked. At the same time, the main body of the division changed its routine, initiating a charge of their own. Pressed between the two, the horde of nightmare creatures stood no chance. Of course, the battalion attacking from the slope of the mountain, and the irregulars accompanying it, got it much worse than the rest of the human force. Nevertheless, the resistance of the abominations was quickly crushed, and they were ruthlessly eradicated. Sunny managed to take down another gate guardian, as well. As the exhausted soldiers celebrated the decisive victory, he scowled deeply, and then looked south. The whispers assaulting his mind were growing stronger and stronger. A moment later, the ground shook, and the fabric of reality seemed to split open in the distance. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. 1, 2, 3. As he watched with a weary expression, several new nightmare gates suddenly tore a path into the waking world. Then, even more, the shocked soldiers rushed to get back into formations while countless abominations were appearing from the rifts, flooding the air with their frenzied howls and shrieks. Worse still, one of the gates opened directly behind the army, putting it into an encirclement. Standing on top of the corpse of the massive guardian, Sunny sighed and shook his head dejectedly. This is going to be a long day. Well, of course it would be. Since they were in Antarctica, this day was going to last for another few weeks, and then turn into a night that would last for many months. He had a feeling that this endless night would feel even longer. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 851 to 851. No holds barred. 996 words. 7 new gates. A flood of nightmare creatures. Thousands of tired soldiers who had hoped for a well-deserved reprieve after the long and furious battle, only to have that hope snuffed out in an instant. Sunny could feel the resolve of humans surrounding him falter, but in the end, they quickly collected themselves. The officers barked orders, the soldiers hurriedly gathered in proper formations, the lumbering mobile war platforms repositioned to open fire on the new threat. Truth be told, the new development was well within the division's ability to handle. Luckily, none of the gates showed signs of reaching Category 3, so they did not pose more of a threat than the previous 6. The human force had barely suffered any casualties, if any at all, in the recent battle, and they had a theoretical chance of repeating that success. If there was one problem, though, it was that the division, just like Sunny and his soldiers, had overexerted itself in the previous engagement. Logistical vehicles hastily moved forward to give the fighters an opportunity to reload their empty magazines and recharge their armor suits. Artillery needed new batches of explosive shells, infantry needed energy cells and ammunition, MWP companies needed to cool down to avoid a forced shutdown. All that demanded time, which caused humans to blunder the immensely important opening act of the second offensive. Additionally, they had lost the precious terrain advantage and strategic control due to the fact that one of the gates opened behind them. That just meant that the warriors of the awakened detachment had to pick up the slack and buy their mundane comrades a chance to regroup and properly enter the battle. That included Sunny and his soldiers, too. Damnation. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, studying the approaching flood of nightmare creatures as his mind went into an overdrive. He had no doubt that hundreds of awakened accompanying the division would be able to stall and destroy the threat, eventually. However, this time, the human force was not going to achieve victory with minimal losses. Many people were going to die. Was it time to unleash his trump cards already? This is just day one, for heaven's sake. He had come to Antarctica in search of greater strength. Saving the lives of his fellow soldiers sounded very much like something that a man of conviction would do. However, Sunny was not convinced. Why should he go above and beyond to help these people to even the odds? It was not like they were going to suffer a crushing defeat. Victory was all but guaranteed, with only its cost remaining in doubt. Showing his aces, on the other hand, was a bit risky. Sunny would have felt more comfortable if he and his cohort were acting alone, but here in the middle of a massive battlefield. The thought left a bad taste in his mouth. He was tempted to bide his time. There was a grim feeling slowly rising in his heart, though. Indeed, it was the very start of a campaign that promised to be long and arduous. If Sunny did not go all out and his division lost a bunch more soldiers as a result, the losses would not be anywhere near substantial in the grand scheme of things. However, what would happen if a bunch of soldiers died tomorrow, too, and then the day after that, and the day after that? Pretty soon, there would be no one left to fight by his side. And that was a big problem. Suddenly, a simple and chilling realization struck his mind. Sunny's eyes widened slightly. The thing he had come to understand was so straightforward that it bordered on obvious. Antarctica was not a place where one could hold back. Even though the chain of nightmares was far away from reaching its full magnitude, everyone had to exert themselves to the absolute limit already, or face eventual and inevitable destruction. In fact, even that might not be enough. Sunny gritted his teeth. He had known that this cataclysm was going to be a dreadful trial, of course, but now it became starkly clear that even Sunny had underestimated the true scope of the disaster. Theoretical understanding was very different from actual knowledge. Standing on top of the corpse of a mighty gate guardian, he sighed and then glanced at his soldiers. That gate over there seems to be bringing our old eyeless friends to the real world. Since we already know how to handle them, it will be our next target. As one of the very few masters in the division and the captain of the first irregular company to boot, Sunny had a larger responsibility than most. It was a given that his cohort would have to lead the charge on one of the 7 gates. However, he couldn't be in several places at the same time. The gate that had opened behind the human formation, the one that posed the most threat and prevented the division from presenting a united front, thus constraining every soldier on the battlefield, was too far away from his position, and so the irregulars had no hope of reaching it in time. Someone else would have to handle it. Move out. Samara, change position to get a clear line of fire on the designated gate. Kimmy, stay close to Luster and assist him in covering the vanguard's back. Stay alive. Kill them all. Without wasting any more time, the cohort rushed forward to meet the onslaught of frenzied abominations. Hundreds of awakened joined them, creating a buffer between the nightmare creatures and the line of mundane soldiers. Buying time for the division to form an effective response. A dozen seconds after they left, however, something moved in the shadow of the massive carcass. Suddenly, a terrifying black steed emerged from it, carrying a fearsome dark rider. The rider observed the battlefield with cold indifference, and then sent her destrier into a gallop. Their eyes burned with infernal red flames. Nightmare and Saint were heading away from the approaching abominations, toward the hastily assembled battle formation of human soldiers. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 852 to 852, The Return of the Lord. 1,185 words. A soldier named Ash was not having a great day. Early into the battle, his powerful exoskeleton armor suit sustained damage to one of its knee joints. Although he could still fight and shoot his rifle, not to mention more than willing to face the abominations despite having his mobility severely reduced, the command judged that the risk was not worth it. As a result, he had to abandon his fellow infantrymen and retreat to the supply train of the division, where a team of techs tried to repair his suit as fast as possible. Sadly, they weren't fast enough. Who knew that a bunch of new gates would open, with one of them appearing almost on top of the scarcely defended supply train? While the techs and other non-combatants desperately tried to retreat closer to the main formation, Ash and a small number of soldiers that happened to be nearby had no choice but to face the advancing nightmare creatures alone. They unleashed a torrent of bullets at the monsters, but there were just too many of them. Even when he emptied his shoulder-mounted launcher to send a hail of miniature rockets into the massive rabbit abominations, the surprisingly potent explosive load his missiles carried failed to make any difference. He had managed to slaughter a number of dormant bastards with that salvo, but those of them that were awakened. You needed an awakened to kill another awakened. All mundane soldiers knew that, more or less. Slowly, Ash's blood turned cold in his veins. Bad, bad, bad. An officer's shout reached his ears through the communication system of the armor suit, barely legible because of all the distortion produced by the massive gates. Tack, bayonets, attach bayonets. That was the order that every soldier dreaded. Ash resolutely pressed a button on the side of his rifle. A moment later, a powerful alloy blade slid from underneath its barrel, turning the weapon into an improvised spear. Come then, wretches. Despite his bravado, Ash felt more and more like he was not going to live to see the next day, or whatever it was that counted as a day in the damn southern quadrant. The odds just seemed too slim. The awakened abominations were bad enough, but he at least had a theoretical chance to take down one or two with the help of his powered armor. But there were also fallen ones. Most terrifyingly of all, a creature that resembled a giant, ancient, rotting carcass of a monstrous deer had just emerged from the gate, sending the other ghastly beasts into a frenzy. It had to be a devil, at least, or maybe even a tyrant. Ash shuddered and readied himself. Well, so be it. We need to give the supply guys time to run. These bastards are going to learn what humans are capable of. Hell, who knows, maybe reinforcements will arrive in time. In the next moment, the nightmare creatures closed in on the thin line of soldiers, making ranged fire useless. Ash caught a lunging dormant beast on the tip of his bayonet and grunted, feeling his powered armor suit being pushed back. Strong, the mini boosters on the back of the heavy exoskeleton ignited, pushing him forward. Ash sliced through the flesh of the revolting creature, then tried to land a blow on another snarling abomination. Sadly, at that moment, the damaged joint of his armor finally gave out, throwing him off balance. The bayonet slid off the hide of the awakened monster without leaving even a scratch on it. Ash helplessly toppled to the ground. Before he could move, sharp fangs closed on his shoulder, easily crushing the tempered alloy of his armor and the complicated internals of the powered suit. A terrible pain tore through his side. Die, I am going to die. He looked up and stared at the ugly snout of the monster that was going to kill him, his eyes wide. And then, the monster's head exploded into bloody chunks. Ash blinked as a visage out of a nightmare flashed past him. It was a black horse carrying a human rider that wore an intricate onyx armor. At least, the rider looked like a human. Or a demon, perhaps. It was the black steed's hoof that had crushed the nightmare creature's head. Without ever slowing down, the demonic knight continued forward, killing numerous abominations in passing. Suddenly, the pressure on the mundane soldiers reduced. The dark rider and her nightmarish steed flew through the mass of rabid creatures, slaughtering one after another. The sword, the knight wielded a strange weapon. The sword she held was made out of black stone, and broken. Its edge, however, was still sharp. As Ash struggled to stand up, the demonic knight tore through the onslaught of nightmare creatures, getting closer and closer to the monstrous deer. At some point, the rider gracefully jumped off the black steed's back, soaring high into the air and landing right in front of the charging guardian. Ash didn't see what happened next, because the figure of the infernal knight became hidden behind the mass of nightmare creatures. All he perceived was a chilling, absolutely inhuman shriek that suddenly rolled across the battlefield, so loud that the auditory systems of his exosuit failed to filter the deafening wail out. Gods! Finally, he managed to raise himself from the ground. The battle was still not over. In fact, it was only starting. Even though Ash would have to struggle to do anything with only one functioning leg and a torn shoulder that reduced the range of motion of his right arm, he was determined to do his part. Raising his rifle once again, he glanced forward and saw the dreadful black horse rampaging among the nightmare creatures. There was no sign of its demonic rider, but judging by the erratic movements of the giant deer-like monstrosity, the Onyx Knight was fighting it. Who was crazy enough to attack that horror alone? But the mysterious warrior did not just attack the terrifying gate guardian. Ash froze for a moment. Wait, did he? No, did that demon actually? The rotting body of the ghastly deer suddenly swayed, and then toppled. Another shriek pierced Ash's ears, and then, the mass of nightmare creatures seemed to lose most of its coordination. The gate guardian was dead. Ash couldn't believe his luck. And, as if fortune truly smiled on him today, not too long after the fearsome abomination fell, reinforcements arrived from behind, forging an impregnable defense line to stop the enemy's advance. Ash fired the last of his bullets, then stumbled away and retreated. This time, he was sent to the field hospital instead of a repair vehicle, to have his body tended to instead of his powered suit. There, wincing as his torn shoulder was hastily mended together, Ash frowned. Wait, that armor, that demonic aura, the cold indifference and dark charisma. His eyes suddenly widened. The battle still raged on, but Ash was utterly preoccupied by something else. Was I saved? By Mongrel? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 853 to 853, Bone Singer. 1,390 words. This time, Sunny chose to dive into the melee from the very first moment of the battle. His bow was a fearsome tool to slay powerful targets from a distance, but now that the situation had come to a full-fledged frontal assault, restraining the horde of lesser nightmare creatures was more important. After all, they were only less than when compared to utterly terrifying abominations. Each was still a deadly threat. Plus, using the Death Dealer enchantment again was out of question. Not to mention that the value of the Dying Wish was vastly increased, considering that he was leading a good 100 of Awakened instead of a single cohort right now. Any ally who could see Sunny clash with the monsters would feel inspired to fight with renewed zeal and resolve. On the other hand, he was also facing an entire horde of nightmare creatures instead of a single swarm. That meant that the Dying Wish would make him the target of hundreds of frenzied abominations. Its power had also increased due to the fact that he had already killed dozens of enemies affected by the Death Wish enchantment in the previous two battles. Oh well, he would just have to manage, somehow. Sunny had already decided to go all out, but now, for the first time in a long time, he suddenly felt a dire lack of powerful tools at his disposal. He had always prided himself on how formidable and versatile his arsenal of memories was, but it seemed to have fallen behind the kinds of threats Sunny was facing these days. He didn't even have anything to arm Saint with. To his shame, her broken stone sword was deadlier than any melee weapon he possessed, except for the cruel sight. As a part of an ascended demon, the stone blade carried the power of an ascended weapon, as well. Sadly, unlike Taciturn Shadow herself, the sword had not shown any sign of being able to repair itself. Yet, Sunny was clad in the Undying Chain, wielded the cruel sight, and harnessed the power of the Dying Wish. He was also augmented by two of his shadows. Saint only had the Broken Oath, which she could not use recklessly while riding Nightmare. The Black Courser and his rider were empowered by one shadow each. Other than that, there was not much Sunny could employ to change the odds in his favor. Damn it, I really need more memories. What of the tools he did have, though? Kimmy, what do you see? His soldiers were his tools, too. Considering that the last powerful memory Sunny had found went to Kim, he hoped to get some results. There were just a dozen seconds left before they clashed with the enemy. The young woman lingered for a moment, and then said something that ignited a small flame in Sunny's heart. I see, these beasts are vulnerable to sonic attacks. Sunny had formed a similar suspicion after facing the eyeless abominations for the first time, but unsubstantiated suspicions were not something a good strategy could be built upon. Now, however, I bet it's their perception. Has to be. He summoned the flute carved out of a strange emerald femur. The Bone Singer. This ascended memory of the third tier, which he had gained in the Red Colosseum, possessed 3 enchantments: Sonorous Silence and Sepulchre Song. The first one allowed the flute to sing at various volumes. This was the enchantment Sunny had copied to the silver bell in the ordinary rock. The second allowed the flute to create a dome of silence around itself. The third one, Sunny had not been able to use it yet. It was supposed to raise the dead. However, one had to know how to actually play the flute to activate it, which Sunny did not. Additionally, the risen corpses would be murderous, wicked, and uncontrolled. The only way to command them and prevent them from attacking the summoner was to soothe them with a correct melody, which he had no way of knowing as well. In any case, Sunny was only interested in that sonorous enchantment right now. Commanding the flute to sing as loud as it could, he saturated it with his essence and then threw the bone instrument to luster. Play it. The young man caught the emerald flute and stared at it with a startled expression. But, Captain, I have no idea how to. Sunny was already turning back to the tide of abominations. Just blow into the hole, damn it. Luster hesitated for half a second, then obediently brought the Bone Singer to his lips. A moment later, a deafening, discordant, ear-piercing whistle exploded from the flute, spreading far and wide. And just a moment before the flood of eyeless abominations crashed against the awakened, they suddenly stumbled and lost their momentum, as if severely disoriented. Sunny grinned as the cruel sight reaped the life of his first victim. The Bone Singer had not produced a sonic attack, per se. It was just terribly loud and hideously shrill. However, just like he had thought, that turned out to be enough. The beasts were blind. After all, they had to perceive the world through some other means, and their hearing had turned out to be the dominant one of those. If Sunny had to guess, he would have said that the long spikes on their backs were meant to sense sound waves spreading through the air, which the abominations were then able to interpret into a coherent picture of their surroundings. Subjecting them to the terrible song of the Bone Singer was akin to using a flashbang grenade. Without ever slowing down, Sunny cut into the horde of nightmare creatures. Driven into a murderous frenzy by the dying wish, hundreds of them rushed forward to tear him apart, only to die by his blade. Sunny had fully unleashed his powers. Dancing between the abominations like a dark deity, he slaughtered them without stop. Now that Sunny did not have to control the shape of the battlefield, he used shadow manifestation to enhance his own might. Dark tentacles rose from the ground to ensnare and rip his enemies apart. From time to time, 2 additional limbs appeared on his body, piercing the abominations or slicing their bodies with adamantine claws. The cruel sight shrieked like a banshee every time it cut the air. Over the years, Sunny had been subjected to all kinds of attacks and tortures. The dark mirror enchantment of the somber spear had long accumulated a vast library of elemental damage types. He had just never had a reason to use any except for divine flame and soul attacks. Things were different now. Soon, piles of corpses and rivers of blood surrounded him. The more abominations attacked him, the more he was able to kill. The sight of the slaughter was both terrifying and eerily beautiful. The awakened detachment of the human division faced the onslaught of the nightmare creatures, shuddered, but managed to hold the horde off for a few precious minutes. Then, the mundane soldiers of the first evacuation army joined the fray. Supported by the destructive might of their high-tech armaments, the awakened changed their tactic and went on the offensive. Sunny led one of the charges. With his cohort serving as the tip of the spear, almost 100 warriors cut deep into the horde and moved to where the gate guardian was hiding. It was another fallen devil, similar to the one Sunny had killed a few hours before. This one, however, seemed slightly smaller, and yet more powerful. It was a female. Stay back. As the distance to the dreadful abomination grew shorter, Sunny commanded his soldiers to keep away and dove through the shadows, appearing near the gate guardian. Once again, the creature's eyelids trembled, as if about to open. Somehow, he knew that he would be in terrible danger if he ever looked into those eyes. Trusting his intuition, Sunny closed his own and dashed forward while relying entirely on shadow sense. A small lantern hanging from his belt suddenly came to life, and a flood of darkness shrouded everything around. In the embrace of shadows, Sunny suddenly felt a mortifying chill assault his senses. The defiled witness was looking at him. A moment later, a bright flash tore the darkness apart. Imbued with divine flame, the blade of the cruel sight drew a line across the abomination's neck, beheading it. As the decapitated corpse fell to its knees, the bestial head flew away, enveloped in white flames. Not long after that, the battle was finally over. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 854-854, Perfect Alibi. 1002 words. What a day. Sunny tiredly dragged his body back to the rhino, wincing in disgust at all the bodies littering the ground. Why did nightmare creatures have to be so ugly? Why, do you prefer to be surrounded by pretty corpses? That would probably be even worse. War was ugly, and maybe, just maybe, it was actually a redeeming quality. His soldiers followed him, just as exhausted. No one was seriously wounded, which was the best result Sunny could have hoped for. However, they were in no mood to speak. Other fighters of the First Army, however, felt differently. A buzz of voices surrounded them. The division was in the process of regrouping after the unexpectedly strenuous confrontation with not one, but 2 entire hordes of abominations. The logistics of the whole process were pure hell, which was only made worse by the strong interference produced by the gates. The gates, in the immediate area around the human force, separated merely by a few kilometers each, there were now 14 of them. 7 had opened at some point in the past, and 7 more opened simultaneously just a few hours ago. The idea of something like that happening would have seemed preposterous before, but with the chain of nightmares descending upon the southern quadrant, nothing was impossible anymore. Sunny shook his head. At least he collected plenty of fragments today, as well as earning himself some reputation. Anyone who had seen him fight had to be impressed. And why wouldn't they be? Sunny had personally slain 3 gate guardians today. There was one problem, though. As he walked through the battlefield, he couldn't help but overhear bits and pieces of various conversations. Damn, these irregulars are no joke. Have you seen their captain? The man is a demon. I saw him tear the head off a fallen devil's body with his bare hands. Wait, really? Although, now that I look at him, it's easy to believe. That giant guy with a sledgehammer, right? No, you idiot. The pale kid, you know, the one who looks like a haunted vintage doll. Man, who cares about some captain? Haven't you heard? Quote. Heard what? That gate behind us, do you know who cleared it? It was Mongrel, Lord Mongrel himself. No way, he's in Antarctica. Sunny blinked. Single quote. What? The more he listened to what the soldiers were talking about, the more he heard the damned nickname. Mongrel. Are they all insane? Sure, Saint's armor looked somewhat similar to the mantle of the underworld, but everything else was different. Firstly, and most importantly, she was clearly a woman while he was obviously a man. Secondly, his shadow wore her closed helmet instead of Weaver's mask. Who could mistake one for another? After thinking about it for a bit, however, Sunny came to a disturbing conclusion. He knew what Weaver's mask could do and why he wore it. People, however, did not. To them, the fearsome mask was just another memory, so it was perfectly natural that Mongrel would don a helmet instead of it before going into battle. Additionally, he doubted that anyone had gotten a good look at Saint. She was moving incredibly fast while galloping to the rear of the human formation, and then dove into a mass of nightmare creatures without ever slowing down. Whatever recording remained had to be of terrible quality, considering the disrupting effect of the gates. And speaking of recordings, as soon as they reached the Rhino, Sunny connected his communicator to the vehicle's powerful communication suite and accessed the network. Almost immediately, the sensational titles of several recent articles attracted his attention. A humble hero. After eschewing the allure of fame and avoiding the limelight for almost 2 years, renowned swordsman Mongrel appears in Antarctica to save 15,000 soldiers from certain doom. Guardian angel of humanity. True to his word, Lord Mongrel, who once proclaimed that he was just a human, courageously puts his life at risk to protect the human race. Exclusive footage of Lord Mongrel vanquishing a fallen tyrant. Lord Mongrel confirmed to be a lady. Sunny silently covered his face with a hand. Gods, that was fast. The government propaganda machine must have decided that Lord Mongrel, whoever he might be, was a good tool to prop up the current recruitment efforts. A somewhat hot celebrity appearing on the battlefield was a good tool to inspire more people to enlist. His face turned a little bitter. I killed 3 whole gate guardians, damn it. 3, Saint only killed 1, and even then, it was with the help of Nightmare. Why is no one speaking about me? Even the soldiers of his division seemed to have completely forgotten about Sunny's contributions once the news of Mongrel appearing during the battle spread. Not that Sunny wanted to be recognized for anything, in fact, he vastly preferred being a complete unknown. But still, with a sigh, he looked up the recordings uploaded to the network. Just as he had expected, the quality was terrible. Saint looked like a blurry black silhouette with no definable features. What little the government allowed to be shown did not paint a clear picture of her clash against the nightmare creatures. It just looked like a mess of movement accompanied by a litany of bestial howls. However, that only added fuel to the collective imagination of people who had watched the video. He read a few of the discussions and closed his eyes for a moment, holding back a groan. What is this crap? From what people were saying, it seemed as if Mongrel single-handedly eradicated several thousands of nightmare creatures while actual soldiers helplessly stood back and applauded. Suddenly, Sunny let out a small laugh. Before unleashing Saint, he had been worried that people would connect the dots and realize that he was Mongrel. Reality, however, turned out to be the exact opposite. Thousands of humans had witnessed him fight at the front of the formation, while at the same time, thousands more had seen someone who they mistakenly assumed to be Mongrel fight at the back. The two couldn't possibly be the same. The action that could have potentially revealed his secret had become a perfect alibi instead. Sunny sighed, and then shook his head in bewilderment. Well, that's something, I guess. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 855 to 855, Snow and Ash. 1002 words. There were a lot of things to do before the division resumed its march. Soul shards had to be extracted from the carcasses of the nightmare creatures, the carcasses themselves had to be piled into mounds to clear the way for the vehicles. Usually, each would have been dressed to harvest useful materials. The hides and bones of the abominations were a precious resource, especially that of the fallen ones. However, no one had time to properly process the remains of the fearsome horde, so the corpses were simply discarded by the side of the road, doused in incendiary liquid, and burned. The transports and artillery vehicles, damaged war platforms, and powered suits of mechanized infantry had to be checked and repaired. Spent ammunition had to be replaced, wounded had to be healed. Soldiers, both mundane and awakened, needed time to rest and recover. Aboard the Rhino, members of the cohort slept in shifts. 3 entered the dream realm while the other 3 remained on guard. As soon as the first shift returned, the second shift took their place inside the sleeping pod. Sunny remained awake, meditating silently at the back of the vehicle. In the morning, the division had to perform one final task. In a solemn silence, the bodies of the fallen soldiers, about 100 or so, were covered by pristine white flags. The general in command of the division gave a short speech, and then lowered his head. After that, several war platforms towering above him activated powerful flamethrowers attached to their mechanical arms, unleashing long streams of furious fire to consume the bodies. In the harsh conditions of the Antarctic campaign, the First Army could not give its fallen a better burial. Even if the division could spare time to dig graves in the frozen soil, the risk of a stray nightmare creature disturbing them in the future was too high. And with so many living people waiting for their turn to board the evacuation ships, sacrificing precious space to send the bodies back home was a luxury that no one could afford. Looking at the funeral pyre in silence, Sunny couldn't help but fall into a somber mood. Although the ritual itself was beautiful and dignified, in truth, the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives were treated not much different from the nightmare creatures that had killed them. In the end, both were consumed by flames. For some reason, the image of countless candles burning in front of the academy gates appeared in his mind. With a sigh, Sunny turned away and spoke to his subordinates. Let's go. At least the losses weren't too terrible. If Saint had not struck down the guardian of the northernmost gate so swiftly, things could have been much worse. Soon, the division moved forward. All that was left behind was a landscape decimated by the battle, with snow and ash mixing as they swirled in the air. Sunny remained at the back of the rhino with a contemplative expression on his face. Soon, however, he was distracted from his thoughts by an incoming communication. Master Jet's alabaster face appeared on the screen. Sunny, I have a new mission for you. The field army dispatched to the Antarctic Center had a straightforward objective: turn a small number of cities into impregnable strongholds, relocate all human population of the region to these strongholds, and then entrench themselves for as long as it was going to take to evacuate everyone. At some point, reinforcements were supposed to arrive and make the task of withstanding the siege of nightmare creatures easier. Before that happened, however, the first army had to complete the most perilous stage of the operation alone. Siege capitals had to be built, evacuation corridors had to be established, and millions of people had to be moved through them in a timely fashion. All of that demanded the human forces to be split into numerous smaller detachments, which posed a significant risk. Additionally, there were too many moving parts to this plan, and each of them could fail and end in disaster. Right now, the division Sunny was assigned to was swiftly moving toward a large city that was going to become an entrenched stronghold. In the process, they were also laying the groundwork to establish transportation connections to smaller settlements, either by bolstering the existing civilian infrastructure or creating their own. After yesterday's battle, there seemed to be no serious obstacles in the division's path. Some of the other divisions, however, were not faring that well. Soul Reaper seemed a bit tired as she spoke from the screen. A bit of a problem. There is a Category 3 gate blocking their way, guarded by a powerful corrupted creature. From the initial observation, it is at least a devil, however, it could also be a tyrant. Winter can't handle it alone. You and I are the closest, so, buckle up. Separate from your division and move southeast at full speed until you reach the rendezvous point. It's about 70 kilometers away from your current position. Sunny briefly studied the map, then said hesitantly, "A corrupted tyrant, are you sure that the three of us can manage killing it?" All corrupted abominations were frightening, but a tyrant, the thought of facing one in battle made Sunny feel ill at ease. He had only ever fought one creature of that rank, the Wervine. Even then, he had only killed the vile monster by slaying its host with the Ader's wooden knife. Of course, Sunny had been a mere awakened back then. He was much more powerful now. But, what truly disturbed him was the lack of information. Fighting an enemy after studying it for a while was completely different from going in blind. He probably had a slim chance against a corrupted tyrant if there was ample time to prepare. As it stood, though, Master Jet did not seem to share his concerns. She grinned darkly, and then shook her head. "The three of us is enough. However, this time, we won't be fighting alone. Someone else will be joining the fun." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Soul Reaper leaned forward a little. "A saint. Share to your friends." Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 856 to 856, Alien Landscape. 1,197 words. The first evacuation army was accompanied by 3 saints. One was loyal to the government, while the other two had been sent by the great clans. Unofficially, Valor and Song had refused to participate in the Southern Quadrant campaign. Officially, however, they still had to keep up appearances. For that reason, each had provided a token force to support the evacuation effort, and the 2 saints in question were in charge of these forces. Sunny did not know who these transcendents were. All he knew was that the government had wisely chosen to separate them, sending one to East Antarctica, while the other ended up in the Antarctic Center. And now, apparently, that latter was coming to aid the irregulars in vanquishing a powerful corrupted abomination. He was not sure how to feel about that. On one hand, the help of a saint was more than welcomed. On the other hand, one of the reasons he had decided to participate in the Antarctica campaign was to get away from the great clans and their machinations. Now, it seemed that he just couldn't escape coming in contact with the sovereigns and their forces. Curse it all. With a sigh, Sunny sent Luster the coordinates of the rendezvous point and walked over to the pilot's cabin. "We have new orders. Get to this location as fast as possible." The young man yawned, studied the coordinates for a bit, and then nodded. "Aye, sir." He lingered for a moment. By the way, what's there?" Sunny shrugged with a nonchalant expression. "A corrupted tyrant. Something like that." Luster paled, stared at him with wide eyes, and suddenly grew very quiet. Rhino left the marching formation of the division and accelerated forward, quickly overtaking slower vehicles. Then, it made a sharp turn, left the wide highway entirely, and entered uneven terrain. Its massive wheels easily rolled through mud and rocks. Thanks to the high-tech suspension system, the members of the cohort barely felt any disturbance. In the next several hours, the armored vehicle briskly traversed the wild expanse of the Antarctic Center. Powerful spotlights installed on the Rhino's roof flooded the landscape in front of it with stark light, cutting the dimness with wide beams. Various sensors supplied Luster with additional information to better steer the heavy carrier. The Antarctic Center was very different from the wilderness of Asia that Sunny had seen during his brief train ride. It was just as lifeless, but in a different manner. There were fewer signs of past wars and disasters here, but at the same time, the land somehow seemed even more desolate. It was much more uneven and mountainous, too. Basically, most of the landmass was covered by a vast mountain chain. Because of that, the horizon was obscured most of the time, and it was hard to notice any approaching threats. More than that, the landscape itself looked strange and alien. Well, no surprise. After all, Antarctica had been covered by ice for millions of years, and only recently shrugged off its heavy veil. The passing of monumental glaciers had left many strange things behind. The Rhino was doing an amazing job of navigating the complicated terrain. It moved toward the rendezvous point with sufficient speed, sometimes making use of existing roads, sometimes cutting through untouched wilderness. It climbed or descended tall hills and mountain outcroppings, traversed stretches of frozen marshlands, and waded through labyrinths of giant boulders with equal ease. If there was one thing that kept Sunny tense, it was that he rarely had an opportunity to see far ahead. These days, the southern quadrant was not as lifeless as it had used to be. The life that was spreading through its reaches, however, was not the kind anyone in the waking world would welcome. Eventually, he sighed and climbed on the Rhino's roof through one of the upper hatches. Since Samara was yet to return from the Dream Realm, Sunny was the only member of the cohort with decent means of ranged attack. Using the open lid of the hatch to shield himself from the cold winds, Sunny summoned Morgan's warbow and peered into the dimness that surrounded the moving vehicle. In the next few hours, he had to use his bow 3 times. Several stray abominations wandered into the rhino's path, only to be slain by a swift black arrow before having the chance to approach it. Luckily, none of them turned out to be too powerful or laid a dangerous ambush. For now, by noon, which, of course, looked the same as morning, evening, and night, the rhino reached the ruins of a small outpost, where 2 similar carriers were parked in the shadow of a broken wall. A handful of people could be seen gathered around a fire, having a cozy meal. As Lester stopped the vehicle, Sunny jumped off the roof and walked toward the fire. Orange light gleamed, reflecting from the bleak metal of his armor. What are you guys drinking? The members of Queens and Soul Reaper's cohort looked at him with wistful expressions. That, just hot water, sir. The cargo capacity of our carriers is limited, so we couldn't bring anything better. He shook his head, then summoned the covetous coffer. As the large chest manifested itself into reality and opened its toothy maw, Sunny thrust his hand inside, and then threw a can of instant coffee and an expensive chocolate bar to the startled awakened. Oh, sir, thank you, sir. The bunch of irregulars did not look like people who were about to fight a corrupted abomination of a high class. They seemed relaxed and nonchalant about the whole ordeal, and paid more attention to the can of coffee than to a menacing mountain that loomed above them. The Category 3 gate was situated on its peak. As the grateful awakened brewed coffee for themselves and Sunny's soldiers, who emerged from the rhino and joined them, he looked around and noticed Master Jet and Winter. The two were standing some distance away, discussing something between themselves in low voices. He headed toward them and caught the tail end of their conversation. Is definitely a woman, hot as hell, too. I am telling you, idiot, I saw that mongrel guy myself once. He's definitely a man. Everyone knows that you're blind in both eyes when it comes to these things, Reaper. I mean, remember the time when that handsome saint tried to hit on you? What are you talking about? He was just hoping to cooperate with us to claim a new citadel. Damn, you are hopeless, you know that. All men. At that moment, Sunny approached them, glanced at Master Jet, and then cleared his throat. Winter stared at him for a moment. See, case in point, what is that supposed to mean? As Sunny pondered what she alluded to, Master Jet smiled and waved at him. Ah, Sunny, you're just on time. The saints should be arriving any moment now, too. He couldn't help but frown. Who, exactly, is? At that moment, a vaguely familiar feeling suddenly overwhelmed him. Sunny sensed a massive shadow covering the ruined outpost, and then heard a sound that resembled the rustle of 1,000 wings. Suddenly, a fourth figure was standing among them. Sunny blinked, momentarily lost for words. Saint Tyrus, what are you doing here? In front of him stood none other than Sky Tide of the White Feather Clan. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 857 to 857, Jade Beetle. 1016 words. The woman standing in front of Sunny was tall and slender, with long hair that fell down in a gentle cascade of pale gold. Her posture was perfectly straight, and her cold face was dazzlingly beautiful. Sky Tide was wearing a suit of light steel armor, with pauldrons and greaves decorated with stylized feathers. The gaze of her stern amber eyes was piercing and heavy, while her strange vertical pupils resembled that of a bird of prey. Snowflakes swirled and danced in the air, as if trying to get closer to her. Sunny was rather startled to see the familiar transcendent. Saint Tyrus, what are you doing here? Sky Tide glanced at him. Master Sunless, it is good to see you again. I am glad to find you in good health. As for why I am here, isn't it obvious? I have come to hunt the beast. He shifted awkwardly. No, I meant why are you here, in Antarctica? She stared at him expressionlessly. White Feather Clan has been tasked with supporting the evacuation effort in the southern quadrant. Oh, suddenly, a few things clicked into place. Back when Sky Tide had killed Saint Cormac to protect Sunny and Cassie, she told them that she would be punished by the great clan Valor. She had also told them that they would not dare to penalize her too severely. It seemed that having the chained isles taken away was not enough of a punishment for the willful saint. Valor had to make a gesture by sending a token force to Antarctica, and so, the White Feather Clan had drawn the short straw. It seemed that they had lost their idyllic domain and were banished to the cold reaches of the war-torn continent, at least for the time being. Looking around, Sunny suppressed a sad sigh. The dark and inhospitable land surrounding them was a far cry from the Empyrean beauty of the sanctuary of Noctis. He felt a bit guilty about the whole thing. Sky Tide did not seem to mind, though, or at least hid her displeasure perfectly. Master Jet, meanwhile, looked at them with curiosity. Ah, I have forgotten that the two of you know each other. In any case, we are grateful for your assistance, Saint Tyrus. Sky Tide simply nodded. Soon, the gaze of her striking amber eyes drifted to the tall mountain looming above the ruined outpost. What do we know about the enemy? Soul Reaper shook her head slightly. Not much. Then, she smiled and looked at the youngest member of the group. Quote. Yet, Sunny, do your thing. Do your thing, do your thing. What kind of request is that? As Sunny grumbled silently, his shadows nimbly scaled the slopes of the mountain. By now, the range of shadow control had exceeded a dozen kilometers, so it was not impossible for them to reach the peak. There was hardly anyone better suited to spy on the corrupted abomination. However, Sunny grimaced as the call of the nightmare assaulted his mind. Now that he was observing the Category 3 gate, its subtle influence grew much stronger and harder to ignore. There was a wide crack that had almost split the peak of the mountain in two. The dark rift of the gate pulsed inside the cavernous schism, and there was stone debris littering the immediate area around it. Many shards had rolled down the steep slopes, while a few giant boulders had even reached all the way down, smashing large parts of the outpost the irregulars were currently hiding in and decimating the road that led to it. Strangely, he did not notice the nightmare creatures immediately. It was only after the creepy shadow, true to its name, crept closer that a sudden shiver ran through his body. Sunny noticed hundreds of shapes resting between the rocks. The abominations were easy to miss because their carapaces were as white as the snow covering the top of the mountain and had a texture that resembled rock. They looked like giant insects that were as large as adult humans. Some of them were awakened, some were fallen, and a few larger ones were even corrupted. None of them could compare to the enormous abomination hiding in the shadow of the shattered peak, however. With its smooth milky white chitin and unmoving black eyes, the jade creature resembled an oversized, appalling, monstrous beetle. It was easily 3 times the size of the rhino, with 6 mighty legs and terrifying mandibles that seemed powerful enough to crush heavily armored war platforms. Looking at the motionless abomination, Sunny suddenly felt an eerie sense of foreboding. He glanced at Saint Tyrus, Master Jet, and Winter with a dark expression. Quote. It's a tyrant, all right. Large, thick armor, resembles an insect. There are around 500 drones under its command, many of them fallen. I've noticed at least 24 corrupted lieutenants, as well. He lingered for a moment, and then called out. Kimmy, the seer of his cohort, activated her aspect ability, allowing him to see the swarm of stone beetles in a new light. Studying their tough carapaces, Sunny slowly listed a few vulnerable points, then shifted his gaze to the tyrant. Unlike its minions, the giant white beetle did not seem to possess any pronounced weak spots. Sunny did not know whether the armor of the powerful creature was that good or whether Kim simply could not peer through the defenses of an enemy that outranked and outclassed her so much, but the result was the same. Killing the tyrant was not going to be easy. He shared what little information he had been able to gather and glanced at the other officers with doubt. So, what do we do now? Saint Tyrus remained silent, but Master Jet smiled. Her smile was dark and vicious. What else? We kill it. Sunny blinked. How? Soul Reaper waited for a few moments, then looked at Sky Tide. The Transcendent crossed her arms. I will handle the tyrant. As long as it's bound to the ground, I can attack the creature with impunity. If one attack doesn't crack its shell, 10 will. If 10 attacks fail, 100 will do the job. She looked at the irregulars and frowned. However, you will have to deal with its retinue. That task is not going to be easy. Winter snorted, and then suddenly laughed. Easy, what's that? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 858 to 858. Aerial Superiority. 970 words. They did not spend too much time trying to come up with a detailed plan. Firstly, because the nightmare creatures could have discovered the irregulars at any moment. Secondly, because no plan they could come up with would have been reliable. There was just too little information at their disposal. Without knowing what the tyrant, the few devils serving it, and the lesser soldiers of the Stone Hive were capable of, what was the point of creating rigid strategies? The battle ahead was going to be decided by raw power, resolve, and ability to swiftly adapt to changing circumstances. Luckily, the irregulars had more than enough power at their disposal. With 3 elite masters and an actual saint leading them, there was hardly a more fearsome human force in the Antarctic Center. Would that power be enough, though? They were going to find out soon. How did I end up here? Creeping up the slope of the mountain with a morose expression, Sunny bitterly remembered his dreams of becoming a rich, decadent, cowardly shop owner. What was he doing on a continent drowning in nightmare gates, preparing to battle a corrupted tyrant and its army? He could have been relaxing in the hot springs of a luxurious spa with a bunch of beauties right now. That was what rich people did, right? Instead, Sunny hid behind a tall boulder, shivered in the cold, and glanced at the handful of people pressing against rocks around him. Sure, there were plenty of beauties among them, as well, but it wasn't the same. It couldn't be more different, really. Single quote. Damn, there was still a good stretch of the mountain slope remaining until the peak. That high, the air was not devoid of oxygen yet, but it surely tasted different. None of the awakened would be hindered by the slight hypoxia or suffer from the high-altitude illness, of course, but it still required some adjustment. Sunny sighed and watched as Saint Tyrus calmly walked forward. A swarm of sparks surrounded her hand, and then coalesced into a long javelin. At the same time, Winter summoned a strange silver bow and 2 arrows. She knocked one on the string of the bow and waited. A shadow hiding at the peak of the mountain watched as one of the hideous insects wandered to the edge of a protruding rock outcropping and froze, its long antennae twitching in the wind. Sunny frowned. I think we're noticed. Before he could warn anyone, however, Sky Tide took one last step, raised her javelin, and silently threw it into the dark sky. Her throw caused the snow around Saint Tyrus to be cleared away by the gale of crushing wind. The rocks beneath her feet cracked. In the next moment, a thunderous roar of a sonic boom rolled across the mountains as the javelin accelerated toward the peak with terrifying speed. It streaked across the sky like a radiant star, and then collided against the tyrant's carapace with devastating force. The milky white chitin did not shatter, though. The javelin shattered instead. As Saint Tyrus tilted her head a little, Winter shot an arrow almost straight up. It flew into the sky and then exploded with brilliant radiance, flooding the gloomy slope with bright light. Illuminated by it, the nightmare creatures hiding behind the rocks moved. They ran forward with surprising agility and then jumped, twisting their bodies into tight spheres. Hundreds of these spheres then rolled down, approaching the hiding irregulars with terrible speed. Sunny felt his heart growing heavy. Because of how similar the carapaces of the Stone Hive soldiers were to actual rock, it seemed as if the mountain itself was falling on them. And that wasn't all. The tyrant moved forward and opened its maw, disgorging a cloud of darkness from it. The cloud flowed down like an avalanche of volcanic ash, swallowing the figures of rolling drones as it overtook them. Bad. Sunny did not know what the black avalanche consisted of, but his intuition was screaming that inhaling, or even being touched by the black ash was deadly to humans. At that moment, Sky Tide suddenly disappeared, and a massive shape shot forward from their formation. A giant bird of prey with white feathers and talons forged of lustrous steel appeared above the mountain, gaining speed as it flew into the sky. Her body was wreathed in a radiant mantle of dancing lightning bolts. As Saint Tyrus moved her enormous wings, the cloud of black ash was torn apart by the hurricane winds and dissipated long before reaching the irregulars. She soared high into the dim sky and then plummeted down, aiming to savage the jade beetle with her terrifying beak. The 2 monstrous creatures collided, and the tyrant jumped back with an ear-piercing screech. A beam of darkness escaped from its maw, but Sky Tide was already rising into the sky as she circled to deliver another devastating attack. The bolts of lightning gathered on her body and then shot forward, colliding with the dark beam. It seemed to weaken considerably and missed the swift saint, disappearing into the somber expanse of cold heavens. A net of lightning descended from above and bit into the milky white jade chitin of the tyrant. A devastating thunderclap battered it like a physical attack. Tyrus folded her wings and fell down again, leaving deep grooves on the enemy's armor with her talons. The whole mountain shook from the ferocious force of their clash. Comparatively uninjured, but hopelessly outmatched by the flying opponent, the jade beetle seemed almost aggrieved. Its black eyes stared at the silhouette of the colossal bird with an indescribable, inhuman emotion. And then, the tyrant straightened. Its carapace suddenly seemed to split in the middle and move aside like a giant gate. From beneath it, 4 long, translucent wings emerged and then blurred, causing the massive creature to rise into the air. It would have been an eerily beautiful image, if it wasn't so dreadful. Looking from below, Sunny gritted his teeth. Well, crap, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 859 to 859, Summit. 1003 words. The corrupted tyrant and Sky Tide were of the same rank, but there was an abyss of 4 entire classes separating them. Nevertheless, Saint Tyrus had been confident in her ability of defeating the perverse creature. As long as it was bound to the ground. That was what she had told them. Watching the giant insect spread its 4 translucent wings and soar into the somber sky, both grotesque and eerily beautiful at the same time, Sunny froze for a moment. Then, he looked back down. Nothing ever went according to plan. That was just the reality of things, and the irregulars had been prepared to face unforeseen circumstances from the very start. Saint Tyrus was going to have to manage, somehow, on her own. The rest of them had their own trial to face. He couldn't spare attention to the titanic battle happening above. Hundreds of nightmare creatures were bearing down upon the 3 cohorts of irregulars like an avalanche. Contracted into balls of white chitin, the soldiers of the stone hive were rolling down the mountain slope with tremendous speed, all their vulnerable spots safely protected. Their advance could be easily seen in the light of winter's radiant arrow. Among them were awakened, fallen, and even corrupted abominations. Beasts, monsters, demons, and even devils. The air this close to the summit of the mountain was cold and thin, and unlike the previous battle, humans held an unfavorable position below the enemy. Worse still, Sunny had yet to recover from yesterday's exertion. He had barely half of his essence left. Saint and Nightmare were mending themselves in the dark flames of his soul after the clash with the powerful Gate Guardian. Things weren't looking good. Whatever, more fragments for me. As he thought that, Winter sent a second arrow into the sky. It disappeared into the darkness and then seemed to explode into 1,000 brilliant shards. Her aspect was a strange one. From what Sunny knew, it combined some sort of powerful combat augmentation with an affinity to revelation. Winter was both a warrior and a seer. As a result, she never missed. That was not an exaggeration, just a frightening and bizarre fact. She had literally never missed a shot since becoming an awakened. It did not matter what weapon Winter used, be it a bow, a sling, a throwing dagger, or simply a rock. They always struck true. Of course, simply being able to hit the target did not always mean victory. What made her truly formidable was an extensive arsenal of enchanted arrows that she had accumulated over the years. Master Winter was basically a walking artillery unit. As the 1,000 brilliant shards rained from the sky, each revealed itself to look like a small silver arrow. They bit into the mass of rolling abominations, shredding their carapaces and finding their way through the smallest cracks in the chitin armor. Instantly, fetid blue lymph flowed onto the snow-covered rocks. A moment later, another arrow was already knocked on the string of Winter's bow, with several more already manifesting themselves from a whirlwind of sparks. Each appeared exactly as the previous one was sent flying. Shooting the bow with unnatural speed, she unleashed a squall of death on the mass of descending nightmare creatures. Every arrow was unique, but absolutely deadly. Studying the nimble, calculated, and lethal movements of the older master, Sunny couldn't help but sigh. So that's what a professional looks like. He had a long way to go if he hoped to reach this realm of archery. Soon, the other ranged fighters among the irregulars joined the fray. Almost all members of Winter's own cohort were sharpshooters of some kind, so it easily outshone the rest in this phase of the battle, reaping dozens of abominable lives. Often, the awakened marksman aimed at the breaches in the white carapaces that the rain of arrows summoned by Winter had created. As blue runes ignited on the silver limbs of her bow, she grinned. Show them hell. Whoever kills the most gets a hug, haha. The information about the weak spots of the stone hive soldiers that Kim and Sunny had provided also helped. Soon, he heard a familiar electric whine and saw a powerful explosion bloom among the abominations, ripping a few of them apart. Samara was adding her prodigal firepower to the deadly onslaught of the ranged specialists. Sunny, however, restrained himself from using a bow. In this battle, he needed to conserve his essence as much as possible. Plus, he was meant to play a different role. The tide of abominations was almost upon them. Sunny, he turned around and saw Master Jet running at him. Her short raven black hair was dancing in the wind, and her eyes were burning with chilling blue light. There was a light armor of black leather wrapped tightly around her body, and a familiar dark glaive trailing behind her. Lowering himself slightly, he interlocked his fingers and offered his hands to her as a step. As soon as Soul Reaper's foot landed in this cradle, he strained his muscles and threw her into the air. Augmented by 3 shadows, his strength was nothing short of monstrous. Boosted by Sunny, Jet flew forward as if she was an arrow herself. The somber glaive flashed, passing through the body of one of the corrupted abominations before it could even react. The creature rolled forward with tremendous speed for a few more moments, but then suddenly convulsed, unfurled its massive body, and came to a shuddering stop. Its white carapace was perfectly whole, with not even a smallest crack on it, and yet, the massive beast was dead. As Soul Reaper slid on the icy rocks, hundreds of abominations attacked the line of irregulars and the swift human who had managed to kill one of their leaders. The massive balls of white chitin instantly unfurled into terrifying insect-like abominations and lunged at their victims, their sharp mandibles clicking and their segmented legs scraping against the stones. Master Jet was already moving, dodging numerous attacks as she dashed toward the next corrupted target. Looking at her, Sunny blinked. Fast. Then, he had no more time to think. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 860 to 860, Stone Hive. 1054 words. Even though the archers managed to kill and wound a lot of nightmare creatures, there were still enough of them left to bury the irregulars under a mass of chitinous bodies. Master Jet's sudden advance divided their attention and lessened the pressure on the rest of the human force, but that was not her primary goal. In this battle, Soul Reaper was tasked with the most important objective, eliminating the corrupted abominations that threatened to wipe out the awakened soldiers. Awakened were supposed to fight nightmare creatures of their own rank. Facing a fallen abomination was usually a recipe for disaster, and only a small amount of human warriors could be confident in defeating an overbearing foe like that. Killing a creature of a higher rank was a rare enough accomplishment that it could substantially change one's reputation. Still, it was not impossible. Sunny himself, as well as every other survivor of the Forgotten Shore, had slain plenty of beings that they had no business fighting. That was what made them so abnormal. In the terrible crucible of the Forgotten Shore, only the strongest of the strongest survived. Of course, there were plenty of equal talents among the rest of the awakened, and the elites chosen to become irregulars were among them. But they stood no chance against the corrupted. The power gap of 2 ranks was just too insurmountable. In the rarest of circumstances, a victory could still be possible, but usually, awakened would not even be able to leave a scratch on the bodies of these monsters. No conventional weapon could harm them, either. That was why the corrupted lieutenants of the Stone Hive had to die first. Considering that these revolting insects possessed immensely durable armor, Soul Reaper had been chosen to strike them down. Her dreadful aspect, after all, allowed her to ignore all forms of physical protection. That did not mean that the rest of the irregulars were going to get it easy. Even without the strongest abominations, the rest of the hive was more than capable of tearing the few humans apart, unless humans destroyed them first. This time, the terrain they had to fight on did not give the irregulars any advantages. They could not create a layered formation where melee fighters held the enemies off in the front while the archers pelted them with arrows from the back. The small human force was destined to be instantly surrounded. That was where Sunny came in. Most of the irregulars created a defensive line slightly higher up the slope, while the ranged specialists continued to shoot arrows and other projectiles over their heads. Their line bent like a crescent moon so that the abominations could not attack them from the sides. He alone stood behind the formation, holding the cruel sight and breathing deeply. Sunny's task was simple, to not let even a single nightmare creature attack the human force from the back. Let's go. The tide of Stone Hive soldiers broke against the single blade of Soul Reaper's glaive, collided against the defensive line of irregulars, and spilled over it. He saw a mass of abominations slide past him from the sides, slow down, then turn around and scurry back up the slope. His fourth shadow had just returned and wrapped itself around the blade of the cruel sight, and at the same time, the dying wish called the enemies forth. Sunny dashed forward with stunning speed. At the same time, the shadows around him seethed, and then exploded forward with 4 long and powerful tentacles. Each tentacle pierced the carapace of a nightmarish insect and tore its body apart. A moment later, the cruel sight shone with furious white light and slid into a thin crack between the thorax and the head of a fallen abomination, turning its soft innards and brain into ash. Sunny twisted his spear, decapitating the appalling creature. To his surprise, even without its head, the insect continued forward, trying to skewer him with 2 of its long, segmented legs. With a startled snarl, Sunny crashed into it with his shoulder and sent the heavy monster flying back like a cannonball. At the same time, his shadow tentacles twisted and shot forward, breaking the legs of several more abominations. Bastards, do you really think you can touch me? Pathetic bugs like you can never hope to kill a noble cockroach like me. Suddenly, a mad smile appeared on his face. Grinning like a lunatic, Sunny spun in the growing tide of Stone Hive soldiers, killing them one after another. After the Red Colosseum, it was not hard for him to shadow nightmare creatures. Even though bestial abominations like these did not possess sentience, let alone refined battle techniques, they still had unique instincts, behavioral patterns, and character. As such, he could mirror and predict their attacks just as well as that of humans. In fact, it was much easier. But also much harder. It was not difficult to peer into the essence of their ferocious combat instincts and adopt them, but doing so put him in terrible peril. It was hard to not lose himself. It was hard to remain human. Luckily, there was an anchor that held that which made Sunny a person together, his true name. Lost from light, with its help, he could always return from the formless depths of shadow dance, no matter how far he dove into its strange embrace. Stone-like chitin cracked and shattered. Blue limbs shot into the air. Broken mandibles and segmented limbs rolled away, severed by the ruthless blade of the cruel sight. For now, Sunny managed to prevent any nightmare creatures from getting past him. Most fell into a murderous frenzy because of the dying wish and aimed to kill him and no one else, and the few that managed to shrug the effect off were dragged back and killed by the long and malleable shadow tentacles. There were more and more abominations attacking him, though, and among them, much more powerful creatures suddenly appeared. An ominous feeling brushed against Sunny's mind. What the hell? He could have sworn that an especially large insect had been barreling toward him just a moment ago. 4 tumorous growths of darkness within its body revealed that the giant abomination was a fallen devil. But now, it was gone. Where is it? Before Sunny could find an answer, the mountain slope beneath his feet suddenly split open. And from it, a hungry maw appeared, too close and swift for him to escape. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 861 to 861, Entombed. 1096 words. The ground split open, and the head of a massive insect appeared from beneath. Sunny was thrown off balance, and much worse, there was no time for him to dodge the sudden attack. He could not even use Shadow Step. Crap. Before he could do anything, the maw of the fallen devil closed around one of his legs. Sharp mandibles scraped against his greave, smearing revolting mucus all over the bleak steel of the undying chain. The good news was that his transcendent armor turned out to be too tough to be bitten through by the damned abomination. No matter how hard the creature pressed with its jaws, the armored greave refused to bend or be pierced. It also withstood the corrosive effect of the liquid oozing from the insect's maw. Perhaps things would have been different if Sunny did not possess such a high divine affinity, but with the brilliant will enchantment reinforcing his armor, it reached a stupendous level of durability. The bad news, however, was that Sunny was completely immobilized. Even if the fallen devil could not bite off his leg, there were countless other abominations that were already dashing forward to press the attack and rip him apart. Every armor had its cracks, and the undying chain was no different. Let go, you filthy bug. Sunny reversed his grip on the cruel sight and thrust it down. His strike was so powerful that the incandescent blade pierced all the way through the impregnable chitin of the insect, cracking the thick plate protecting its forehead and melting parts of it away. Despite the terrible wound, the devil refused to die. Even with its listless black eyes turning into liquid and evaporating, it rose from the ground and then viciously jerked the upper part of his torso, swinging Sunny into the ground. No matter how tough his armor was, at this point, human bones would have snapped and shattered. However, Bone Weave stubbornly held his femur and tibia together. It hurt like hell, though. Arg. Slamming into the rocks, Sunny stubbornly thrust his spear deeper into the devil's head and then briefly glanced at the approaching soldiers of the stone hive. Following his command, the shadow tentacles shot forward and crushed a few closest ones. At the same time, two dark hands appeared from his lower torso and grabbed the devil's jaws, trying to pry them apart. It was of no use. The creature was just too strong. The fallen devil possessed a wicked intelligence, too. Seeing that neither its bite nor its slam managed to damage the thorny opponent, it decided to change tactics. Instead of trying to savage the enemy, the giant insect simply clenched its jaw tighter, and then dove into the ground, pulling Sunny with it. The solid stone parted around them like liquid. Not good. Like every human, Sunny harbored a deeply rooted fear of being buried alive. And this was exactly what was happening. Pulled dozens of meters into the solid stone, he was going to be buried under its crushing weight if the devil let go. Perhaps that was exactly the bastard's plan. Before that could happen, however, Sunny snarled and thrust the cruel sight even deeper, pushing it into the body of the devil as far as he could. At the same time, he commanded the spear to assume its maximum length, and then sent all four of his shadows from his body onto the somber blade. Augmented by them, the divine flame summoned by the dark mirror enhancement suddenly grew even hotter. For a moment, it seemed as though the giant insect became illuminated from within. A blinding light escaped from the cracks of its carapace, and then, the devil contorted in a terrible convulsion. Just a few seconds later, it was immolated from within, turning into nothing but an empty, blackened shell. You have slain a fallen devil, Stone Titan flee. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny shuddered, feeling his heart turn cold. That's great, but, the devil was dead, and so, its unnatural power dissipated. The stone surrounding them turned back into its solid state, encasing Sunny in a cold, inescapable coffin. There was no light, no room to move, no air to breathe. Even with a master's prodigious might, digging himself out was impossible. A creeping horror entered Sunny's mind. Luckily, he was not just any master. Stretching his shadow sense upward, Sunny simply used shadow step and emerged from a stretch of darkness above ground. The cold air of Antarctica had never felt so sweet. The inhospitable, dim sky had never looked so beautiful. Suppressing the desire to fall to his knees and take a gasping breath, Sunny swiftly looked around to evaluate the situation. He had only been absent from the battlefield for a dozen heartbeats, but in a clash like this one, just a few seconds was an eternity. Just as he had suspected, things were not looking great. His absence left the rear of the human formation wide open, and a tide of stone hive soldiers was already flowing up the slope, approaching it. Most were already well outside the range of effect of the dying wish. That was really, really bad. Sunny's eyes widened. I have to come up with something. Fast. Since there was no time to think, only a single idea came to mind. It's old lead to a lot of unforeseen circumstances, but forced to act immediately, he did not see any other choice. Commanding the extraordinary rock to relay his command, Sunny barked. Samara, Kimmy, turn around and open fire. At the same time, he dismissed his armor. As both of his soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets at the flood of abominations advancing from the back, the undying chain disappeared into a swarm of sparks. At the same time, wisps of dark fog swirled around his body. For a few seconds, Sunny was left without any protection. Ignoring that chilling fact, he dove into the mass of nightmare creatures, rampaging between them as the dark fog slowly coalesced into a different suit of armor. Luckily, or rather due to his panicked effort, no attack managed to land on his body in that time. Glossy onyx, ominous lines, intricate and ancient design. Finally, the mantle of the underworld wove itself into existence. His shadow slid onto its black surface. Merged with it, the dying wish was suddenly augmented by the underworld armament enchantment. The nightmare creatures advancing on the rear of the human formation slowed down and stalled. Then, they froze in place. And then, one after another, they slowly turned around and peered at Sunny. Subjected to an almost palpable pressure of immense hatred and bloodlust, he smiled nervously. Ah, come eat me, bastards. Look, I am very tasty. With fervor and frenzy that made him shudder, the mass of nightmare creatures obliged. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 862 to 862, Soul Reaper. 1086 words. The Death Wish enchantment worked. In fact, it worked a little bit too well. Damn. Sunny was drowning in the tide of nightmare creatures. No matter how strong he was, no matter how fast he was, no matter how well he understood the attack patterns of the stone hive soldiers, there were just too many of them for him to handle without paying the price. The mantle of the underworld sustained more and more hits. The onyx armor mostly held, for now, and what little damage it did sustain was swiftly mended by the living stone enchantment. His body beneath it, however, was hurting. There were no holes in him yet, but it was just a matter of time. If there was one good thing about the situation, however, it was that the irregulars were completely safe from being attacked from the back. Sunny was holding the mass of abominations advancing from the rear single-handedly, killing more and more of them as he desperately tried to survive. By now, all the snow around him had melted, and the rocks were covered by the viscous blue lymph. Savage carcasses of nightmare creatures littered the ground, and 3 shadow tentacles were rampaging among those that remained. The 4th had been destroyed by another fallen abomination, whom Sunny then finished off with the shining blade of the cruel sight. The twilight enveloping the summit of the mountain was long gone. High above, a constant stream of lightning tore the darkness of the cold sky, and on the mountain slope itself, chaotic flashes of light produced by winter and other awakened ensnared in a bloody battle with the stone hive created a strange and beautiful illumination. Sunny himself was surrounded by nothing except for darkness, however, since the shadow lantern devoured any light that reached him. I can't go on like this for much longer. His only solace was that he did not need to. Soon, help would arrive. Sunny just had to hold on long enough for Master Jet to finish off the corrupted lieutenants of the hive and join the battle against the lesser abominations. Slaying a score of corrupted was not something an Ascended was supposed to be able to do, but he had faith in Soul Reaper's ability. After all, even saints were wary of fighting her. Speaking of Colonel Jet, killing a frenzied fallen beast with a devastating slash of the cruel sight and at the same time piercing the head of an awakened monster with the ghostly blade of the moonlight shard, Sunny used the carcasses of the dead creatures to buy himself a moment of respite and glanced higher up the slope, where Soul Reaper was in a similar position as him, drowning in abominations as she was trying to hunt down the strongest among them before they could hunt her. Master Jet was moving with murderous purpose and terrifying speed, dodging the storm of attacks as she descended upon one corrupted after another, the blade of her glaive ignoring all physical armor as it viciously struck directly at their darkness-infested soul cores. All of it was very bizarre, and also gave him a better understanding of why Soul Reaper was so feared by other awakened. Very few humans possessed powerful means of defending themselves from soul attacks. However, she was not even delivering blows infused with soul damage. Instead, her glaive was somehow able to deliver physical damage directly to the souls of her enemies. More than that, it could bypass all forms of armor and strike at the vulnerable cores. Scary, but there was more strangeness about how Master Jet fought. She was just too fast, too strong, too deadly. Even knowing that her cohort was assembled based on their ability to augment the combat performance of their commanding officer, Sunny could not explain how Soul Reaper was so frighteningly powerful. Just her physical prowess alone was almost on par with his own, which was not supposed to be possible. Not only did Sunny possess more cores, he also enjoyed the enhancement of shadows. And yet, he couldn't deny what he saw. Her battle style, meanwhile, was brutal and domineering, honed and perfectly sharpened to achieve a single purpose, deliver swift death and utter devastation to her enemies. While it lacked flair and refinement, when Sunny looked at how Soul Reaper fought, he felt something that he had never felt before. It was the lethal weight of thousands and thousands of deathly battles. He did not think he had ever encountered a human fighter that seemed to possess quite as much combat experience. Her technique possessed a dark depth to it that he had yet to sense from anyone else. Not even Pearson Weld, two high-ranking knights of valor, could compare to Soul Reaper Jet. Not even the saints he had met. It made sense, in hindsight. Saints serving legacy clans might have been more powerful, but they led a very different life than someone like Master Jet. The government was always short on personnel and resources, and so, every capable fighter serving them had to do more. Considering that Soul Reaper was possibly the most capable of them, she had to also be one of the most active government operatives. What it meant was that while masters and saints of the legacy clans only undertook the most important combat missions and enjoyed sufficient rest between each battle, she had been sent to deal with emerging gates, rampaging nightmare creatures, awakened criminals, and other dangerous issues almost every single day. No wonder Master Jet always seemed a bit sleep-deprived. Battle after battle, day after day, considering that she had entered government service more than a decade ago, that would indeed make Soul Reaper the most seasoned human fighter Sunny had ever met, at least in terms of pure number of combat encounters and confirmed kills. Strangely, not even the other irregular captains seemed as accomplished in battle and slaughter, despite being older than Jet. Suddenly, he was overcome by burning curiosity. I wonder if I can shadow her combat technique. At the level of masters, a battle style was more than just a set of moves combined with a special mental framework. Due to how intricate their control of essence was, a style also included unique patterns of essence reinforcement. Knowing that he only had a split second left before his own battle would continue, Sunny strained his eyes and peered beneath the surface of Master Jet's mortal shell. After reaching the third step of Shadow Dance, his ability to observe and understand the flow of essence had vastly improved, and so. However, what he saw left him shaken and disturbed. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 863-863, Fractured. 1074 words. Sunny had seen souls that were radiant and full of light, and he had seen souls that were being consumed by a spreading corruption. However, he had never seen a soul like Jet's. It was lightless and shrouded in darkness, almost like his own. A single powerful core burned in its depths, superposed against her heart. The core itself was strange, bizarre, and filled him with an eerie sense of profound unease. The ethereal orb was irregularly shaped and much larger than it was supposed to be, grossly overshadowing the size of other ascended cores he had witnessed. Its surface was covered by a net of deep, twisting cracks. No, not quite. It was more like the whole core was assembled from numerous shards, as if it had been shattered once and then crudely assembled back into an uneven sphere. Some shards seemed to match each other, while others did not fit well, bringing a sense of chaos to an already flawed and fractured, disfigured construct of Soul Reaper's core. However, there was also a certain order and beauty to the ugly disharmony of it. The patchwork sphere of broken shards shone with furious, radiant light. It was brimming with a stunning amount of soul essence, which was much more than an ascended should have possessed. However, unlike most cores, this one's radiance was not uniform. Instead, most of the light was concentrated in its depths, while the outer edges were dark and dull. More than that, thin streams of light were constantly flowing through the cracks of the shattered core and dissipating into nothingness. They were like water slowly seeping out of a cracked vessel. Despite that, Master Jet's essence did not seem to be diminishing. Instead, as Sunny watched, the strange soul core only grew brighter. What the? At that moment, Soul Reaper had just slaughtered another corrupted abomination. This one had taken her longer to put down, since as a monster, it possessed two cores. Each had to be destroyed with separate strikes. As soon as both perished, however, the creature twitched and collapsed to the ground. Then, something strange happened. When the corrupted insect died, a flood of tainted essence seemed to rush into Master Jet's fractured core. The remnants of the fetid darkness permeating it were then burned away by the furious light, and soon, a stream of pure radiance flowed into the brilliant center of the shining sphere. Sunny was left very puzzled by what he had just seen, and a little bit troubled, as well. I guess there really are all kinds of bizarre aspects. He was one to talk. His own soul was not exactly the picture of normalcy. In any case, distracted by the unusual nature of Master Jet's soul core, Sunny had missed his chance to study her battle technique. All he managed to notice was that her flesh was saturated by essence to a much larger degree than usual. It was as if, unlike all the other awakened, Soul Reaper's ability to reinforce herself with essence was not limited by the modest capacity of human flesh, or at least had a limit so high that it put the rest of them to shame. That would partially explain why she was so strong and fast despite possessing only a single core. This just went to show that having multiple cores was not an absolute advantage. There were a lot of strange and unimaginable powers out there, many of which could achieve the same result through different means. However, they wouldn't be as versatile. Would I be able to win against her in a fight? Sunny was not sure. He was reasonably confident in his ability, but then again, as someone who often achieved victory through being underestimated, he did not want to fall into the same trap. Even if he won, what would be the cost? Losing one or two cores was not going to kill him, most likely, but being left with a crippled soul was small consolation for victory. Maybe that was why saints were reluctant to fight Soul Reaper despite being much more powerful than her, and why many people treated her with fear and resentment. Sunny would have loved to ponder on these issues, but sadly, his time was up. The stone hive soldiers were already jumping over the carcasses he had used to hide behind, and their frenzy was just as murderous as before. Gripping the cruel sight, he lunged forward and pushed it into the tough carapace of another enemy. Hundreds of nightmare creatures descended upon the 3 cohorts of the irregulars. With Soul Reaper diving into their tide alone to hunt down the most dangerous foes, the initial clash was not as obliterating as it could have been. Supported by Queen and her sharpshooters, the melee fighters held, but were instantly surrounded. Behind them, Master Sunless, the youngest of the first company captains, was somehow holding off the entire flanking force of abominations by himself. Even if irregulars had time to look back, they wouldn't see much except for a veil of strange darkness that refused to dissipate despite the constant flashes of bright light produced by the battle. All they could perceive were the deafening shrieks of dying nightmare creatures and the cracking noises of parting chitin that resounded from the depths of unnatural darkness, as well as smell the sickening stench of burning flesh. One of the soldiers staggered back after killing another bug and briefly looked back. At that exact moment, a disfigured body of a massive fallen beast flew out of the darkness and crashed onto the rocks, splattering fetid blue lymph all over the mountain slope. It was more or less torn into 2 halves. Not cut, torn. The soldier shuddered. Gods, what kind of monster is that kid? Suddenly, a blinding flash momentarily turned the world white. High above them, 2 gargantuan forms clashed furiously, producing a deafening thunderclap. The whole mountain shook from the violent force of their impact. Cursing his luck, the irregular tried to throw all unnecessary thoughts out of his mind and lunged back into the deadly melee. There were still hundreds of the damned bugs for them to kill. By his side, other soldiers of the first irregular company fought for their lives. No one faltered, no one allowed despair to poison their mind. Each of them gave it their all, full of determination and resolve worthy of the government's best. And yet, things weren't going too well. The enemy was just too numerous, vicious, and overwhelming. Worse than that, the cursed bugs were wickedly smart and coordinated. Something had to change soon. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 864 to 864, Breaking the Balance. 1,171 words. Stuck in the middle of a never-ending massacre, barely holding on, and sensing a ruinous hint of exhaustion already seeping into his muscles, Sunny knew that the battle was entering its decisive stage. For now, it seemed to remain in a fragile equilibrium. The Jade Beetle and Saint Tyrus were clashing somewhere high above, neither of them capable of striking down the adversary yet. On the ground, Master Jet was fighting alone in the tide of nightmare creatures, seeking out the most powerful foes. She had already killed many, but her task was far from being accomplished. The irregulars held, pushing back against the rabid onslaught of the stone hive. They had managed to avoid being overwhelmed, but could not throw the enemy back and go on the offensive. Even with Winter and her sharpshooters taking out the most deadly fallen abominations, the situation was extremely precarious. And finally, Sunny was protecting the rear of the formation. He was containing his share of nightmare creatures, as well, but was not anywhere near prevailing against them. For every hive soldier he killed, 2 immediately took its place. Neither side could wipe out the other. This balance, however, could be destroyed at any moment. Time was working against the irregulars, for the most part, since their soul essence and endurance were not infinite. The soldiers were not going to be able to keep up with the ruthless tempo of the furious battle for much longer. Their only hope was that Soul Reaper would finish off the last of the corrupted abominations and join the fight against the mass of lesser soldiers soon. However, from a few glimpses that Sunny had caught, things weren't going too well for the commander of the first irregular company. Master Jet had quickly dealt with the comparatively weak corrupted, but now, only the most powerful of them remained. More than that, the stone hive seemed to have understood how much of a threat this single human represented. With each second, it was getting harder and harder for Soul Reaper to move and attack her targets. She would probably be able to kill them all eventually, but was that going to be fast enough? Currently, Sunny was not sure. I need to do something. He had extinguished the divine flames burning within the blade of the cruel sight to conserve essence, and was now fighting against the frenzied abominations with nothing but its somber silver steel. Mounds of corpses surrounded him, and more creatures were jumping over their fallen brethren every second to lunge at the hateful human. But what can I do? How is he supposed to break the balance of the battle in favor of the human force? He had already done his best to gain the upper hand in his own section of the battlefield, and failed. Preventing the soldiers of the stone hive from advancing at the rest of the irregulars was all that he could achieve here. Changing the scales of the main front line was also outside his ability. If Sunny chose to join the awakened fighters, they would gain a boost of inspiration from the dying wish, however, they would also be forced to split their focus and defend against attacks from 2 directions. Whatever benefit he could bring would be invalidated by the increased pressure. Assisting Master Jet was out of the question, although Sunny was more than capable of slaying a corrupted abomination or several, it would take him some time. Not to mention that to achieve real results, he was going to have to abandon his position behind the formation of the irregulars. So then, only one component of the battle remained. Dodging an especially fierce attack of a bloodthirsty bug, he used one of the shadow tentacles to suddenly pull himself away from the advancing enemies and pierce the body of a somewhat startled abomination a dozen meters further down the slope instead. Then, he briefly looked up. 2 giant shapes were entangled with each other high in the dark skies. Arcs of lightning danced between them, and rivers of caustic black ash were flowing through the air like clouds. His face turned grim. It's too strong. I can't kill it fast enough. But then again, did he need to? Deciding something, Sunny sighed and threw the cruel sight into the maw of a lunging abomination. Then, he closed his eyes and tried to forget about the fact that he was surrounded by a swarm of nightmare creatures, each of them driven crazy by the desire to tear him apart. The shadows unleashed from the small lantern that was tied to his belt suddenly surged forward and formed a barrier around him. Even the tentacles that had been slaughtering hive soldiers dissipated and merged into its dark walls. Within the barrier, Sunny summoned Morgan's warbow. As a swarm of scarlet sparks appeared in the air, a heavy blow shook the shadow cage he had constructed around himself. Then, another, and another, and another. Soon, countless strikes were raining on it, making the surface of the barrier shake and crack. Sunny had made the cage as durable as he could. Infused with his ascended essence, it was much more resilient than the armored hull of the mighty battleship he had once helped preserve. And yet, just a few breaths later, it was already crumbling. Wide cracks appeared on its surface, and then a sharp chitin blade shot through one of them, scraping against the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld and throwing Sunny back. However, it was enough. As the black bow appeared in his hand, Sunny commanded the shadow cage to transform itself. Immediately, it lost solidity and substance. Instead, long and sharp spikes shot forward from the barrier in all directions. A few abominations were skewered by them, but most were only stalled for a moment as deep scratches appeared on their carapaces. Not paying them any attention, Sunny looked up and drew his bow. Soul arrow, death dealer. This time, a lustrous arrow that appeared to be made out of pale gold appeared on the string. Its wide broadhead, which was perfect for slicing flesh and dealing devastating wounds, was radiating a soft golden radiance. As time seemed to slow down, Sunny took aim, wrapped his shadows around the arrow, and then sent it soaring into the sky. Flying through the darkness, the arrow reached its target almost instantly. The target, of course, was the corrupted tyrant. However, Sunny was not aiming to kill it. He knew all too well that a creature like that would not be destroyed by a single strike, no matter how much essence he poured into it. The golden arrow did not strike the milky white chitin, or pierce the creature's eye. Instead, it hit one of its translucent wings, tore through it, and then bit deep into the base of another one. At the same time, Sunny activated a third enchantment. Burden of Peace enchantment description. After soul arrows pierce the flesh of an enemy, their weight can be drastically increased. Lodged deep into the jade beetle's flesh, the golden arrow suddenly grew as heavy as a ship's anchor. Far below the monstrous tyrant, Sunny smiled in satisfaction. Try and fly away now, bastard. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 865 to 865, Lucky Shot. 1049 words. Sunny was not powerful enough to casually slay a corrupted tyrant. Yet, defeating one was not outside the realm of possibility for him anymore, but it would require a good amount of meticulous study and preparation. Even then, challenging a nightmare creature of such immense power meant dire risk to his life. However, Sunny did not really need to kill the jade beetle. All he really needed to do was to break the balance of power between the monstrous tyrant and Sky Tide. Something like that was more easily said than done, but Sunny had several advantages that very few people possessed. He had a bow created by the best forge masters of the great clan Valor, or maybe even King Anvil himself. That bow demanded immense strength to be drawn, but was capable of sending arrows much further, and imbued them with much greater force. He had the Death Dealer enchantment, a rare divine affinity that translated into highly destructive soul arrows, and the ability to see through the darkness devouring the cold sky of Antarctica. More importantly, he had enough power and ability to buy himself enough time to make a good shot. As a result, the divine arrow he had sent tore through one of the tyrant's wings and dealt modest damage to another. Just like that, 2 of the 4 wings of the jade beetle were wounded. That alone might have not robbed it of the ability to fly, but combined with the weight of the burden of peace, the result severely reduced the creature's mobility in the air. Sadly, it did not plummet to the earth as Sunny had hoped. But it was enough to give Saint Tyrus a crucial advantage. Using the window of opportunity created for her by Sunny's arrow, she lunged into a recklessly committed attack without wasting a single moment. Slashing at the 2 untouched wings of the jade beetle with her steel talons, Sky Tide finally managed to break them. Then, she delivered a terrible blow with her beak and threw the abomination down. Wounded and barely able to keep its weight in the air, the corrupted tyrant was ruthlessly sent into a perilous fall. The jade beetle tried to slow down the speed of it, but failed. A few moments later, the massive body hit the slope of the mountain with a thunderous crash. However, Sunny was too busy to see any of this, because, while his arrow had managed to turn the tables of the titanic clash in the skies, he had to survive the consequences of that success, somehow. Sunny had to burn through a lot of essence to have a hope of dealing serious damage to the corrupted tyrant, and so, his reserves were now very close to being empty. He had discarded the cruel sight to summon Morgan's warbow and buy himself enough time to create the shadow cage, and so, he was now more or less unarmed in front of the swarm of nightmare creatures. He had wrapped the soul arrow in 3 of his 4 shadows, and so, they needed time to return. Even worse, making the fateful shot left him open to enemy attacks for far too long. Even before Sky Tide delivered her vicious strike, Sunny was already dearly regretting his actions. Dismissing both the warbow and the distant cruel sight, he then summoned the latter back. However, the somber spear would only appear after several precious seconds, leaving him not much choice but to face the avalanche of chitin and sharp mandibles with his bare hands, or the short and thin blade of the moonlight shard at best. Instead of using the ghostly stiletto, though, Sunny simply commanded one of the wild shadows surrounding him to flow into his hands and turn into a dark odachi. Manipulating the shape of shadows was not a straightforward task. Forming a simple tentacle was the easiest, since it was not too far removed from the natural state of the shadows. However, the more precise, specific, and compressed the shape was, the more concentration and essence it took to achieve it. A sword hard enough to withstand the rigors of battle and sharp enough to cut through the flesh of the enemies was not easy to create. Usually, it would have taken Sunny some time and a lot of mental exertion to make one from a formless shadow. However, the black odachi appeared in his hands almost instantly. That was because Sunny had methodically trained several applications of shadow manifestation during the 6 months after the second nightmare. He had come up with a small number of forms that could serve his basic needs in battle, such as a barrier, a spike, a chain, a sword, and created them over and over again, day after day, until manifesting them became an instinct. That was why it only took a split second for the shadow sword to manifest when he needed it. Of course, as a blade created from ascended essence, it was comparable to an ascended weapon in terms of sharpness and lethality. Sunny was just not sure how long he would be able to maintain the dark odachi, considering that keeping it tangible was slowly eating through the scarce remains of his essence. Crap, he barely managed to meet the first foe with a strike, neatly cutting its body in 2 halves. Although Sunny had long grown accustomed to using a spear, holding a sword still felt the most familiar to him. Fighting with an odachi again felt like meeting an old friend. He would have smiled if there was not a crushing wave of abominations falling down on him. Sharp blades of chitin struck at the mantle of the underworld, throwing Sunny off balance. Using the residual momentum of his previous strike, he slashed with the odachi and severed the legs of a fallen beast attacking him, then thrust his sword forward, piercing the head of another. Something crashed into him from the side, causing Sunny to stagger. Bad. Sunny paled as he realized that a moment later, he would fall and become buried under a mass of abominations. Luckily, at that moment, something massive and dreadfully heavy crashed into the mountain with terrible speed. The impact caused the whole slope to tremble, as if from a powerful earthquake. As a result, not only Sunny, but also every other irregular, as well as every soldier of the stone hive, were suddenly thrown to the ground. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 866 to 866, White Stone. 1,134 words. A huge cloud of snow and stone debris rose into the air. Hitting the ground with a muffled yelp, Sunny rolled and tried to maintain the shape of his odachi. Luckily, his training had not been in vain. Even after being startled by the earth-splitting fall of the tyrant and jolted by the sudden collision with the slope of the mountain, he did not allow the shadow sword to unravel. Arg, damn, slightly disoriented, Sunny sat up and looked around, expecting to see monstrous insects rushing to finish him off. To his relief, the soldiers of the stone hive were in a similar position as him. Despite possessing 6 legs and a center of gravity that was much lower to the ground relative to their height, they were all sprawled on the cold rocks, trying to get up. Actually, there were surprisingly few of them around him. Those that were alive, at least, crushed corpses littered this particular stretch of the slope, flattened so thoroughly that it was hard to recognize the shape of the chitin-clad abominations. Sunny strained to regain his wits and frowned. Single quote ... Did I do that? The damage seemed too exaggerated to be done by Sunny or his shadow tentacles. He couldn't see very far, either, because a wall of white stone was blocking his view. Where did this crag come from? If he remembered correctly, there were no large boulders or tall outcroppings near where he had fought. Had he rolled that far down the slope? As Sunny was trying to understand why a wall of rock suddenly appeared in front of him, a stream of inky black liquid flowed down its smooth white surface. Then, the wall of stone slightly moved. ... His eyes widened. Oh, crap. Craning his neck, Sunny managed to get a better look at the thing that he had assumed to be a stone cliff. Of course, it was not. Instead, it was the carapace of the corrupted tyrant that had been thrown into the mountain by Sky Tide's vicious attack. The creature seemed battered, with its milky white chitin cracked in several places and leaking viscous black blood, but very much alive. In fact, at the same time as Sunny looked up at it, the jade beetle's expressionless black eyes shifted and peered directly at him. Its terrifying mandibles moved slightly. Oh, crap. Sunny jumped back at the same time as one of Tyrant's legs came down, shattering the mountain slope and sending another tremor running through it. He was only saved by his quick reaction and a bit of luck. The shadow odachi whistled through the air and struck the white chitin, only to bounce off of it without dealing any damage. The jade beetle stared at him with its unfathomable black eyes and moved, slowly rising. It opened its maw, where a cloud of black ash was already swirling, ready to be spat out. Sunny knew that if that ash enveloped him, something very bad was going to happen. For a split second, he was paralyzed by fear. Then, the familiar weight of the cruel sight calmed Sunny down. The somber spear finally finished manifesting itself into reality, and he instinctively caught it by letting go of the hilt of the shadow odachi with one hand. What difference does it make? Sunny stared at the domineering tyrant in horror, and then did the only thing he could think of, infusing some of his last drops of essence into the cruel sight to imbue it with an elemental property. He threw the spear again, only a moment after being reunited with it. He did have enough presence of mind to put some thought into what type of elemental damage to choose, though. Neither divine flame nor soul damage would do much in this situation, so. Ah, that might work, I think. The somber spear disappeared into the cloud of darkness wreathing in the creature's maw without a trace. A moment later, the tyrant suddenly shuddered and let out a shrill, deafening shriek. Its movement slowed down for a second or two. That was more than enough time to give Sunny a chance to run away. Turning around, he dashed up the slope with as much speed as he could muster. The cloud of ash shot to chase him, but quickly dissipated due to the fact that the jade beetle was distracted by Torque's pain. The element Sunny had chosen was not the most destructive, but it was insidious, persistent, and extremely painful. That element was corrosion. To be more precise, it was a special kind of wicked corrosion that the Dark Mirror had memorized after Sunny inhaled a lungful of Wervine's poisonous miasma back on the shipwreck island. Bloodweave had overcome it without any trouble, so he did not expect to deal much damage to the tyrant. However, it had hurt like hell to deal with it, so Sunny hoped that the damned monstrosity would be distracted for a few seconds, giving him a chance to retreat. That's right, retreat with dignity, not run away in panic. As he swiftly retreated, Sunny felt a cold shiver running down his spine. The jade beetle had to be preparing another attack. At that moment, a shadow fell from the sky. Saint Tyrus, in her human form and wielding a saber that seemed sharp enough to cut the fabric of the world itself, flashed through the air and collided with the corrupted tyrant somewhere behind his back. Sunny, meanwhile, finally saw the battlefield through the cloud of snow that had been thrown up by the jade beetle's fall. The irregulars were slowly rising to their feet, and so were the soldiers of the stone hive. Only one figure appeared to have withstood the earthquake and used the shock of it to her advantage. Some distance away, Master Jet landed on the swaying body of the last corrupted abomination and thrust her glaive deep into its flesh. A vicious smile appeared on her face as the creature shuddered and fell down. The battle formation of awakened warriors was broken, but Soul Reaper was finally finished with her dreadful task. Despite how much she must have exerted herself to slay a score of corrupted beasts and monsters, as well as a couple demons, she seemed to be still brimming with essence. Master Jet would be able to join the main line of the first irregular company soon. The flanking force that Sunny had been holding back, meanwhile, seemed to be all but destroyed by his own efforts and the devastating fall of the tyrant. What little remained of it was currently being torn to pieces by the furious confrontation of the Jade Beetle and Sky Tide. All in all, the situation was not too terrible. The scales definitely tilted in the favor of humans now. They just had to capitalize on that advantage. Running terribly low on essence, battered, and exhausted, Sunny let out a silent groan. Damn it, damnation, this is just day 2. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 867 to 867, Tooth and Nail. 1,263 words. The tide of the battle had turned. The terrifying confrontation between the tyrant of the Stone Hive and Sky Tide of the White Feather Clan went on, but now, the eerily beautiful Jade Beetle was clearly losing. On the battlefield itself, the force of abominations trying to attack the irregulars from the rear had been decimated under the cover of unnatural darkness. The corrupted lieutenants leading the main assault had been dealt with by Soul Reaper. Although the human soldiers had been feeling hints of despair just a few minutes ago, now, a new strength filled their bodies. Fight, we can do this, crush the bugs. The irregulars knew that the moments when hope finally shined from the distance were often the most dangerous, so they did not allow themselves to relax and fought with fierce determination. Then, something strange happened. The veil of darkness enveloping the lower part of the slope suddenly flowed forward and drowned a large swath of nightmare creatures assaulting their defensive line from the flank. Immediately, frenzied shrieks of the abominations resounded from it, only to stop abruptly in the cracking noise of splitting chitin. At the same time, Soul Reaper Jet broke through the ranks of the hive and joined the crescent battle formation. Suddenly reassured, the humans fought with double ferocity. The effect was even more pronounced for the members of one of the cohorts, who could actually see through the unnatural darkness thanks to Kim's unique aspect. Luster, who had lost count of the number of repulsive bugs he had killed or wounded with his halberd, threw a quick glance to the flank of the defensive line and almost stumbled. What? Out there in the darkness, their captain was dancing between the abominations, slaying one after another with graceful strikes of a long and somber blade. His swordsmanship was elegant and exquisite. However, what stunned the young man was not the battle skill of their commanding officer, but the armor Captain Sunless was wearing, as well as the shape and color of his odachi. That's Mongrel's armor and sword. Luster's eyes widened. Don't tell me. Suddenly, a lot of things made sense. Influenced by the death wish enchantment that spread to those who witnessed Sunny fight, an intense fire ignited in Luster's heart. His eyes gleamed, and he threw himself into the battle with burning determination. More, I need to kill more. After learning their captain's true identity, Luster was extremely inspired. He had given up on his goal not long after the clash with the stone hive started, but now, it did not seem as impossible anymore. I must vanquish these abominable bugs. If I kill enough, I might get a hug from Master Winter. Oh, I can't wait. Similarly, although, of course, in a different manner, the other members of the cohort experienced the bolstering effect of the dying wish, as well. All of them fought like devils, earning themselves a fearsome reputation among the irregulars. And the man who had made it all possible was currently cursing his fate. Damn, crap, curse it all. Surrounded by a swarm of nightmare creatures, Sunny fought while feeling extremely aggrieved. Things were not going great for him. He was extremely tired, bruised and battered, and worst of all, his essence was running dry. Keeping the shadow sword tangible was eating through what little he had left with frightening speed, but the worst offender was the shadow lantern. A divine memory was as gluttonous as one would think. On top of that, there were the dying wish and the mantle of the underworld. Pretty soon, he would be completely spent. Sadly, he could not dismiss the veil of shadows, since doing that would reveal his identity as Mongrel to a lot of strangers. The members of his own cohort had already seen enough, most likely, but he somewhat trusted them to keep his secret. Due to the fact that Sunny had kept them alive through several dire battles, the bonds of loyalty were already forming between the 6 soldiers and their captain. He had to dismiss something, though. The first thing to go was the dying wish. Although it brought benefit to his soldiers, and, to a lesser degree, to all irregulars, he simply could not allow the expenditure of essence that both the death wish and the underworld armament required. The next memory to go was the mantle of the underworld itself. Sunny was reluctant and more than a little scared to continue his fight without a suit of armor, but there was little he could do. Without sufficient essence to feed the living stone, many cracks appeared on the stone-like onyx surface of the mantle. Not only had it lost some of its protective quality, but there was a risk that the ancient armor would receive too much damage and succumb entirely. It was also growing heavy without the effects of the Feather of Truth enchantment. He just had to fight carefully and concentrate on dodging the enemy attacks from now on. Even if he made a mistake or two, a couple wounds were not going to kill him. Thankfully, there were not as many enemies left around him as at the start of the battle. Once the most damning evidence was gone, Sunny had no reason to keep the shadow lantern active, so he dismissed it as well. With no enchantments to keep powered and the small amount of essence he received back by dismissing these memories, he could maintain the shape of his sword for a bit longer. Sunny killed a few more enemies, barely avoided a stream of acid that one of the monstrous insects spat, and retaliated by neatly severing its body in half. When is this going to end? Damn it. A few seconds later, his odachi turned hazy, and then dissipated into a shadow. Sunny was at his limit. Please, gods, let it stop, let it stop, let it stop. Arg, damnation, this is such crap. What the hell? What kind of damn situation is this? With nothing better to do, he grabbed a severed chitin blade of one of the abominations and used it as a makeshift sword. At that moment, the veil of shadows created by the shadow lantern finally dissipated. The irregulars saw a stunning image. Wearing no armor and only clad in a torn black bodysuit, Captain Sunless hammered a severed limb of an enemy into the carapace of a fallen abomination. The white chitin split, and the creature let out a painful shriek. With indescribable fury and resentment burning in his eyes, the young master bared his teeth and punched the beast with his naked fist, crushing its head. The veteran soldiers shuddered. Such righteous wrath. Master Sunless must really hate nightmare creatures, huh? Sunny, meanwhile, kicked the fallen beast away and let out a trembling breath. Phew, that was close. How did I even survive that last attack? At that moment, something imperceptible changed on the battlefield. The stone hive, which had been unified and deviously intelligent before, suddenly seemed to lose much of its coordination. At the same time, the spell suddenly whispered into Sunny's ear. You have slain a corrupted tyrant, remnant of the Jade Queen. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory. He blinked. Single quote. What had just happened? It seemed that the persistent corrosion, which the cruel sight had learned to reflect thanks to the Wervine's miasma, turned out to be more powerful than Sunny had thought. Much more likely than that, though, was that it just happened to finish off the mighty abomination after it had been brought to the very edge of death by Sky Tide, but before she could deal the killing blow. What were the chances of that? 1 in a million. Standing above the dead fallen beast, Sunny grinned. I guess I'm lucky today. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 868 to 868, Reputation. 1,105 words. After the death of the tyrant, the battle did not last long. The stone hive had already lost many soldiers, as well as its most powerful champions. Without the guiding sentience of its ruler, the lesser creatures seemed to lack most of their intelligence and coordination. Feeling this weakness, the exhausted irregulars advanced and slaughtered them without a hint of hesitation. With Soul Reaper rampaging at the front of the formation, the number of the monstrous insects quickly dwindled. Then, Saint Tyrus joined the battle and more or less wiped out the remaining abominations single-handedly. Skytide seemed to have received several wounds in her fight with the remnant of the Jade Queen, but it did not slow her much. Moving between the giant insects like wind, almost too swift to be seen with a naked eye, she disposed of all the remaining nightmare creatures in mere seconds. Her saber cut through their impregnable white carapaces as if they were made out of water. Just like that, suddenly, silence settled over the summit of the mountain. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion, struggling to believe that that bloody battle ended so abruptly. Then, when the sweet understanding dawned on them, the irregulars lowered themselves to the ground with relieved sighs, drained of all strength. Everyone was too exhausted to move and needed a few minutes to rest and collect their thoughts. Tired smiles appeared on their faces. Sunny found a patch of rock that was not covered by fetid blue lymph and plopped on it, as well. He was utterly spent. As the excitement of the battle died down, his thoughts turned slow and lazy. Ah, I'm hurt all over. He felt a pleasant satisfaction. Not only had they won a hard fight, but he also received a fair share of shadow fragments. Better yet, there was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier he was yet to take a look at. For a moment, he wanted to summon the runes immediately, but then gave up on that idea. He was too tired to think properly right now. The memory could wait until the cohort was safely back aboard the Rhino. For now, Sunny was content to just sit on the ground and rest. As he did, his shadows naturally took a look around. The summit of the mountain had been transformed. The snow had melted or turned into blue sludge. The slope itself was littered with hundreds of dead nightmare creatures and deep cracks. The gate still pulsed with darkness at the very peak, but one side of the deep schism it filled had collapsed and crumbled down. Further down the slope, the massive carcass of the jade beetle lay on the cold stones. It seemed that the final stage of its battle with Saint Tyrus had taken them away from the battlefield. As a result, it was now pretty far from the stretch of the slope where Sunny had fought with the flanking force of the hive. Only corpses of awakened and fallen creatures remained. Some were cut apart, some were torn apart by the shadow tentacles, and many were utterly crushed by the fall of their ruler. Of course, the irregulars did not know that, since that area had been covered by the veil of darkness summoned by the shadow lantern. To them, it all looked like Sunny's doing. Their whispers entered his ears. Gods, look over there. Is that where Master Sunless fought? So many dead bugs. Wait, what the hell? Why are these corpses so mangled? It's like they were put through a meat grinder. I mean, it does not even look like they were cut by a blade. It's more like he ripped them apart and crushed them with his bare hands. He did. Did you not see him, at the end? His weapon and armor must have been destroyed in the fight, so he just tore a leg off a fallen abomination and then beat the bastard to death with it. And then, I swear to the gods, I saw it myself, he stood there and smiled, as though someone gave him the best present in the world. I think he really hates nightmare creatures. His expression before that, so much anger, so much resentment. It looked, I don't know, personal. Maybe there's a tragic story there. No wonder Soul Reaper went to the trouble of personally recruiting him. Quote. What kind of devil is that kid? Sunny blinked. Had he really smiled? Oh, that must have been the moment when he received the transcendent memory. He had indeed lost composure and grinned like an idiot for a few moments there. In any case, none of these soldiers seemed to have connected him to Mongrel. They just thought that he was some kind of monster with a personal grudge against nightmare creatures. His own cohort, meanwhile. Sunny turned slightly and caught sight of Luster, who was staring at him with an intense expression. The young man's eyes seemed extremely bitter, for some reason. What's up with that clown? At that moment, someone approached and sat down near him. Sunny turned around and saw Winter, who stared at him with a nonchalant expression. Wah! Before he could finish the thought, she suddenly grinned and pulled him into a very tight hug. You did great, little devil. Let's be friends. Soon, the irregulars caught their breaths and started moving. Saint Tyrus departed after approaching Sunny to thank him for his contribution in slaying the tyrant, her voice cordial and stern as usual. This time, however, it almost sounded partial. Since the threat of the stone hive had been eliminated, a signal was sent to the first army that the path was clear. Not too long after that, a long column of vehicles appeared on the road that stretched far below, on the other side of the mountain. One of the divisions was proceeding with haste to its next destination. The irregulars themselves were busy with collecting soul shards from the slain abominations. A dozen heavy loaders arrived to drag the carcass of the remnant of the Jade Queen away. Even in death, a corrupted tyrant was extremely valuable. Its impenetrable carapace and other parts had a lot of uses for advanced spell-tech applications. Sunny would not be surprised if some of the Jade Beetle ended up being used to bolster the defenses of one of the siege capitals, most likely Falcon Scott itself. After some time, Master Jet left for the base camp where the APCs were parked in order to contact the army command. Since there was nothing for Sunny to do at the summit of the mountain, he followed her and climbed into the Rhino to rest. There, sitting on his comfortable bed, Sunny finally summoned the runes. A transcendent memory. Ah, let's see. Soon, his eyes gleamed. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 869 to 869, Sin of Solace. 1092 words. The runes shimmered in the air. Memory. Sin of Solace. Memory rank, Transcendent. Memory tier, V. Memory type, Weapon. Looking at ethereal weave of symbols, Sunny felt a cold shiver running down his spine. A weapon, but Sin of Solace was the third transcendent memory he had received. However, it was of a higher tier than both the Undying Chain and the Dying Wish combined. More than that, it was a weapon, something that could express its power much more directly than an armor or a charm. Something that he desperately needed here in the cold expanse of Antarctica. A weapon bestowed by the slaying of a corrupted tyrant. Had to be truly powerful. Holding his breath, he continued to study the runes. Memory description. This blade is a whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, who turned a beautiful monster into a queen and gave her a sinister gift of forbidden knowledge. Sunny tilted his head, suddenly excited. The demon of dread, another demon. There are 5 of them I know of now. Demon of fate, demon of hope, demon of choice, demon of dread. Wait, who was the 5th one? He strained his memory for a while, and then scratched the back of his head. Oh, right, the Demon of Oblivion, how did I forget? Sunny pondered about the fact that the Demon of Oblivion was so forgettable for a bit. Then, he slightly shook his head. In any case, if this memory was connected to a demon, it had to be immensely powerful. His heart started to beat faster. Memory enchantments. Sinister whisper, perfect jade, omen of dread, hideous truth, cursed. Sunny blinked. Wait, what? Cursed? What did that mean? Cursed? Somewhat disturbed, he decided to read the description of the last enchantment first. Soon, an ugly expression appeared on his face. Cursed enchantment description. This blade slowly drives its wielder mad. What the hell? His new shiny transcendent weapon had come with side effects. What kind of crap is this? Since when do memories have flaws? Mad. It wants to drive me mad. We'll see who goes mad first. Damn it. Glancing at the runes with resentment, Sunny decided to study the other enchantments before coming to conclusions. Sinister whisper enchantment description. This blade can deal both physical damage and mental damage to those that it cuts, destroying not only their bodies but also their minds. The mental damage persists like a curse, even after a single cut. He grunted. How insidious. Mental attacks were almost as rare as soul attacks, and equally as hard to defend against. There was something terrifying about them, too, especially to those beings that were very hard to kill or nearly immortal. After all, what was the point of living if one's sanity was gone? A blade like that, truly, it would have been a bane of someone like the eternal chain lords of the Kingdom of Hope. If only the damned memory did not deal the same mental damage to the wielder. Sunny grimaced, and then continued to read the runes. Perfect jade enchantment description. This blade is carved from a piece of sublime jade, and as such is sharp and durable beyond logic and reason. Straightforward. Omen of dread enchantment description. A faint remnant of Ariel's presence lingers on this blade, striking terror into the hearts of all beings. Sunny frowned. Another mental attack enchantment, but this one is passive and affects an area. Not bad. Should work wonders when nightmare is around, too. Finally, the last one made him frown. Hideous truth enchantment description. The more the wielder's sanity is shattered, the more powerful this blade becomes. It bestows revelations of madness on those who give in to its will. Sunny sighed. Damnation. So, basically, this already formidable weapon could grow many times more terrifying, but only if the person wielding it went completely insane. Conveniently, the Sin of Solace also drove anyone who wielded it to madness, thus providing an easy solution to unlocking the potential of the hideous truth. What am I supposed to do with this thing? And what does that mean, given to its will? Does this cursed sword have a will of its own? While Sunny liked to joke that he was a bit crazy, he did not really want to turn into a raving lunatic. He lingered for a few minutes, then took a deep breath and summoned his new memory into existence. Soon, a beautiful Shuangshuojian appeared in his hands. It was a straight, thin double-edged greatsword with a narrow guard and a graceful blade that gradually tapered to a sharp tip. Despite the fact that it was almost as long as Sunny was tall, the Sin of Solace surprisingly did not weigh much. In fact, it was as light as a feather. Its hilt was carved out of black obsidian, and the blade itself was stark white, with beautiful patterns etched on it. Despite the description of the perfect jade enchantment, it did not seem rigid as stone. Instead, it was both hard and flexible in perfect proportion. A sword such as this was nimble and swift, but also capable of dealing devastating damage. Despite its breathtaking beauty, however, as soon as Sunny touched the cool obsidian hilt, it was as though someone whispered into his ear. He shivered and turned around, only to find that there was nothing behind him. The whisper, however, did not disappear. It continued to flow from somewhere just out of reach, too quiet to discern any words, for now. Sunny felt that if he just concentrated hard enough, he would be able to understand what the rustling voice was saying. And it was important, very important, to understand it. There was a meaning to them that he just had to know. Had to. Before Sunny noticed, his body was covered in cold sweat. He stared at the Sin of Solace with a complicated expression, and then summoned the undying chain. As soon as the bleak armor wrapped itself around his body, the insidious whisper seemed to grow weaker. Sunny was only slightly obsessed with listening to it now. Ah, good. The chains of longing enchantment of the transcendent armor provided him with a high protection against mind attacks, and the cursed attribute of the beautiful Jian seemed to be just that, a strange and sinister mind attack aimed at the sword's own wielder. Which meant that Saint, who was completely immune to mind attacks, would be able to use the jade sword without any problem. Sunny was sufficiently certain what he would be able to withstand the tantalizing whispers if need be, as well. It was a small price to pay for being able to wield such a frightening transcendent weapon. If push comes to shove, I can afford to lose a bit of sanity, too. I mean, what's wrong with going a little mad? Been there, done that. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 870 to 870, To-Do List. 997 words. Dismissing the beautiful sword, Sunny breathed a sigh of relief. The insidious whispers assaulting his mind disappeared, leaving only a lingering sense of chill and unease behind. The pressure of the call was already enough to drive a person insane. Adding the curse of the Sin of Solace to this burden was not for the weak of heart. Well, whatever, I'll just let Saint use it for now. He was impressed by the cursed blade, though. Its fundamental properties were already fearsome enough, considering that this transcendent weapon's sharpness and durability were further enhanced by the perfect jade enchantment. It also synergizes well with Nightmare's Dreadlord attribute and the Mantle of Fear ability. What made it so alluring to Sunny was the mental damage it dealt, though. Mind attacks were an insidious thing. While not as obviously destructive as more straightforward elemental damage types and not as universally deadly and hard to defend against his soul attacks, they possessed one frightening quality. The more sentience a being possessed, the more that being stood to be damaged by a mind attack. What it meant was that while lesser nightmare creatures, beasts and monsters, would not be as susceptible to that sinister whisper, the truly dangerous foes, demons, devils, tyrants, terrors, and humans, would suffer terribly from it. And since those were the enemies Sunny was wary of the most, the Sin of Solace was a perfect tool to satisfy his needs. I just have to be careful not to suffer terribly myself. But even if he did, at least he would be reaping the benefits of the hideous truth. Sunny felt that the cursed sword would become truly terrifying if its wielder managed to unlock that strange enchantment. At its full force, maybe the Sin of Solace would be powerful enough to strike down even great nightmare creatures. Or supreme humans. With a wistful sigh, Sunny decided to check his progress in other areas, since he already had the runes summoned. Shadow fragments, 874 thousandths. Not bad. After being stuck at 744 thousandths for half a year, he had gained more than 100 fragments in just 2 days. If this continued, Sunny would become a tyrant in a not-so-distant future. Of course, if he continued to fight at that intensity every day, he would also probably be dead by then. Somewhat reassured, he shifted his gaze to the mantle of the underworld. Vanquished foes, 4,555 6 thousandths. The monumental task of satisfying the requirement of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment was nearing its final stage. With how many nightmare creatures ran rampant in Antarctica, Sunny would certainly be able to complete it soon. Now that his identity as Mongrel was, most likely, known to the members of his cohort, there should be no problem wearing the mantle more often. He still did not know how the onyx armor would grow after the limit was reached, but hoped to see something incredible. Then, Sunny concentrated on his shadows, starting with Saint. Shadow fragments, 101 200ths. Saint was already halfway to becoming a saint, or a transcendent demon, to be more precise. He could not even imagine how powerful she would be once he collected enough memories, or echoes, to feed to his loyal knight. Still, 100 or so ascended memories was not a small amount. Luckily, he could also use memories of lesser ranks, although the process would be much slower in that case. Finally, he read the runes describing nightmare. Shadow fragments, 14 300ths. He sighed. To be honest, Sunny had not been very diligent about feeding his steed. For some reason, the Black Courser required much more fragments to ascend than Saint had needed, maybe because he was already a terror, or maybe because Saint had come from a race created by Nether, the Prince of the Underworld. In any case, Sunny felt that helping her become transcendent was more important than elevating Nightmare to an ascended terror. Especially considering that his terror ability, Dream Curse, was still locked. And speaking about that ability, at least there had been more progress on that front. Nightmares required, 112 1,000ths. His steed had already subjugated more than 100 nightmares, both making himself stronger and growing closer to unlocking the Dream Curse. Of course, that task was still far from being over, but Sunny had a feeling that there would be a lot of progress soon. Antarctica was in the throes of a cataclysm that had become known as the Chain of Nightmares, after all. It was bound to breed a lot of them. Better yet, up until now, the Black Steed had been limited to only subjugating nightmares of masters, simply because awakened humans did not dream. Awakened nightmare creatures did, however, which meant that Nightmare would be able to plant seeds of fear into their souls, and then visit the dreams of those abominations that had survived the encounter to harvest them. Maybe I should let him loose more often. And that was that, more or less. His own shadow fragments, that of Saint and Nightmare, the Prince of the Underworld enchantment, and the Dream Curse. These were the things he needed to concentrate on. Then, there were other things, his arsenal of memories, the power of his cohort, and the equipment of its members. Oh, and he also had to survive, somehow. I probably will. Sunny had made a lot of progress, but there was a lot more progress still to be made. Luckily, Antarctica was just the place to make it. It had an inexhaustible reserve of nightmare creatures of all kinds, with numerous new ones soon to arrive. As long as one could stay alive, there were countless opportunities for growth. Master Jet had been right. This campaign was going to shift the balance of power across all of humanity. Many new champions would emerge, many renowned warriors would become even stronger. Many would die. Thinking about that, Sunny suddenly felt somber. Now, he was even more convinced that the great clans would not be able to stay away from the chain of nightmares for long. He just had to make the best of it before they arrived, then. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 871-871, Wild Imaginations. 1090 words, quote. 1,000 duels, undefeated. He even went against Morgan of Valor before ascending. No way. What do you mean, no way? The recordings are all over the network, dude. No, Luster is right. I don't know much about the dreamscape, but it is a fact that he contained a manifesting gate as an awakened. Alone. I also heard that he is a bastard son of a saint from the House of Night, maybe even of Nightwalker himself. Actually, some say that he was created in a secret government laboratory from the DNA of powerful nightmare creatures. But the research was abandoned, with all records destroyed, because he was the only test subject who did not go completely mad. Quote. I've heard that he is a woman, though. Does he look like a woman, you idiot? Well, now that you say it, he is strangely petite. Has anyone seen Captain undressed? Belle, did you get hit in the head during the last battle? Keep your voices down, you'll wake him up. Already awake, Sunny was laying on his comfortable bed and listening to his subordinates gossip at the front of the steadily moving rhino. His expression was hard to describe. These fools. He had expected that much from Luster, but Kimmy. Not to mention Belle. Belle was supposed to be their reasonable senior, damn it. With a sigh, Sunny rose, threw a neutral glance at the suddenly quiet trio, and then went to the kitchen to make some coffee. He poured himself a cup of the fragrant drink, added some synthetic sugar to it, then sat down in the lounge area of the APC and took a delighted sip. Throughout all of it, 3 pairs of eyes were following his every move. Sunny shifted slightly, then looked at them in return. What, is there something on my suit? His black bodysuit had already repaired the tears it received in the battle against the stone hive. Its smart fabric was truly something else. The more Sunny wore it, the more he understood how well designed this unusual uniform was. One could argue whether it was dapper or not, but overall, he was extremely satisfied with his new equipment. Hearing his question, Kim and Luster suddenly looked away with furtive expressions. No, it's nothing. You look great today, Captain. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Belle, meanwhile, continued to stare at him with a strange expression. For some reason, Sunny suddenly felt an impulse to cover his chest with an arm. He frowned. Anything you want to ask? The swordsman simply nodded and smiled. Yeah, Captain, are you mongrel? Luster and Kim flinched and looked at him with horror. Sunny, meanwhile, scowled. Quote. Who are you calling a mongrel, bastard? Belle shook his head. No, I mean, are you Lord Mongrel? You know, that guy. Damn, as expected. Truth be told, the moment the question had been asked, he had no choice but to answer. Sunny just stalled a little to collect his thoughts. He shrugged. Oh, yeah, that's me. Then, Sunny took a sip of his coffee with an absolutely nonchalant expression. Lester and Kimmy, meanwhile, were staring at him in shock. Their eyes were as wide as saucers. For a few long moments, there was nothing but dead silence. Sunny enjoyed his drink for a bit, and then scratched the back of his head. Ah, but don't tell anyone. It's a secret. I wasn't really supposed to become known to the public, you know. Their expressions slowly changed. A hint of grave understanding appeared in their eyes. The three looked at each other, and then Kim resolutely nodded. Of course, Captain, we will keep silent about who you really are. We'll tell Samara, Quentin, and Dorn, too. Don't worry. Sunny nodded with satisfaction. Isn't it great to have such understanding minions? Of course, he had no idea what it was that they thought they understood. But that was the beauty of it, he did not need to. The best and most convincing lies were those that people built in their heads themselves. Human imagination was a wild thing. Whatever idiotic theory his soldiers decided to believe, be it that their captain was a secret love child of a famous saint or a product of a forbidden government experiment, it was all good with him. The point was that they would keep it to themselves. Just like that, a few more people learned that he was mongrel. Sunny felt a bit sad about that fact. On the bright side, it seemed that he would have no problem summoning the mantle of the underworld in the future, at least now when the cohort acted independently of other human forces. Lester, too, was looking at him with a newfound reverence. If there was one inconvenient thing about the revelation that Captain Sunless was, in fact, the famous Lord Mongrel, it was that Belle kept throwing strange glances at Sunny. What the hell? With a friendly smile, Sunny took his cup of coffee and returned to the back of the rhino. Climbing back onto the bed, he then took out his communicator. There, a new message was waiting for him. As his smile grew a little wider, Sunny concentrated on the lines of text. Rain, hey, Sunny, how are you doing? Everyone is talking about the Southern Quadrant campaign. That is where you went, right? Are you an officer now? Tell me so that I could brag about it in school. One of my classmates' sister is apparently an ace MWP pilot. She won't shut up. Stop talking about it. Anyway, are you doing well? The news says that everything is going great, but my dad seems very stressed. I don't think I've ever seen him so tense. Oh, I am doing well, myself. A few kids in my class stopped coming to school, so I guess they are at the Awakened Academy now. But I am not showing any symptoms, yet. I am practicing my archery and swordsmanship every day, though. You'll be proud of your pupil. Sunny reread the message a few times, then finished his coffee, grinned, and started composing a response. Sunny, hey, an officer, gods, who do you think I am? Of course I am. Let me tell you, I am a captain of the most elite unit in the whole army. I have a bunch of powerful awakened under me, and a reputation so fearsome that other masters want to be my friends. The Devil of Antarctica, that's what they call me. Well, I'm sure someone does, maybe. Just yesterday, an actual saint personally expressed gratitude to me. I will probably get a medal soon, too. Oh, I am also in charge of a cutting-edge armored personnel carrier called the Rhino. You won't believe how amazing it is. Let me describe it. First of all, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 872 to 872, Spreading Nightmares. 1,113 words. The initial several weeks of the Antarctica campaign were the most intense. At least for now, the divisions of the First Army steadily moved south, fighting through the swiftly growing swarms of nightmare creatures and establishing strategic encampments along the way. These encampments were going to serve as the transit points of the evacuation network soon. Moving through them, all the population of the Antarctic Center was going to be relocated to the siege capitals to await eventual salvation. The same thing, only on a much larger scale, was happening in East Antarctica, where most people of the Southern Quadrant live. As days went by, the chain of nightmares grew more rampant. New gates manifested with increased frequency, disgorging more and more abominations into the waking world. Luckily, the burden pressing down on the First Army also grew lighter, since more and more divisions reached their destinations and entrenched themselves inside the cities that would become humanity's strongholds in the coming months. Without the need to brave the enemy-infested wilderness, the lives of the soldiers became less perilous. That was not to say that they were not terribly busy. Turning a populous city into a wartime fortress was a laborious task, too. However, no one was as busy as the First Irregular Company. Just like Master Jet had promised, the Irregulars almost never rested. While other soldiers had specific tasks that sometimes forced them into battle with the nightmare creatures, and sometimes did not, the 7 cohorts of Irregulars constantly moved between various flashpoints to douse their flames. Day after day, battle after battle, soon, the novelty of Antarctica's sobering reality dissipated, and the endless procession of combat engagements blurred into one continuous, bloody ordeal. They were doing their job, still. Not all battles were as large-scale or as dire as those in the first 2 days of the active operation. Some demanded more precision than all-out effort, others simply had to be fought because no one else could be spared to address the situation. Tempered in this terrible crucible, Sunny and his cohort were becoming accustomed to the trials of the chain of nightmares, as well as each other. Their ability to fight as a single cohesive entity increased, finally reaching a satisfactory level. Their personal power grew, too. Sunny was not the only one who had managed to enhance his arsenal of memories, for one. With so many nightmare creatures that needed to be slaughtered, each member of the cohort acquired new combat tools. Quentin, for example, had received a beautiful suit of plate armor for killing a fallen officer of the Stone Hive. Just like the carapaces of the monstrous insects, it was pure white and incredibly durable. Lester managed to acquire a charm that was supposed to increase his luck, even if no one could really tell whether it actually worked or not. Samara was now wearing a chameleon cape that blended into the environment and masked her position. Others were using new memories, too. Armed with them, the cohort managed to survive these perilous weeks without suffering any casualties. They swiftly racked up kills and contribution points, as well as soul shards and reputation among the soldiers of the First Army. However, their fearsome reputation paled in comparison to that of Mongrel, who was slowly turning into somewhat of an urban myth. Sunny had no plans of unleashing his weird alter ego again so soon, but the circumstances forced him to make a different decision. There was just too much for him to do. Often, several missions of utmost importance appeared simultaneously, and since he could not be in 2 places at the same time, he sent Nightmare and Saint to take care of the easier ones instead. This approach turned out to be surprisingly effective. Armed with the Sin of Solace, which synergized extremely well with both of them, his shadows had become a real menace on the battlefield. They were also able to traverse the mountainous terrain of the Antarctic Center with great speed, allowing Sunny to dispatch them to complete missions that required speed above all else. Of course, these missions had to be on the lower spectrum of hardship. A transcendent weapon or not, Saint and Nightmare could not compare to the power of the cohort itself, especially since he led it personally. So while Sunny and his soldiers dealt with the most dangerous tasks, Mongrel popped up here and there without any discernible pattern, appearing from nowhere and disappearing without a trace after dealing devastating damage to the nightmare creatures and leaving only severed corpses behind. Suffice it to say, Saint's popularity among the rank and file of the First Army grew explosively. The Guardian Angel of Antarctica, that title, coined by a random network journalist, was spoken by them more and more often, jokingly at first, but then a bit less so. Sunny, meanwhile, finally earned his own nickname. Unsurprisingly, he was being called Devil now, or, infuriatingly, Little Devil. The latter one, however, was only used by the other captains of the irregulars. No one else dared to speak it to his face, or behind his back, really, considering that the rumor that the young master was always watching and listening quickly spread through the army. Of course, not everything went well for the human force. The First Army experienced several painful setbacks. More soldiers fell, and more were critically wounded. The technical equipment was starting to grow less and less reliable as time went by, even if the most critical pieces worked as intended due to expensive spell-tech countermeasures. It was getting harder and harder for the awakened to find a safe place to sleep without being whisked away by the call. Worst of all, however, was the effect that the chain of nightmares exerted on mundane humans. Nephews had once told Sunny that each person infected by the spell carried a small seed of nightmare in their soul, and that those of them who failed to pass the first trial became a Category 1 gate themselves. The chain of nightmares increased the rate of gate manifestations manifold, and that rate, terribly, spread to mundane humans as well. Not only was there an anomalously high amount of young people falling prey to the spell in Antarctica, but also, for the first time in half a century, people outside the usual age of infestation started to succumb to the first nightmares en masse, as well. Which meant that, just like during the emergence of the first generation, no one was safe. Anyone could become infected, fail the trial of the spell, and turn into a murderous nightmare creature. The people locked inside the siege capitals, those being relocated through the evacuation corridors, even the soldiers themselves. A tense and fearful atmosphere slowly settled over Antarctica. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave, Chapter 873-873, and full of terrors. 1015 words. Chilling darkness veiled Antarctica like a burial shroud. The twilight of the dusk had finally succumbed to the inevitable advent of the cruelly lasting absence of light, and the long night had come to the southern quadrant, pregnant with countless horrors. This night was going to last for many months, and by the end of it, who knew if any of the humans it embraced would still be alive? How many of them would be lucky enough to see the light of day again? Sunny had never experienced a night quite like that. The sun was gone, and the empty sky was full of brilliant stars. The pale visage of the moon lingered among them from time to time, coming and going as it pleased. Despite how dark and cold the world had become, it was strangely beautiful. Back in the alloy jungle of the northern quadrant siege capital, stars were rare guests. Light pollution kept them away. Similarly, there were no stars shining upon the cursed expanse of the forgotten shore. Antarctica was different. Despite the coming of the night, it only grew more dazzling. The stars, the moon, and the breathtaking tapestry of the aurora australis that shimmered above them as ethereal shades of green, blue, purple, and red flowed into each other, all of it was very beautiful. However, that beauty hid oppressive horror. Dread, that's the word to describe it. This is a land of dread. Sunny and his cohort were walking through the encampment of the first evacuation army, their armor covered in dents and painted by the blood of the nightmare creatures they had recently killed. The tense and tired soldiers hurried to get out of their way, throwing intense looks at the irregulars. Look, it's the devils. They're here, thank the gods. Recently, they had become a comforting sight for the rank and file of the First Army. Wherever irregulars appeared, problems seemed to disappear and the number of casualties drastically fell. Of course, these victories had a cost. It's just that the soldiers weren't the ones paying it. With a grim expression on his face, Sunny glanced at Dorn, who was limping and seemed barely able to walk. The giant man's face was pale and covered in cold sweat. He had received a severe wound in the last battle. Even with Quentin's help, Dorn was going to be out of commission for at least several days. Which meant that they would be short a man should a new mission arrive. The campaign was still on track, but it was getting more dire with each day. The air in the encampment was full of fear and tension. More and more nightmare creatures poured into the waking world, and now that darkness reigned Antarctica unopposed, any area that was not illuminated by powerful spotlights could be hiding a deadly threat. Even then, the spotlights tended to flicker and break down spontaneously, which made even artificial light unreliable. People were constantly on edge and afraid of every shadow. After all, most couldn't see through them like Sunny. Even worse, danger lurked not only in the darkness outside, but also inside the fortified encampments. The spell was spreading through the ranks of mundane humans like a plague, and anyone could turn into a rampaging monster if left alone for too long. There was no real safety anywhere. If things are like that after just 1 month, how are we going to last the whole year? Shaking his head, Sunny looked ahead and caught a glimpse of the rhino. His eyelids suddenly grew heavy, he really needed rest. Despite the glum atmosphere in the camp, objectively, things were going reasonably well for the field army dispatched to the Antarctic Center. It had already advanced almost all the way to the southern edge of the narrow landmass. All but one division, the one Sunny and his cohort were assigned to, had already reached their destinations and were in the process of converting them into siege capitals. Evacuation networks had been established, with fortified transit outposts placed near the strategic points. Constant patrols maintained protected corridors for the armored convoys to ferry the civilians from smaller settlements into the handful of human strongholds. Up north, the relocation was already in full swing. Here in the south, however, it was only starting. Still, the first phase of the operation was well on its way. Maybe we'll get to relax behind a thick wall of a siege capital soon, too. Climbing into the rhino, Sunny glanced at Kim. Status. She studied her military communicator. Army Command designated this camp as a green zone. Last check was 13 minutes ago. He nodded. A green zone was one with no gates close enough to affect the dream realm anchors of the awakened. People could sleep safely within its confines. Okay, Quentin, tend to Dorn. Kimmy, Luster, Samara, and Belle, enjoy the first sleep shift. I'll stand watch until you guys return. They nodded and soon disappeared inside the sleeping pods. Quentin got busy dealing with Dorn's injury, using both his aspect and an extensive medkit. Sunny, meanwhile, walked over to the command and communication suite and sat behind a console. He lingered for a moment, and then summoned his runes. Shadow Fragments, 1332 4,000ths. Shadow Fragments, 133 200ths. Nightmares required, 209 1,000ths. And finally, Vanquished Foes, 5,523 6,000ths. He had achieved a lot in the past month. So much, in fact, that exhaustion had seeped into his very bones. Sunny had long lost count of how many nightmare creatures he had slain, but it had to be a couple of thousands, at least. Even more if he counted those that Saint and Nightmare had hunted down. Mantle of the Underworld will probably be first. Even though he could not wear the onyx armor in every battle, its counter was swiftly approaching the limit. Sunny sighed, and then dismissed the runes. Almost simultaneously, the symbol of an incoming communication appeared on the console screen. He closed his eyes for a moment. Looks like a new mission is here, after all. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 874 to 874, One Last Mission. 986 words. A moment later, a familiar face appeared on the screen. Despite the pressure of leading the first irregular company into the meat grinder of the Southern Quadrant campaign, Master Jet looked relaxed and at ease. Like she always did. No, actually, she almost seemed to look better than how she had back in the safe haven of the NQSC. It was as though the exhaustion that everyone in Antarctica felt could not touch her. The perpetual dark circles under her eyes were gone, and her whole presence appeared strangely invigorated. Sunny had a suspicion of why. Soul Reaper flashed him a bright smile. Hey, Sunny, how is it going? He simply nodded. We cleared that fallen nest. Dorn was wounded, though. He'll need a few days to recover. In the past month, his relationship with Master Jet had gradually changed. They grew a bit closer and more familiar with each other. That sense of camaraderie could only be forged by fighting side by side in numerous battles, and was only enhanced by the exceedingly rare background they shared. Wasn't it funny to see two outskirt rats leading the elite government awakened into battle? However, at the same time, after observing Soul Reaper in combat more, Sunny felt that he had come to understand the nature of her flaw. And it was a grim one, for sure. A long time ago, in a different lifetime, almost, before even the Forgotten Shore, Sunny had heard from Teacher Julius that Master Jet was feared by many awakened. As the old man had put it, her problematic personality destroyed any chance she might have had of ever becoming a saint. Actually, the exact words he had used were, who would want to help a psychopathic killer become a saint? Later, Sunny had learned more about the unspoken rules of the awakened society and came to believe that these rumors were just a pretense to justify the suppression of the sovereigns. A product of the contempt proud legacies felt toward a clanless nobody from the outskirts who dared to become stronger than them and refused to bend the knee to their power. But now, he was not so sure. Sunny had seen that Jet possessed a bizarre ability to absorb the soul essence of those that she killed. He had also witnessed her powerful, but fractured core that constantly leaked essence like a broken vessel. Later, he also observed that she seemed to lack the ability to naturally regenerate essence, as all awakened could. And so, he now suspected that Soul Reaper's flaw forced her to constantly pursue murder. It seemed that killing was the only way for her to prevent her fractured core from becoming lifeless and empty. That would actually explain a lot of things, from the true reason she had chosen to come to Antarctica to why a girl from the outskirts, someone who had never been treated like a human by the government, would decide to become a dedicated government operative. Working for the authorities might not have been the most glamorous job, but if there was one thing it did not lack, it was an endless amount of targets that had to be killed. So, maybe those who treated Soul Reaper Jet like a person obsessed with killing were not wrong. They were just mistaken about the reason for her morbid obsession. Which posed a question, could he really trust her? What would happen if Soul Reaper's essence was running low, and Sunny was the only one around? If he was correct in his suspicion, of course. While Sunny was thinking about that, Master Jet grinned and waved her hand in front of the camera. In it was a strange charm. No, actually, it was just a mundane piece of jewelry. The thing looked like a golden circle with 4 stars engraved on it, beautiful filigree surrounding them, and a purple ribbon attached to the top. What the hell is that? Noticing his confusion, she shook her head. Gods, Sunny, don't you know what that thing is? This is the Transcendent Star of Valor. The highest military decoration one can receive. It's your medal, fool. I finally managed to get the army command to issue it. Sunny blinked. Oh, that's great. Master Jet let out an exasperated sigh. Quote. It comes with a very sizable contribution point reward, too. Instantly, his expression livened. Oh, that's great. Finally satisfied, Soul Reaper nodded. It took some convincing to make happen. Anyway, I'll hold on to it until we meet in person. About that, plans change a little, so you'll have to complete one more mission before that happens. Ah, but don't worry. This one is a calm one, so your man will have plenty of time to recover. Sunny stared at her with a dubious expression. Master Jet summoned the map of the Antarctic Center and highlighted several points on it. The division you're with is not going to proceed further south, since there are no big population centers there. However, there is a very important research installation at the southernmost point of the landmass. It's about 400 kilometers away from your current position. Sunny studied the map. The Antarctic Center resembled a gargantuan snake that sprawled across the ocean, and the installation Jet mentioned was situated at the very tip of its tail. What about it? She shrugged. Your mission is to reach the installation, secure the VIP currently residing there, and bring him back to the nearest siege capital. There is a garrison of local awakened commanded by a master at the installation, too. They will be responsible for evacuating the regular staff and scientists. You can choose to go back on your own, but that would be a jerk move, considering that they are expecting reinforcements to help them make the journey. Sunny thought for a bit, then nodded. Sounds easy. Single quote. Yeah, no way. Something bad is definitely going to happen. Master Jet smiled. It does, doesn't it? In any case, after that is done, we will probably remain within the walls of siege capitals for a long time, and finally have time to rest. Good luck. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 875 to 875, Old Roads. 1062 words. The next day, Sunny and his cohort separated from the battered division. The mass of vehicles and soldiers marched down the broad highway, heading to a large city that was situated behind the mountain peaks to the east. The Rhino, meanwhile, continued south. 400 kilometers. How long do you think it will take us to reach the research installation? Sunny was currently in the cabin of the APC, leaning on a bulkhead as he looked ahead. Lester glanced at him from the pilot's seat and shrugged hesitantly. Hard to say, sir. The terrain here is really rough, and we'll need to climb over many mountains before reaching the coastal plain. There are some old roads here and there, with tunnels that can serve as convenient shortcuts. But since no one took care of them for half a century, it's mostly a stone labyrinth. So, several days at the least. Maybe even a week if we want to be really careful and lower the risk of stumbling into a horde of nightmare creatures. He hesitated for a few moments, and then added, of course, I can get us there in a day if we leave the mountains and drive along the coastal thoroughfare. Since most of the Antarctic Center was mountainous in nature, moving across its expanse with speed was somewhat of a problem. It would have been much faster by air, but no one was suicidal enough to use an aircraft in these circumstances. The reason was very simple: it was impossible to load enough armor on a flying vehicle. Not only would its electronics and navigation be swiftly fried by the interference of the gates, but even worse than that, countless nightmare creatures in a 100-kilometer radius would be able to see and take the aircraft down. Since very few awakened could fight effectively in the air, being swarmed by winged abominations or taken down by a hail of ranged attacks from the ground was their worst nightmare. Still, that did not mean that there were no means of traversing the Antarctic Center quickly. Since the terrain was much more flat near the coast, there was a convenient highway running along the shore of the cold ocean. It's just that traveling by it was not exactly safe, especially these days. The ocean, too, was overflowing with nightmare creatures. All kinds of horrors hid beneath its restless surface. Sunny sighed. No, let's not go anywhere near the coast. Avoid those old tunnels, too. Just take your time and take us over the mountains, Lester. Dorn needs time to recover, anyway. The young man smiled. Yes, sir, will do, sir. Sunny gave him a bleak look and shook his head. Ever since the revelation of his identity as mongrel, Lester had been acting as an overly enthusiastic sycophant. It was honestly a bit bothersome. Well, all right then. He walked back to the back of the Rhino and sat down to meditate. In the past month, the importance of replenishing one's essence had become painfully clear to all awakened in Antarctica. There were just too many nightmares creatures around and too many battles that had to be fought. Maintaining one's reserves was often the difference between life and death. It was also an inescapable restriction that defined how often and how well one could fight. Sunny's essence capacity was roughly 4 times as vast as that of almost any other master, but the rate at which his soul restored it was only twice as fast. As a result, he needed 3 to 4 days to fully replenish it. Sleep, rest, and meditation helped, but who had time to rest in Antarctica? All of them had to get accustomed to fighting while suffering from a dire deficit of essence. That was another reason why the campaign grew harder as days went by, and why everyone was exhausted. His cohort was in a much better spot than most thanks to Lester, but Sunny himself had not been able to make use of the young man's extraordinary aspect. Luckily, they were not supposed to fight any serious battles in the next few days. That was already a blessing. Keeping his eyes closed, Sunny rested as his shadow scouted the route ahead. The Rhino climbed the steep slopes of the mountain chain with agility that was surprising for a machine of that size. The Aurora Australis shimmered with ethereal lights in the black sky above it, but the mountains themselves were shrouded in darkness. Driving a heavy APC up and down the treacherous slopes at night was not for the faint of heart, since one small mistake could send it plummeting down from a deadly height. Still, Lester seemed to be doing fine. He even had his lucky charm summoned, rubbing it from time to time with a nervous look. Everything seemed calm. Slowly but surely, they were moving toward their destination. Sunny made an effort to memorize as much of the landscape as he could, knowing that they might be coming back the same way after picking up the VIP at the research installation. The southern edge of the Transantarctic Mountains was, indeed, a real labyrinth. Tall peaks rose into the sky, with remnants of broken roads clinging to their slopes. Dark maws of tunnels that had been burrowed through the mass of stone appeared from time to time, filling him with a sense of alarm. The roads, as well as the tunnels, had been constructed long before he was born, during the dark times. Back then, humanity had been busy destroying itself in a series of devastating wars as the world fell apart around it. Then, the nightmare spell came, and many things changed. The old roads were now abandoned and in a state of disrepair, but the Rhino could still make use of them. The progress was slow, however, and it was only made slower by the need to avoid active gates and prowling swarms of nightmare creatures. In the end, it took them almost 4 days to traverse the mountains and descend to the coastal plain at the southern edge of the Antarctic Center. From here, they could proceed to the destination at full speed. As the Rhino accelerated and flew across the plain, a powerful blizzard enveloped it, reducing the visibility almost to zero. That was when things started to go wrong. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 876 to 876, LO49. 983 words. Sunny woke up with a start. The familiar sounds and vibrations of the Rhino told him that everything was okay, and that the vehicle was moving at high speed toward its destination. No one seemed to be attacking them. And yet, for some reason, he felt a sense of deep unease. Sunny frowned and rose from his bed, then went over to the pilot's cabin. On his way, he passed Kim, who was running diagnostics on the secondary control panel, and Samara, who was tinkering with her rifle on the workstation in the cargo bay. Reaching the front of the Rhino, Sunny silently looked through the armored windshield at the white wall of the blizzard that enveloped the world. Of course, he could have just accessed the feeds of external cameras from the command suite, but he trusted his own eyes much more. Nothing seemed out of place. He hesitated for a few moments, then spoke to Lester. Did something happen just now? The young man glanced at him in confusion. No. Oh, there was a tiny spike of seismic activity a few minutes ago, but that's nothing unusual. Happens all the time. Don't worry, sir, we'll reach the installation in about half an hour. Sunny scowled. Good. He returned to the lounge area, poured himself a cup of coffee, and then walked over to the command suite. Kimmy, contact the research facility. Tell them we'll be arriving soon. She paused the diagnostic software, activated the transmitter and sent a communication request to the installation they were approaching. For a few minutes, there was only static on the channel. Kim frowned, then repeated the call, this time extending the antennae of the rhino to their full length. Still, nothing. Sunny took a sip of coffee. What? No one's responding. She studied the monitors, then said in a tentative tone. No, it's not that, it's just, our signal doesn't seem to be coming through for some reason. He scratched the back of his head. Contact Army Command then, ask them for an update on the installation status. Kim did as she was told, but there was still no result. Her face grew a little dim. I can't contact Army Command, either, sir. All communications seem to be down. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. So we're completely cut off from everyone. Is it because of the blizzard? Establishing a stable connection had grown a bit hard lately, but they were yet to experience a complete communication blackout. After all, Sunny had spent a ton of contribution points to upgrade the Rhino's comms array. Kim hesitated. I can't say, sir. A simple blizzard is not supposed to mess with the signal so much. Sunny rubbed his face. That doesn't sound good. He sighed, then sent his shadows out into the snowstorm. They spread around the speeding Rhino, searching for any sign of danger that could have been hiding in the white haze. However, no matter how hard the shadows looked, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Sunny remained on guard throughout the remainder of their journey. Minutes passed by without anything happening. Soon, there was a soft sound and some movement in the lounge area. Belle, Quentin, and Dorn returned from the dream realm and climbed out of the sleeping nooks, looking rested and refreshed. Even though the big man still showed some discomfort, his injury was well on its way to being healed. Just like that, half an hour flew by. Sunny caught sight of the research installation long before the powerful projectors of the Rhino flooded its gates with light. The facility looked more like a small fortress settlement than a scientific base. It was perched dangerously close to the ocean shore, and had a thick wall surrounding it, with powerful turrets aiming at the dark waves. There was a large dome-like structure towering above the formidable fortress, painted white on the backdrop of the black sky. It resembled a giant, perfectly smooth egg. The facility had no official name, and was known simply as LO-49. Sunny had no idea what kind of research was being done on its premises, but considering that there was a sizable garrison of awakened guarding the installation, complete with an ascended commander, it had to be pretty important. The best evidence that the scientists living here were doing very valuable work, though, was the fact that Sunny and his soldiers had been sent to retrieve them. Luster, slow down, we're near. The Rhino gradually reduced its speed and approached the settlement. Beams of light soon illuminated a small fleet of transport vehicles parked in front of it, seemingly waiting to take the staff away as soon as the reinforcements arrived. For a moment, Sunny felt a pang of fear. It was as though the whole facility was empty, with only ghosts populating its streets. Then, however, the turrets above the gates moved, taking aim at the approaching APC. Powerful spotlights ignited on the wall, cutting through the snow and flooding the immediate area with stark light. The Rhino drove to the fleet of transport vehicles and parked nearby. At the same time, the heavy gates of the fortress opened, and a lone human figure walked into the blizzard. With a sigh, Sunny opened the hatch of the Rhino and climbed out into the cold. He walked forward and studied the stranger. The man was tall, strong, and looked to be around 40. He was dressed in a black bodysuit similar to one Sunny wore, with an unzipped parka resting on top of it. He had dark hair and calm, intelligent eyes. There was a composed expression on his stern and weary face. Overall, everything about the stranger spoke of experience and discipline. Sunny stopped a few steps away and gave him a nod. I am Ascended Sunless, captain of the 1st Irregular Company of the Evacuation Army. You should have been informed of our arrival. The tall man lingered for a few moments, studying him, then returned his nod. I am Ascended Vern. He offered his hand to Sunny and said in a steady voice. Welcome to LO49, Master Sunless. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 877 to 877, disconnected. 1053 words. Sunny and his soldiers entered the fortified settlement, happy to hide from the blizzard behind its thick walls. There, they saw teams of awakened soldiers walking between buildings as they patrolled the territory. All of them looked tense and tired. Master Vern led them deeper into the complex, giving a wide berth to the central dome-like structure. His gait was steady and confident. I have around 100 awakened under my command, as well as close to 1,000 mundane soldiers. There are about 500 scientists and civilian staff members under our protection. Things were going fine until recently, but, as you can imagine, all of us can't wait to get away from the ocean. Sunny raised an eyebrow. We're going fine, Vern grimaced. Yes, several gates manifested nearby, but our garrison and defenses were more than enough to keep the nightmare creatures away. However, there have already been instances of people succumbing to the spell within the walls. We suffered a few casualties because of that. He lingered for a moment, and then asked, how is the situation outside? Sunny shrugged. Pretty bleak, but more or less under control. Don't worry, we scouted a good path through the mountains on the way here. Leading a convoy back shouldn't be impossible. There is just one problem. Vern stopped and looked at him with a somber expression. The communications. You lost contact with Army Command too. Sunny blinked. Yeah, wait, too. You're cut off from the Army network as well. The local Ascended remained silent for a second, then nodded. All communications ceased around 43 minutes ago. We have failed to establish a new connection, for now. Sunny frowned. He could reluctantly accept that the Rhino lacked the ability to pierce through the growing interference field enveloping Antarctica. However, a facility like LO49 should have had an immensely powerful communication array. If even they could not connect to the outside world, something is very wrong here. He did not know the reason for that sudden blackout, but just the consequences of not being in contact with Army Command were troublesome. They were supposed to check in with Master Jet and receive further instructions after reaching their destination. Sunny glanced at Vern. That is really weird. No offense, but a remote research facility in the middle of nowhere, suddenly losing contact with the outside world as we approach it, it's all a bit creepy. This blackout wouldn't have anything to do with what the scientists are doing here, would it? The tall ascendant smiled with the corner of his mouth. I can see how you would think that. However, let me assure you, the research being conducted in this installation is perfectly safe. I am not much of a scientist myself, but what they do here is purely theoretical. There are no practical experiments being conducted at the premises, so there's nothing that could have gone wrong. The worst that could have happened is someone making a mistake on a spreadsheet and being reprimanded by the old man. Sunny studied his face, found it sufficiently sincere, and shrugged. Well, if you say so. The old man you mentioned is the VIP I am supposed to deliver to safety. Vern nodded. Yes, the chief researcher. He is a bit eccentric, but means well, most of the time. I was about to introduce you to him. Sunny sighed. Lead the way, then. But we should probably solve the communication problem before that. Sunny didn't like being blind, and becoming cut off from Army Command was similar to losing his sight. Without the information about what was happening throughout the Antarctic Center, he felt more vulnerable than he would have preferred. Neither the Rhino nor the communication center of this research facility were currently able to establish a connection with the outside world, but there were other ways to achieve what he wanted. They were awakened, after all, and awakened were free to travel between two worlds. Even if hundreds of thousands of kilometers separated him and his cohort from Army Command and the other cohorts of the First Irregular Company, out there in the Dream Realm, that distance did not matter. As long as two awakened were anchored to the same citadel and visited it at the same time, they could freely exchange information even if the technological means of communication had broken down in the real world. Knowing that, he glanced at Vern and asked a very important question. What's the status in this place? Vern hesitated. It was green 43 minutes ago. Of course, with no Army Command, there would be no updates on the condition of gate interference and the potency of the call surrounding the base. However, awakened, and especially masters, could make a judgment on that matter themselves. They were the ones affected by the call, after all. It's just that their personal senses were not as precise as the complex calculations and observation data provided by the headquarters. That was why Army Command had issued a recommendation to only trust the verified status updates. Vern was someone who liked to do things by the book, it seemed. Sunny closed his eyes and listened to the whispers of the call. They were so faint as to be almost non-existent. Nothing appeared to have changed in the past 43 minutes. He opened his eyes. Quote. Should still be green. Luster, Samara, and Kim. Go get some sleep and find out what the hell happened. Try to get information from Colonel Jet herself or one of our captains, if you can. We were supposed to receive more detailed orders, anyway. With that, he would be able to find out more about the situation in about 8 hours. Considering that Sunny had to guide a convoy containing more than 1,000 people to a siege capital, he needed to know as much as he could about the condition of their supposed route. Vern nodded. You can bunk in that building over there. The sleeping pods we have here are rather nice. The rest of the cohort followed him into another building, where they entered an elevator and descended underground. Soon, Sunny found himself in a spacious chamber that resembled a lecture hall. There, an extremely old man in a white lab coat was discussing something with a young assistant. Vern cleared his throat, attracting his attention. Professor, this is Master Sunless. He will be in charge of getting you out of here. Then, he glanced at Sunny and added in a subdued tone. Master Sunless, this is the chief researcher of LO49. Professor Obel, share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave, Chapter 878-878, VIP. 1072 words. There were not a lot of old people in the outskirts, where average life expectancy was rather low. However, even in the city proper, elderly were not a common sight, simply because the previous generations had been decimated by the arrival of the nightmare spell. So, Sunny had little experience dealing with really old people. The man in front of him, however, was not just old, he was certifiably ancient. He had to be 80 years, at least, or even older. His skin was thin like paper, with naughty blue veins clearly visible beneath it, and his neatly combed hair was completely white. The old man's eyes, however, were still brimming with sharp intelligence and awareness. This was someone who had been born long before the descent of the nightmare spell, and lived both through the terror of the dark times and the turbulent chaos of the modern era. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Quote. Obel, the Professor Obel, the old man smiled. You know who I am, Master Sunless. How flattering. It's nice to see that the young generation still appreciates obscure scientists like me. His assistant, a young woman with dark hair that was gathered in a bun and eyes full of attitude, sneered. Indeed, I thought all awakened only know how to swing a sword. Sunny gave her a deadpan stare. Quote. For your information, I am a researcher and lecturer back in the academy, with several academic publications under my name. I only swing a sword when there's a reason to. The assistant blinked, then looked down in embarrassment. Oh, Professor Obel let out a good-natured chuckle. Don't be rude, Beth. In any case, we'll be in your care then, Master Sunless. He looked at Sunny with curiosity, and then asked, what department are you assigned to in the academy, if you don't mind me asking? Sunny shrugged. Wilderness survival. My specialty is dream realm exploration and the history of dead languages. Professor Obel raised an eyebrow. Oh, do you, perhaps, know a brat named Julius? Sunny stared at him in bewilderment. Teacher Julius, of course, he is my mentor, after all. But I wouldn't call him a brat. With all due respect, the old man laughed. He is to me. Julius used to be my student, you know, before awakening and choosing a different field of expertise. How is that rascal doing? Sunny scratched the back of his head. Never in his life had he imagined hearing someone address Teacher Julius as a bratty rascal. He is doing great, his health is good, and he is very passionate about his research. Professor Obel nodded in satisfaction. Good, this is good. Then, Master Sunless, what happens now? Are we leaving LO49 already? His assistant frowned and looked across the chamber, where lots of scientists were busy copying data on external storage devices and running around in something that resembled panic. Sunny shook his head. We can't contact Army Command right now, so it's hard to say. There will be news in around 8 hours. That is the earliest we can leave, but depending on what information comes back, there can be a delay. The young woman, Beth, sighed with relief. Ah, great, I was afraid we will have to abandon a lot of data. We will continue preparations for departure, then. A few moments passed in awkward silence. Finally, she looked at Sunny in confusion. Quote. Are you not going to leave? He grinned, then shook his head. You're in my care now, so I'll stick around. If the professor suddenly dies on my watch, well, I can say goodbye to a lot of contribution points, that would be very sad. Beth stared at him with indignation, then scoffed and left to help the scientists pack things up. At the same time, Master Vern bowed slightly and took his leave, saying that he had a lot to do. Belle, Dorn, and Quentin left, as well. Professor Obel watched them go inside. Don't mind my assistant, Master Sunless. All of us are on edge these days. Sunny shrugged. Understandable. After a while, he looked at the old man and asked. So, Professor, what exactly are you researching here? Also, Low 49, that's a strange name for a facility. The old man smiled. The name, oh, it's just an abbreviation. Lunar Observatory 49, that is what it means. Have you not noticed the telescope dome when you arrived? Sunny coughed. An observatory, so that was the purpose of that weird dome-shaped structure. Sunny had thought that it was some kind of strange magical construct, but it was just a mundane observatory. To his defense, he had never seen one of those before, at least not in real life. Ah, yes, I did notice a dome. You're studying the moon. Professor Obel laughed. Goodness, no. Around 100 of these observatories were built when the nightmare spell first appeared, but most of them are now sealed and abandoned. This one had its telescope dismantled and was repurposed as a research facility, though. Sunny frowned, feeling like he was missing something. Wait, why were these observatories constructed? And why were they abandoned? The old man glanced at him with curiosity. Why, they were constructed to observe the moon, of course. There were human settlements on the moon in the past, you know, not that that is important. What is important is the nightmare spell. Sunny shook his head. I don't follow. Professor Obel lingered for a moment. Ah, you might not know this. Actually, the first registered case of the nightmare spell infection happened in one of the moon settlements. Mind you, that doesn't mean that it was the first case, just the first documented one. No one really knows where the spell came from, but many point to Luna as its origin, or at least the point of contact. So, of course, there was a strong desire to study the moon many decades ago. Sunny looked at him with a wary expression. Really? Wait, so what did people find out? The old man shook his head. Nothing. As it turned out, staring at the moon for too long can lead to some very, very dire consequences. After many casualties among the researchers, the LOW program was discontinued, and the observatories were sealed. I would advise you not to look at the moon too closely, young man, actually, it's better not to think about it at all. Sunny remained silent for a long time. Eventually, he said, all right, I guess that answers one of my questions. But what about the other? If you are not studying the moon, what are you researching here? Professor Obel smiled. Oh, that is very simple. We are studying the nightmare spell. More precisely, we are trying to understand its causality. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 879 to 879, Signs of Lightning. 1074 words. Sunny glanced at the old scientist with interest. Causality, do you mean its reason? Professor Obel smiled. No, nothing so philosophical. What I mean is that we are exploring the cause and effect of various phenomena having to do with the spell, as well as correlations between them. Of course, our study mainly has to do with the nightmare gates, but since nothing exists in isolation, we need to consider the system in its entirety. Sunny considered his words for a while. Is this how you make the Obel scale work? The old man shook his head with an amused look. That thing? No, not quite. The so-called Obel scale is a primitive work that I and many talented colleagues of mine created in the early days of the spell. It is relatively effective for what it is supposed to do, but the solution is purely practical. It can track and predict manifestation events, but does not shine a light on how and why they are happening. Back then, we had no time to ponder such things. We needed to come up with an immediate and effective measure, limited as it might be. He sighed, and then said in a wistful tone, you see, a caveman can observe lightning and know that being hit by lightning is dangerous. Therefore, he can learn to recognize the signs of an approaching thunderstorm and take shelter from it. However, without understanding the principles of why and how lightning appears, a caveman cannot invent a lightning rod, build a Faraday cage, or harness the power of electricity. So, that is how our work here differs from the Obel scale. That old solution is simply a tool to recognize the signs of a thunderstorm and assign a numerical value to the probability of lightning striking a particular spot, while we are trying to understand its principles. Sunny listened to the elderly scientist attentively. When else would he get a chance to converse with someone so learned and knowledgeable? Luckily, Professor Obel seemed to either be fond of educating young people in general, or was simply in a talkative mood. Deciding to use this chance to learn something new, Sunny asked, how does the Obel scale work, anyway? The old man chuckled. Ah, it's not too complicated. You are familiar with a pulse that the manifestation of a nightmare gate produces, right? Depending on the category of a gate, it differs in potency and characteristics, spreads over a certain radius, and affects a certain volume of space. The more powerful the gate, the greater the impact. Sunny tentatively nodded, prompting Professor Obel to give him a small smile. Well, in truth, that pulse is a bit more complicated than that, because it spreads not only through space, but also through time. So, if we know what to look for, we can detect faint aftershocks of a gate impulse before it actually appears. Of course, that requires a vast and expensive network of sensors and monitoring satellites to monitor the entire globe, or at least those areas that we deem important. Sunny blinked. What exactly do you mean when you say that the impulse spreads through time, Professor? The old man looked at him and remained silent for a few moments. How do I put it? Try to imagine time as a river, young man. It always flows forward, from the past into the future, and we travel forward with its current. Now, imagine that someone threw a rock into that river. There would be ripples on its surface, wouldn't there? And those ripples, unlike the waters of the river itself, would travel both downstream and upstream. Hence, we can detect those ripples from a bit further up the stream. Sunny couldn't help but scratch his head. What Professor Obel said was not hard to understand, however, it was a bit harder to accept. Perhaps if I think about it in a different way. Sunny imagined a string of a harp. Someone plucked it in the middle, sending a vibration spreading both up and down. Downward was the future, and upward was the past. Then, he imagined the inconceivable tapestry of fate, and the never-ending expanse of its countless strings, each stretching from nowhere to infinity. A certain event happened, making small sections of several strings tremble. Was that what the old man was talking about? A subtle frown appeared on his face. Come to think of it, does affinity to revelations, perhaps, work based on the same principle? Sunny hesitated for a bit, and then cautiously said, I think I understand. Maybe. Professor Obel smiled. Good. However, as I said, this is just a primitive solution. That solution only observes the effect without understanding the cause. And the cause, why, it is much harder to comprehend. Truth be told, I don't think that humans like us can even conceive of it in its entirety. In fact, the predominant school of modern thought states that the nightmare spell is a causal by nature, meaning that it does not even adhere to the principle of cause and effect. That it's magic, so to speak. He grimaced. I don't agree, obviously. But, anyway, trying to understand even a little bit of the causality of the spell is a daunting task, so we limit the scope of our research to a small fraction of it, namely, the nightmare gates. The old man's face darkened a little. However, even that has proved to be an insurmountable task, I'm afraid. For now, Sunny raised an eyebrow. How so? Professor Obel smiled bleakly. Oh, well, to be honest, this might sound funny to you, but we are not even sure that nightmare gates have anything to do with the nightmare spell. He seemed to have expected to be rebuked, but Sunny did not react to that statement too much. Instead, he thought for a bit, and then asked calmly. Really? The old man looked at him with a bit of surprise. You are not against that idea? Sunny shrugged. During my second nightmare, I was separated from the spell for a while. I couldn't summon my memories, visit my soul see, or even hear its voice. However, my aspect and powers were still with me. So, I figured that aspects, at least, exist outside the spell. If aspects are their own thing, why can't nightmare gates be? Oh, that doesn't mean that I'm convinced, though. I am just open to the possibility. Professor Obel looked at him with gleaming eyes. Separated from the spell. Fascinating. Young man, please, do share your experiences with me later. Sunny grinned. No problem. However, if you do publish something as a result, I'll be entitled to receive some points, right? You know, as a contributor. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 880 to 880, Cause and Effect. 1085 words. The old man chuckled and looked at his subordinates, who were packing things up in a hurry. After a while, he sighed. Whether nightmare gates are produced by the spell or not, there is definitely a connection between the two. Or rather, the three, since awakened are also part of this equation. He grew silent after that, and then added in a more serious tone. What interests me the most, however, is which of the three came first. Sunny looked at him with surprise. Forgive me, Professor, but isn't that common knowledge? The spell came first, bringing with it the nightmares. Then, we awakened appeared as the result. He frowned slightly. Of course, common knowledge is not always trustworthy. But in this case, it seems to follow logic. Professor Obel shook his head. Who can really say? The beginnings of the spell are not documented well. Back then, the world was not in the best shape, and by the time we knew that something was happening, it was already out of our ability to prevent, contain, or control. We tried, of course, but, even then, some truths never get to become widely known, or even be put on paper at all. It is very likely that what you said is true. There are other possibilities, though, ones that would demand entirely different solutions. Sunny looked at him with a perplexed expression. What do you mean? The elderly scientist hesitated. Have you ever asked yourself this? Did the spell bring nightmares with it, or did the nightmares bring the spell? Ah, forgive me, this is still too broad. Here's another question. Do the nightmares produce the awakened, or do the awakened produce the nightmares? Sunny blinked. What? The old man smiled. Consider it a mental exercise. Of course, it is widely known that one becomes an awakened through surviving the first nightmare. However, after that, things become more interesting. You are too young to remember, but at the beginning of it all, the disasters of the spell descended on the waking world in stages. Otherwise, we would have never survived. Professor Obel's eyes suddenly became distant, as if he was remembering a distant past. At first, there were only those infected by the spell. Some of them became sleepers, and some became dormant abominations. Then, after the first solstice, there were awakened. However, there were also nightmare gates of the second category, and with them, more powerful creatures came into our world. Eventually, there were more sleepers, more awakened, there were also masters. But with them came more gates that were unlike anything we had ever seen. He paused. Then there were saints, and North America, and now, we have the chain of nightmares. One can't help but wonder. Sunny did not like the sound of that. What is he trying to say? Wonder about what? The fragile old man let out a heavy sigh. This is just a scientific inquiry, Master Sunless. Don't take it close to heart. As scientists, our duty is to ask questions, and one of these questions is whether there is a correlation between the number and power of awakened in our world and the number and power of the nightmare gates that manifest here. Awakened and nightmares, which of these elements is the cause, and which is the effect? Sunny thought for a bit, then simply shook his head. Your argument has a big flaw, Professor. If there really was a correlation and we, awakened, were somehow responsible for attracting bigger and better nightmare gates, then there would not have been a Category 5 gate in North America before a bunch of Supremes ran around the world. I think you are just giving in to the desire to see patterns in the chaos that all us, humans, share. There were 3 sovereigns alive in the world right now, but there had not been any when that gate swallowed an entire continent. In any case, Sunny was not going to mention the Supremes as anything but a theoretical possibility. Professor Obel nodded with appreciation. Good thinking, young man. It is always good to have a healthy amount of skepticism. However, your point is only unassailable if we assume a crucial detail to be true. Sunny frowned. Yes, what detail? The old man looked at the scientists surrounding them and smiled with a bit of sadness. That the impact of a powerful awakened emerging only flows down the river of time as we, mortals, do. However, if it spreads like a ripple through time, just like the aftershock of a gate manifesting itself into reality, then it doesn't matter when their ascension happens. The first Supreme might appear in a few years, but the consequences of their rise could have already burdened us years ago. His fatigued eyes suddenly shone with strange light. As for the harrowing gate that destroyed North America, who knows? Maybe it is just an echo of a god emerging from the human race in a distant, dire future. Sometime later, Sunny left his shadow in the laboratory to stand watch and went to check on his soldiers. As he walked through the underground complex, his expression was dark. What Professor Obel had told him, Sunny was not exactly buying it. At least not entirely. However, he felt that there were a few nuggets of truth in what the old man believed, even if the scientists might have come to the wrong conclusions based on those theories. The ripples of time, the disasters that came from the future and thus paved the path for their eventual inception, thus creating a weird self-contained paradox, Sunny was dubious about the validity and even sanity of these ideas. In his experience, the simplest answer was most often correct. Professor Obel seemed to have lost sight of that fact. There was one theory, however, that made him restless. Can the ascension of many awakened really cause the growing number and intensity of the nightmare gates? He did not really see how that could be the case. After all, one had to go through a nightmare first to become awakened, not the other way around. However, if he assumed that there really was a correlation, one thing would make more sense. Walking through the dark corridors, Sunny scowled. Single quote. Can this be the reason why the sovereigns are suppressing the emergence of new saints? No, more than that. Can this be the reason why none of them challenge the fifth nightmare yet? In the past, he had thought that all of this hidden oppression was just the result of the ambition and lust for power consuming Astarion, Anvil of Valor, and Kisong. But was that the only reason? Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. He simply did not know. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 881 to 881. Change of plans. 998 words. Outside, the blizzard was still rampaging across the world, drowning reality in a murky white haze. It was hard for a master like Sunny to get cold, but even still, he shivered and hurried to get back inside. Entering the building that housed the sleeping pods of the cohort members, he nodded at Vern, who was already waiting there with a somber face. By now, around 8 hours had passed since their arrival. The people Sunny had sent into the dream realm would be returning any minute now. The steady master looked at him and asked, "How did your meeting with the professor go?" Sunny shrugged. "We had an interesting talk. He is an outstanding person. It was strange, really. Professor Obel was a mundane human, but he had probably saved more lives than any awakened Sunny knew of. Without the predictive system the old man had developed, countless people would have been swallowed by the emerging gates over the decades. Sunny knew how dangerous a sudden manifestation of a gate in a populous area could be. He had faced one himself, after all. Vern silently nodded. "That he is. I hope you understand now why it is so important to deliver him and his scientists to safety, Master Sunless. Their work must continue." Sunny wanted to answer, but at that moment, the sleeping pods came to life, announcing that the people occupying them were waking up. Samara, Kim, and Lester returned almost at the same time. They climbed out of the pods and put on their clothes with dark expressions on their faces. "I guess the news is not too good." At that moment, Lester blurted, "Captain, sir, bad, it's really bad." Sunny looked at him darkly. Quote. "I gathered as much. Speak." The three awakened looked at each other. Eventually, it was Kim who addressed the masters. "The situation is still unclear, but there was some sort of earthquake, followed by the manifestation of multiple Category 3 gates. There were also several titans that emerged. The three saints fought one of them above the strait between West Antarctica and the center, and then, communications across all the southern quadrant went down. By the time we left the citadel, people were still trying to understand what happened." Sunny's face darkened. All of that sounded very troublesome. It seemed that the chain of nightmares had reached a qualitative change, plunging Antarctica in chaos. "What about our orders? Have you heard from Colonel Jet?" Samara spoke in a subdued tone. "She did pass on instructions, sir." "Well, at least something went well." Judging by the heavy gazes of his subordinates, however, he would not like what they were about to say. Master Vern frowned as he looked at the beautiful sharpshooter. "Well, what does Army Command want us to do?" Samara sighed. "The region between this installation and the nearest siege capital is judged to be too dangerous to traverse. All the Antarctic center is affected, but its southern edge was seemingly hit the worst. So, we can't go back. The previous evacuation plan was scrapped." Vern did not say anything, but his jaw muscles tightened. It looked as if he was on the verge of uttering a curse, which said a lot about how dissatisfied the man was with the news. From what Sunny had observed, Vern was a very uptight and proper person. He himself was far from feeling elated, as well. Being stuck in a remote facility with no route of escape was not as bad as it could get, but very close did. Sunny cursed for the both of them. "So, what, are we supposed to just stay here and wait for death?" Samara shook her head. "We received new orders, sir. Although evacuation by land seems to be impossible at the moment, the naval convoy that delivered us to Antarctica is already on the way back to pick up the second batch of refugees. One of the vessels, Battleship Ariadne, is going to be rerouted to the southern edge of the Antarctic center. If all goes well, it will reach us in 2 to 3 weeks. We are ordered to fortify Low 49's defenses and await its arrival." Vern let out a relieved sigh. "I see. 3 weeks, that should be doable." Sunny, however, was not too enthused. The thought of going back aboard a ship did not sound very alluring. On the other hand, traversing hundreds of kilometers of rugged terrain with 2,000 local soldiers and civilians, as well as no reconnaissance data from Army Command and an unknown number of titans walking around, seemed like an even worse idea. He shrugged with a grimace. "I see. Well, I guess we got ourselves a small vacation." Considering that the cohort was going to spend at least 2 weeks at the research facility, Sunny told his soldiers to make themselves at home. The rhino was brought within the walls of the fortress, and they chose to use it as their living quarters instead of settling in one of the buildings. The new environment, really, was a welcome change. The cohort was exhausted after a month of constant fighting, and this forced break, although unexpected, could potentially give them ample time to rest and recuperate. If something did not go really wrong, of course. LO49 was a large facility, and offered the members of the cohort a lot of opportunities to entertain themselves and pass time. They could eat in the mess hall, relax in one of the recreational lounges, or even visit a small library. The most refreshing change, however, was simply being among new people. Conversing with the civilian staff of the installation reminded them of the calm times before the chain of nightmares. There were just two places that Sunny forbade his soldiers from approaching, the old observatory and the outer wall that oversaw the ocean. Even though the observatory had its telescope dismantled, he still didn't like it. The ocean, meanwhile, Sunny was just prejudiced against dark water, for a good reason. A few days passed in relative peace, and then a week. The news coming from the north was still strangely vague and fragmented. Then, however, that peace was spoiled by a sudden and dangerous development. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 882 to 882, Condition Yellow. 974 words. Sunny was staring at the black waves that came and went, licking the stone shore not too far away from the tall wall of the fortress. Even though he had told his soldiers to stay away from the ocean, Sunny came here once or twice every day, perhaps hoping to see the fearsome silhouette of the giant battleship emerging from the darkness. That was silly, of course, since the arrival of their ride away from Low 49 was days, or even weeks away. Still, he found himself in a contemplative mood whenever he observed the waves. He was also reasonably sure in his ability to get away should anything other than Ariadne appear from the ocean. The blizzard finally subsided a few hours ago, so today, Sunny saw much further than before. Not that there was anything to see. Shivering in the cold, he sighed and turned around to go find warmth inside one of the station's buildings. It was at that moment that Sunny froze and tilted his head, as if listening to something. His eyes narrowed. Crap, the maddening whispers assaulting his mind had just grown much louder. Jumping off the wall, Sunny walked quickly and soon reached the security center of the facility. There, several awakened were monitoring the sensor feeds. Vern was standing in front of a wall of screens with a dark expression on his face. Hearing Sunny's steps, he turned his head. You felt it too? Sunny nodded. Yeah, it's strong. Vern closed his eyes for a few moments. This complicates things. That was an understatement. What they sensed was the call, which had suddenly grown much stronger. That meant two things, none of them promising anything good to the people isolated inside LO49. The first thing was rather obvious. Somewhere out there, very close to the facility, one or more nightmare gates had just opened. Considering how loud the call was, Sunny was willing to bet that there were two of them, at least. The second thing was not immediately dangerous, but vastly more insidious. Vern gritted his teeth, then sighed and pressed a few buttons on the console in front of him. Then, he spoke, his voice being carried all across the fortress by the integrated speakers. Attention all awakened personnel. This is Master Vern speaking. Effective immediately, the interference status of the LO49 facility should be considered to be changed from green to yellow. I repeat. Sunny's face was bleak. With the strength of the call growing so much, the stability of the gateway anchors of the awakened inside the fortress was bound to become weaker. It was not at the stage where falling asleep would definitely lead to being thrown into an unknown region of the dream realm, yet, but close to it. What it really meant was that, from now on, falling asleep within the walls of Low 49 was a gamble for all awakened defending it. The probability of becoming pulled away by the seed of nightmare was not high, but it was also not zero. Damnation. Worse still, there were the gates themselves to deal with. Considering that they had to have opened close enough to strengthen the call, the nightmare creatures brought by them would undoubtedly come to visit, attracted by the smell of human souls. Finishing his announcement, Vern looked at Sunny with weary eyes. Sunny nodded. I'm on it. 4 shadows burst from his figure, swiftly gliding across the floor and leaving the security center a second later. They flew across the facility, climbed its walls, and plunged into the cold dark night beyond. Vern, meanwhile, started giving orders to his subordinates. Soon, junior officers of the security force, which numbered close to a battalion, were summoned from all over LO49. Considering their expertise and rank, the devils were naturally included in this list. By the time everyone arrived, Sunny's shadows were already scouring the vicinity of the fortress, searching for the manifested gates. Vern briefed his people on what had happened. As he spoke, the faces of the soldiers changed slightly, knowing that they were going into battle soon. Only the irregulars remained nonchalant. Finally, Sunny sighed. Found it. The coastal plain did not have a lot of geographic features, so it was easy to discover the menacing rift that tore apart reality. He was slightly surprised that there was only one gate, but then again, it seemed to be a potent one. As everyone stared at him, Sunny winced slightly. There is a single gate, about 3 kilometers away from the northern wall. It seemed to be category 3. The mundane soldiers among them paled, and even awakened seemed disturbed. He did not pay them attention. The nightmare creatures are, wait, what the hell? He frowned. Usually, a gate disgorged nightmare creatures of similar origin, at least during the first wave. These ones, however, were all over the place. Some were comically small, while some were large. Some were bestial, while some were bipedal. It was a whole menagerie of monsters. The nightmare creatures all looked different from each other. A fierce scowl appeared on Vern's face. The scavengers, we fought their kind before. They start weak, but quickly grow stronger by devouring corpses. They inherit qualities of the things that they eat, too. Younger abominations are easy to deal with, but the older ones are truly vile. Sunny pondered for a bit. I see. Well, we seem to be in luck. There are about 300 them, and I only see 2 corrupted. The gate guardian is a demon. The soldiers shuddered and stared at him with a bit of resentment. If that was what the captain of the irregular considered luck, then what the hell could be called misfortune? 300 powerful nightmare creatures led by 2 corrupted, against 100 awakened, 2 masters, and 1,000 mundane servicemen of the local garrison. The situation did not look too good. Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then smiled. Ah, and the last piece of news. The bastards have caught our scent. So, they are already heading here. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 883 to 883, Sortie. 979 words. There was not much time to prepare and make plans, since the abominations were going to reach LO-49 in mere minutes. The shrill alarms blasted throughout the facility, and powerful spotlights ignited on its walls, flooding the snow-covered plain with light. Civilians rushed to shelters, while soldiers ran to man the defensive fortifications. Sunny and his cohort followed, summoning their memories as they calmly prepared for battle. As they walked through bitter cold, he spoke. After we deal with the nightmare creatures, everyone is to remain awake until we board the ship. You know the drill, we won't be sleeping for a week, at least. Maybe 2. Get the stimulants from Quentin and keep each other in check. The devils grumbled. They had already completed a few long missions in areas where sleep was deadly. A week was unpleasant, but doable. 2 weeks, however, was going to be a hellish challenge. I just hope that Ariadne arrives on time. It was not like they had any acceptable choice other than sit and wait. At that moment, someone called out to Sunny. Hey, you, Master Sunless, or whatever, what is going on? He looked to the side and saw Beth, Professor Obel's assistant, shivering in the cold in her civilian clothes and flimsy lab coat. The young woman's hair was gathered in a bun, like always, but a few stubborn locks had wrestled free and were now dancing in the wind. Her pale face wore an irritated scowl, but he could see fear and alarm hiding behind that temperamental mask. In the past week, Sunny had spent most of his time with her near the scientists. When he was away, one of his shadows usually kept watch. He had spoken with the old man a lot, learning all kinds of things about the tumultuous times of the first generation, the world before that, and the scientific understanding, or rather, the lack of it, of the nightmare spell. So, he had come to know Beth rather well, too. That was why he knew for a fact that she was pretending to barely remember his name on purpose. Gods, she is even more petty than I am. As the bleak steel of the undying chain appeared from nothingness and embraced his body, Sunny looked at the young woman and smiled. What do you think is going on? There's a big gate and a lot of nasty nightmare creatures coming this way. We'll go deal with them real quick. You head back, gather the scientists, and lock yourselves in the safe room. All right, she lingered for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, all right. With that, Beth turned around and ran back into the door of the research center. Sunny shook his head and continued forward. Soon, they reached the top of the northern wall and observed the vast expanse of the coastal plain. None of the abominations had reached the facility yet, but it was just a matter of time. As turret towers whined, ramping up their engines, Samara placed her rifle on the lip of the wall and looked through its scope. Vern, who was now clad in polished plate armor, holding a shield and a short sword in his hands, looked at Sunny. What do you think? Sunny remained silent for a moment. His shadows were still following the swarm of nightmare creatures, so he was studying them. He had been honest, of course, when he said that they were lucky. As far as Category 3 gates went, this one was surprisingly weak. He was even confused by the fact that it affected the strength of the call so much. The power of the wave of abominations brought by it was incomparable to the stone hive, for example. Back then, the irregulars had to face a whole score of corrupted creatures. This time, there were only 2, and the strongest of them was merely a demon. Of course, the word, merely, could hardly be applied to a corrupted demon, but still. Finally, Sunny spoke. It is not a big deal. I will deal with the Gate Guardian, and you deal with the other corrupted. Awakened Kim will support you. Can you handle it? Asking an average awakened to fight a fallen abomination was not an easy request. However, asking an average master to face a corrupted one was less so, because all masters were elites by definition. There was a fundamental distinction between awakened and ascended, since most of the former had no choice in what they had become, but the latter could only be what they were by choice. So, Sunny was reasonably sure that Vern would survive a battle against a corrupted scavenger. The local master hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I'll handle it. Sunny grinned. That's the spirit. With that, he stepped forward and leapt off the wall into the cold darkness below. The soldiers of the garrison seemed startled by his sudden jump, but the devils remained nonchalant. They were long accustomed to their captain's bizarre actions. Landing on the snow, Sunny considered the situation for a moment. He was thinking whether he should summon Saint. Eventually, he decided against it, for now. Her help would only be needed if the enemy turned out to be more dangerous than he had judged. Sunny did, however, summon the Sin of Solace. As his hand took hold of the onyx hilt of the beautiful longsword, ghostly whispers assaulted his mind. It was already strained by the insidious and exhausting pull of the call, so the additional burden seemed even heavier. Sunny winced and shook his head, chasing them away. So annoying. The Sin of Solace scratched at his sanity, its murmurs slowly growing clearer, louder, more insistent. At that moment, Samara's rifle discharged, and the sound of a magical slug breaking the sound barrier boomed from somewhere above. A moment later, the turrets came to life, sending a hail of tungsten rounds into the swarm of approaching abominations. Grinning, Sunny sent essence flowing into his muscles and chased after the bullets. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 884-884, Sinister Blade. 1042 words. 4 shadows flew across the snow, following the swarm of nightmare creatures. As a shining slug flashed through the darkness, gruesomely tearing apart one of the monsters, they surged forward and fused with a lonely figure that was running to meet the charging abominations. In the next moment, several streams of tracer rounds swept across the first row of the swarm, sending pieces of bone armor and chunks of flesh flying into the cold air. Sunny wrapped one of his shadows around his body, one around his armor, and one around his blade. The last slid past and flew back to the tall wall of the LO-49 installation. Its task was to find Professor Obel and stand watch, should something unexpected happen in the civilian shelter. Sadly, the turrets had not been as effective as Sunny had hoped. Several abominations were slowed down or wounded, but most of the bullets bounced off their tough hides ineffectively. The defense systems of the fortress continued to rain hellfire on the nightmare creatures, though, tearing the silent night apart with bright muzzle flashes and the thundering staccato of the fusillade. Long plumes of fire bloomed from the thick barrels of the turrets like the breath of a dragon. I need to be careful not to be shot in the back. Lunging forward, Sunny clashed with the vanguard of the approaching swarm. He did not really have time to engage with the mass of grotesque scavengers, especially because each of them possessed unique shape and abilities. Even with Sunny's power, there was a risk of drowning in the tide of abominations simply for the lack of understanding of them. Still, he could slow them down a little bit, at least. The jade blade of the Sin of Solace drew a line across an awakened monster's body, seamlessly parting it in two. Sunny was still amazed by the power of the beautiful, cursed sword. It felt so light in his hands that it almost seemed as though they were empty, and cut through the bodies of his enemies so easily as if not meeting any resistance at all. It felt like he was cutting water with a blade made of air. Despite its length, the jade GN was incredibly nimble and swift. It almost demanded to be used, to dance gracefully through the air while shedding rivers of blood. For that reason, Sunny had to adjust his technique a little. The Sin of Solace was comparable to the Odachi he had grown accustomed to in terms of sheer size, but it was much lighter. It had a double-edged blade, too, and a sharp point that was perfectly suited for lethal thrusts. Although the foundational mechanics of using the two-handed GN were the same, it was better suited for a more agile, swift, unpredictable, and devious swordplay. Luckily, Sunny was proficient in using all kinds of weapons and battle styles, weaving them together to achieve the optimal outcome. Not that he needed a lot of technical skill to slaughter these pathetic abominations. For these waifs, pure speed was enough. Severing the first creature in half, he shifted his weight slightly, made a step to the side, and easily beheaded another. This one was a fallen, so its flesh presented more resistance to the jade blade of the Sin of Solace, however, it was still eerily easy to cut it down. Black blood rained on the white snow. By the time Sunny finished off the two stragglers that had broken away from the swarm, the mass of abominations already reached him. Instead of clashing with countless nightmare creatures, he simply dissolved into shadows and appeared 24 meters away, in the midst of them. The Sin of Solace whistled through the air, reaping another life. Then, he was gone again. Just like that, jumping from one abomination to another, Sunny soon reached the heart of the scavenger mob, where the gate guardian towered above the lesser creatures. The corrupted demon was different from the rest of them. It was taller, stronger, and seemed much more ancient. Most importantly, it filled Sunny with a cold feeling of dread. His intuition was ringing alarm bells, screaming at him that this foe was strong, dangerous, perilous, deadly. The creature resembled a giant with a body that was covered by pale, strangely organic, bone-like armor. It was littered with deep scars and signs of corrosion, but seemed almost impossible to break. On the demon's face, or rather, instead of its face, a single bone protrusion extended forward like a vicious horn. Sunny hesitated for a split second. Single quote ... You're an ugly one, huh? Then, there was no time to think. The demon noticed him almost before Sunny had appeared from the shadows, and brought his devastating fists down, aiming to crush the enemy into a puddle of blood. Sunny silently cursed and jumped back. The gate guardian struck nothing but the cold ground, splitting it open and causing a small earthquake with this single blow. A powerful shockwave spread from the point of impact, throwing several nightmare creatures down. If a mundane human had happened to be nearby, just this shockwave alone would have been enough to rupture their organs, killing them on the spot. Sunny, fortunately, was not mundane. His armor and ascended body absorbed the shock, and all he felt was a little rattle. The localized earthquake, nevertheless, was violent enough to throw him to the ground. Ah, not good. Usually, in a battle against something so powerful, losing his footing would have meant death. A corrupted demon was fast enough to unleash a finishing blow long before the enemy managed to get back up and regain their mobility. In this case, however, no attack followed. The shadows in the place where the creature's fists landed suddenly surged forward and wrapped themselves around its wrists like black shackles. The gate guardian tried to straighten and unleash another blow, but was pulled back down by the shadow bindings. It let out a rambling growl that rolled across the battlefield like an ill omen and strained its mighty muscles. A moment later, the dark shackles exploded into a myriad of shards, and it was free again. That moment was all Sunny had needed, though. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 885 to 885, Myriad Eater. 1043 words. Using the short window of opportunity, Sunny jumped back to his feet, dashed forward, and thrust his jade sword into a small crack between two plates of armor that covered the giant's knee joint. The thin blade of the Sin of Solace easily slid into it and bit into the demon's flesh, drawing a few drops of putrid black blood. That was all he had time to do before leaping back. The shallow wound Sunny had delivered was by no means mortal, or even seriously debilitating. But it didn't need to be. The plague of that sinister whisper had already been passed to the gate guardian by the swift jade blade. Let's see how strong your mind is, bastard. Even diminished by the potent mental barrier of the undying chain, the eerie whispers of the Sin of Solace were constantly assaulting his own sanity. Of course, it was strange to think of any nightmare creature as sane. They were all mad to begin with, after all. But Sunny had high hopes. A demon was a demon. No matter how wicked, it was still a sentient being. That sentience, which made these creatures so dangerous, could also be destroyed. The gate guardian finally unleashed another attack, this one so fast that Sunny barely had time to react. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and blocked it with the blade of the Sin of Solace. Another shockwave exploded outward, and he was thrown back like a cannonball. Crap, Sunny flew back, smashing into several nightmare creatures on his way. Several devastating impacts rattled his entire body, and bits of broken flesh flew into the air. Landing dozens of meters away from the gate guardian, he collided against the ground, bounced, and then rolled for a bit, leaving a deep groove in the snow. Throughout all of it, there was a vicious smile on his lips, however. That was because he had managed to deliver a cut to the wrist of the demon just before his block crumbled. The giant was already near, so Sunny rose without wasting any time and dashed forward to meet him. For a short stretch of time which, nevertheless, felt like an eternity, he danced around the corrupted abomination. Diving through the shadows and using shadow manifestation, Sunny was able to just barely stay ahead of the terrifying creature by a split second. Several more shallow wounds appeared on the giant's body, drops of blood rolling down its bone armor. At first, the demon did not seem to be affected at all. Then, however, first, his movements slowed down a little, becoming slightly erratic. Then, his body grew tense. The creature twitched and suddenly struck itself in the head, as if trying to shake off a dizzy spell. The more wounds accumulated on the giant's body, the louder the whispers of the sinister blade grew. Eventually, the demon froze in an awkward pose, its arms hanging limp and its neck twisted at a strange angle. It remained motionless for a few long, tense seconds. Then, a chilling roar escaped from its maw, making the world shake. What the? As the gate guardian's insanity, or whatever it was that guided its perverse sentience collapsed, an endless sea of bloodlust and frenzy seemed to overwhelm the abomination. Letting out a bestial growl, it moved again and lunged at Sunny like a mountain of muscle, bone, and murderous rage. Sunny stared at that frightening sight for a short moment, then calmly stepped through shadows and appeared 20 or so meters behind the crazed horror. His disappearance did not seem to affect the demon much. Maybe the broken abomination did not even notice it, consumed by rabid madness. The gate guardian simply reached its long arms forward, grabbed the nearest nightmare creature, and brutally ripped it apart. Then, not satisfied by the ghastly sight of the ruptured corpse, it howled and dove into the surrounding swarm, crushing and tearing bodies to shreds. Just in a few seconds, the crazed demon killed more nightmare creatures than Sunny had on his way to meet it. Damn, looking at the rampaging gate guardian, Sunny couldn't help but shudder. Sin of Solace was truly a frightening weapon. Did it only seem so, or had the whispers of the jade blade grown a little clearer? He really felt like he could learn to understand them, if he just listened a little bit closer, a little bit longer. Yes, surely, he would. The rest of the battle did not take long. Verns awakened and the devils fought the swarm of scavengers at the front, while the frenzied demon decimated its center. Many nightmare creatures tried to attack the gate guardian to save their lives, but all of them failed. Sunny did not, however. Felling a mindless enemy was infinitely easier than a cunning one, and the maddened giant seemed to have lost all its ability to think straight. Being consumed by the curse of that sinister whisper, it had turned into a rabid beast. Sunny used it to his advantage, pulling the attention of the corrupted demon toward other abominations while he methodically worked on dismantling its armor. The trick was to remain out of sight and only attack the giant from the back. Of course, navigating through the swarm of abominations without being cornered was not an easy task, but the havoc consuming the battlefield was so thorough that Sunny had even less trouble with that task than usual. Eventually, he bled the gate guardian, diminished its power with dozens of cuts, and finally pierced its black, wildly contorting heart. A few moments later, the voice of the spell reached his ears through the clamor of battle. You have slain a corrupted demon, myriad eater. Opening square bracket ... Your shadow grows stronger. The giant's corpse crashed to the ground, making it tremble. Sunny stared at it for a moment, surprised. A corrupted demon. Suddenly, he remembered his first moments on the Forgotten Shore, and the monstrous shark that had almost scared him to death. It was a corrupted creature, too. Either a demon or a devil, considering the 2 soul shards that the Carapace Centurions later harvested from the half of the carcass that a much more harrowing being had left behind. Who could have thought that, one day, he would be killing abominations comparable to that fearsome monstrosity? Shaking his head, Sunny brandished the Sin of Solace and looked around. It was time to clean up the rest of the mess. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 886 to 886, Clean Up. 996 words. Although Awakened were still fighting the remnants of the scavenger swarm, the battle was more or less over. The gate guardian was dead, and Vern had handled the other corrupted abomination with Kim's support. Belle, Dorn, and Samara had hunted down the most dangerous fallen while the local garrison eradicated the rest. By now, only the weakest nightmare creatures remained. They were still deadly, of course, but the scavengers did not seem too dangerous unless they were old and had devoured a lot of powerful enemies. The lesser ones even succumbed to their bestial instincts and got distracted from the fight, forgetting everything to sink teeth into the flesh of the slain members of their own kind. For them, any world was a dog-eat-dog world. Sunny prowled the battlefield for a while, searching for fallen abominations in hopes of earning a shadow fragment or two. Sadly, it seemed that there were none left. The rest of the defenders of LO-49 were quite thorough. Eventually, he gave up and joined the soldiers of the garrison in cleaning up the remaining enemies. What followed was a swift, but tedious chore. They quickly swept the field where the ground was drenched by blood and littered with the revolting corpses, slaughtering the last of the scavengers. At some point, Sunny found himself back near the corpse of the corrupted demon he had defeated. Since there was nothing much left for him to do, he decided to dig out the soul shards from the massive carcass. With these, both Luster and Kim would probably be able to fully saturate their cores, thus bringing the cohort to its optimal strength. The other members had long achieved full saturation, leaving only these two. Still, even they were awfully close. Heading for the dead giant with greed shining in his eyes, Sunny accidentally heard the subdued voices of the Awakened from the local garrison. Gods, look at that monstrosity. Damn, I heard rumors, of course, but to see it with my own eyes. He really went and killed a corrupted demon alone. Yeah, it was scary. I couldn't see much, but their battle must have been a fierce one. 1/3 of the whole swarm was destroyed simply because the bastards got caught in the crossfire, can you believe that? Quote ... I guess they call him devil for a reason. Hiding a small smile, Sunny stepped close to the carcass of the myriad eater and raised the Sin of Solace, planning to cut through the tough bone plate on its chest. Then, however, he tilted his head a little. There were strange sounds coming from the other side of the dead giant. Nyam, crunch, nom nom, slurp. Frowning, he noiselessly jumped on top of the massive corpse and looked down. There, a tiny scavenger was greedily biting into the tough flesh of the dead demon. The pathetic creature looked like a gaunt, starved gremlin that was only as tall as Sunny's knee. It had a mouthful of sharp triangular teeth, though, which were doing a surprisingly good job of tearing into the corrupted corpse. Huh, I guess even nightmare creatures have runts. As Sunny watched, the little imp tore a piece of bloody meat off with its teeth, raised its head, and swallowed the chunk of its former master's flesh with an excited snarl. It was then that the vermin noticed the human looking at him from above. Perhaps because of the omen of dread enchantment of the Sin of Solace, or perhaps because the adolescent abomination had enough brain to feel terror in front of a superior predator, its eyes widened in fear. The tiny scavenger froze for a moment. Then, it shrieked and dashed away from the carcass of the myriad eater, trying to run away. Sunny blinked. Well, that's a first. Since he didn't want to waste essence on shadow manifestation, he simply summoned the prowling thorn. By the time the heavy kunai manifested itself into his hand, the vile critter was already far away. Not bothered too much, Sunny aimed and sent the kunai flying. The scavenger was a split second away from dying, but at the last moment, it tripped and pathetically tumbled down. As a result, the blade of the kunai only sliced 2 fingers off its hand. Sunny scowled and pulled on the invisible string, summoning the prowling thorn back to throw it again. This time, he wasn't going to miss. Suppressing the whispers of the sin of solace and the oppressive pull of the call, he banished every other thought away and concentrated solely on the tiny figure of the fleeing imp. It was then that someone said, in a tone of cold disdain. Fool. Sunny flinched and looked around. Huh, who said that? Although the familiar voice sounded as if it came from somewhere very close by, there was no one else around. Come to think of it, Sunny knew that voice very well. It was his own voice. Confused, he scratched the back of his head with the tip of the prowling thorn. Was that an intrusive thought? Because of the sudden distraction, the wounded scavenger was getting farther and farther away. More importantly, though, Sunny's concentration was broken. All the information he had been ignoring to make a good throw flooded into his mind. His eyes widened. Professor. Sunny flinched and turned around, staring in the direction of the research installation. There, deep below one of the science buildings, around 100 civilians were locked in a heavily reinforced shelter, nervously waiting for the soldiers of the garrison to announce that it was safe to come out. Professor Obel and his assistant, Beth, were among them. There was also another person in the shelter, someone who had been quietly sitting in a dark corner. Dozing off, until a few seconds ago. No. Sunny jumped off the demon's corpse and dove into the shadows, stepping through them to appear in the shelter. However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to appear there in time. A few moments was more than enough for the worst to happen. So, he made a swift decision. In the short moment that it took him to complete the shadow step, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his very being. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 887 to 887, Lapse of Judgment. 1075 words. It only took Sunny a split second to understand what had happened. One of the scientists locked in the shelter had fallen asleep. In their sleep, that person had been pulled into the first nightmare. And died. Perhaps the trial of the spell was especially harsh, or perhaps the scientist was especially weak. Perhaps luck was simply not on their side. In the end, it did not matter. What mattered was that the seed of nightmare in their soul bloomed, and a deadly abomination was unleashed into the waking world. Crimson blood on the white lab coat. A grotesque figure that resembled a ghastly amalgamation of a human and a monstrous mannequin made of flesh. Screams of fear, eyes full of shock. Even though the nightmare creature had just been born, it already unleashed its murderous madness on the defenseless civilians in the shelter. Everyone was late to react, the automated defense systems, the sentries posted in the bunker, even Sunny himself. Although he was already diving into the shadows, he knew that the short moment it would take him to travel the vast distance between the blood-soaked battlefield and the shelter could mean the difference between life and death for Professor Obel. Summoning Saint was a fast affair, but it, too, took a second or two to complete. So, he went for a measure that would be immediate. Using shadow manifestation, he commanded the shadow that had been observing the old scientist to assume a tangible form and resist the frenzied nightmare creature. Almost instantly, a sharp pain pierced his very being. The shadow sustained damage, which meant that his soul did, too. No matter how many times Sunny had endured soul attacks, the sheer agony of them was still a shock. A single heartbeat later, he rolled out of the shadows nestling in the corners of the underground shelter and looked around, trying to evaluate the situation through the pain. It had been only several seconds since the unfortunate scientist turned into a grotesque abomination. Still, several people that had been close to the transformed monstrosity were already dead. Their severed limbs littered the floor, which was slick with blood. The creature itself was lunging at a group of terrified civilians, among whom were the dazed professor and Beth. The young woman was trying to shield the old man with her body, which was useless, considering that the creature would not be slowed down at all by her fragile mundane flesh. Screams of horror filled the air. However, the abomination seemed to be stuck in place. That was because an arrogant shadow was standing between the monstrosity and the scientist, pushing it back with a hand. Its other hand was wrapped around a bone scythe that had pierced the shadow's side, preventing it from cutting deeper. Unlike Sunny himself, the shadow did not show any sign of being in pain. Well, of course. The haughty bastard was utterly above breaking decorum because of a small and inconsequential thing like being skewered by a nightmare creature's blade. More than that, it would never stoop so low as to show weakness or discomfort in front of its lessers. Which was everyone. Everyone in Two Worlds was, naturally, its lesser. That guy. Right then, the haughty shadow raised one leg and kicked the abomination in the abdomen, sending it stumbling back. Then, it disappeared, turning back into a black silhouette on the floor. Its job was already done. Jumping over a body of one of the killed scientists, Sunny flashed through the underground shelter and attacked the nightmare creature before it could regain its balance. The sin of solace passed through the abomination without meeting almost any resistance, and then, the grisly mutant silently fell to the ground. It was only then that the sentries managed to raise their rifles, and the turrets mounted on the ceiling came to life, swinging in the direction of the dismantled abomination. Sunny had been faster than all of them. You have slain an awakened monster, Bone Slayer. But still, standing above the dead creature, Sunny scowled, a dark expression appearing on his face. He had missed it. He had been distracted, and lost awareness of what was happening around him. That was not like Sunny. How did this happen? He had been keeping an eye on the professor even while fighting the myriad eater, but then, at some point, his attention was drawn elsewhere. Was it because of the call? Was it because of the sin of solace? Or simply because of the accumulated exhaustion of having to fight intense battles one after another? A combination of all these reasons. In any case, Sunny was not happy with himself. The pain lingering in his wounded soul served as a reminder of his failure. He had killed a corrupted demon and won the battle, but almost failed his mission. Countless people had almost died. With a grim sigh, Sunny dismissed the jade sword and the helmet of the undying chain, revealing his pale face and hair, which was damp with sweat. Then, he looked around one more time, counting the dead and observing the fearful expressions of those who survived. 6 victims, in just a few seconds. It could have been much, much worse. Despite this conclusion, he couldn't help but be appalled by the gruesome sight of the severed corpses laying on the floor. It was rotten luck, for an awakened monster to appear as a result of a failed first nightmare. Master Sunless, you're here, one of the soldiers called out to him, still aiming at the unmoving abomination. Sunny exhaled slowly, then looked at Professor Obel, making sure that he was okay. Beth was still shielding him, slow to realize that the threat had been dealt with. Quote. Yeah, you can lower your rifles. It's dead. He lingered for a moment, and then addressed the terrified crowd of civilians. Someone failed their first nightmare, but it is over now. The battle upstairs is over, too. We won. You should all be safe now. Single quote. For now, of course, he did not say that last part aloud. Instead, Sunny stared at the bodies once again and gritted his teeth. This was the first time when a victory felt so bitter. In fact, despite having killed one of his most powerful foes yet, Sunny did not feel like he had won anything at all. Things were getting worse and worse with each day. A week, 2 weeks. How many more people would die before the Ariadne arrived to take them all away? Standing in a puddle of blood with hundreds of frightened civilians looking at him with gratitude and relief, Sunny had no answer. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 888 to 888, Vanishing. 1,147 words. After cleaning up the unexpected gate, things settled down within the walls of LO49. For the next few days, Sunny and his cohort did not have a lot to do, they just had to rest, remain vigilant, and above all else, stay awake. That task turned out surprisingly hard for Sunny. As an Ascended, he should have had no problem with keeping himself from falling asleep for a couple of weeks. However, because of the damage his soul had sustained, he felt weak and strangely lethargic. Sunny was not under the same pressure as the awakened stationed at the research facility. He could allow himself to fall asleep without traveling to the dream realm, but doing so while his soldiers were struggling to keep themselves awake did not seem like something that a good leader and a man of conviction would do. Additionally, he had an unreasonable feeling that the moment he closed his eyes, something was going to go horribly wrong. Minutes and hours passed with an excruciating slowness, but his mental exhaustion did not seem to diminish with the passage of time. Instead, it only grew, aggravated by the insidious pressure of the call. Of course, soul wounds were not permanent. They healed naturally over time, and that one in particular was not even the worst one Sunny had ever received. The haughty shadow, too, was on its way to full recovery. The other shadows fussed around it a lot, but the arrogant guy pretended to not care. Secretly, though, he seemed to be enjoying all the attention. Don't sleep, don't sleep, don't sleep. On top of the wall overseeing the dark ocean, Sunny pressed his forehead against the lip of the wall, and then lightly struck his head against it several times. Ah, how annoying. There was nothing useful for him to do in the research facility, which only aggravated the dangerous feeling of boredom. They were disconnected from the network, which meant that he could not access any entertainment or receive messages from Rain. They could not travel to the dream realm, making the tiresome isolation complete. Of course, he could immerse himself in all kinds of interesting endeavors. Sunny could continue his experiments with weaving, or hold an engaging conversation with Professor Obel. He could go and check how much Luster and Kim had improved after saturating their cores. But all of that demanded mental strain, which would only make him more tired. That damn ship couldn't arrive any sooner. As he was resentfully contemplating the situation, a lone figure ascended the wall and approached him. It was Beth, who seemed to be searching for Sunny, for some reason. She was wearing a long parka on top of the usual lab coat. He looked at her bleakly, and asked, "What?" She glowered. "What do you mean, what? Can't I look at the ocean, too?" Sunny stared at her for a moment, then turned away. "Be my guest." The young woman remained silent for a while. After a minute or two passed in silence, she said awkwardly, "Anyway, about what happened that time, I guess you are not completely useless." For a master, Sunny smiled with a corner of his mouth. Quote. "Is this your way of saying thank you?" Beth looked down, but then answered with unexpected sincerity. "Yes, I mean, thank you. From me and all the other scientists. If it wasn't for you, Professor might have." He studied the black wave silently. "Don't thank me. If I did my job well, that wouldn't have happened, in the first place. I was negligent." The young woman suddenly scoffed, ruining the somber mood. "Gosh, how cool. You are very full of yourself, aren't you, Master Sunless?" Sunny simply grinned. "Naturally, who else am I going to be full of?" Beth sighed. "Still, you are a human, too. Awakened often seem to forget that fact, so don't be too hard on yourself. Just keep the professor alive. That is enough." He nodded. Quote. "That's the plan." With that, she lingered for a few moments, and then left him alone. Sunny stared into the distance, imagining the formidable silhouette of the battleship appearing on the horizon. "When I get out of this place, I'm going to sleep for a week straight." "Arg, no, don't think about sleep, sleep, sleep." He grimaced, then slapped himself and turned around. It was time to go and find himself a cup of strong, bitter coffee. The next morning, which was no different from the evening, a familiar figure approached the Rhino. Sunny, who was sitting on its roof and fiddling with a stimulator patch, looked down and raised his eyebrow. "Vern, did something happen?" The tall Ascended looked up and remained silent for a few moments. There were dark circles under his calm, weary eyes. Quote. "Yes, something happened." Sunny frowned, suddenly feeling uneasy. "Well, what is it?" Vern sighed. "One of my soldiers is missing." The missing soldier had disappeared from the living quarters in the middle of the night. The man's absence was noticed in the morning, when he failed to assume his post. He was one of the 100 awakened of the local garrison, an experienced warrior who had been on track to becoming an officer. Tardiness was not in his nature. As Sunny and Vern walked toward the building where the soldier had resided, there was a tense atmosphere around them. Sunny was asking the obvious questions. "Have you searched the facility?" The other master nodded. "Yes, every area that he could have access to. There is no sign of him anywhere." Sunny frowned. People did not just vanish into thin air. Well, usually, they didn't, especially with no one noticing. What about security cameras? Did they record anything? Vern gritted his teeth, then shook his head. Most of the observation system went down during the blizzard. What little remains is almost useless because of the interference from the scavenger gate. There are no recordings that we can use. They arrived at the barracks and proceeded to the missing soldier's personal room, in front of which a few awakened were already crowding with worried expressions on their faces. Walking inside, Sunny felt his unease growing stronger. That was because there was nothing. Nothing in the small room said that something had happened there. There were no signs of a struggle, no drops of blood, no unusual smells lingering in the air. Even with his special eyes and unnatural intuition, he could not notice anything out of the ordinary. Still, Sunny made a point of studying every small detail, both with his vision and shadow sense. He sent his shadows to sweep through the facility, too, with no result whatsoever. The soldier had, indeed, somehow vanished into thin air. After a while, Sunny looked at Vern and asked a somewhat awkward question. Could he have deserted? Vern stared at him blankly. Where would he go? Sunny nodded. Even if someone had lost their mind and decided to run away from the remote station, there was nowhere for them to go. The other master, meanwhile, gritted his teeth. I hope that you would be able to notice something that I missed. Have you found anything? Sunny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he sighed tiredly and shook his head. No, nothing. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 889 to 889, without a trace. 1071 words. The awakened warrior was simply gone. The whole facility was swept, both by the soldiers of the garrison and Sunny's shadows, but no trace of him was found. Vern even made the decision to unseal the dome of the old observatory. However, there was nothing but old equipment, darkness, and dust inside. Sunny then sent his shadows to scour the coastal plain outside the fortress, hoping to discover a clue. He did not. A sense of unease and foreboding spread through the isolated fortress. As people were crowding together to alleviate this tension, Sunny, Vern, and Professor Obel gathered in the security center to have an emergency discussion. However, none of them seemed too eager to speak first. They simply had nothing to say. Eventually, Sunny rubbed his face with a sigh. Well, there are only 3 possibilities, right? Vern looked at him darkly. And they are. Sunny hesitated for a moment. First, he might have really deserted. The stern master simply shook his head. There was no hostility or defensiveness in this gesture, since Vern was not the type of leader to be insecure about his people or himself. He did not have the kind of fragile pride that would make the statement sound offensive. That is improbable. I know this awakened very well. He is a stalwart man. Sunny moved on with a shrug. Still, that would be the best outcome. The other 2 possibilities are much more troublesome. A tired frown appeared on his face. The second possibility is that he was killed, for whatever reason, by another person stationed at LO49. The killer subsequently disposed of the body and removed the signs of the crime. Considering that it is not easy for a mundane human to kill an awakened, the most likely suspect would be one of your people, Vern. Professor Obel let out a heavy sigh. Surely, you don't think that one of these brave soldiers. Sunny looked at him with a somber expression. I am just exploring what could have happened. However, don't be mistaken. We awakened are always only one step away from turning into monsters. With how much pressure Antarctica exerts on people, many will inevitably start to break. In any case, we should pay attention to those awakened that have aspects suitable for getting rid of incriminating evidence. Vern, you know your soldiers best, so this task will be on you. Vern pursed his lips, but then silently nodded. What about the last possibility? Sunny lingered for a few moments. There might be a nightmare creature that has infiltrated the facility and is now hiding somewhere within these walls. Considering that we failed to find any traces at all, it has to be either very powerful, very elusive, or both. Since I am the best scout among us, investigating this possibility will be my task. Vern remained silent for a while, then said somberly. That sounds like a plan. However, what happens if neither of us discovers anything? Sunny looked at him. His eyes were full of darkness. Then we just need to wait for the Ariadne to arrive and hope that no one else disappears. According to the last communication we had with the outside, it will reach us in 4 days at the earliest and in 11 at the latest. Surely, we can hold out for that long. As he spoke, the persistent noise of the call kept scratching, pressing, seeping into his mind. Vern closed his eyes for a moment. Then, that is what we will do. Vern started investigating his own soldiers, while Sunny climbed back on top of the rhino and sent his shadows to explore LO49 for the 3rd time that day. He had little hope of finding anything, but the thought of an elusive, uncanny horror hiding somewhere within the confines of the fortress, waiting to snatch its next victim, prevented him from remaining idle. At least he had something to do now. People locked inside the facility had already been tense and exhausted, but with a new, unknown threat looming somewhere just out of sight, their moods grew even more bleak and unstable. Most held up fine, for now, due to the hope of the Ariadne arriving soon. Sunny knew all about hope and how important it was in situations like these. While the search went on, new safety protocols went in effect. Mundane humans were prohibited from remaining alone, and a mutual responsibility system was established to keep anyone from succumbing to the first nightmare unexpectedly. Living quarters were fitted with additional sensors and alarm locks, awakened were supplied with powerful stimulants to remain awake, and so on. Many soldiers were pulled off the walls to reinforce internal patrols and make sure that the protocols were followed. There was no established tradition of dealing with a crisis like this, since the chain of nightmares had changed the rules of the game. Cut off from Army Command, Vern was forced to come up with enhanced measures on his own. Luckily, Professor Obel was able to help out. The old man still had memories of the cataclysmic descent of the spell, and of how the first generation had dealt with similar problems. Isolated from the outside world and surrounded by an unknown number of active gates, LO49 was holding on as best as it could. But was it good enough? Sunny did not know. Damn it, damn it, damn it. To his frustration, he failed to find any proof that an unknown nightmare creature was hiding somewhere in the settlement. His shadows had explored every corner of the fortress, both above and below the ground, as well as many kilometers of the snow-covered coastal plain beyond the walls. But all of it was to no avail. Either the abomination was too cunning, possessed truly frightening powers, or it simply did not exist. Vern failed to discover anything, as well. At some point, Sunny found himself studying the spot where his cohort and the garrison of LO49 had defeated the scavengers. 2 of his shadows were sniffing around the battlefield, one was studying the distant gate, and one was keeping an eye on Professor Obel. Single quote. Maybe that soldier really just ran away. I looked everywhere, there's just no sign of anything. He was almost ready to believe that theory. It was then that a tall figure approached the rhino. Sunny shivered in the cold and walked to the edge of the APC's roof, then looked down on Vern, experiencing a sense of déjà vu. His heart suddenly fell. What happened? Vern stared at him with a dim expression. A few long moments later, he opened his mouth and said in an even voice. Quote. 3 more people have vanished. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 890 to 890, Mutual Responsibility. 1023 words. 3 more people gone, and 0 new clues were found. This time, the vanished were not awakened. One was a mundane soldier, one was a scientist, and one was a member of the civilian support staff. They did not have anything particular in common, no thread that connected them together or to the first victim. All 3 vanished from different locations, and had been last seen at different times. Sunny and Vern silently investigated their living quarters, the areas they had been known to frequent in the settlement, and their last known locations. They did not find anything. In the process, both of them grew more and more somber. At some point, Sunny threw a suspicious look at the other master. What did he really know about Vern? Vern was a local of Antarctica, a career serviceman with a stellar record, a competent fighter, and a leader that was loved and respected by his men. His aspect centered around heat transference and physical augmentation. Not exactly something that could have been used to dispose of bodies, but then again, who said that it had to be done with an aspect ability? Almost at the same time, Vern suddenly glanced at Sunny with his usual stoic expression. His eyes, however, were cold and heavy. I heard that you have a spatial storage memory. Sunny looked at him darkly. So what if I do? Vern held his gaze for a few long moments, then turned away with a sigh. This is not good. Sunny had to agree. If the two of them were already paranoid enough to suspect each other, then the rest of the installation residents had to really be on edge. A bit of vigilance was never a bad thing, but with how pressured people already felt, one additional burden could become a spark that had the potential to cause a violent explosion. He sighed. We have to be ready to implement measures. Vern gave him a sideways glance. What kind of measures? Sunny stared at him calmly, or coldly, even. He was so tired. Whatever kind that works. The other master remained silent for a while. I am confident in my people. Even exhausted and sleep-deprived, they will remain disciplined. The civilians, however, that might be a challenge. However, the best way to resolve this issue is to prevent it from happening in the first place. For that, we need to understand what is going on and stop more people from disappearing. Sunny lingered for a few moments. Eventually, he shrugged. Yeah, let's hope that we will. With that, they moved to the next item on the agenda, interviewing the witnesses. Perhaps, witnesses, was the wrong word. This time, all 3 victims were mundanes. That meant that they had been assigned a partner by the updated safety protocols that Vern had established. They had not been supposed to remain alone at any point, not to mention long enough to vanish without a trace. And yet, they had. The interviews did not reveal anything substantial. The mutual responsibility partners of the 3 victims reported the same thing. The vanished had been with them throughout the day, but at some point disappeared, completely unnoticed. The scientist and the staff member had been gone by the time their partners woke up, and the soldier seemed to have vanished while his comrade turned away to concentrate on servicing one of the wall turrets. It was after the remaining soldier had reported his partner's absence that the fact that 2 more people were missing was discovered. None of the 3 victims had been acting strangely or revealed any discomfort prior to their vanishing. There was simply nothing for Sunny and Vern to catch, no thread they could pull to unravel the whole mystery. Their moods grew darker and darker. While they were interviewing the witnesses, there were 2 deaths inside the settlement. One was a scientist that had reported symptoms of being infected by the spell a day prior, was confined to a secure room in the installation's medical center, and quietly passed away in her sleep. Several awakened monitoring the situation dispatched the nightmare creature that the dead scientist had turned into, preventing the repeat of the safe room massacre. The other was a staff member that had been so afraid to fall asleep that he stole a batch of military stimulants from the same medical center. Inevitably, these stimulants, developed for awakened soldiers, had put too much strain on his body. The man collapsed and swiftly died of acute heart failure in front of dozens of frightened civilians. Sunny and Vern received the report about the deaths right after finishing the fruitless interviews. A heavy silence settled in the empty room, where only the 2 of them remained. Eventually, Vern gritted his teeth. This is all a bit suffocating, isn't it? The local master looked weary, but still composed and resolute. Sunny leaned back on his chair, tiredly thinking of the soft bed that was waiting for him inside the rhino. Yes, there are very few things that are more suffocating than powerlessness. You get used to it, though. Vern grimaced. If the 2 of us feel powerless, then how do the rest of them feel? He was quiet for a bit, and then asked. 3 days, that is when the ship will arrive, right? Sunny silently shook his head. Don't expect the Ariadne to arrive at the earliest opportunity. Naval navigation is not easy. It's better to plan for the worst. Soon, Vern made an announcement reiterating the importance of the updated safety measures and ordering all personnel at LO-49 to follow them to the letter, as well as introducing stricter measures of mutual responsibility. People were forced to always stay in groups, mark their comings and goings in special ledgers, share cramped living quarters, and were confined to areas of the settlement that had to do with their direct responsibilities. They couldn't even visit the bathroom on their own. More soldiers had to leave their posts on the walls of the fortress to saturate the patrol schedule and stand guard inside the buildings. Every awakened with an aspect suitable for scouting was put to work monitoring the interior of the settlement. Vern himself oversaw what little of the observation system was still functioning. Sunny's shadows kept watch at key points of LO-49. But despite all that, throughout the next day, 6 more people went missing. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 891 to 891, Fatigue. 1,196 words. 6 people vanished. There were still no traces. It seemed that the killer, whoever or whatever the killer was, did not care if the person was alone or in a group. The mutual responsibility system was not working. Everyone was scared. The next day, 7 people vanished. 4 of them were experienced awakened, some of the best soldiers Vern had. The other 3 were scientists. On the same day, 2 more mundanes succumbed to the spell. One of them died and was eliminated, the other was still struggling somewhere out there, in the first nightmare. Perhaps that person would become a sleeper soon. A day after that, 12 people vanished. No clues were found, and fear continued to spread through the facility like a plague. It had yet to transform into panic, but the residents of LO49 were starting to grow restless, trapped in the suffocating atmosphere of dread, exhaustion, and doubt. Sunny really wanted to sleep. Then, the day that the Ariadne could have arrived came. People were uplifted a little by the excitement, but Sunny did not share in their enthusiasm. He expected the rescue to reach them no sooner than after another week. A lot of things could happen in a week. The Ariadne did not arrive, but a horde of nightmare creatures appeared instead, descending from the mountains. It seemed that things were not going well up north, considering that such a large swarm of abominations had been allowed to assemble and travel freely. What was the army even doing? Isolated at the edge of the world, they had no way of knowing. The battle was long and fierce, but ended in a decisive victory. The tired soldiers retreated back into the fortress without even bothering to burn the corpses. They would be covered by the snow soon, anyway. Everyone felt the growing fatigue. The mundane person who had been making their way through the first nightmare woke up as a sleeper. The next day, that sleeper disappeared, along with 14 more people. The scavenger gate released a new wave of abominations. There were just a handful of them, so Sunny slaughtered the nightmare creatures himself before anyone else had time to arrive. On his way back, he noticed that many of the carcasses laying under a thin veil of fresh snow seemed to be missing large chunks of flesh. Sunny was too tired to care. I should sleep. There's nothing preventing me from sleeping. In fact, it is detrimental to remain awake. I'll think better if I rest. But that was not true. Despite his exhaustion, Sunny's mind seemed to only become sharper. He had lost a bit of situational awareness and reaction speed, but was now able to enter a state of being laser-focused on something in exchange. He was also extremely calm, almost as if lacking the energy to feel anxious or agitated. His mind was clear. That evening, Sunny was standing on the southern wall of the fortress, looking at the undulating black ocean. The cold waves wrestled as they washed over the stone expanse of the beach, carrying pieces of ice. The wind was howling, and the full moon shone in the dark sky, surrounded by an ethereal scarlet aurora. The Ariadne was somewhere out there, illuminated by the same moon. After some time, a lumbering figure climbed the wall and approached him. Dorn looked as tired as the rest of them. However, the giant man seemed to be holding up comparatively well. Sunny turned and looked at him. Captain, I have an idea. Can I share it? He nodded silently. Dorn hesitated for a few moments, and then said, well, it's about the bodies. By now, we have explored every millimeter of this facility. We have searched the coastal plain extensively, too. You probably swept it all countless times. And yet, we did not find even a single drop of blood. The large man leaned on the lip of the wall. It seems that we have searched everywhere, but actually, there's one place where we did not look. Since the bodies are not anywhere else, they had to be in that place. In the water, that is the only logical conclusion. The black waves continued to sway, indifferent to his words. The unfathomable ocean remained unchanged. Sunny was silent for a while, and then nodded. Yeah, that is my thinking, too. So, I'll be keeping a close eye on the beach. Somewhere in the base, one of his shadows was on its usual patrol. Gliding past the personnel lounge, it noticed Luster, who was sitting on a couch with a glassy look in his eyes. The young man seemed to be on the verge of dozing off. The shadow momentarily turned tangible and looked at him with disdainful reproach. Then, it slapped him across the face and disappeared. Luster jumped to his feet and looked around in shock. What? Who? What? Ouch, it hurts. Back on the wall, a pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. Dorn, that mutual responsibility protocol. You guys start following it, too. Make pairs and watch each other. Dorn nodded, lingered for a few moments, and then left. Sunny continued staring at the ocean. This doesn't make sense. Even if the killer disposes of the bodies by throwing them into the water, someone would have noticed something. Dozens of people vanished already. All of it is very strange. While he was thinking, 2 more people ascended the wall. One of them was an awakened soldier, and the other one was a scientist. Sunny turned around and looked at them with a confused look on his face. Since he was standing close to the ladder, the newcomers had no choice but to bump into him. Sunny remained motionless for a few seconds, then took a step back to make way. The awakened and the scientist calmly approached the lip of the wall, climbed over it, and jumped down. One of them landed well, but the other hit the rocks and silently fell. A disturbing sound of breaking bones could be heard, carried by the wind. Sunny rubbed his face and continued to study the ocean. The awakened walked toward the waves, while the scientist crawled. Because of that, the soldier reached the water first. He stepped into it without a hint of hesitation. Soon, the freezing water reached his knees, then his waist. Then, his chest. Finally, the awakened disappeared beneath the undulating black surface, and drowned. At that time, the scientist had crawled far enough to reach the edge of the water. His figure silently vanished into the cold waves, as well. Nothing remained of the two. Standing atop the wall, Sunny calmly looked at the ocean. What was I thinking about? Yes, it is strange that no one had seen anything. How did the bodies get dumped into the ocean without anyone noticing? He did not know. Maybe his theory was wrong, and the killer had not been using the water to hide the corpses. The water, it surely looked inviting. Suddenly, Sunny felt a strange urge to go for a swim. A moment later, he shivered. A swim? What am I, crazy? Who swims in the freezing water, during the winter, in Antarctica of all places? Shaking his head, Sunny continued to stand watch above the beach. He had not seen anything suspicious yet, but if he remained vigilant, he would surely discover something soon. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 892-892, Futility. 1,144 words. Sunny remained on the southern wall for 2 days, silently staring at the ocean. In the meantime, 36 people vanished. Some of them were awakened, and some of them were mundane. Despite safety measures growing more and more draconian, Vern had failed to prevent the disappearances. It was all futile, and deeply, eerily frightening. The stern master came to talk to Sunny at some point, but left more frustrated than he had been before. The fortress withstood another attack from a transient swarm of nightmare creatures. Just like the previous one, it came from the north. This time, Sunny did not participate in the battle, choosing instead to remain where he was. There were a few casualties. The awakened soldiers were all exhausted after remaining awake for more than a week. The stimulant patches were gradually losing their effectiveness. The mundane soldiers were better rested, but much more disturbed. They were all wary of the nightmare spell. The civilians were both exhausted and afraid. They had not been trained to withstand this kind of stress, and the seemingly unknowable nature of the vanishings was pushing them to the verge of panic. If not for the sense of order established and enforced by Vern's protocols and the hope of the Eridane's nearing arrival, they would have come completely undone by now. The rescue ship was supposed to arrive in 3 or 4 days. Sunny silently looked at the water, deep in thought. Hearing light steps, he glanced sideways and saw Beth, who was shivering in the cold as she approached him. Hey, Master Sunless, he frowned. Hey, the young woman looked at him silently for a while, then gritted her teeth. What are you doing? You've been stuck on this wall for days. You even ignored the last attack. Sunny tilted his head a little. When he responded, his voice sounded a bit strange. I'm investigating. Beth stared at him in disbelief. You are doing nothing and expect me to believe that it's all a part of the investigation. Please, both you and Vern have turned out to be completely useless. So many people are gone, and the two of you failed to produce even a tiny clue. At that moment, another person appeared on the wall. It was a mature woman in a white lab coat, with a tranquil expression on her face. Both of them moved to let her pass, not paying any attention as the woman silently climbed over the lip and jumped down. The undulating darkness of the ocean reflected in her eyes. Sunny frowned slightly at the sound of a body hitting the rocks down below and shook his head, instantly forgetting about it. Believe what you want. Beth glowered at him for a bit, then sighed and turned away. Quote. Sorry, it doesn't matter, anyway. We just need to persevere for a few more days, until help arrives. But, you promised to protect the professor. And yet, you left him alone to sit on this wall. That is unacceptable. Gods, how devoted can she be? Professor this, professor that, can't that girl think about herself for once? She's in danger, too. He rolled his eyes. Who says I left him alone? Beth, I've been watching Professor Obel and you 24 hours a day, every day, since this whole mess started. She blinked. What, how? Sunny scoffed. My first specialty is scouting. Wherever my shadows go, my gaze follows. One of them had been keeping an eye on the professor, so, how do you think I was able to get to the safe room so fast, when you were attacked? Beth looked at him for a bit. Then, suddenly, her cheeks turned red. 24 hours a day. What kind of a creep? Sunny palmed his face. Gods, get over yourself. Do you think I have time to spy on mundane girls while all this crap is going on? The point is, Professor Obel is as safe as I can make him. At that point, another person climbed to the top of the wall and jumped down. Neither of them spared them a single look, although Sunny seemed to shiver a little. Beth opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again. After a long pause, she finally forced out a few words. Well, fine, I guess I'll be going, then. Sunny nodded. All right, then, he suddenly called out to her. Wait, do you know my soldiers? There's a big guy called Dorn. Can you ask him to come here? Beth frowned, then nodded and hurriedly walked away, hoping to get away from the cold as soon as possible. Sunny sighed. Soon, Dorn arrived. After understanding what his captain needed, he disappeared, and returned some time later carrying recording equipment. These cameras were a bit old, but that was exactly what made them more reliable than the more modern ones. Together, they installed the cameras on the wall and stared at the screen of the terminal the recording equipment was connected to. One more day passed. 20 people vanished. Their passage was easily recorded by the cameras, but while Sunny and Dorn were studying the recordings, they didn't seem to notice anything strange about it. One of Vern's awakened soldiers fainted, or maybe simply fell asleep while standing at his post. Although chances of his anchor breaking were not high, that was exactly what happened. The soldier did not return from the dream realm after 8 hours passed, or even 16. Some time later, his body went through an almost imperceptible, but eerie and frightening change. He had become hollow. His body was placed in a closed room in the medical center. Several members of the civilian staff got into a violent fight, but were dragged away from each other by the sentries, isolated, and injected with sedatives. A stray nightmare creature wandered close to the fortress, and was torn apart by a rain of bullets. The thunderous noise of firing turrets made everyone inside the facility shudder. Another day passed. 22 people vanished. The moon was gone, but Sunny and Dorn were still on the wall overseeing the ocean. Standing there, Sunny looked at the dark waves, then at the screen showing the feed from the cameras, then back at the cold black water. Finally, he scratched the back of his head, pulled the memory storage device from the terminal and turned to Dorn. Quote. We're done here, let's go. Not waiting for a response, he turned around and headed in the direction of the security center. As Sunny walked through the settlement, many people looked at him. Some of them seemed frightened, some of them seemed angry. Some were simply numb. Everyone was exhausted. Arriving at the security center, Sunny found Vern and Professor Obel sitting in silence with dark, tired expressions on their faces. The old man looked even more fragile and ancient than usual. Sunny placed the memory storage on the table in front of them. Vern stared at it for a moment, then looked up. Why are you here? Sunny sat down and rubbed his hands together to warm them. A dark, ominous smile appeared on his lips. Quote. My investigation is complete. I know why people are vanishing. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 893 to 893, negative space. 996 words. Vern and Professor Obel were suddenly very focused on his words. Even Dorn, who had spent the last 2 days on the wall with Sunny, seemed to shake off his fatigue and paid rapt attention to what his captain had to say. Sunny shut his eyes for a moment. When the first victim vanished, I said that there were only 3 possibilities, that he had deserted, that he had been killed by another human, and that a nightmare creature had infiltrated the facility. Well, I was wrong. None of these theories were correct. The third one was the closest to the truth, though. He sighed. There is indeed a nightmare creature. Only it is not inside the fortress. Vern frowned, looking at him with dark intensity. What do you mean? Sunny lingered for a bit before answering. The answer is almost obvious when you consider 2 things, and then put them together. First, the bodies. People don't just vanish without a trace, and yet we failed to find anything, not at LO49, and not on the coastal plain beyond the wall. So, the most obvious answer is that the bodies are being taken to somewhere where we can't find them, into the water. There is a whole ocean out there, after all. Vern wanted to say something, but remained silent at the end, waiting for Sunny to continue. Sunny nodded. The second thing is the call. Its strength had a qualitative change on the day we fought the scavengers, too drastic of a change, really, to be produced by a single gate. Especially one as unimpressive as that. I remember being convinced that there were two, at least, before exploring the plane and finding just one. I even said that we were lucky. He stared at them for a moment, and then shook his head. However, we were not lucky. And there was, indeed, another gate, one more powerful than the scavenger gate that we cleared. We just did not find it. Professor Obel did not seem to follow his reasoning. That was only to be expected, considering that the old man did not experience the call himself. Vern, however, finally, a hint of understanding appeared on his face. A second gate, water, you think that there's another gate? That opened underwater? Sunny nodded. I am more or less convinced that there is. And that is the reason why people are vanishing. Vern shook his head. That doesn't entirely explain it all. Yes, we have pulled a lot of soldiers off the walls to augment internal patrols, but the ocean is still being watched. Nothing would have been able to crawl from beneath the waves, grab people inside the facility, and drag them back into the water unnoticed. Sunny smiled darkly. Quote. I was just about to get to that. He rubbed his eyes tiredly. Right, we are all under a mind hex. That is why no one noticed anything. Professor Obel, Vern, and Dorn looked at him with confusion. Finally, the old man asked, Master Sunless, do you perhaps have a piece of evidence to substantiate your theory? Sunny simply shook his head. No, but, that is exactly the point. It is the absence of evidence that proves my theory. No matter how elusive, devious, and powerful a nightmare creature is, we should have found some kind of clue by now. Although security equipment of the facility barely works because of the interference, the cameras would have captured something. The strict protocols and mutual responsibility system Vern had implemented would have produced some result. My shadows would have found some traces. But nothing of the sort happened, which is nothing short of impossible. There is a big negative space in the place where all the results should have been. However, we can infer certain things from that negative space itself. Quote, a dark expression appeared on his face. What I am trying to say is that there are, in fact, traces. We were just rendered incapable of comprehending them. Something like that had already happened to me once. Back then, I spent an entire month being mesmerized by an insidious nightmare creature. However, I was utterly oblivious to its influence, simply for the fact the first thing that the hex did was take away my ability to become aware of its existence. I am convinced that something like that is happening to all of us right now, too. Sunny looked at Vern and Professor Obel somberly. There is a powerful gate below the surface of the water, somewhere in the vicinity of this facility. The gate brought a dreadful nightmare creature into the waking world, and that creature is using mind manipulation to both lure people into its maw and make others incapable of stopping it. An uncomfortable silence settled in the security center. Professor Obel seemed resigned, but Vern, on the contrary, was suddenly energized. If that is true, then we just have to kill that abomination. Then, everything will be resolved. There was hope and resolve in his eyes. For a warrior, having a clear enemy to fight was familiar territory. With a sigh, Sunny shook his head. No, we won't be able to kill that nightmare creature. Vern scowled. What? Why? Sunny pointed at the bleak steel of the undying chain, which he had been wearing ever since people started disappearing. Because this is a transcendent armor of the third tier. One of its enchantments provides the wearer with a high degree of protection against mind attacks. And yet, I wasn't spared from the effects of the mind hex at all. You know what that means. Vern's face suddenly grew dim. Quote. That the nightmare creature's attack is more powerful than your armor's defenses. Sunny nodded. Indeed, which would make it of the corrupted rank, at least. My bet would be that it is a corrupted terror. Neither of us is its match, especially not in the water. We can't kill it. At that moment, Professor Obel finally spoke. So then, what should we do? Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at the memory storage device that lay on the table in front of him. Finally, he shifted slightly and said, First, we break the mind hex. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 894 to 894, Cold Waves. 1014 words. Sunny's plan was rather simple. Since the mental protection granted by the undying chain was not enough to break through the mind hex of the unknown horror, he just had to get better defenses. Of course, he could have summoned Saint, who was completely immune to that kind of attack. If he had no choice but to fight the abomination, which Sunny suspected to be a corrupted terror, he would do exactly that, but at this point, he was simply trying to understand what exactly was happening and how. Considering that Saint would not be able to communicate what she saw, he had to try breaking through the hex himself first. Several minutes later, Vern summoned the officers of his awakened force, and then sent them away with a simple task, to get every memory that could offer at least some form of protection against mind attacks to Sunny. Considering that there were still around 90 awakened soldiers at the facility, at least a couple of them had to have something like that in their arsenal. Soon, Sunny found himself in possession of several lone memories. He was wearing the undying chain, which was his best tool to solve this situation. There was a new charm hanging around his neck, a strangely mercurial cloak on his back, and a flint dagger with a handle made out of weathered bone in his hand. The dagger came from Vern himself, so it was especially powerful. There were many people in the security center now, including Vern, Professor Obel and Beth, all 6 of his soldiers, and several sleep-deprived awakened officers. Sunny was sitting in front of a screen, holding the memory storage device. Taking a deep breath, he wrapped all 4 of his shadows around the undying chain and felt its bleak steel become stronger, more durable, and more powerful. Then, he inserted the memory device into the socket of the terminal and accessed the recording stored on it. Everyone watched the video feed of the undulating ocean with a morbid sense of curiosity. However, none of the people present in the security center noticed anything special about the recording. After a while, Beth said in a tentative tone, I don't see anything. However, when she looked at Sunny, there was a grim expression on his pale, tired face. Because, unlike everyone else, Sunny was seeing things that he had been unable to notice earlier. To him, the recording showed an immensely macabre reality. The things he saw on the screen left him disturbed, shaken, and dismayed. Damnation. As the recording went on, replaying the shifting landscape of the lightless beach from the past 2 days at enhanced speed, Sunny slowed it down to a crawl several times, seemingly for no apparent reason. Every time, his expression turned more and more ugly. He had known, of course, to expect something like that. However, watching himself nonchalantly make way for the mesmerized victims, only to forget about their existence a moment later, was deeply unsettling. Sunny had witnessed dozens of people being swallowed by the cold waves, and yet, this was the first time his consciousness managed to become aware of that fact. As it did, the hex was broken, and suddenly, all the memories that had been suppressed before flooded his mind. Sunny shuddered. Gods. Noticing his strong reaction, Vern leaned forward. What is it? What do you see? What kind of nightmare creature is it? How does it capture people from within the facility? Sunny lingered for a moment, and then stopped the playback with a trembling hand. He stared at it in confusion and made a fist, causing the tremors to stop. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Quote. I was right, mostly. There is indeed a mind hex affecting everyone in this fortress. It makes us indifferent and unaware of the victims, and the traces left behind by them. However, I did not see the creature itself. It never appeared. The victims, they just walked into the ocean themselves, and vanished. Some right in front of our eyes. It seems that the bastard is somehow controlling them to come to it, and is to be blind to their passing. Vern gritted his teeth. Quote. There has to be a way to stop it. Sunny hesitated for a long time. In my experience, the only way to deal with a creature like that is to run away from it. While we can, the other master shook his head with a resentful expression. That resentment was not aimed at Sunny, however, instead, it was aimed at the dreadful being that hid beneath the waves, the chain of nightmares, and the sorry state of the waking world in general. Leaving LO-49 now would be no different from suicide. We won't make it across hundreds of kilometers of rough terrain alive, not with hordes of nightmare creatures prowling this region of the Antarctic Center seemingly unopposed, with no intelligence about the state of the territory and cut off from Army Command. His eyes grew cold. Quote. We have to remain here and wait for the Ariadne to arrive. It should be here in 2 days, or if not, soon enough. We can survive this abomination for 2 days. Sunny looked at him for a while, thinking. Although remaining this close to a potential corrupted terror made him extremely uneasy, he had to admit that what Vern had said was reasonable. The Ariadne, indeed, was their best chance. He sighed. So, what do you propose we do in the meantime? Just let the bastard continue gobbling up humans. Vern crossed his arms and frowned. No, now that we know what is happening, we can prevent more people from vanishing. Sunny raised his eyebrow. And how do you propose we do that? The other master looked at him, deep in thought. After a few moments, he said calmly. Well, someone just has to prevent the victims from jumping into the ocean. Right, a pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. Somehow, he already knew who was going to get that job. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 895 to 895, Catcher in the Night. 1,162 words. Sunny was the only one who could prevent more people from silently walking into the cold ocean. Even if he returned the borrowed memories and gave the undying chain to someone else, the other person would not be able to enjoy the augmentation of the 4 shadows. So, the mind hex would remain unbroken. If there was one good thing about the situation, it was that after Sunny had rid himself of the hex, he did not need to keep up his mental defenses at such a high level anymore. It was as though he was now inoculated against the unknown creature's influence. At least for now, he returned the charm, the mercurial cloak, and the flint dagger to their owners. One shadow continued to follow Professor Obel, while the other 3 remained wrapped around the undying chain, just in case. After that, everyone got to work. Although Sunny was the only person who could perceive the mesmerized, it did not mean that nobody else could help prevent more people from vanishing. Now that Vern knew what they were dealing with exactly, he could tune the safety protocols of the fortress to make it harder for the enemy to snatch victims away. Soldiers received new instructions, while all non-essential personnel were confined to their living quarters. If they couldn't leave, they would most likely be unable to reach the water, after all. Sunny, meanwhile, walking onto the dark beach, he sighed, then placed an intricate wooden chair at the very edge of the rustling waves and sat down with his back to the ocean. Facing the wall of the fortress, Sunny shivered in the cold wind for a few moments, leaned back, and leisurely crossed his legs. It's a bit chilly. The world was dark, and the only sounds surrounding him were the howling of the wind and the incessant murmur of the waves. Sitting with his back to the ocean was not pleasant, especially with a corrupted terror hiding somewhere beneath its lightless surface. The only thing that made Sunny feel better was the unmoving silhouette of Saint, who was hidden in the shadow of the wall with Morgan's warbow in her hands. Even then, Sunny had a lot to worry about. Would he really be able to stop people from reaching the water? Would they resist, or would they allow themselves to be brought back inside LO-49? Most importantly, what would the terror do if its source of sustenance was suddenly cut off? Somehow, Sunny doubted that the creature was going to just leave them be. He just had to hope that the rescue ship would arrive before the eventual retaliation, and take them away before the creature could cast its hex on the crew, as well. With a sigh, Sunny released his shadows and sent them forward. The shadows climbed the wall and separated, assuming watching positions in 3 different spots. Then, all he could do was wait and listen to the rustle of the waves behind him. A minute passed, then another. Then, a few more. Sunny opened a thermos he had brought with him and poured himself a cup of fragrant coffee. Sipping it in the bitter cold, he continued to wait and pretend that the ocean did not concern him at all. After about an hour, a human figure finally appeared on the wall. Sunny slapped himself in the face to chase away sleepiness, then put the thermos down and stood up. One step through the shadows brought him to the mesmerized person. The man, he knew that man. It was one of the awakened officers in charge of the local garrison. This soldier had usually been cheerful and energetic, even after staying awake for close to 2 weeks. But now, there was a blank, empty expression on his face, and no light in his hollow eyes. Sunny stood between the slowly walking awakened and the lip of the wall. This time, he did not step aside to make way. Instead, he hesitated for a moment, then put his hand on the soldier's shoulder, stopping him. The man made a few more awkward steps, not realizing that he was walking in place. Then, he ceased moving and slowly turned his head, staring at Sunny with calm, glassy eyes. Damn, that's creepy. Sunny opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, a strong blow sent him flying back. Crashing into the rampart, he broke through it and tumbled off the wall, landing on the rocks far below in an undignified heap. Arg, what the hell? The strike was much, much stronger than anything a mere awakened should have been able to deliver. Even without augmenting his body with the shadows, Sunny was a master. He also had 4 cores and a sea of essence at his disposal. Why was the mesmerized officer so strong? Cursing, he slowly rose from the ground. At the same time, the awakened landed on the rocks a few steps away from him, swayed a little, and continued marching toward the dark waves. Since Sunny was not blocking his path anymore, the soldier did not pay him any more attention. Not so fast, you damned fool. Creating a long chain out of the shadows, Sunny made a loop out of it and tossed it forward, ensnaring the mesmerized man. Taking the unexpected strength that the soldier had shown into account, he added another chain for good measure and grinned weakly. Huh, just like the good old times. The memory of throwing a chain loop at the Mountain King was still vivid and fresh in his mind. Making sure that Vern's officer was immobilized, Sunny dragged him back, and then scaled the wall. A few minutes later, slightly out of breath, he reached the old observatory and walked inside. There, the first few containment units had already been built, and a working crew was hurriedly creating more. They glanced at Sunny with confusion, but then quickly lost interest, distracted by the mind hex. Ignoring the workers, Sunny walked to the nearest unit, threw the mesmerized officer inside, and locked the door. Even for an awakened, escaping from a prison like that was not supposed to be possible. A moment later, several furious strikes landed on the walls of the containment cell from inside, making it shudder. However, in the end, the sturdy construction held. Realizing that he would not be able to break free, the mesmerized soldier walked to the corner that was the closest to the ocean, pressed against it, and froze. He just stood there, unmoving like a statue, not doing anything. Sunny slowly exhaled. Well, that's not bad. He had been afraid that the mesmerized would bang their heads against the walls of their cages, attempting to reach the ocean even if it was not possible. Oh, Master Sunless, when did you get here? Now that he was not holding the soldier, the workers finally noticed his presence. They stared at Sunny with surprised eyes. He blinked a couple of times, then smiled. Carry on, I am just passing by. At that moment, his shadows noticed another human climbing onto the wall. Sunny sighed, lingered for a moment, and then stepped through the shadows once again. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 896 to 896, The Obstacle. 984 words. Sunny felt like he was going insane. He was tired, sleep-deprived, and cold. He was stuck in a fortress on a remote continent, which had been built around an eerie abandoned observatory. The fortress was being besieged by an unknown horror from the depths, and he was the only person who had managed to escape from the horror's hex. The strangest thing about all that, however, was that Sunny was sometimes invisible. Every time he subdued and dragged one of the victims to the containment facility built inside the old observatory, everyone in the settlement acted as though he did not exist. No, not exactly invisible, people were able to observe him. But the fact of his existence seemed to flow out of their consciousness almost immediately after being registered there. As long as Sunny was in the presence of one of the mesmerized victims, the residents of LO49 looked at him, frowned, and then went about their business, instantly forgetting what they had seen. It was really unnerving. In his exhausted state, Sunny felt a deep and irrational fear that if this went on, he would be forgotten by everyone, forever. He wondered if that was how the demon of oblivion had felt. Luckily, the bizarre effect seemed to only last for as long as Sunny was transporting prisoners to their cells. As soon as he placed them in the containment units, his existence was made normal once again. Well, as far as his existence could be called normal, to begin with. On the first day of his catcher duty, Sunny had fought, subdued, and imprisoned 29 people. His muscles were sore, and his armor was wet from being close to the water for so long. Despite his efforts, and to his relief, the terror had not reacted to the sudden obstacle that appeared in the path of its satiation. At least not yet. Saint continued to hide in the shadow of the tall wall of the fortress, monitoring the deep, dark, cold waters of the ocean. At midnight, Sunny reported the results of his effort to Vern. They walked over to the observatory together, where the other master remained silent for a long time. Are you telling me that there are people in these cells? Sunny struggled with a yawn, failed to suppress it, and then nodded. Yeah, around 30 of them. Vern stared at the cells with a deep frown for a minute or two, then shook his head in bewilderment. Strange, even though I know that they're there, I can't see anything. To me, the cells seem empty. Sunny was a bit late to react. Oh, believe me, they're there. They just stand near the southern side of their units and do nothing. At least they are staring at the walls, and not at us. That would be really creepy. Vern looked at him with dark amusement. I think this situation is sufficiently creepy as it is. Then, he turned away from the cells and asked in a somber tone. Any change in the terror's behavior? Sunny shook his head. No, at least not that I've noticed. Vern remained silent for a moment, and sighed. Good, continue, then, the Ariadne should be arriving soon, so, we just have to endure a little bit longer. Just like that, Sunny continued his eerie task. He waited by the water, caught the people trying to drown themselves in the ocean, and locked them up in cells while suffering from being invisible. Damn cold, he had long summoned the memory of ice and continuously fed it with essence to save himself from the chilling wind. Just like that, another day passed. During that day, Sunny rescued 35 people from being devoured by the waves. His skill of making chains out of shadows improved by a lot. A few minutes before midnight, Sunny was sitting on his chair with an empty thermos in his hand and stared at the sky. Today, there was no moon, and no aurora. Only the stars remained, shining softly up above. The waves sound differently today. He rubbed his face, then turned around and stared at the undulating black surface of the ocean with intense distrust. Just then, something seemed to change about the world. Sunny frowned, but before he could do anything, another figure appeared on the wall, forcing a long sigh to escape from his lips. 40, it is accelerating. He stood up, ready to step through the shadows and subdue the 40th victim, but there was something strange about the figure. Instead of moving toward the edge of the wall like the rest of them, it stopped and raised a hand, as if signaling to him. It was Quentin. Sunny conserved his essence by jogging forward, then lowering his body slightly and mounting the wall with one inhumanly high jump. He landed on the concrete surface of the rampart, walked a few steps, and looked at Quentin with a deep frown. What happened? The chivalrous healer smiled, excitement shining in his eyes. Captain, the observatory, you need to see. Without wasting any time, Sunny jumped down to the roof of the nearby building and then hurried toward the white dome at the center of the settlement. Walking inside, he instantly heard a swarm of confused, frightened, and angry voices. What? Where am I? What happened? Hey, someone, what the hell is this? Let me out. He stared, dumbfounded. These voices were coming from within the cells. They belonged to the victims he had imprisoned. Somehow, they seemed to have shrugged off the mind hex and regained their awareness. And it wasn't just them. Sunny turned his head and looked at the maintenance workers that were in charge of keeping the containment unit secure. They were all speaking with excitement and glancing at the cells with relieved faces. They heard the victims, too, which meant that the hex was not affecting them anymore, either. Thank the gods, that abomination must have left. Despite the happy circumstances, Sunny was suddenly overwhelmed by a deep, cold, urgent feeling of unease. It grasped his heart and remained there, growing slightly stronger with each second. He shivered. What is going on? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 897 to 897, Silent Ocean. 971 words. After Sunny had broken through the mind hex and spent 2 days rescuing the mesmerized people, saving dozens of lives, the horror hiding in the cold black waves seemed to have left the vicinity of LO49. The victims had regained their senses, and every person in the settlement was able to see and hear them clearly once again. In the next few hours, no one showed any sign of being under the influence of the hex. The vanishing stopped, and the Ariadne was supposed to arrive soon. The exhausted, frightened, and shaken inhabitants of the fortress were tentatively starting to unwind. Their fragile hope bloomed and blossomed. However, the person most responsible for the positive change, Sunny, did not feel any of their cheer or relief. On the contrary, with each passing minute, his unease and sense of foreboding only grew stronger. He did not like what was happening, not at all. Walking through the snowy streets of the settlement, Sunny studied the lively faces of patrolling soldiers with a troubled expression on his own. It was dark and somber. Doesn't make sense. None of it makes any sense. Approaching the security center, he placed his hand on the panel of a sophisticated biometric lock. The sensor was supposed to initiate a thorough scan, but as seconds passed, nothing seemed to happen. The damn thing was on the fritz. Sunny stared at it for a moment, then sighed and banged on the heavy alloy door with his fist. Soon, it was manually unlocked from the inside by a sleepy soldier, who then allowed Sunny in. Walking inside the security center, Sunny dusted snow off his shoulders, looked around, and headed toward Vern. What is the situation? Vern sent one of his officers off with a list of orders, then looked at his younger colleague and shrugged. Nothing changed. The terror, or whatever that abomination was, seems to have truly moved on. Sunny gritted his teeth. When has a nightmare creature ever moved on? You're deluding yourself. The older master frowned. We can't know for sure, of course, but the disappearance of the hex speaks for itself. Don't sell yourself short. Although creatures capable of mind manipulation are exceedingly dangerous, they often lack direct means of launching an effective attack. Maybe it decided to search for easier prey after you proved capable of dismantling its mental attack. Sunny stared at him for a bit, then shook his head. A corrupted terror is a corrupted terror. We probably haven't seen even a fraction of its power yet, so why would it simply give up and leave? Vern tiredly rubbed his face and sighed. Do take into account that the creature's rank and class are only your conjecture. We don't really know how powerful it actually was. In any case, how else do you explain the fact that the hex is gone, and no one is vanishing anymore? Sunny hesitated for a moment. Maybe it decided to change tactics. Maybe it is gathering power for a singular, overwhelming attack. Maybe it just enjoys toying with its prey. Who the hell knows? His counterpart looked away with a somber expression. Alright, but what do you want me to do? It's not like I've relaxed the security measures. We are still on high alert and prepared for battle. We are still keeping the civilians locked up and concentrating our defenses on the southern wall. I don't see what other contingencies are there to prepare. Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. All I am saying is that it's not a good time to become complacent. On the contrary, we must be preparing for a rapid escalation of the crisis. Vern stared at him blankly for a few seconds. And all I am saying is that we are already doing everything we can. No matter how small, the possibility that you are right still exists, so we must. That is my position as the officer responsible for the safety of every person inside this facility. But personally, I think that exhaustion and paranoia are getting the better of you, Sunless. It's been hard on all of us. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then said in a subdued voice. My paranoia has never led me astray, though. With that, he winced and left. Maybe I am really wrong this time. Even if I'm not, Vern is right. What else are we supposed to do? Until the damn ship arrives, there's not much more we can prepare. But why did he feel so disturbed? Why was his sense of unease so urgent? Walking out of the security center, Sunny stood in place for a while with a dark expression on his face. After some time, he noticed Luster loitering around, and called him over. Yes, you wanted something, Captain. Sunny lingered for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, gather the others and tell them to stick close to the Rhino. Also, make sure that it's ready to move, in case we need to get the hell out of this damn place in a hurry. Luster blinked a couple of times, looking at him with a startled expression. Then, he gulped. Understood, sir. I'll go do that, then. Letting the young man go, Sunny turned south and stared at the distant wall for a bit. Frowning, he then headed toward it. The beach was cold and shrouded in darkness, like always. The black waves continued their eternal, fruitless assault on the shore. They came and went with a wide, reverberating rustle, making it seem as though the whole ocean was breathing. His chair was still standing at the edge of the water, with an empty thermos laying on the stones nearby. Descending from the wall, Sunny slowly walked toward the water and stopped just outside its reach, staring at the vast undulating expanse of the cold ocean with a deep scowl. His tired eyes were hidden in shadows. Looking at the waves, he whispered, Where are you, bastard? What are you planning? Of course, the ocean remained silent. There was no response. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 898 to 898, Going for a Swim. 1030 words. Sunny stood at the edge of the water for a while, looking at the ocean with a wary expression on his face. Funny, back when he had first developed the habit of climbing the southern wall of the fortress, he stared at the ocean in hopes of witnessing the fearsome silhouette of the mighty battleship appearing from the darkness. But now that the Ariadne was about to arrive, his thoughts were far away. Eventually, Sunny sighed and finally dismissed his chair, planning to return into the warmth of the settlement. However, just before he turned away from the dark water, something attracted his attention. A subtle gleam a few steps further down the shore, revealed from beneath the retreating waves. As though bleak starlight was reflecting from a small piece of glass. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then walked a meter or two forward, stopping at the spot where he had spotted the gleaming object. A new wave rushed in, licking his armored boots. He had to wait for it to crawl back before kneeling and taking a closer look at the wet rocks. There, between them, something glistened, buried under several shards of ice. Sunny brushed the ice away and picked the object up, then stood up before the next wave came. His frown deepened. In his hand was a simple brass button, similar to those that could be found on the countless winter coats issued to soldiers of the 1st Evacuation Army as part of their kit. By itself, the button was nothing special. However, Vern and the soldiers under his command were not part of the 1st Evacuation Army. They were locals of Antarctica, and had served at LO-49 long before the Chain of Nightmares. As such, their uniforms were slightly different. In fact, they were of a far better quality, considering that the 1st Army had been assembled and outfitted in a tremendous hurry. Their kits were far better suited for cold weather, and included well-designed parkas that could keep a person warm in most dire of circumstances instead of cheap mass-produced coats. So how did this button end up here? Sunny stared at the round piece of brass for a few minutes, and then slowly looked up, facing the darkness of the ocean. There was a strangely resigned expression on his pale face. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and extended his shadow sense forward, as far as it could go. All right, fine, come on, show yourself, bastard. I know you didn't leave. His senses spread forward, diving deep under the black surface of the cold water. Everywhere light reached, there were shadows, after all. And even where light never entered, there was its absence. However, Sunny did not sense the terror no matter how hard he tried. He did find something, though. 20 or 30 meters away from him, deep underwater, there was a large shape. It rested on the seabed, moving slightly from time to time as the currents pulled it back and forth. The shape was irregular and mostly flat, with a very slight curve. Its edges were sharp and jagged. That was all Sunny could say from sensing its shadow, that and the fact that the shape was not that of a living thing, considering that the shadow lacked the quality of being cast by something possessing a soul. He had no idea what it was. The ocean contained all kinds of junk, so why would he care? But for some reason, he did. Opening his eyes, Sunny looked at the undulating waves for a bit. Then, he slowly took a step forward, and then another. And then, another. The cold, freezing water reached his shins first, then his knees. Then, his waist. He shivered, gasped for breath, but continued walking forward. I am not mesmerized, am I? No, he couldn't be. He had broken the hex. His mind was his own. When the water reached his chest, Sunny took a deep breath and dove down into the black depths. Swimming in a suit of steel armor was not an easy task, even when as thin and light as the undying chain. However, he possessed strength and endurance that far surpassed a mundane human, so Sunny persisted, plunging deeper and deeper into the ocean. Despite the memory of ice hanging from a string on his neck, a cold like he had never experienced enveloped his body, making it hard for him to breathe, think, and move his limbs. Gritting his teeth, Sunny ignored it and swam toward the distant shape. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the seabed and pushed himself along its uneven surface, getting closer and closer to his target. Far away on the shore, Saint emerged from the shadow of the wall and approached the edge of the waves, raising her bow. If anything happened, she would be able to send an arrow flying instantly. That made Sunny feel a little better, even though he did not know how powerful the arrow would remain after piercing tens of meters of water. Considering the strength of Morgan's warbow, it should still be deadly, but the efficacy of the arrow, of course, would depend on the power of the potential enemy. Don't think about that yet. Concentrating on his task, Sunny moved forward, reached the strange shape and opened his eyes. He observed it through the mass of murky water. The shape was a piece of torn alloy. It was around 10 meters in length and slightly less in width. The tough material was viciously bent and broken, with jagged edges and deep cracks crawling through its surface. It seemed to have been torn away from a larger hole by something large and incredibly powerful. However, there was no rust on the damaged metal, suggesting that it had not spent a lot of time in the water. Sunny got closer, feeling as if he recognized the composition and characteristics of the alloy. His mind raced, trying to confirm that familiarity. He placed one hand on the cold metal, remembering. Then, his eyes narrowed, and a few bubbles of air escaped from his mouth. Of course, he knew where this strong and thick alloy was used. The same type of metal comprised the inner layers of a naval vessel's reinforced armor. The deformed mass of twisted alloy. It was a broken piece of a battleship's hull. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 899 to 899, Only Hope. 1064 words. Gasping for breath, Sunny rolled out of the shadows and fell on the wet rocks at the edge of the rolling waves. Streams of water flowed from his armor, and his whole body was trembling. Cold, so cold. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and shivered as the wind assaulted him. At that moment, not even his ascended constitution and the memory of ice could protect him from being chilled to the bone. But even then, the claws grasping his heart were much colder. Curse it, Sunny took a step forward, stumbled, then righted himself and stopped. His fists were clenched. Ariadne. It must have been the Ariadne. The broken piece of the hull, the brass button, it all made too much terrible sense. Of course, this evidence alone was not enough to make a definite conclusion, but Sunny was sure of it. His intuition told him that much. No one was coming to rescue the people trapped inside LO-49. And the terror was going to descend upon them soon, without a doubt. Suddenly forlorn, Sunny glanced at the wall of the fortress with a lost look on his face. A few moments passed, accompanied by the howling of the wind. Then, he looked down, closed his eyes, and groaned. I'm so tired. It was the cold that made him shrug off this moment of indecisiveness and start to move. No matter the situation, he had to get somewhere warm first. One step, and he was on top of the wall. A second step, and he was standing on one of the streets of the settlement. A third step, and he suddenly appeared in the corner of a research laboratory where a group of scientists, including Professor Obel and Beth, were staying under guard. The young woman was the first to notice him. She was slightly startled by the sight. Ascended Sunless, what are you doing here? Sunny looked at her and forced out a pale smile. Don't mind me, I just got cold outside. He stared at Beth with a strangely heavy expression for a few moments and then shook his head. In any case, I'll be going now. Sunny had to see Vern first. He dried himself off, then went back to the security center, feeling the urgent sense of alarm growing louder and louder in his head. Before, Sunny had not known its source, and thought that he had days to discover it. But now, he wasn't so sure. Maybe there were only hours left before the disaster his intuition was warning him about would happen. Maybe even minutes. You're not listening. Sunny glared at Vern as the seconds ticked away. Tick-tock. With each second, their fates were coming closer to being sealed. And yet, the tall master was being difficult. I am listening. Sunny suppressed the desire to hit the table with his fist. Not only would the table shatter and create a lot of noise, but it would also not help his argument in any way. More than that, he was too tired, and had no energy to go around breaking furniture. Then why the hell are you not doing anything? Vern sighed. What am I supposed to do? Sunny blinked. Gather everyone, load them into the transports, and drive away from this cursed place. What else? Vern looked at him for a while, his frown growing deeper. With all due respect, Sunless, you are not making a lot of sense. You are trying to convince me that the Ariadne is not coming, but your only piece of evidence is a button and a piece of metal that you found underwater. We both know how much junk and old wreckage was left in the oceans after the dark times. That armor fragment could have come from anywhere, rust or no rust. Sunny wanted to answer in anger, but managed to hold himself back. Vern was not wrong to doubt his rather unsubstantiated theory. Any good leader would question the validity of such information. The problem was that Vern did not have the benefit of being intimately connected to the strings of fate, like Sunny was. He did not have Sunny's intuition. He was blind to fate. Listen, this is what my gut is telling me. Staying here would be a terrible mistake. Nevertheless, Vern remained unmoved. He lingered for a few moments, and then shook his head. His next words sounded polite, but had a sense of weight to them. I can't gamble with the lives of 1,400 people because of your gut, Sunless. This damned fool. Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. Vern was an experienced government officer. From their brief but intense partnership, it had become clear that he was reserved, methodical, and did things by the book. He had received orders from Army Command to reinforce Low 49 and wait for the naval rescue, and that was what he was determined to do. Breaking an order was not an easy thing for him. His mind was not flexible enough. You have to admit that I at least might be right. So, staying is also a gamble. We are outside the parameters of standard procedure, Vern. Can't you think for yourself, for once? Although that last statement was a bit rude, Vern did not react much. He just stared at Sunny with his usual serious expression, then turned away and sighed. A few moments later, he said quietly, it doesn't matter, anyway. Sunny scowled. The words caught him by surprise. What the hell does he mean? What? The older master looked down. Sunless, we are cut off from Army Command. The situation in the north is bad. We don't know how bad, but it has to be dire for so many nightmare creatures to travel freely through the mountains. The last thing we heard was that several titans had emerged. We don't even know if any of the siege capitals still stand. As he spoke, his tired face grew darker and darker. The terrain between here and the last known encampment of the first evacuation army is a maze, with countless swarms of abominations prowling in the dark. Our tech is barely working, if at all. Our soldiers are all exhausted or on the verge of collapse. What I am trying to say is that a convoy transporting hundreds of civilian non-combatants won't survive the journey. Not with what we have left to protect it. Vern gritted his teeth. So, it's not that I refuse to entertain the idea that the Ariadne won't arrive. It's that I can't, because that ship is our only hope. His words echoed in the empty room of the security center, making Sunny feel even colder. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 900 to 900. Don't look back. 1,903 words. A somber silence settled in the conference room of the security center. Eventually, Vern was the first to break it. Straightening, he looked at Sunny and said in a heavy tone. The best I can do is ask for volunteers among my awakened. To risk falling asleep, some of them might die, but a few should return with the news from the dream realm. Then, we can discuss evacuation by land. Sunny stared at him without saying anything. His anger was suddenly gone, and instead, all that was left was fatigue, regret, and a vague feeling of dark resentment. Damn it all, if Vern indeed sent volunteers into the dream realm, even knowing that it would be a one-way trip for some of them, they would return in about 8 hours. Finding out what was happening up north would help Sunny tremendously. But 8 hours was too long. His growing panic was already almost suffocating. He did not know if they had 8 minutes left, let alone 8 hours. There's no time. You can't. Vern leaned on the table and closed his eyes for a moment. It was hard to know what was going through his mind, but Sunny somehow knew that he would not be able to convince the stern officer. His heart felt cold. Ah, that feeling, this bitter feeling. I have not tasted it in a while, I think. At that moment, Vern suddenly said, A large convoy won't make it, but a single, robust vehicle probably can. Sunny frowned, struggling to follow the line of thought, perhaps due to his exhaustion. What exactly do you mean? The older master looked at him and shrugged with strange calmness. I mean that we don't have to put all our eggs in one basket. Your mission is not to protect every person in this facility, Sunless. Unlike mine, your mission is to rescue one specific, high-value target. Both of us have to carry out our duty to the best of our ability, though. So, take Professor Obel, load up your APC, and leave immediately. This way, even if your theory is right, it won't be a total loss for humanity. There was a lot that had been said, and a lot that had remained unsaid. But there was no need to speak some words aloud. The two masters looked at each other for a few moments, a silent understanding between them. In the end, the corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. I still think that you are wrong. People don't know what is possible and what is impossible until they try it. Well, that was often the case, at least, in my life. Vern simply nodded. Then prove me wrong, Sunless. I wish you luck. Sunny grimaced, lingered for a second or two, and then turned around. A moment later, he was gone from the room. He had nothing more to say, and no time to waste. There was no time at all. Feeling a frightening sense of urgency, Sunny used Shadow Step to appear directly inside the research center. This time, Beth was even more surprised to see him. Are you, wait, no way, Master Sunless, do you perchance keep frightening me just for fun? He shook his head, looked around, and then beckoned for the young woman to come closer. What he had to say needed to be kept from other ears. Frowning, Beth left Professor Obel's side and walked over to where he was standing. Grabbing her by the shoulder, Sunny unceremoniously dragged the young woman to an adjacent room. Wah, what the hell do you think you're? He closed the door and turned around, his sunken, manic eyes making Beth shudder. Be quiet and listen, there has been a change of plans. With no time to explain everything in detail, Sunny just told her the necessary parts, that the professor was in danger and that he had to be evacuated immediately. That sudden revelation was hard to digest, and there would be a potentially fatal delay if Beth refused to listen immediately, so Sunny constructed his words in a way that played on her deeply ingrained values, loyalty to the old man and the desire to keep him alive. Beth's eyes widened. But why come to me? Why didn't you just approach the professor? Sunny simply shook his head. Professor Obel is a noble man. He would be reluctant to leave his people to save himself, so, I need you to persuade him. Fast, you know him best, after all. The young woman still did not understand. But can't we just take everyone? Her voice was small. Sunny looked at her somberly, knowing that was something that he couldn't do. My vehicle can only carry so many people. Now, go and do what I said. Every minute we waste can mean the difference between life and death. Beth nodded in a daze, then slowly turned around, rearranged her lab coat, and left the room. Sunny looked through the crack of the open door at the scientists surrounding the professor, and then turned around in shame. However, this self-indulgence only lasted a second. He had no time for regret, either. Not caring about the expenditure of essence, Sunny traveled through the shadows and soon appeared near the rhino. He could feel 3 shadows inside, while Lester, Kim, and Quentin were standing in front of the APC. Noticing him, they straightened their postures. Captain, sir, I did as you told. Sunny glanced at Lester and nodded. Go and run the startup sequence. I want the rhino to be ready to depart at any second. The young man's eyes turned into circles, but he swiftly dove into the hatch without asking any questions. Sunny, Kim, and Quentin were left alone in the biting cold. Feeling his heart beating wildly, Sunny looked up at the sky. The sky was covered by white haze. Single quote. The blizzard is starting again. At that moment, Quentin cautiously asked, Captain, I am sorry, but what exactly is happening? He gave the gallant healer a short glance. We're leaving. Both his subordinates seemed startled. Leaving, right now. But why? Sunny lingered with the answer. Because we have orders to keep the VIP alive. That seemed to make them stop asking questions. A minute passed, then another. His bloodstream was full of adrenaline, as though he was in the middle of a battle. Time crawled at a snail's pace, and for some reason, Sunny felt as though he was locked inside a pillory, waiting for the guillotine's blade to come down. Walk faster, damn it. His instincts were screaming that they had to leave LO49, now. Finally, 2 figures appeared from the milky white haze. Professor Obel was walking stiffly, with a troubled face. Beth was both supporting him and carrying a small bag. The old man stopped near Sunny and looked at him with a solemn expression. He hesitated to speak. Young man, I hear that you will be taking us away now. Sunny nodded. Yes, Professor, get inside, please, hurry, I'll explain later. They entered the rhino and closed the hatch. While Beth was looking around with subdued curiosity, Lester sent the heavy vehicle moving. The sentries had already been informed by Vern, so they opened the gate and allowed the irregulars to drive through them. Until the last second, Sunny was certain that something would go horribly wrong. But, somehow, it didn't. The rhino drove away from the fortress, passed by the fleet of transports parked outside, and disappeared into the white wall of the blizzard. Only when the lights of the facility vanished from view did Sunny feel an almost overwhelming sense of relief. He leaned, almost crashed, on the bulkhead behind him and let out a trembling breath. We made it in time. Although there were many confused and concerned gazes aimed at him, Sunny remained silent. Slowly, the distance between the rhino and the Lunar Observatory 49 grew larger and larger. A kilometer, then another, then a dozen. They were leaving it behind. Some time later, when the heavy vehicle traversed approximately half the length of the coastal plain separating the ocean shore from the mountains, Sunny commanded Lester to stop and hide the rhino in the wreckage of a massive war machine left behind from the dark times. He closed his eyes and concentrated for a few minutes. His shadows made sure that there were no nightmare creatures laying around in wait. After that, Sunny inhaled deeply. The call is not too strong here. It should be condition green, so, congratulations, guys. You can finally rest. Despite their unease and doubts, his soldiers reacted to that statement with visible excitement. They, too, were on the verge of collapse from fatigue and exhaustion. Lester, Kim, and Dorn, you guys sleep first. The other 3, keep watch and take care of our guests. They nodded, already knowing their roles. Yes, sir, but, Captain, what about you? Sunny looked at Belle with a dark expression. Quote. I have something to do. He headed for the exit hatch. Beth tried to get in his way with a question, but he simply looked at her, and the young woman suddenly backed away. Exiting the rhino, Sunny walked into the blizzard, and then summoned the nightmare. His loyal steed rose from the shadows, its eyes burning with dreadful crimson flames. Jumping into the saddle, Sunny sent it galloping through the snow. He left one shadow to stand guard near the rhino, of course. By now, the range at which he could control it was past 13 kilometers. That was more or less half the current distance between the rhino and LO49. He flew back south, summoning the closed featureless helmet of the undying chain to protect himself from the cutting wind. His shadow sense spread outward, replacing sight that was useless in the furious snowstorm. Stopping at the very edge of Shadow Control's range, Sunny remained in the saddle and sent another shadow forward. It slid south with tremendous speed, and eventually reached the walls of the facility. There were formidable turrets on them, powerful spotlights flooding the immediate vicinity of the fortress with light, snowflakes dancing in the wide beams. The gates that the rhino had left no more than an hour ago were tightly shut. A fleet of transport vehicles was parked in front of it, covered in snow, their initial purpose long forgotten. The blizzard obscured the world, and for a moment, just like when he had first arrived, Sunny felt a pang of fear. It was as though the whole facility was empty, with only ghosts populating its streets. Only, this time, his fear came true. There was no one standing watch on the walls. No soldiers patrolled the deserted streets. The building stood empty, with screens still showing recordings of entertainment programs, food laying on the plates, and coffee growing cold in the mugs. But there were no people. There were no scientists in the research laboratory, and no officers in the security center. The feed of the functioning security cameras showed no movement throughout the whole settlement. The doors of the living quarters where the civilians had been confined were still locked, but there was no one inside. There were no signs of struggle, and no fresh footprints in the snow covering the ground outside. Everything was just still. 1,400 people had disappeared into thin air. They seemed to have simply vanished, like they had never existed at all. Many kilometers away, Sunny looked at the southern wall of the fortress through the eyes of his shadows. He felt compelled to send the shadow forward, and gaze at the dark ocean once more. But in the end, with a shiver, he decided against it. Soon, the shadow returned. Wrapping it around his body, Sunny commanded Nightmare to turn around, and rode into the blizzard without looking back. Maybe he did not want to. And maybe he simply did not dare. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report.